Build stable base areas in the Northeast. December 28, 1945. This directive, drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, was addressed to its Northeast Bureau. As soon as the Soviet Union declared war on Japan and the Soviet Red Army entered the Northeast, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Chinese People's Liberation Army sent large numbers of cadres and troops to the Northeast to lead the people in wiping out the remnants of the Japanese invaders and the puppet Manchukuo regime, cleaning out traitors, eradicating bandits, and establishing democratic local governments at various levels. But at the same time the Kuomintang reactionaries, bent on exclusive control over the entire Northeast, large numbers of troops there by land, sea, and air with the aid of U.S. imperialism, and seized key places like Shanhaikwan and Xinqiao, which had already been liberated by the People's Liberation Army. A stern struggle was already inevitable in the Northeast, and this struggle was obviously going to be of special significance for the situation in the whole country. In this directive Comrade Mao Zedong foresaw how arduous the struggle in the Northeast would be and pointed out in good time that the center of gravity of the work there should be in the cities and vast rural areas comparatively remote from the centers of Kuomintang occupation, that is, we should leave the high road alone and seize the land on both sides in order to arouse the masses in earnest, build stable base areas, gradually accumulate strength and prepare for the future shift to the counteroffensive. This correct policy of the Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong was effectively carried out by the Northeast Bureau headed by Comrade Lin Piao, hence the great victory, the liberation of the entire Northeast 3 years later in November 1948. Our party's present task in the Northeast is to build base areas, stable military and political base areas in eastern, northern and western Manchuria. To build such base areas is no easy job. It requires hard and bitter struggle. 3 or 4 years are needed to build such base areas. But a solid preliminary groundwork must be laid in the year 1946. Otherwise we may not be able to stand our ground. It should now be made clear that these base areas are not to be built in the big cities or along the main communication lines that are or will be occupied by the Kuomintang. Under present conditions this is not practicable. Nor are they to be built in regions close to big cities or main communication lines held by the Kuomintang. The reason is that the Kuomintang, having seized the big cities and the main communication lines, will not let us build stable base areas in regions very close to them. Our party should do adequate work and set up our first line of military defense in these regions, which must never be lightly abandoned. But they will be guerrilla zones for both parties and not our stable base areas. Therefore, the regions in which to build stable bases are the cities and vast rural areas comparatively remote from the centers of Kuomintang occupation. Those regions should now be designated so that we can dispose our forces accordingly and lead the whole party towards this goal. After we have decided on the location of our stable base areas and disposed our forces, and after our army's numerical strength has greatly increased, mass work will be the center of gravity of our party's work in the Northeast. All cadres must be made to understand that the Kuomintang will be stronger than our party in the Northeast for some time, and that unless our starting point is to arouse the masses to struggle, solve their problems and rely on them in every way, and unless we mobilize all forces to work painstakingly among the masses and lay a solid preliminary foundation within a year, and particularly in the next few critical months, we shall become isolated in the Northeast, be unable to build stable base areas or defeat the attacks of the Kuomintang, and indeed may encounter immense difficulties or even fail. Conversely, if we rely firmly on the masses, we shall overcome all difficulties and reach our goal step by step. Mass work consists in arousing the masses for struggles to settle accounts with traitors and in launching campaigns for rent reduction and wage increases and campaigns for production. In these struggles we should form various kinds of mass organizations, set up party nuclei, build armed units of the masses and organs of people's political power, speedily raise mass economic struggles to the level of political struggles, and lead the masses to take part in building the base areas. The directive on arousing mass struggles recently issued by the Jahal Provincial Party Committee too may be applied in the Northeast. Our party must bring tangible material benefits to the people in the Northeast, only then will the masses support us and oppose the Kuomintang attacks. Otherwise, the masses will be unable to see clearly which of the two parties, the Kuomintang or the Communist Party, is good and which is bad, may be taken in for a time by deceitful Kuomintang propaganda and may even turn against our party, and thus an extremely unfavorable situation would be created for us in the Northeast. For at present there is a subjective difficulty for our party in the Northeast. Large numbers of our cadres and armed forces in the Northeast are newcomers, unfamiliar with the place and the people. Cadres are dissatisfied because we cannot occupy large cities and they are impatient with the arduous work of arousing the masses and building base areas. These circumstances are in contradiction with the present situation and the tasks of the party. Again and again we must teach all cadres from other areas to pay attention to investigation and study, to acquaint themselves with the place and the people and to resolve to become one with the people of the Northeast, and we must train large numbers of activists and cadres from among the masses. We should explain to the cadres that although the big cities and the communication lines are in the hands of the Kuomintang, the situation in the Northeast is nevertheless favorable to us. So long as we spread among all cadres and soldiers the idea of arousing the masses and of building our base areas and, so long as we mobilize all forces and undertake the struggle to build these base areas, we shall be able to establish ourselves firmly in the Northeast and in Jahal and be sure of victory. We must tell the cadres that they should on no account underestimate the strength of the Kuomintang or become impatient with arduous work because they think the Kuomintang is going to attack eastern and northern Manchuria anyhow. Of course, in making these explanations we should not lead the cadres to believe that the Kuomintang is terribly strong and that its attacks cannot be smashed. It should be pointed out that the Kuomintang has no deep, organized foundation in the Northeast and that its attacks can be smashed. It is therefore possible for our party to build base areas. But the Kuomintang troops are now attacking the Jahal-Liaoning border, and if no blows are dealt them, they will attack eastern and northern Manchuria before long. All our party members must therefore resolve to undertake the most difficult tasks, swiftly arouse the masses, build our base areas and smash the Kuomintang attacks in western Manchuria and Jahal resolutely and in a planned way. In eastern and northern Manchuria we should quickly prepare the conditions for smashing the Kuomintang attacks. We must thoroughly clear away all ideas among our cadres of winning easy victories through good luck, without hard and bitter struggle, without sweat and blood. 5. Promptly delimit military areas and sub-areas in western, eastern, and northern Manchuria and divide our forces into field armies and regional troops. Distribute a considerable part of the regular troops among the military sub-areas to arouse the masses, wipe out bandits, set up organs of political power, organize guerrillas, people's militia, and self-defense forces so as to make our areas secure, coordinate with the field armies and smash the Kuomintang attacks. All troops must be assigned to specific areas and specific tasks, only in this way can they quickly unite with the people and build stable base areas. 6. This time over 100,000 of our troops have entered the Northeast and Jahal, the army there has recently expanded by more than 200,000, and the trend is to keep on expanding. Adding party and government workers, we estimate that the total will exceed 400,000 within a year. A situation in which such a large number of personnel, divorced from production, depends solely on the people of the Northeast for supplies certainly cannot last long and is very dangerous. Therefore, all army units and government organs must take part in production when not fighting or doing their regular work, except for those field armies which are concentrated and charged with major military actions. The year 1946 must not pass without results. The entire Northeast must promptly make plans accordingly. 7. In the Northeast the direction in which the workers and intellectuals move is vitally important to building our base areas and winning future victories. Our party should therefore give its full attention to work in the big cities and along the main communication lines and especially to winning over the workers and intellectuals. In view of the fact that in the early years of the War of Resistance our party did not pay sufficient attention to winning over the workers and intellectuals to come to the base areas, the party organizations in the Northeast should now do everything possible to draw workers and intellectuals into our army and into the various construction tasks in the base areas, besides paying attention to underground work in the Kuomintang areas. Some points in appraisal of the present international situation. April 1946. This document was written to counter a pessimistic appraisal of the international situation at that time. In the spring of 1946, imperialism headed by the United States of America, together with the reactionaries in various countries, was daily intensifying its anti-Soviet, anti-communist, and anti-popular activities and trumpeting that war between the United States and the Soviet Union is inevitable and that the outbreak of a Third World War is inevitable. In these circumstances, since some comrades overestimated the strength of imperialism, underestimated the strength of the people, feared U.S. imperialism and feared the outbreak of a new world war, they showed weakness in the face of the armed attacks of the U.S. Chiang Kai-shek reactionary gang and dared not resolutely oppose counter-revolutionary war with revolutionary war. In this document Comrade Mao Zedong was combating such erroneous thinking. He pointed out that if the forces of the people throughout the world waged resolute, effective struggles against the forces of world reaction, they could overcome the danger of a new world war. At the same time, he pointed out that it was possible for the imperialist countries and the socialist countries to reach certain compromises, but that such compromises do not require the people in the countries of the capitalist world to follow suit and make compromises at home, and that the people in those countries will continue to wage different struggles in accordance with their different conditions. This document was not made public at the time and was circulated only among some leading comrades of the Central Committee. It was distributed at the meeting of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in December 1947. Since the comrades present unanimously agreed with its contents, the full text was later included in a circular on the decisions made at the Central Committee meeting of December 1947, issued by the Central Committee in January 1948. 1. The forces of world reaction are definitely preparing a Third World War, and the danger of war exists. But the democratic forces of the people of the world have surpassed the reactionary forces and are forging ahead. They must and certainly can overcome the danger of war. Therefore, the question in the relations between the United States, Britain, and France and the Soviet Union is not a question of compromise or break, but a question of compromise earlier or compromise later. Compromise means reaching agreement through peaceful negotiation. Earlier or later means several years, or more than 10 years, or even longer. 2. The kind of compromise mentioned above does not mean compromise on all international issues. That is impossible so long as the United States, Britain, and France continue to be ruled by reactionaries. This kind of compromise means compromise on some issues, including certain important ones. But there will not be many such compromises in the near future. There is, however, a possibility that the trade relations of the United States, Britain, and France with the Soviet Union will expand. 3. Such compromise between the United States, Britain, and France and the Soviet Union can be the outcome only of resolute, effective struggles by all the democratic forces of the world against the reactionary forces of the United States, Britain, and France. Such compromise does not require the people in the countries of the capitalist world to follow suit and make compromises at home. The people in those countries will continue to wage different struggles in accordance with their different conditions. The principle of the reactionary forces in dealing with the democratic forces of the people is definitely to destroy all they can and to prepare to destroy later whatever they cannot destroy now. Face to face with this situation, the democratic forces of the people should likewise apply the same principle to the reactionary forces. Smash Chiang Kai-shek's offensive by a war of self-defense. July 20, 1946. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Chiang Kai-shek tore up the October 10 agreement in the winter of 1945, but his preparations for an all-out civil war were not complete, mainly because large numbers of Kuomintang troops had not yet been moved to the civil war fronts. Consequently, in January 1946, under the pressure of the demand of the entire people for peace and democracy, the Kuomintang government had to convene the Political Consultative Conference with the participation of the Communist Party of China and other democratic parties. The conference adopted a series of resolutions favorable to peace and democracy, and on January 10 the Kuomintang government issued an order to cease fire. Chiang Kai-shek was not willing to observe the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference and the ceasefire order. In the first half of 1946 the Kuomintang troops continued to attack the liberated areas at many points, the attack in the northeast being on a particularly large scale, and a situation was created with small-scale fighting south of the Great Wall and large-scale fighting north of it. Meanwhile the United States made very great efforts to transport and equip the Kuomintang troops. By the end of June 1946 Chiang Kai-shek and his U.S. masters thought that they were fully prepared and could wipe out the whole People's Liberation Army in 3 to 6 months. Accordingly, they launched an all-out offensive against the liberated areas, which began on June 26 with a massive encircling attack on the Central Plains liberated area. Between July and September the Kuomintang troops started successive large-scale attacks against the liberated areas of Kiangsu Anhui, Shantung, Shanxi Hopi Shantung Honan, Shanxi Shahar Hopi and Shanxi Suiwan. In October they launched another large-scale attack on the northeast liberated area. At the same time they continued to encircle the Shenxi Kansuningxia liberated area with large numbers of troops. When the countrywide civil war broke out, the Kuomintang employed 193 brigades, divisions, or some 1,600,000 of its regular troops, to attack the liberated areas. They constituted 80% of its total strength of 248 regular brigades, divisions, or 2 million men. Under the leadership of the Central Committee of the party and its bureaus and sub-bureaus, the army and people in the liberated areas fought heroically against the offensive of Chiang Kai-shek's troops. At that time there were 6 major theaters of war in the liberated areas. These 6 theaters of war and the forces of the People's Liberation Army fighting there were: the Shanxi Hopi Shantung Honan liberated area with People's Liberation Army forces led by Lu Pocheng, Teng Xiaoping, and other comrades. The Eastern China liberated area, including the Shantung and the Kiangsu Anhui liberated areas, with People's Liberation Army forces led by Chen Yi, Su Yu, Tan Chenlin and other comrades. The Northeast liberated area with People's Liberation Army forces led by Lin Piao, Lo Yonghuan and other comrades. The Shanxi Shahar Hopi liberated area with People's Liberation Army forces led by Nye Yongchen and other comrades. The Shanxi Suinan liberated area with People's Liberation Army forces led by Ho Lung and other comrades. The Central Plains liberated area with People's Liberation Army forces led by Li Xianyan, Chen Wei-san, and other comrades. The People's Liberation Army, then totaling about 1,200,000 troops, was outnumbered by the enemy. It correctly carried out the strategy laid down by Comrade Mao Zedong and struck incessant, powerful blows at the invading enemy. After wiping out 66 regular brigades and some irregular units of the enemy, totaling more than 710,000 men, in about 8 months, the People's Liberation Army halted the enemy's all-out offensive. Then, step by step, it unfolded its strategic counter-offensive. 1. Chiang Kai-shek, after violating the truce agreement, 1. Violating the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference, 2. And occupying Zipingkai, Changchun, and other cities of ours in the northeast, is now launching another large-scale offensive against us in eastern and northern China. Later, he may again attack the northeast. Only after completely smashing Jiang's offensive in a war of self-defense can the Chinese people regain peace. 2. Our party and our army are making every preparation to smash Chiang Kai-shek's offensive and thus to win peace. Although Chiang Kai-shek has U.S. aid, the feelings of the people are against him, the morale of his troops is low, and his economy is in difficulty. As for us, although we have no foreign aid, the feelings of the people are for us, the morale of our troops is high, and we can handle our economy. Therefore, we can defeat Chiang Kai-shek. The whole party should be fully confident of this. 3. For defeating Chiang Kai-shek, the general method of fighting is mobile warfare. Therefore, the temporary abandonment of certain places or cities is not only unavoidable but also necessary. Certain places or cities are temporarily abandoned in order to win final victory, which would otherwise be impossible. We must make all party members and all the people in the liberated areas understand this so that they will be mentally prepared. For in order to smash Chiang Kai-shek's offensive, we must cooperate closely with the masses of the people and win over all who can be won over. In the rural areas, on the one hand, we should resolutely solve the land problem, rely firmly on the farm laborers and poor peasants and unite with the middle peasants. On the other hand, when solving the land problem, we should distinguish the ordinary rich peasants and middle and small landlords from the traders, bad gentry, and local tyrants. We should be more strict in our treatment of the traders, bad gentry, and local tyrants, and more lenient in our treatment of the rich peasants and middle and small landlords. In places where the land problem has already been solved, we should change to a moderate attitude towards the landlord class as a whole, with the exception of a few reactionaries. In order to reduce the number of hostile elements and to consolidate the liberated areas, we should help all those landlords who have difficulty in making a living and induce runaway landlords to return and give them an opportunity to earn a living. In the cities, besides uniting with the working class, the petty bourgeoisie and all progressives, we should take care to unite with all the middle elements and isolate the reactionaries. Among the Kuomintang troops, we should win over all the possible opponents of civil war and isolate the bellicose elements. 5. In order to smash Chiang Kai-shek's offensive, we must plan on a long-term basis. We must use our manpower and material resources with the utmost economy and do everything possible to avoid waste. We must investigate and clean up the petty graft which has appeared in some places. We must work hard in production in order to become completely self-sufficient in all necessities and first of all in grain and cloth. We must promote the extensive planting of cotton and encourage every family to spin and every village to weave. We should start to promote this even in the Northeast. In the spheres of finance and supplies, we must meet the material needs of the war of self-defense and at the same time lighten the burden on the people, so that there will be some improvement in the livelihood of the people in our liberated areas even under wartime conditions. To sum up, we rely entirely on our own efforts, and our position is invincible. This is the very opposite of Chiang Kai-shek, who depends entirely on foreign countries. We live plainly and work hard, we take care of the needs of both the army and the people. This is the very opposite of the situation in Chiang Kai-shek's areas, where those at the top are corrupt and degenerate, while the people under them are destitute. Under these circumstances, we shall surely be victorious. 6 difficulties lie ahead of us, but they can and must be overcome. All party comrades and all the troops and people in the liberated areas must unite as one, completely smash Chiang Kai-shek's offensive and build an independent, peaceful, and democratic new China. Talk with the American correspondent Anna Louise Strong. August 1946. This is a very important statement made by Comrade Mao Zedong on the international and domestic situation not long after the conclusion of World War II. Here, Comrade Mao Zedong put forward his famous thesis, all reactionaries are paper tigers. This thesis armed the people of our country ideologically, strengthened their confidence in victory and played an exceedingly great role in the people's war of liberation. Just as Lenin considered imperialism a colossus with feet of clay, so Comrade Mao Zedong regards imperialism and all reactionaries as paper tigers. Both have dealt with the essence of the matter. This thesis is a fundamental strategic concept for the revolutionary people. Since the period of the Second Revolutionary Civil War, Comrade Mao Zedong has repeatedly pointed out, strategically, with regard to the whole, revolutionaries must despise the enemy, dare to struggle against him and dare to seize victory. At the same time, tactically, with regard to each part, each specific struggle, they must take the enemy seriously, be prudent, carefully study and perfect the art of struggle and adopt forms of struggle suited to different times, places and conditions in order to isolate and wipe out the enemy step by step. On December 1, 1958, at a meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held at Fujian, Comrade Mao Zedong stated, "Just as there is not a single thing in the world without a dual nature, this is the law of the unity of opposites, so imperialism and all reactionaries have a dual nature, they are real tigers and paper tigers at the same time. In past history, before they won state power and for some time afterwards, the slave-owning class, the feudal landlord class and the bourgeoisie were vigorous, revolutionary, and progressive, they were real tigers. But with the lapse of time, because their opposites the slave class, the peasant class and the proletariat grew in strength step by step, struggled against them and became more and more formidable, these ruling classes changed step by step into the reverse, changed into reactionaries, changed into backward people, changed into paper tigers. And eventually they were overthrown, or will be overthrown, by the people. The reactionary, backward, decaying classes retain this dual nature even in their last life and death struggles against the people. On the one hand, they were real tigers, they ate people by the millions and tens of millions. The cause of the people's struggle went through a period of difficulties and hardships, and along the path there were many twists and turns. To destroy the rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism in China took the Chinese people more than 100 years and cost them tens of millions of lives before the victory in 1949. Look. Were these not living tigers, iron tigers, real tigers? But in the end they changed into paper tigers, dead tigers, bean-curd tigers. These are historical facts. Have people not seen or heard about these facts? There have indeed been thousands and tens of thousands of them. Thousands and tens of thousands. Hence, imperialism and all reactionaries, looked at in essence, from a long-term point of view, from a strategic point of view, must be seen for what they are, paper tigers. On this we should build our strategic thinking. On the other hand, they are also living tigers, iron tigers, real tigers which can eat people. On this we should build our tactical thinking. For the necessity of despising the enemy strategically and taking full account of him tactically, see Strategic Problems of China's Revolutionary War, Chapter 5, Section 6, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume I, and on some important the party's present policy, Section I, pages 181 to 82 of this volume. Strong, do you think there is hope for a peaceful settlement of China's problems in the near future? Mao, that depends on the attitude of the U.S. government. If the American people stay the hands of the American reactionaries who are helping Chiang Kai-shek fight the Civil War, there is hope for peace. Strong, suppose the United States gives Chiang Kai-shek no help, besides that already given, how long can Chiang Kai-shek keep on fighting? Mao, more than a year. Strong, can Chiang Kai-shek keep on that long, economically? Mao, he can. Strong, what if the United States makes it clear that it will give Chiang Kai-shek no more help from now on? Mao, there is no sign yet that the US government and Chiang Kai-shek have any desire to stop the war within a short time. Strong, how long can the Communist Party keep on? Mao, as far as our own desire is concerned, we don't want to fight even for a single day. But if circumstances force us to fight, we can fight to the finish. Strong, if the American people ask why the Communist Party is fighting, what should I reply? Mao, because Chiang Kai-shek is out to slaughter the Chinese people, and if the people want to survive they have to defend themselves. This the American people can understand. Strong, what do you think of the possibility of the United States starting a war against the Soviet Union? Mao, there are two aspects to the propaganda about an anti-Soviet war. On the one hand, US imperialism is indeed preparing a war against the Soviet Union. The current propaganda about an anti-Soviet war, as well as other anti-Soviet propaganda, is political preparation for such a war. On the other hand, This propaganda is a smokescreen put up by the US reactionaries to cover many actual contradictions immediately confronting US imperialism. These are the contradictions between the US reactionaries and the American people, and the contradictions of US imperialism with other capitalist countries and with the colonial and semi-colonial countries. At present, the actual significance of the US slogan of waging an anti-Soviet war is the oppression of the American people and the expansion of the US forces of aggression in the rest of the capitalist world. As you know, both Hitler and his partners, the Japanese warlords, used anti-Soviet slogans for a long time as a pretext for enslavement of the people at home and aggression against other countries. Now the US reactionaries are acting in exactly the same way. To start a war, the US reactionaries must first attack the American people. They are already attacking the American people, oppressing the workers and democratic circles in the United States politically and economically, and preparing to impose fascism there. The people of the United States should stand up and resist the attacks of the US reactionaries. I believe they will. The United States and the Soviet Union are separated by a vast zone which includes many capitalist, colonial and semi-colonial countries in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Before the US reactionaries have subjugated these countries, an attack on the Soviet Union is out of the question. In the Pacific, the United States now controls areas larger than all the former British spheres of influence there put together. It controls Japan, that part of China under Kuomintang rule, half of Korea, and the South Pacific. It has long controlled Central and South America. It seeks also to control the whole of the British Empire and Western Europe. Using various pretexts, the United States is making large-scale military arrangements and setting up military bases in many countries. The US reactionaries say that the military bases they have set up and are preparing to set up all over the world are aimed against the Soviet Union. True, these military bases are directed against the Soviet Union. At present, however, it is not the Soviet Union but the countries in which these military bases are located that are the first to suffer US aggression. I believe it won't be long before these countries come to realize who is really oppressing them, the Soviet Union or the United States. The day will come when the US reactionaries find themselves opposed by the people of the whole world. Of course, I do not mean to say that the US reactionaries have no intention of attacking the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is a defender of world peace and a powerful factor preventing the domination of the world by the US reactionaries. Because of the existence of the Soviet Union, it is absolutely impossible for the reactionaries in the United States and the world to realize their ambitions. That is why the US reactionaries rabidly hate the Soviet Union and actually dream of destroying this socialist state. But the fact that the US reactionaries are now trumpeting so loudly about a U.S. Soviet war and creating a foul atmosphere, so soon after the end of World War II, compels us to take a look at their real aims. It turns out that under the cover of anti-Soviet slogans they are frantically attacking the workers and democratic circles in the United States and turning all the countries which are the targets of US external expansion into US dependencies. I think the American people and the peoples of all countries menaced by US aggression should unite and struggle against the attacks of the US reactionaries and their running dogs in these countries. Only by victory in this struggle can a third world war be avoided, otherwise it is unavoidable. Strong, that is very clear. But suppose the United States uses the atom bomb. Suppose the United States bombs the Soviet Union from its bases in Iceland, Okinawa, and China. Mao, the atom bomb is a paper tiger which the US reactionaries use to scare people. It looks terrible, but in fact it isn't. Of course, the atom bomb is a weapon of mass slaughter, but the outcome of a war is decided by the people, not by one or two new types of weapon. All reactionaries are paper tigers. In appearance, the reactionaries are terrifying, but in reality they are not so powerful. From a long-term point of view, it is not the reactionaries but the people who are really powerful. In Russia, before the February Revolution in 1917, which side was really strong? On the surface the Tsar was strong, but he was swept away by a single gust of wind in the February Revolution. In the final analysis, the strength in Russia was on the side of the Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers. The Tsar was just a paper tiger. Wasn't Hitler once considered very strong? But history proved that he was a paper tiger. So was Mussolini, so was Japanese imperialism. On the contrary, the strength of the Soviet Union and of the people in all countries who loved democracy and freedom proved much greater than had been foreseen. Chiang Kai-shek and his supporters, the U.S. reactionaries, are all paper tigers too. Speaking of U.S. imperialism, people seem to feel that it is terrifically strong. Chinese reactionaries are using the strength of the United States to frighten the Chinese people. But it will be proved that the U.S. reactionaries, like all the reactionaries in history, do not have much strength. In the United States there are others who are really strong, the American people. Take the case of China. We have only Millet Plus rifles to rely on, but history will finally prove that our Millet Plus rifles is more powerful than Chiang Kai-shek's aeroplanes plus tanks. Although the Chinese people still face many difficulties and will long suffer hardships from the joint attacks of U.S. imperialism and the Chinese reactionaries, the day will come when these reactionaries are defeated and we are victorious. The reason is simply this: the reactionaries represent reaction, we represent progress. Concentrate a superior force to destroy the enemy forces one by one. September 16, 1946. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1. The method of fighting by concentrating a superior force to destroy the enemy forces one by one must be employed not only in the disposition of troops for a campaign but also in the disposition of troops for a battle. 2. With regard to the disposition for a campaign, when the enemy employs many brigades or regiments, and advances against our army from several directions, our army must concentrate an absolutely superior force 6, 5, 4, or at least 3 times the enemy strength and pick an opportune moment to encircle and wipe out one enemy brigade, or regiment, first. It should be one of the enemy's weaker brigades, or regiments, or one that has less support, or one stationed where the terrain and the people are most favorable to us and unfavorable to the enemy. We should tie down the rest of the enemy brigades, or regiments, with small forces in order to prevent them from rushing reinforcements to the brigade, or regiment, we are encircling and attacking so that we can destroy it first. When this has been achieved, we should, according to the circumstances, either wipe out one or several more enemy brigades or retire to rest and consolidate for further fighting. Here are 2 examples of the former. Our troops under the command of Su Yu and Tan Chenlin wiped out 5,000 of the enemy's communications police corps 3 near Jukao on August 22, 1 enemy brigade on August 26 and 1.5 brigades on August 27. 4. Our troops under Lu Pocheng and Teng Xiaoping annihilated 1 enemy brigade near Tingtao between September 3 and 6, another in the afternoon of September 6 and 2 more on September 7 to 8. 5. In the disposition for a campaign, we must reject the wrong method of fighting, which underrates the enemy and therefore divides our forces to deal with all the enemy detachments, for by this method we cannot destroy even one enemy detachment but will land ourselves in a passive position. 3. In the disposition for a battle, when we have concentrated an absolutely superior force and encircled one of the enemy detachments, a brigade or regiment, our attacking formations, or units, should not attempt to wipe out all the encircled enemy simultaneously at one swoop and thus divide themselves and strike everywhere without enough strength anywhere, losing time and making it hard to get results. Instead, we should concentrate an absolutely superior force, that is to say, a force 6, 5, 4, or at least 3 times that of the enemy, concentrate the whole or the bulk of our artillery, select 1, not 2, of the weak spots in the enemy's positions, attack it fiercely and be sure to win. This accomplished, swiftly exploit the victory and destroy the enemy forces one by one. 4. The effects of this method of fighting are, first, complete annihilation and, second, quick decision. Only complete annihilation can deal the most telling blows to the enemy, for when we wipe out one regiment, he will have 1 regiment less, and when we wipe out 1 brigade, he will have 1 brigade less. This method is most useful when employed against an enemy lacking second-line troops. Only complete annihilation can replenish our own forces to the greatest possible extent. It is now not only the main source of our arms and ammunition, but also an important source of our manpower. Complete annihilation demoralizes the enemy's troops and depresses his followers, it raises the morale of our troops and inspires our people. A quick decision makes it possible for our troops either to wipe out the enemy reinforcements one by one or evade them. Quick decision in battle and campaign is a necessary condition for the strategy of a protracted war. 5. Among our military cadres there are still many who, when not in action, approve the principle of concentrating our forces to wipe out the enemy forces one by one, but often fail to apply it in action. That is due to underestimation of the enemy and to lack of intensive education and study. It is necessary to cite detailed cases of past battles to explain again and again the advantages of this method of fighting and to point out that it is the chief method of defeating Chiang Kai-shek's attacks. Using this method we shall win. Acting counter to it we shall lose. 6. The principle of concentrating our forces to wipe out the enemy forces one by one has been a fine tradition of our army ever since its founding more than a decade ago. This is not the first time it has been put forward. During the War of Resistance against Japan, however, the dispersal of our forces for guerrilla warfare was primary, and the concentration of our forces for mobile warfare was supplementary. In the present civil war, as conditions have changed, so should the method of fighting. The concentration of our forces for mobile warfare should be primary, and the dispersal of our forces for guerrilla warfare should be supplementary. Now that Chiang Kai-shek's army has acquired more powerful weapons, it is necessary for our army to lay special stress on the method of concentrating a superior force to wipe out the enemy forces one by one. 7. When the enemy is on the offensive and we are on the defensive, this method must be employed. However, when the enemy is on the defensive and we are on the offensive, we should distinguish between 2 kinds of situations and adopt different methods. When our force is big and the enemy in that locality is rather weak, or when we are making a surprise attack on the enemy, we may strike at several of his units simultaneously. For example, between June 5 and 10, our troops in Shantung province simultaneously attacked and captured more than 10 towns on the Tsingtao-Tsinan and the Shenzhen-Pukao railways. 6. Or to take another example, between August 10 and 21, our troops under Lu Pocheng and Teng Xiaoping attacked and captured more than 10 towns along the section of the Lunghai Railway between Kaifeng and Sichao. 7. On the other hand, when we do not have enough forces, we should seize the enemy-occupied towns one by one and should not attack the enemy at several towns simultaneously. That was how our forces in Shanxi province took the towns along the Tadung-Pachao Railway. 8. When the main force of our troops is concentrated to annihilate the enemy, it must coordinate its operations with vigorous activities by the regional formations, local guerrillas, and people's militia. When regional formations, or troops, attack an enemy regiment, battalion, or company, they should also adopt the principle of concentrating our forces to annihilate the enemy forces one by one. 9. The principle of concentrating our forces to wipe out the enemy forces one by one is aimed chiefly at annihilating the enemy's effective strength, not at holding or seizing a place. In some circumstances, it is permissible to abandon certain places for the purpose of concentrating our forces to wipe out the enemy or of enabling our main force to avoid heavy enemy attacks and to facilitate rest and consolidation for further fighting. So long as we are able to wipe out the enemy's effective strength on a large scale, it will be possible to recover lost territory and seize new territory. Therefore, all those who succeed in destroying the enemy's effective strength should be commended. This applies not only to those who destroy the enemy's regular forces but also to those who destroy his Peace Preservation Corps, Homegoing Contingents 9 and other reactionary local armed bands. However, we must hold or seize territory wherever the relative strength of the enemy and our own forces makes this possible or wherever such territory is significant for our campaigns or battles. To do otherwise would be a mistake. Therefore, those who succeed in holding or seizing such territory should also be commended. The truth about U.S. mediation and the future of the Civil War in China. Talk with the American correspondent A.T. Steele. September 29, 1946. Steele, sir, do you consider that the U.S. effort to mediate in the Chinese Civil War has failed? If the policy of the United States continues as at present, what will it lead to? Mao, I doubt very much that the policy of the U.S. government is one of mediation. One, judging by the large amount of aid the United States is giving Chiang Kai-shek to enable him to wage a civil war on an unprecedented scale, the policy of the U.S. government is to use the so-called mediation as a smokescreen for strengthening Chiang Kai-shek in every way and suppressing the democratic forces in China through Chiang Kai-shek's policy of slaughter so as to reduce China virtually to a U.S. colony. The continuation of this policy will certainly arouse the firm resistance of all patriotic people throughout China. Steele, how long will the Chinese Civil War go on? What will be its outcome? Mao, if the U.S. government abandons its present policy of aiding Chiang Kai-shek, withdraws its forces now stationed in China and carries out the agreement reached at the Moscow Conference of the Foreign Ministers of the Soviet Union, the United States and Britain, too, the Chinese Civil War is sure to end at an early date. Otherwise it may turn into a long war. This would of course bring suffering to the Chinese people, but on the other hand, the Chinese people would certainly unite, fight for survival and decide their own fate. Whatever the difficulties and hardships, the Chinese people will certainly fulfill their task of achieving independence, peace, and democracy. No forces of suppression, domestic or foreign, can prevent the fulfillment of this task. Steele, sir, do you consider Chiang Kai-shek the natural leader of the Chinese people? Is the Communist Party of China going to reject Chiang Kai-shek's 5 demands 3 in all circumstances? If the Kuomintang tries to convene a national assembly without the participation of the Communist Party, for what action will the Communist Party take? Mao, there is no such thing in the world as a natural leader. If Chiang deals with the political, military, economic, and other problems of China in accordance with the Truce Agreement 5 signed last January and the joint resolutions then adopted by the Political Consultative Conference, 6 and not in accordance with the so-called 5 demands or 10 demands, which are one-sided and run counter to the agreement and joint resolutions, we will still be willing to work with him. The National Assembly must be convened jointly by various political parties, in line with the resolutions adopted by the Political Consultative Conference, otherwise we will firmly oppose it. A 3-month summary. October 1, 1946. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. It summed up in detail the series of experiences in the 3 months of fighting beginning with the outbreak of the countrywide civil war in July 1946, set forth the strategy and fighting tasks of the People's Liberation Army from then on and pointed out that after overcoming a period of difficulties we were certain to win victory in the People's War of Liberation. The directive also explained in principle the problems which needed to be solved for the support of and in coordination with the People's War of Liberation, such as land reform, the development of production in the liberated areas, the strengthening of leadership in the mass struggles in the Kuomintang areas and other relevant problems. 1. The Central Committee's Directive of Situation 1 stated, "We can defeat Chiang Kai-shek." The whole party should be fully confident of this. The fighting in July, August, and September has proved this judgment to be correct. 2. Apart from the fundamental political and economic contradictions which Chiang Kai-shek cannot resolve and which are the basic cause rendering our victory certain and Jiang's defeat inevitable, a sharp contradiction has arisen in the military sphere between Jiang's overextended battle lines and his shortage of troops. That contradiction is bound to be the direct cause of our victory and Chiang Kai-shek's defeat. 3. The total of Chiang Kai-shek's regular troops attacking the liberated areas, not counting the puppet troops, the Peace Preservation Corps and Communications Police Corps, is more than 190 brigades. Besides this total, the most he can do is again to move part of his troops from the south to the north as reinforcements, but after that it will be hard for him to send any more reinforcements. Of the 190-odd brigades, 25 have been wiped out by our army in the past 3 months. This does not include the forces we wiped out in the northeast from February to June this year. 4 of Chiang Kai-shek's more than 190 brigades, nearly half must perform garrison duties, only a little more than half can be put into the field. And when these field forces advance to certain regions, part, or even a majority will have to switch over to garrison duty. The enemy's field forces are bound to dwindle as the fighting goes on because, first, they will be continually wiped out by us and, second, many will have to perform garrison duties. 5 of the 25 brigades we destroyed in the past 3 months, 7 were under the command of Tang Enpo, previously under Li Moen, 2 under Xue Hue, 7 under Ku Chudong, previously under Lu Qi, 2 under Hu Tsungnan, 4 under Yan Shishan, 2 under Wang Yaowu and 1 under Tu Yuming. Only the 4 groups under Li Tsungjian, Fu Tsoyi, Ma Hongkai and Cheng Chien have not yet received crushing blows from our army. All the remaining 7 groups have received serious blows or initial blows. Those who have received serious blows are Tu Yuming, taking into account the fighting in the northeast from February to June this year, Tang Enpo, Ku Shudong, and Yan Shishan. Those who have received initial blows are Xue Hue, Hu Tsungnan, and Wang Yaowu. All this proves that our army can defeat Chiang Kai-shek. 6. In the coming period our task is to wipe out some 25 more enemy brigades. The completion of this task will make it possible to halt Chiang Kai-shek's offensive and recover part of our lost territory. It can be predicted that after wiping out this second batch of 25 brigades our army will certainly be able to seize the strategic initiative and go over from the defensive to the offensive. Our task then will be to destroy a third batch of 25 enemy brigades. If we achieve that, we can recover most or even all of the lost territory and expand the liberated areas. By that time a tremendous change will surely have taken place in the relative military strength of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. To attain this we must follow up our great achievement of wiping out 25 brigades in the past 3 months and destroy about 25 more in the coming 3 months or so. This is the key to changing the situation as between the enemy and ourselves. 2. 7. In the past 3 months we have lost a few dozen medium and small towns, such as Huaiyan, Hotse, Qingtai, and Qining. The abandonment of most of these towns was unavoidable and it was right to abandon them temporarily on our own initiative. Some others we were forced to abandon because we did not fight well. In any case, we shall be able to recover our lost territory, provided we fight well from now on. In the future there may still be places we cannot prevent the enemy from taking, but we shall be able to recover all of them later. All areas should critically review their past experience in fighting in order to draw lessons and avoid repeating mistakes. 8. In the past 3 months our Central Plains Liberation Army has shown matchless stamina in overcoming difficulties and hardships and, aside from that part of the army which has moved into the old liberated areas, its main force has established 2 guerrilla bases in southern Shenzi and western Hebei. 3. Moreover, in both eastern and central Hebei our troops are persisting in guerrilla warfare. All this has greatly helped, and is still helping, the fighting in the old liberated areas, and it will play a greater role in the long war ahead. 9. In the past 3 months of war we have pinned down south of the Great Wall several of Chiang Kai-shek's crack forces, which he had originally planned to send to the northeast, and have thus gained time for resting and consolidating our troops and for arousing the masses in the northeast. This, too, is of great significance for our future struggles. 10. To concentrate a superior force to wipe out the enemy forces one by one is the only correct method of fighting, the method we have used in the past 3 months to destroy 25 enemy brigades. Only by concentrating a force 6, 5, 4, or at least 3 times as strong as the enemy's force can we be effective in wiping it out. This must be done both in campaigns and in battles. This method of fighting must be mastered not only by all high-ranking commanders but also by all middle and lower-ranking cadres. 11. In the past 3 months, in addition to 25 regular brigades of the enemy, our army has destroyed considerable numbers of reactionary forces, such as puppet troops, Peace Preservation Corps and Communications Police Corps. This also is a great achievement. We should continue to annihilate such troops in large numbers. 12. The experience of the past 3 months has proved that in order to wipe out 10,000 enemy troops we have to pay a price of 2,000 to 3,000 casualties of our own. This is unavoidable. To cope with a long war, and everything, everywhere should be considered with such a war in mind, we must expand our army in a planned way, ensure that our main forces are always kept at full strength and train large numbers of military cadres. We must develop production and regulate finances according to plan and firmly put into effect the principles of developing our economy and ensuring supply, of unified leadership and decentralized management, and of giving consideration to both the army and the people and to both public and private interests. 13. The experience of these 3 months has proved that higher fighting efficiency was shown by all troops who, during the period of the truce from January to June, intensified their military training according to the directives of the Central Committee, which has repeatedly instructed the various areas to regard troop training, production, and land reform as their 3 central tasks. It has also proved that all troops not so trained showed much lower fighting efficiency. From now on, all areas must utilize the intervals between battles for intensified military training. All army units must strengthen their political work. 14. The experience of these 3 months has proved that the peasants stood with our party and our army against the attacks of Chiang Kai-shek's troops wherever the Central Committee's directive of May 4 was carried out firmly and speedily, and the land problem was solved radically and thoroughly. The peasants took a wait-and-see attitude wherever the May 4 directive was not carried out firmly, or the arrangements were made too late, or wherever this work was mechanically divided into stages, or land reform was neglected on the excuse of preoccupation with the war. In the coming few months all areas, no matter how busy they are with the war, must resolutely lead the peasant masses to solve the land problem and, on the basis of the land reform, make arrangements for large-scale production work next year. 15. The experience of these 3 months has proved that wherever the regional armed forces, including the People's Militia, the guerrillas, and the Armed Working Teams 5 are well organized, we can control vast rural areas even though many points and lines are temporarily occupied by the enemy. But wherever the regional armed forces are weak and the leadership is poor, the enemy is given a much easier time. From now on, in areas temporarily occupied by the enemy, we must strengthen the party's leadership, develop the regional armed forces, persevere in guerrilla warfare, safeguard the interests of the masses, and strike blows at the activities of the reactionaries. 16. 3 months of war have almost exhausted the reserve forces of the Kuomintang and seriously weakened its military strength in its own areas. At the same time, the Kuomintang's resumption of conscription and grain levy 6 has aroused popular discontent and created a situation favorable for the development of mass struggles. The whole party must strengthen its leadership of the mass struggles in the Kuomintang areas and intensify the work of disintegrating the Kuomintang army. 17. The Kuomintang reactionaries, under the direction of the United States, have violated the truce agreement and the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference of January this year and are determined to wage the civil war in their attempt to destroy the people's democratic forces. All their fine words are nothing but humbug. We must expose all the plots of the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. 18. In these 3 months the broadest strata of the people in the Kuomintang areas, including the national bourgeoisie 7, have quickly arrived at a better understanding of the fact that the Kuomintang and the United States government are working in collusion, have started the civil war and are oppressing the people. More and more people now realize the truth that Marshall's mediation is a fraud and that the Kuomintang is the arch-criminal of the civil war. The broad masses, disillusioned with the United States and the Kuomintang, now place their hopes on the victory of our party. This domestic political situation is extremely favorable. The reactionary policy of U.S. imperialism is rousing increasing discontent among the broad masses of the people in all countries. The level of political consciousness of the people in all countries is rising every day. The people's democratic struggle is mounting in all capitalist countries. The strength of the communist parties in many countries has greatly increased, and it will be impossible for the reactionaries to reduce them to submission. the might of the Soviet Union and its prestige among the peoples are growing daily. The US reactionaries and the reactionaries whom they support in other countries are bound to become more and more isolated. This international political situation is extremely favorable. The situation both at home and abroad differs greatly from that after World War I. The revolutionary forces have grown tremendously since World War II. We can defeat the Chinese and foreign reactionaries, no matter how rampant they are. This rampancy is historically inevitable and not at all strange. Leading comrades in all areas should explain this fully to those comrades in the party who are gloomy about the future of the struggle owing to their inadequate understanding of the favorable situation at home and abroad. It must be made clear that the enemy still has strength, that we ourselves still have some weaknesses, and that the struggle is still a long and cruel one. But we can certainly win victory. This understanding and conviction must be firmly established throughout the party. 19. The coming few months will be an important and difficult period. We must strenuously mobilize the whole party, undertake meticulously planned military operations and radically change the military situation. All areas must resolutely carry out the above policies and strive for a radical change in the military situation. Greet the new high tide of the Chinese Revolution. February 1, 1947. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1. All circumstances now show that the situation in China is about to enter a new stage of development. This new stage is one in which the countrywide struggle against imperialism and feudalism will develop into a great new people's revolution. We are now on the eve of this revolution. The task of our party is to struggle for the advent of this high tide and its triumph. 2. The military situation has now developed in a direction favorable to the people. In 7 months of fighting, from last July to this January, we wiped out 56 brigades of Chiang Kai-shek's regular forces which invaded the liberated areas, a monthly average of 8 brigades, not counting the numerous puppet troops and the Peace Preservation Corps which were wiped out and those of Jiang's regular forces which were routed. Although Chiang Kai-shek's offensive continues in southern and western Shantung, in the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region, along the northern section of the Peiping-Hankow Railway and in southern Manchuria, it has become much feebler than it was last autumn. Chiang Kai-shek's army does not have enough troops to dispose and cannot fulfill its conscription quotas. This fact is in serious contradiction with its extended battle lines and the enormous drain on its manpower. The morale of Jiang's army is sinking lower every day. During the recent fighting in northern Jiangsu, southern and western Shantung and western Shanxi, the morale of many of Jiang's forces sank to a very low level. On several fronts our armies are beginning to seize the initiative, while Chiang Kai-shek's armies are beginning to lose it. We can foresee that in the next few months we may achieve the objective of wiping out a grand total of 100 of Jiang's brigades, including those previously destroyed. Chiang Kai-shek has altogether 93 regular infantry and cavalry divisions, corps, composed of 248 brigades, divisions, totaling 1,916,000 men, not counting the puppet troops, police, local peace preservation corps, communications police corps, rear services, and technical arms. The forces attacking the liberated areas number 78 divisions, corps, composed of 218 brigades, divisions, totaling 1,713,000 men, or about 90% of Chiang Kai-shek's regular troops. Only 15 divisions, with 30 brigades, totaling 203,000 men, or about 10% of the total, remain in the Kuomintang rear areas. Therefore, Chiang Kai-shek can no longer send large combat-worthy reinforcements from his rear areas to attack the liberated areas. We have already wiped out more than a quarter of the 218 brigades attacking the liberated areas. Although some have been replenished and restored under their original designations after having been wiped out, their combat effectiveness is very low. Some have been wiped out a second time. Some have not been replenished at all. If our armies can wipe out another 40 to 50 brigades in the next few months and bring the total up to about 100, there will be an important change in the military situation. 3. Meanwhile, a great people's movement is unfolding in the Kuomintang areas. The riots of the people in Shanghai, one which began on November 30 of last year as a result of the Kuomintang's persecution of the street vendors, and the student movement in Peeping, which began last December 30 as a result of the rape of a Chinese girl student by U.S. soldiers, both mark a new upsurge in the struggle of the people in the Chiang Kai-shek areas. The student movement which began in Peeping has spread to other big cities all over the country, with hundreds of thousands taking part and on a larger scale than the December 9 student movement against Japanese imperialism. 3. 4. The victories of the People's Liberation Army in the liberated areas and the development of the people's movement in the Kuomintang areas foretell that a great new people's revolution against imperialism and feudalism is surely approaching and can be victorious. 5. The circumstances in which this situation has arisen are that U.S. imperialism and its running dog Chiang Kai-shek have replaced Japanese imperialism and its running dog Wang Qingwei and adopted the policies of turning China into a U.S. colony, launching a civil war and strengthening the fascist dictatorship. Confronted by these reactionary policies of U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek, the Chinese people have no way out except through struggle. The struggle for independence, peace, and democracy still constitutes the basic demand of the Chinese people in the present period. As far back as April 1945, our party's 7th National Congress foresaw the possibility that U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek would carry out these reactionary policies and formulated a complete and fully correct political line to defeat them. 6. These reactionary policies of U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek have forced all strata of the Chinese people to unite for their own salvation. These strata include the workers, peasants, urban petty bourgeoisie, national bourgeoisie, enlightened gentry, other patriotic elements, the minority nationalities and overseas Chinese. This is a very broad united front of the whole nation. In comparison with the united front in the period of the War of Resistance against Japan, it is not only as broad in scope but has even deeper foundations. All party comrades must strive to consolidate and develop this united front. In the liberated areas, the policy of the 3/3 system 4 is to remain unchanged, on the condition that the policy of land to the tillers is carried out resolutely and unhesitatingly. In addition to communists, we should continue to draw the broad ranks of progressives outside the party and the middle elements, such as the enlightened gentry, into the organs of political power and into social undertakings. In the liberated areas, all citizens, irrespective of class, sex, or belief, have the right to elect and stand for election, except traitors and those reactionaries who have opposed the interests of the people and incurred their bitter hatred. After the system of land to the tillers has been thoroughly carried out, the right to private property of the people in the liberated areas will continue to be guaranteed. 7. Because the Chiang Kai-shek government has pursued reactionary financial and economic policies for a long time, and because Chiang Kai-shek's bureaucrat comprador Capital 5 has become linked with U.S. imperialist capital through the notorious and treasonable Sino-US Treaty of Commerce. 6. Malignant inflation has swiftly developed. The industry and commerce of China's national bourgeoisie are daily going bankrupt. The livelihood of the working masses, government employees, and teachers is deteriorating every day. Large numbers of middle-class elements are losing their savings and becoming penniless, and therefore strikes of workers and students and other struggles are constantly occurring. An economic crisis more serious than China has ever faced before is threatening all strata of the people. In order to carry on the civil war, Chiang Kai-shek has restored the extremely vicious system of conscription and grain levies of the period of the War of Resistance. This makes life impossible for the vast rural population, particularly the poverty-stricken peasants. As a result, peasant revolts have already started and will continue to spread. Hence, the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek ruling clique will become more and more discredited in the eyes of the broad masses of the people and be confronted with serious political and military crises. On the one hand, this situation is daily pushing forward the people's anti-imperialist, anti-feudal movement in the areas under Chiang Kai-shek's control. On the other hand, it is further demoralizing Jiang's troops and increasing the possibility of victory by the People's Liberation Army. 8. The illegal and divisive National Assembly, which was convened by Chiang Kai-shek in order to isolate our party and other democratic forces, and the bogus constitution fabricated by that body enjoy no prestige at all among the people. Instead of isolating our party and other democratic forces, they have isolated the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek ruling clique itself. Our party and other democratic forces adopted the policy of refusing to participate in the bogus National Assembly. This was perfectly correct. The reactionary Chiang Kai-shek ruling clique has brought over to its side the Youth Party 7 and the Democratic Socialist Party 8, two small parties which never had the slightest prestige in Chinese society, as well as certain so-called public personages, 9, and it can be foreseen that some of the middle-of-the-roaders may also go over to the side of reaction. The reason is that the democratic forces in China are getting stronger and stronger while the reactionary forces are becoming more and more isolated, and therefore the line between the enemy and ourselves has to be so sharply drawn. All elements which hide in the democratic front and deceive the people will eventually be revealed in their true colors and be cast aside by the people, and the people's anti-imperialist and anti-feudal ranks will grow even stronger because they have drawn a clear line of demarcation between themselves and these hidden reactionaries. 9. The development of the international situation is extremely favorable for the Chinese people's struggle. The growing might of the Soviet Union and the successes of its foreign policy, the growing radicalization of the peoples of the world and their ever-developing struggles against reactionary forces both at home and abroad, these two great factors have forced U.S. imperialism and its running dogs in various countries into ever greater isolation and will continue to do so. If one adds the factor of an inevitable economic crisis in the United States, then U.S. imperialism and its running dogs will be forced into an even worse predicament. The power of U.S. imperialism and its running dog Chiang Kai-shek is only temporary, their offensives can be smashed. The myth that the offensives of the reactionaries cannot be smashed should have no place in our ranks. The Central Committee has pointed this out time and again, and the development of the international and domestic situation has increasingly borne out the correctness of this judgment. 10. In order to gain a respite in which to replenish his troops and launch a fresh offensive, to obtain new loans and munitions from the United States and to allay the indignation of the people, Chiang Kai-shek is perpetrating a new hoax by demanding the resumption of so-called peace negotiations with our party. 10. Our party's policy is not to refuse negotiations and in this way expose his deception. 11. In order to smash Chiang Kai-shek's offensive thoroughly, we must wipe out another 40 to 50 of his brigades in the next few months. This is the key that will decide everything. To achieve this objective, we must put into full effect the Central Committee's directive of October 1 last year, a 3-month summary, 11, and the Military Commission's directive of September 16 last year on concentrating our forces to destroy the enemy forces one by one. 12. Here, we are once again emphasizing a few points for the attention of the comrades in all areas. A. The military problem. In the past 7 months of bitter fighting, our army has proved that it can certainly smash Chiang Kai-shek's offensive and win final victory. Our army has improved in both equipment and tactics. From now on, the central task in building our armed forces is to make every effort to step up the building of our artillery and engineer corps. All military areas, big and small, and all field armies should solve the concrete problems involved in strengthening the artillery and engineer corps and, first of all, the two problems of training cadres and manufacturing ammunition. B. The land problem. In about 2/3 of the territory in each liberated area, the Central Committee's directive of May 4, 1946, 13 has been put into effect. The land problem has been solved and the policy of land to the tillers has been carried out. This is a great victory. There remains around 1/3 of the territory, however, where further efforts must be made to arouse the masses fully and put the policy of land to the tillers into effect. In places where the policy of land to the tillers has been carried out, there are still shortcomings insofar as the solution was not thorough, mainly because the masses were not fully aroused, so that the confiscation and the distribution of land were not thorough and the masses became dissatisfied. In such places, we must check carefully and must even up 14 to ensure that the peasants with little or no land obtain some and the bad gentry and local tyrants are punished. In the entire process of carrying out the policy of land to the tillers, we must unite firmly with the middle peasants, and it is absolutely impermissible to encroach on the interests of the middle peasants, including the well-to-do middle peasants. If cases occur where the interests of the middle peasants are encroached upon, there must be compensation and apology. Moreover, during and after the land reform, appropriate consideration in accordance with the will of the masses should be given to ordinary rich peasants and middle and small landlords, and it should be given in accordance with the May 4th directive. To sum up, in the land reform movement in the rural areas we must unite with the more than 90% of the masses who support the reform and isolate the small number of feudal reactionaries who oppose it so that we can speedily realize the policy of land to the tillers. C. The production problem. All places must plan on a long-term basis, work hard at production, practice economy, and correctly solve the financial problem on the basis of production and economy. The first principle here is to develop production and ensure supply. For this reason, we must oppose the wrong view which lays one-sided emphasis on finance and commerce and neglects agricultural and industrial production. The second principle is to give consideration to both the army and the people, to both public and private interests. Therefore, we must oppose the wrong view which takes only one side into account and neglects the other. The third principle is unified leadership and decentralized management. Therefore, except where conditions call for centralized management, we must oppose the wrong view which favors centralizing everything, regardless of circumstances, and which dares not give full rein to decentralized management. 12. Our party and the Chinese people have every assurance of final victory, there is not the slightest doubt about it. But that does not mean there are no difficulties before us. China's anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggle is protracted in nature. Chinese and foreign reactionaries will continue to oppose the Chinese people with all their strength. Fascist rule in the areas under Chiang Kai-shek's control will be intensified. Certain parts of the liberated areas will temporarily become enemy-occupied areas or guerrilla zones. Some of the revolutionary forces may suffer temporary losses, and there will be losses of manpower and material resources in a long war. The comrades throughout the party must take all this fully into account and be prepared to overcome all difficulties with an indomitable will and in a planned way. The reactionary forces and we both have difficulties. But the difficulties of the reactionary forces are insurmountable because they are forces on the verge of death and have no future. Our difficulties can be overcome because we are new and rising forces and have a bright future. On the temporary abandonment of Yan'an and the defense of the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region. 2 documents issued by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. November 1946 and April 1947. The first of these 2 documents was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong in Yan'an in the winter of 1946 when Kuomintang troops were preparing to attack that city, and the second at Xinjiang-Cha, Hongshan County, northern Shenzi, 20 days after Kuomintang troops occupied Yan'an on March 19, 1947. After the bankruptcy of Chiang Kai-shek's plan for an all-out offensive against the liberated areas, he adopted frantic measures to save his dying regime, convened a bogus National Assembly, expelled the representatives of the Communist Party of China from the Kuomintang areas and launched an attack on Yan'an, the seat of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. As these documents pointed out, the outcome of Chiang Kai-shek's measures was his complete self-destruction politically. Militarily he concentrated his forces on the eastern and western flanks of the liberated areas, that is, the Shantung liberated area and the Shenzi-Kansuningxia liberated area, in an attempt to carry out attacks against key sectors, and again the outcome was complete failure. The Kuomintang troops attacking the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region were more than 230,000 strong, while the Northwest People's Liberation Army had only some 20,000 in that region. Therefore the enemy forces were able to occupy Yan'an and all the region's county towns, which we abandoned on our own initiative. The enemy, however, failed to achieve his objective of destroying the headquarters of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Northwest People's Liberation Army, or of driving them east of the Yellow River. On the contrary, he suffered many heavy blows from our army, lost about 100,000 men and finally had to flee in confusion from the border region, while our army triumphantly went over to the offensive for the liberation of the Great Northwest. Moreover, our army in the Northwest Theater, employing a very small force, pinned down and destroyed large numbers of the enemy's main force, and thereby strongly supported the operations of our troops in other theaters, particularly in the Shanxi Hopi Shantung Honan Theater, and helped them go over more quickly to the offensive. Comrade Mao Zedong, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the General Headquarters of the People's Liberation Army remained in the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region the whole time from March 1947, when our army withdrew from Yan'an, to a year later when we went over to the offensive in the Northwest Theater. This fact was of great political significance. It greatly inspired and strengthened the will to fight and the confidence in victory of the army and the people in the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region and in other liberated areas throughout the country. While in the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region, Comrade Mao Zedong not only continued to direct the People's War of Liberation on all fronts throughout the country but also took personal command in the Northwest Theater and successfully achieved the aim set forth in the present document: defend and expand the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region and the liberated areas in the Northwest with a firm fighting spirit. Concerning the operations in the Northwest Theater, see the concept of operations for the Northwest War Theater, pages 133-34, and on the great victory in the Northwest and on the new type of ideological education movement in the Liberation Army, pages 211-17, of this volume. I Directive of November 18, 1946. Chiang Kai-shek is at the end of his rope. He wants to strike at our party and strengthen himself by two methods, by convening the National Assembly and by attacking Yan'an. Actually, he will accomplish the very opposite. The Chinese people resolutely oppose the National Assembly stage managed by Chiang Kai-shek to split the nation. The opening day of that assembly marked the beginning of the self-destruction of the Chiang Kai-shek clique. Now that we have wiped out 35 brigades, one of Chiang Kai-shek's troops, and their offensive power is nearly exhausted, even if his troops should occupy Yan'an by means of a sudden thrust, it would not damage the general prospect of victory in the People's War of Liberation, nor could it save Chiang Kai-shek from the doom awaiting him. In short, Chiang Kai-shek has taken the road to ruin. As soon as he makes these two moves of convening the National Assembly and attacking Yan'an, all his trickery will be exposed. This will help the progress of the People's War of Liberation. In every area we should fully explain to people inside and outside the party these two actions of Chiang Kai-shek, the convening of the National Assembly and the attack on Yan'an, and unite the whole party, the whole army and the whole people in the fight to smash Chiang Kai-shek's offensive and build a democratic China. 2 Circular of April 9, 1947. In order to save its moribund regime, the Kuomintang, besides taking such steps as convening the bogus National Assembly, drawing up the bogus Constitution, driving out the representative agencies of our party from Nanking, Shanghai and Chongqing, and proclaiming a break between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party too, has taken the further step of attacking Yan'an, the seat of our party's Central Committee and the General Headquarters of the People's Liberation Army, and of attacking the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region. The fact that the Kuomintang has taken these steps does not in the least indicate that its regime is strong, but rather that the crisis of the Kuomintang regime has become extremely deep. Its attack on Yan'an and the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region is moreover a vain attempt to settle the Northwest question first, cut off our party's right arm, drive our party's Central Committee and the General Headquarters of the People's Liberation Army from the Northwest, then move its troops to attack northern China and so achieve the objective of defeating our forces one by one. In these circumstances, the Central Committee has decided as follows. 1. We must defend and expand the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region and the liberated areas in the Northwest with a firm fighting spirit. It is entirely possible to achieve this objective. 2. The Central Committee of our party and the General Headquarters of the People's Liberation Army must remain in the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region. It is an area where we have a favorable mountainous terrain, a good mass base, plenty of room for maneuver, and full guarantee for security. 3. At the same time, to facilitate our work, We have set up a working committee of the Central Committee to proceed to northwestern Shanxi or some other suitable place to carry out the tasks entrusted to it by the Central Committee. These 3 decisions were made last month and have already been put into effect. You are hereby notified. The concept of operations for the Northwest War Theater. April 15, 1947. This telegram was sent by Comrade Mao Zedong to the Northwest Field Army, which was then composed of the People's Liberation Army forces of the Shenzi Kansuningxia and Shenzi Suiwan liberated areas and commanded by Peng Taihui, Ho Lung, Shi Chung-sun and other comrades. 1. The enemy is now quite tired, but not yet tired out. He is in considerable difficulties with his food supply, but not yet in extreme difficulties. Although our army has not destroyed any large number of the enemy's forces since wiping out his 31st Brigade 1 in the last 20 days, we have achieved the objective of tiring him and considerably reducing his food supplies, thus creating favorable conditions for tiring him out completely, cutting off all his food supplies and finally wiping him out. 2. At present, despite the enemy's fatigue and shortage of food, his policy is to drive our main force east across the Yellow River, then seal off Suite and Mickey and divide his forces for mopping up operations. The enemy troops reached Qingqian on March 31 but did not advance north immediately. Their purpose was to leave us a clear passage. Their advance west towards Waiapao was designed to drive us to Suite and Mickey. Having discovered our troops, they are now veering to the south and west of Waiapao, and then they will again advance towards that town to drive us northward. 3. Our policy is to continue our former method, that is, to keep the enemy on the run in this area for a time, about another month. The purpose is to tire him out completely, reduce his food supplies drastically and then look for an opportunity to destroy him. There is no need for our main force to hurry north to attack Yulin or south to cut off the enemy's retreat. It should be made clear to the commanders and fighters and also to the masses that this method of our army is the necessary road to the final defeat of the enemy. Unless we reduce the enemy to extreme fatigue and complete starvation, we cannot win final victory. This may be called the tactics of wear and tear, that is, of wearing the enemy down to complete exhaustion and then wiping him out. 4. As you are now in localities east and north of Waiapao, it would be best to induce the enemy to move to the north of Waiapao, then you may attack the weaker part of Liao Ang's 2 forces and induce the enemy to move east. Afterwards you may turn towards Ansai, and induce the enemy to move west again. 5. But within a few days you must order the entire 359th Brigade to complete its preparations for a southward drive, so that a week from now it can be sent southward to make a surprise attack on the area south of the Yanchang-Yenan line and north of the Yushuan-Laquan line and cut the enemy's food transport line. 6. Please reply whether you consider the above views sound. The Chiang Kai-shek government is besieged by the whole people. May 30, 1947. This commentary was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Xinhua News Agency. It pointed out that the march of events in China was faster than people had expected and called upon the people to prepare speedily all necessary conditions for the countrywide victory of the Chinese Revolution. This prediction was soon confirmed. Both this commentary and the concept of operations for the Northwest War Theater were written at Wangchawan, Qingpian County, northern Shenzi. The Chiang Kai-shek government, hostile to the whole people, now finds itself besieged by the whole people. On both the military and political fronts, it has met defeats, is now besieged by the forces it has declared to be its enemies and can find no way of escape. The traitorous Chiang Kai-shek clique and its master, U.S. imperialism, have wrongly appraised the situation. They overestimated their own strength and underestimated the strength of the people. They regarded China and the world after World War II as being the same as in the past. They would permit nothing to change nor anyone to go against their will. After Japan's surrender they were determined to restore the old order in China. And having gained time by such deceptions as political consultation and military mediation, the traitorous Chiang Kai-shek government mustered 2 million troops and launched an all-out offensive. There are now 2 battle fronts in China. The war between Chiang Kai-shek's invading troops and the People's Liberation Army constitutes the first front. Now a second front has emerged, that is, the sharp struggle between the great and righteous student movement and the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek government. The slogan of the student movement is food, peace, freedom, or against hunger, against civil war, against persecution. Chiang Kai-shek has promulgated the provisional measures for the maintenance of public order. Everywhere his army, police, gendarmes and secret agents are clashing with the student masses. Chiang Kai-shek is using brute force against unarmed students, subjecting them to arrest, imprisonment, beating and slaughter. As a result, the student movement is daily growing in strength. Public sympathy is all on the side of the students. Chiang Kai-shek and his running dogs are completely isolated, and his ferocious features have been completely unmasked. The student movement is part of the whole people's movement. The upsurge of the student movement will inevitably promote an upsurge of the whole people's movement. This is borne out by the historical experience of the May 4th movement of 1993 and the December 9th movement of 1935. Since U.S. imperialism and its running dog Chiang Kai-shek have taken the place of Japanese imperialism and its running dog Wang Qingwei and adopted the policies of turning China into a U.S. colony, launching a civil war and strengthening the fascist dictatorship, they have declared themselves to be enemies of the entire Chinese people and driven all strata of the people to the brink of starvation and death. This has compelled all strata of the people to unite in a life and death struggle against the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek government and brought about the speedy development of that struggle. For the people there is no other way out. The strata of the Chinese people oppressed by the reactionary policies of the Chiang Kai-shek government and united for their own salvation include the workers, peasants, urban petty bourgeoisie, national bourgeoisie, enlightened gentry, other patriotic elements, the minority nationalities and overseas Chinese. This is a very broad national united front. The extremely reactionary financial and economic policies long pursued by the Chiang Kai-shek government have now been aggravated by the Sino-US Treaty of Commerce, the most treasonable treaty ever known. On the basis of this treaty, U.S. monopoly capital and Chiang Kai-shek's bureaucrat comprador capital have become tightly intertwined and control the economic life of the whole country. The results are unbridled inflation, unparalleled soaring prices, ever-spreading bankruptcy of the industry and commerce of the national bourgeoisie and daily deterioration in the livelihood of the working masses, government employees, and teachers. In these circumstances all strata of the people cannot but unite and fight for their very survival. Military suppression and political deception have been the two main instruments by which Chiang Kai-shek maintains his reactionary rule. People are now witnessing the rapid collapse of both these instruments. On every battlefield Chiang Kai-shek's army has met with defeat. About 90 brigades of his regular troops alone have been wiped out in the 11 months since last July. His troops no longer display the overweening pride of last year when they occupied Changchun, Qingtai, Chinchiaka, Hotse, Huaiyan, and Antung, or even of this year when they occupied Linyi and Yan'an. Chiang Kai-shek and Chen Cheng made a wrong appraisal of the strength and fighting methods of the People's Liberation Army. Mistaking our retreats for cowardice and our abandonment of a number of cities for defeats, they had fondly hoped to finish us off south of the Great Wall in 3 months or at most 6, and then proceed to finish us off in the northeast. But after 10 months, all Chiang Kai-shek's invading troops are in desperate straits, they are completely besieged by the people of the liberated areas and the People's Liberation Army and find it very difficult to escape. As more and more news of the defeats of Chiang Kai-shek's troops at the front reaches his rear areas, the broad masses of the people there, suffocating under the oppression of his reactionary government, see more and more hope of ending their sufferings and winning their emancipation. At this very time, all Chiang Kai-shek's political tricks are failing as fast as he plays them. Everything has gone against the expectations of the reactionaries. Such steps as convening a national assembly to adopt a constitution, reorganizing the one-party government into a multi-party government and whatnot, were originally aimed at isolating the Communist Party and other democratic forces. They have produced the opposite result. It is not the Communist Party or any other democratic forces that are isolated but the reactionaries themselves. After this, the Chinese people know from their own experience what Chiang Kai-shek's National Assembly, Constitution, and multi-party government really are. Previously, many Chinese people, mainly those of the middle strata, had illusions to a greater or lesser extent about these maneuvers of Chiang Kai-shek. It is the same with his peace negotiations. Now that Chiang Kai-shek has torn several solemn truce agreements to shreds and used bayonets against the student masses demanding peace and opposing civil war, nobody will any longer believe in his so-called peace negotiations except those bent on deceiving people or those absolutely inexperienced politically. All events have proved our appraisal to be correct. We have repeatedly pointed out that the Chiang Kai-shek government is nothing but a government of treason, civil war, and dictatorship. It seeks to wipe out the Chinese Communist Party and all other democratic forces by civil war in order to turn China into a U.S. colony and maintain its own dictatorial rule. Because it has adopted these reactionary policies, this government has lost all prestige and strength politically. The power of the Chiang Kai-shek government is only temporary and superficial. In fact, it is a government outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Its offensives can be smashed no matter where or on what fronts they are launched. Its inevitable end will be rebellion by the masses, desertion by its followers, and the total destruction of its army. All events have borne out and will continue to bear out the correctness of this appraisal. The march of events in China is faster than people expected. On the one hand, there are the victories of the People's Liberation Army, on the other, there is the advance of the people's struggle in the areas under Chiang Kai-shek's control. Both are moving at high speed. The Chinese people should quickly prepare all the necessary conditions for the establishment of a peaceful, democratic, and independent new China. Strategy for the second year of the War of Liberation. September 1, 1947. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China when he and the Central Committee were at Chiquanchai, Kaixian County, northern Shenzi. The directive formulated the basic task for the second year of the War of Liberation. This task was to carry the war into the Kuomintang areas with our main forces and to switch from fighting on interior lines to fighting on exterior lines, that is, to pass from the stage of the strategic defensive to that of the strategic offensive. In accordance with the strategic plan laid down by Comrade Mao Zedong, the People's Liberation Army went over to the offensive on a countrywide scale during July-September 1947. The Shanxi Hopi Shantung Honan Field Army forced the Yellow River in southwestern Shantung on June 30, crossed the Lunghai Railway early in August and thrust into the Taipi Mountains. The Taiyue Army of the Shanxi Hopi Shantung Honan Field Army forced the Yellow River from southern Shanxi in late August and thrust into western Honan. The Eastern China Field Army thrust into southwestern Shantung early in September after smashing a concentrated attack by the enemy. In the same month, the Shantung Army of the Eastern China Field Army started an offensive against the enemy in eastern Shantung. The Northwest Field Army went over to the offensive late in August. The Shanxi Shahar Hopi Field Army started an offensive against the enemy along the northern section of the Peiping-Hankow Railway early in September. Immediately after its summer offensive throughout the Northeast, the Northeast Field Army, beginning in September, launched a large-scale autumn offensive in the Changchun-Kirin-Zipingkai region and in the Qinxi-Izian sector along the Peiping-Liaoning Railway. The offensives in all these theaters of war constituted a general offensive by the entire People's Liberation Army. This large-scale offensive led to a turning point in the War of Liberation, marking a radical change in the war situation. See the present situation and our tasks, pages 157 to 76 of this volume. 1. In the first year's fighting, from July last year to June this year, we wiped out 97 regular brigades, or 780,000 men, and puppet troops, Peace Preservation Corps and others totaling 340,000 altogether, 1,120,000 of the enemy. This was a great victory. It dealt the enemy a heavy blow, created profound defeatism in the whole enemy camp, elated the people throughout the country and laid the foundation for the complete annihilation of the enemy by our army and for final victory. 2. In the first year's fighting, the enemy launched a large-scale offensive against the liberated areas, using 218 of his 248 regular brigades, or more than 1,600,000 men, and nearly 1 million men from the Special Arms, Navy, Air Force, Artillery, Engineer Corps, and armored units, and from the puppet troops, Communications Police Corps and Peace Preservation Corps. Our army rightly adopted the strategy of fighting on interior lines, and in order to hold the initiative at all times and places it did not balk at paying the price of over 300,000 casualties and of enemy occupation of large tracts of territory. Consequently, we succeeded in wiping out 1,120,000 enemy troops, forced the enemy to disperse his troops, steeled and strengthened our own forces, launched strategic counter-offensives in the northeast, Jahal, eastern Hopi, southern Shanxi and northern Honan, recovered large territories and liberated vast new areas. 1. 3. In the second year of fighting, our army's basic task is to launch a countrywide counter-offensive, that is, to use our main forces to fight our way to exterior lines, carry the war into the Kuomintang areas, wipe out large numbers of the enemy on the exterior lines and completely wreck the Kuomintang's counter-revolutionary strategy, which is, on the contrary, to continue to carry the war into the liberated areas, further damage and drain our manpower and material resources and make it impossible for us to hold out very long. In the second year's fighting, a partial task of our army is to use a portion of our main forces and large numbers of our regional troops to continue fighting on interior lines, wipe out the enemy there and recover lost territory. For our army will of course meet many difficulties in carrying out the policy of fighting on exterior lines and bringing the war into the Kuomintang areas. For it takes time to build new bases in the Kuomintang areas, and we can build stable bases only when we have wiped out large numbers of the enemy in many back and forth mobile operations, aroused the masses, distributed land, established our political power and built up the people's armed forces. Until then, there will be quite a few difficulties. But they can and must be overcome. For the enemy will be forced to spread out even more, and vast territories will be available to our army as battlefields for mobile operations, and so we will be able to wage mobile warfare. The broad masses in those territories hate the Kuomintang and support us, and though part of the enemy forces still has a comparatively high combat effectiveness, on the whole the enemy's morale and combat effectiveness are much lower than a year ago. 5. The keys to victory in fighting in the Kuomintang areas are, first, to be good at seizing the opportunities for fighting, to be brave and determined and win as many battles as possible, and, second, to carry out resolutely the policy of winning the masses and enable the broad masses to benefit so that they side with our army. If these 2 points are carried out, we shall win victory. 6. Up to the end of August this year, the distribution of enemy forces, including those which had been wiped out or dealt crushing blows, was 157 brigades on the southern front, 70 on the northern front and 21 in the Kuomintang rear areas. The total in the whole country was still 248 brigades, and the actual number of troops was about 1,500,000. Troops in the Special Arms, Puppet Troops, Communications Police, and Peace Preservation Corps numbered about 1,200,000. Non-combatants in the military institutions in the enemy rear were about 1 million. The entire enemy forces totaled about 3,700,000 men. Of the troops on the southern front, 117 brigades belonged to Ku Chudung's group, 7 to Cheng Qian's group and others, and 33 to Hu Tsungnan's group. Of the 117 brigades of Ku Chudung's group, 63 have been wiped out or have received crushing blows. Of these, some have not been replenished, others, although they are being replenished, have few men and low combat effectiveness, and others, although their manpower and arms have been fairly well replenished and their combat effectiveness has to some extent been restored, are still far weaker than before. There are only 54 brigades which have neither been wiped out nor received crushing blows. Of Ku Chudung's entire forces, 82 to 85 brigades are employed for garrison duty and can be used only for local maneuvers, and no more than 32 to 35 brigades can be used for strategic maneuvers. The 7 brigades of Cheng Qian's group and others can in the main be used only for garrison duty, and one has already received a crushing blow. Of the 33 brigades of Hu Tsung-Nan's group, including those east of Lanshao, south of Ningxia and Yulin, and west of Linfen and Luoyang, 12 have been wiped out or received crushing blows, only 7 can be used for strategic maneuvers, and the rest are on garrison duty. On the northern front the enemy has 70 brigades altogether. Of these, the northeast group has 26 brigades, of which 16 have been wiped out or have received crushing blows. Sun Lincheng's group has 19 brigades, of which 8 have been wiped out or received crushing blows. Fu Tsoyi has 10 brigades, of which 2 have received crushing blows, and Yan Shishan has 15 brigades, of which 9 have been wiped out or received crushing blows. These enemy troops are now mainly on the defensive and only a small part is available for mobile operations. In the Kuomintang rear areas there are only 21 brigades on garrison duty. Of these, 8 brigades are in Xinjiang and Western Gansu, 7 in Sichuan and Xikang, 2 in Yunnan, 2 in Guangdong, that is, the 69th Division that was wiped out, and 2 in Taiwan. There are no regular troops at all in the 6 provinces of Hunan, Guangxi, Guiqiao, Fujian, Zhejiang, and Jiangxi. The Kuomintang is planning, with U.S. assistance, to draft 1 million men this year to replenish the front and to train a number of new brigades and replacement regiments. However, if our army can wipe out an average of 8 enemy brigades a month, as it did in the first year of fighting, and wipe out another 96 to 100 brigades in the second year, already in July and August 16th brigades were wiped out, then the enemy army will be further and greatly weakened, its strategic reserve will be reduced to the minimum, and it will be forced into a defensive position in all parts of the country and will be attacked by us everywhere. Although the Kuomintang has this plan of drafting 1 million men and training new brigades and replacement regiments, it will be of no avail. Since its only methods of recruiting are press ganging and hiring, to reach 1 million will certainly be difficult and many will desert. Moreover, by carrying out the policy of fighting on exterior lines our army will be able to reduce the enemy's manpower and material resources. 7. The operational principles of our army are still the same as those laid down before. Attack dispersed, isolated enemy forces first. This applies also to a large-scale campaign of annihilation directed against several brigades, such as the Lewa Campaign 2 in February and the Southwestern Shantung Campaign 3 in July this year. Attack concentrated, strong enemy forces later. Take medium and small cities and extensive rural areas first, take big cities later. Make wiping out the enemy's effective strength our main objective, do not make holding or seizing a place our main objective. Holding or seizing a place is the outcome of wiping out the enemy's effective strength, and often a place can be held or seized for good only after it has changed hands a number of times. In every battle, concentrate an absolutely superior force, encircle the enemy forces completely, strive to wipe them out thoroughly and do not let any escape from the net. In special circumstances, use the method of dealing crushing blows to the enemy, that is, concentrate all our strength to make a frontal attack and also to attack one or both of his flanks, with the aim of wiping out one part and routing another so that our army can swiftly move its troops to smash other enemy forces. On the one hand, be sure to fight no battle unprepared, fight no battle you are not sure of winning, make every effort to be well prepared for each battle, make every effort to ensure victory in the given set of conditions as between the enemy and ourselves. On the other hand, give full play to our fine style of fighting courage in battle, no fear of sacrifice, no fear of fatigue, and continuous fighting, that is, fighting successive battles in a short time. Strive to draw the enemy into mobile warfare, but at the same time lay great stress on learning the tactics of positional attack and on stepping up the building of the artillery and engineer corps in order to capture enemy fortified points and cities on a large scale. Resolutely attack and seize all fortified points and cities which are weakly defended. Attack and seize at opportune moments all fortified points and cities defended with moderate strength, provided circumstances permit. For the time being, leave alone all fortified points and cities which are strongly defended. Replenish our strength with all the arms and most of the soldiers captured from the enemy, 80 to 90% of the men and a small number of the junior officers. Seek replenishment chiefly from the enemy and from the Kuomintang areas and only partly from the old liberated areas. This applies especially to the armies on the southern front. In all the new and old liberated areas, we must resolutely carry through the land reform, which is the most fundamental requirement for supporting a long war and winning countrywide victory, develop production, practice economy, and strengthen the building of war industry, all for victory at the front. Only by doing this can we support a long war and win victory in the whole country. If we do so, we shall certainly be able to support a long war and win victory throughout the country. 8. The above sums up the year's fighting and sets forth the principles for future fighting. Leading comrades in all areas are requested to pass the contents on to all cadres of regimental rank and above, of the level of prefectural party committee and above, and of the level of prefectural commissioner's office and above, so that everyone will understand his own task and carry it out resolutely and unwaveringly. Manifesto of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. October 1947. This political manifesto was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the General Headquarters of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. It analyzed the political situation in China at the time, raised the slogan "Overthrow Chiang Kai-shek and Liberate All China," and announced the 8 basic policies of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, which were also those of the Communist Party of China. The manifesto was issued on October 10, 1947, and was known as the October 10 Manifesto. It was drafted at Shenchuanbao, Kaixian County, northern Shenzi. The Chinese People's Liberation Army, having smashed Chiang Kai-shek's offensive, has now launched a large-scale counter-offensive. Our armies on the southern front are advancing on the Yangtze River Valley, our armies on the northern front are advancing on the Chinese Changchun Railway and the Peiping-Liaoning Railway. Wherever our troops go, the enemy flees pell-mell before us and the people give thunderous cheers. The whole situation between the enemy and ourselves has fundamentally changed as compared with a year ago. The aim of our army in this war, as proclaimed time and again to the nation and the world, is the liberation of the Chinese people and the Chinese nation. And today, our aim is to carry out the urgent demand of the people of the whole country, that is, to overthrow the arch-criminal of the Civil War, Chiang Kai-shek, and form a democratic coalition government in order to attain the general goal of liberating the people and the nation. For 8 long years the Chinese people fought heroically against Japanese imperialism for their own liberation and national independence. After the Japanese surrender the people longed for peace, but Chiang Kai-shek wrecked all their peace efforts and forced on them the disaster of an unprecedented civil war. Hence the people of all strata throughout the country were forced to unite to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek, having no other way out. Chiang Kai-shek's present policy of civil war is no accident but is the inevitable outcome of the anti-popular policy which he and his reactionary clique have consistently followed. As far back as 1927, Chiang Kai-shek, devoid of all gratitude, betrayed the revolutionary alliance between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party I and betrayed the revolutionary Three People's Principles and the three great policies of Sun Yat-sen II. Then he set up a dictatorship, capitulated to imperialism, fought 10 years of civil war and brought on the aggression of the Japanese bandits. In the Xi'an incident of 1936, the Communist Party of China returned good for evil and, acting together with Generals Chang Shuailiang and Yang Huchang, set Chiang Kai-shek free in the hope that he would repent, turn over a new leaf and join in the fight against the Japanese aggressors. But once again he proved devoid of all gratitude. He was passive against the Japanese invaders, active in suppressing the people and extremely hostile to the Communist Party. The year before last, 1945, Japan surrendered and the Chinese people once more forgave Chiang Kai-shek, demanding that he should stop the civil war he had already started, put democracy into practice and unite with all parties and groups for peace and national reconstruction. But no sooner had the truce agreement been signed, the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference adopted and the four pledges 3 proclaimed, then the utterly faithless Chiang Kai-shek went back on his word completely. Time and again the people showed themselves forbearing and conciliatory for the sake of the common good, but, aided by U.S. imperialism, Chiang Kai-shek was determined to launch an unprecedented all-out offensive against the people, in utter disregard of the fate of the country and the nation. From January last year, 1946, when the truce agreement was announced, up to the present, Chiang Kai-shek has mobilized more than 220 brigades of his regular troops and nearly 1 million miscellaneous troops for and launched large-scale attacks against the liberated areas which the Chinese people wrested from Japanese imperialism after bloody battles. He has seized successively the cities of Shenyang, Fushun, Penki, Zapingkai, Changchun, Yongji, Qingtai, Chining, Chinchiaka, Huaiyan, Hotse, Linyi, Yan'an, and Yantai, and vast rural areas. Wherever Chiang Kai-shek's troops go, they murder and burn, rape and loot, carry out the policy of 3 atrocities 5 and behave exactly like the Japanese bandits. In November last year Chiang Kai-shek convened the bogus National Assembly and proclaimed the bogus constitution. In March this year he expelled the representatives of the Communist Party from the Kuomintang areas. In July he issued an order of general mobilization against the people. 6. Towards the just movement of the people in different parts of the country against civil war, against hunger, and against U.S. imperialist aggression, and towards the struggle for existence waged by the workers, peasants, students, townspeople, government employees and teachers. Chiang Kai-shek's policy is one of repression, arrest, and massacre. Towards our country's minority nationalities, his policy is one of Han chauvinism, of persecution and repression by every possible means. In all the areas under Chiang Kai-shek's rule corruption is rife, secret agents run amok, taxes are innumerable and crushing, prices are skyrocketing, the economy is bankrupt, all business languishes, conscription and the grain levy are imposed and voices of discontent are heard everywhere. All this has plunged the overwhelming majority of people throughout the country into an abyss of suffering. Meanwhile the financial oligarchs, corrupt officials, local bullies, and bad gentry, all headed by Chiang Kai-shek, have amassed vast fortunes. Chiang Kai-shek and his like made these fortunes by using their dictatorial powers to extort taxes and levies and promote their private interests under the guise of serving the public. To maintain his dictatorship and carry on the civil war, Chiang Kai-shek has not hesitated to sell out our country's sovereign rights to foreign imperialism, to collude with the U.S. armed forces so that they should remain in Tsingtao and elsewhere, and to procure advisors from the United States to take part in directing the civil war and training troops to slaughter his own fellow countrymen. Aircraft, tanks, guns, and ammunition for the civil war are shipped from the United States in great quantities. Funds for the civil war are borrowed from the United States on a large scale. In return for its favors, Chiang Kai-shek has presented U.S. imperialism with military bases and the rights of air flight and navigation, and concluded with it a commercial treaty of enslavement, 7 acts of treason many times worse than those of Yuan Shikai. 8. In a word, Chiang Kai-shek's 20-year rule has been traitorous, dictatorial, and against the people. Today, the overwhelming majority of the people throughout the country, north and south, young and old, know his towering crimes and hope that our army will quickly launch the counter-offensive, overthrow Chiang Kai-shek and liberate all China. We are the army of the Chinese people, and in all things we take the will of the Chinese people as our will. The policies of our army represent the urgent demands of the Chinese people, and chief among them are the following. 1. Unite workers, peasants, soldiers, intellectuals, and businessmen, all oppressed classes, all people's organizations, democratic parties, minority nationalities, overseas Chinese and other patriots, form a national united front, overthrow the dictatorial Chiang Kai-shek government, and establish a democratic coalition government. 2. Arrest, try and punish the civil war criminals headed by Chiang Kai-shek. 3. Abolish the Chiang Kai-shek dictatorship, carry out the system of people's democracy and guarantee freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, and of association for the people. 4. abolish the rotten institutions of the Chiang Kai-shek regime, clear out all corrupt officials and establish clean government. 5. Confiscate the property of the four big families 9 of Chiang Kai-shek, TV Soong, H. Kung and the Chen Lifu brothers, and the property of the other chief war criminals, confiscate bureaucrat capital, develop the industry and commerce of the national bourgeoisie, improve the livelihood of workers and employees, and give relief to victims of natural calamities and to poverty-stricken people. 6. Abolish the system of feudal exploitation and put into effect the system of land to the tillers. 7. Recognize the right to equality and autonomy of the minority nationalities within the borders of China. 8. Repudiate the traitorous foreign policy of Chiang Kai-shek's dictatorial government, abrogate all the treasonable treaties and repudiate all the foreign debts contracted by Chiang Kai-shek during the Civil War period. Demand that the U.S. government withdraw its troops stationed in China, which are a menace to China's independence, and oppose any foreign countries helping Chiang Kai-shek to carry on civil war or trying to revive the forces of Japanese aggression. Conclude treaties of trade and friendship with foreign countries on the basis of equality and reciprocity. Unite in a common struggle with all nations which treat us as equals. The above are the basic policies of our army. They will be put into practice at once wherever our army goes. These policies conform with the demands of more than 90% of the people in our country. Our army does not reject all Chiang Kai-shek's personnel but adopts a policy of dealing with each case on its merits. That is, the chief criminals shall be punished without fail, those who are accomplices under duress shall go unpunished and those who perform deeds of merit shall be rewarded. As for Chiang Kai-shek, the arch-criminal who started the civil war and who has committed most heinous crimes, and as for all his hardened accomplices who have trampled the people underfoot and are branded as war criminals by the broad masses, our army will hunt them down, even to the four corners of the earth, and will surely bring them to trial and punishment. Our army warns all officers and men in Chiang Kai-shek's army, all officials in his government and all members of his party whose hands are not yet stained with the blood of innocent people that they should strictly refrain from joining these criminals in their evil doing. Those who have been doing evil should immediately stop, repent, and start anew and break with Chiang Kai-shek, and we will give them a chance to make amends for their crimes by good deeds. Our army will not kill or humiliate any of Chiang Kai-shek's army officers and men who lay down their arms, but will accept them into our service if they are willing to remain with us or send them home if they wish to leave. As for those troops of Chiang Kai-shek who rise in revolt and join our army and those who work for our army openly or in secret, they shall be rewarded. In order to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek and form a democratic coalition government at an early date, we call on our fellow countrymen in all walks of life to cooperate actively with us wherever our army goes in cleaning up the reactionary forces and setting up a democratic order. In places we have not yet reached, they should take up arms on their own, resist press ganging and the grain levy, distribute the land, repudiate debts, and take advantage of the enemy's gaps to develop guerrilla warfare. In order to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek and form a democratic coalition government at an early date, we call on the people in the liberated areas to carry through the land reform, consolidate the foundations of democracy, develop production, practice economy, strengthen the people's armed forces, eliminate the remaining strongholds of the enemy and support the fighting at the front. All comrade commanders and fighters of our army, we are shouldering the most important, the most glorious task in the history of our country's revolution. We should make great efforts to accomplish our task. Our efforts will decide the day when our great motherland will emerge from darkness into light and our beloved fellow countrymen will be able to live like human beings and to choose the government they wish. All officers and fighters of our army must improve their military art, march forward courageously towards sure victory in the war and resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely wipe out all enemies. They must all raise their level of political consciousness, learn the two skills of wiping out the enemy forces and arousing the masses, unite intimately with the masses and rapidly build the new liberated areas into stable areas. They must heighten their sense of discipline and resolutely carry out orders, carry out policy, carry out the three main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention with army and people united, Army and government united, officers and soldiers united, and the whole army united and permit no breach of discipline. All our officers and fighters must always bear in mind that we are the great People's Liberation Army, we are the troops led by the great Communist Party of China. Provided we constantly observe the directives of the party, we are sure to win. Down with Chiang Kai-shek. Long live New China. On the reissue of the 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention instruction of the General Headquarters of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. October 10, 1947. 1. Our Army's 3 main rules of discipline and 8 points for attention 1 have been practiced for many years, but their contents vary slightly in Army units in different areas. They have now been unified and are hereby reissued. It is expected that you will take this version as the standard one for thorough education and strict enforcement. As to other matters needing attention, the High Command of the Armed Forces in different areas may lay down additional points in accordance with specific conditions and order their enforcement. 2. The 3 main rules of discipline are as follows. 1. Obey orders in all your actions. 2. Don't take a single needle or piece of thread from the masses. 3. Turn in everything captured. 3. The 8 points for attention are as follows. 1. Speak politely. 2. Pay fairly for what you buy. 3. Return everything you borrow. 4. Pay for anything you damage. 5. Don't hit or swear at people. 6. Don't damage crops. 7. Don't take liberties with women. 8. Don't ill-treat captives. The present situation and our tasks. December 25, 1947. This report was made by Comrade Mao Zedong to a meeting of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held on December 25 to 28, 1947, at Yangjiaka, Mika County, Northern Shenzi. In addition to those members and alternate members of the Central Committee able to attend, responsible comrades of the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region and the Shenzi-Suiwan border region were present. The meeting discussed and adopted this report and also another document written by Comrade Mao Zedong, Some Points in Appraisal of the Present International Situation, see pages 87 to 88 of this volume. Concerning Comrade Mao Zedong's report, the decision adopted at the meeting stated, this report is a programmatic document in the political, military, and economic fields for the entire period of the overthrow of the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek ruling clique and of the founding of a new democratic China. The whole party and the whole army should carry on intensive education around, and strictly apply in practice, this document and, in connection with it, the documents published on October 10, 1947 namely, Manifesto of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, Slogans of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, Instruction on the Reissue of the 3 Main Rules of Discipline and the 8 Points for Attention, Outline Land Law of China and Resolution of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on the promulgation of the Outline Land Law of China. In carrying out policies in different places, any departure from the principles laid down in the report should be rectified at once. Other important decisions taken at the meeting were: 1. That every effort should be made to carry the Chinese People's Revolutionary War forward uninterruptedly to complete victory, and that the enemy should not be allowed to use stalling tactics, peace negotiations, to gain time for rest and reorganization for a fresh attack on the people. 2. That the time was not yet ripe for the formation of a revolutionary central government, which was to be considered only when our army had won greater victories, and that the promulgation of a constitution was even more a question for the future. The meeting also discussed in detail current tendencies in the party and certain specific policies in the land reform and the mass movements. The results of these discussions were subsequently set forth by Comrade Mao Zedong in the article on some important problems of the party's present policy, see pages 181 to 89 of this volume. All the articles in this book starting with this report and ending with a circular on the situation, dated March 20, 1948, pages 219 to 26, were written at Yangjiaka, Mika County, Northern Shenzi. The Chinese People's Revolutionary War has now reached a turning point. That is, the Chinese People's Liberation Army has beaten back the offensive of several million reactionary troops of Chiang Kai-shek, the running dog of the United States of America, and gone over to the offensive. Already in the first year of the present war, from July 1946 to June 1947, the People's Liberation Army beat back Chiang Kai-shek's offensive on several fronts and forced him onto the defensive. And beginning with the first quarter of the second year of the war, July-September 1947, the People's Liberation Army went over to the offensive on a national scale and wrecked Chiang Kai-shek's counter-revolutionary plan of continuing to carry the war into the liberated areas in order to destroy them completely. Now the war is no longer being fought chiefly in the liberated areas but in the Kuomintang areas. The main forces of the People's Liberation Army have carried the fight into the Kuomintang areas. In this land of China, the People's Liberation Army has turned back the will of counter-revolution of U.S. imperialism and its lackey, the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang, and sent it down the road to destruction and has pushed the will of revolution forward along the road to victory. This is a turning point in history. It is the turning point from growth to extinction for Chiang Kai-shek's 20-year counter-revolutionary rule. It is the turning point from growth to extinction for imperialist rule in China, now over 100 years old. This is a momentous event. It is momentous because it is occurring in a country with a population of 475 million and, having occurred, it will certainly culminate in victory throughout the country. Furthermore, it is momentous because it is occurring in the East, where over 1,000 million people, half of mankind, suffer under imperialist oppression. The turn of the Chinese People's War of Liberation from the defensive to the offensive cannot but gladden and inspire these oppressed nations. It is also of assistance to the oppressed people now struggling in many countries in Europe and the Americas. 2. From the day Chiang Kai-shek started his counter-revolutionary war, we said that we not only must defeat him but can defeat him. We must defeat him because the war he started is a counter-revolutionary war directed by U.S. imperialism against the independence of the Chinese nation and the liberation of the Chinese people. After the conclusion of World War II and the overthrow of Japanese imperialism, the task of the Chinese people was to complete the new democratic transformation politically, economically, and culturally, to achieve national unification and independence and to change China from an agricultural into an industrial country. But at that time, after the victorious conclusion of the anti-fascist Second World War, U.S. imperialism and its lackeys in various countries stepped into the shoes of German and Japanese imperialism and their lackeys and formed a reactionary camp against the Soviet Union, against the people's democracies in Europe, against the workers' movements in the capitalist countries, against the national movements in the colonies and semi-colonies, and against the liberation of the Chinese people. At such a time the Chinese reactionaries headed by Chiang Kai-shek acted as the running dog for U.S. imperialism, just as Wang Qingwei had done for Japanese imperialism, sold out China to the United States and unleashed a war against the Chinese people to check the advance of their liberation. At such a time, if we had shown weakness or given ground and had not dared to rise resolutely to oppose counter-revolutionary war with revolutionary war, China would have become a world of darkness and the future of our nation would have been forfeited. The Communist Party of China has led the Chinese People's Liberation Army in firmly waging a patriotic, just and revolutionary war against Chiang Kai-shek's offensive. The Communist Party of China, having made a clear-headed appraisal of the international and domestic situation on the basis of the science of Marxism-Leninism, recognized that all attacks by the reactionaries at home and abroad not only had to be defeated but could be defeated. When dark clouds appeared in the sky, we pointed out that this was only temporary, that the darkness would soon pass and the sun break through. When the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang launched the countrywide counter-revolutionary war in July 1946, they thought it would take them only 3 to 6 months to defeat the People's Liberation Army. They reckoned that they had a regular army of 2 million, more than 1 million irregulars and another million or more men in the military establishments and armed units in the rear, making a total military strength of more than 4 million, that they had taken time to complete their preparations for the offensive, that they had regained control of the big cities, that they had a population of more than 300 million, that they had taken over all the equipment of 1 million Japanese invading troops, and that they had received huge military and financial aid from the US government. They also reckoned that the People's Liberation Army was tired after fighting for 8 years in the War of Resistance against Japan and was far inferior to the Kuomintang Army in numbers and equipment, that the population of the liberated areas was only a little more than 100 million, and that in most of these areas the reactionary feudal forces had not yet been cleaned up and the land reform had not yet been universally and thoroughly carried out, namely, that the rear area of the People's Liberation Army had not yet been consolidated. Proceeding from this appraisal, the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang ignored the Chinese people's desire for peace, finally tore up the truce agreement signed by the Kuomintang and the Communist Party in January 1946 as well as the resolutions adopted by the Political Consultative Conference of all parties and launched an adventurous war. We said then that Chiang Kai-shek's superiority in military forces was only transient, a factor which could play only a temporary role, that US imperialist aid was likewise a factor which could play only a temporary role, while the anti-popular character of Chiang Kai-shek's war and the feelings of the people were factors that would play a constant role, and that in this respect the People's Liberation Army was in a superior position. Patriotic, just and revolutionary in character, the war waged by the People's Liberation Army was bound to win the support of the people of the whole country. That was the political foundation for victory over Chiang Kai-shek. The experience of 18 months of war has fully confirmed our judgment. 3. In 17 months of fighting, from July 1946 to November 1947, December figures are not yet available, we killed, wounded and captured 1,690,000 of Chiang Kai-shek's regular and irregular troops, 640,000 killed and wounded and 1,050,000 captured. Thus we were able to beat back Chiang Kai-shek's offensive, preserve the main territories of the liberated areas and go over to the offensive. Speaking from the military aspect, we were able to do this because we employed the correct strategy. Our principles of operation are: 1. Attack dispersed, isolated enemy forces first, attack concentrated, strong enemy forces later. 2. Take small and medium cities and extensive rural areas first, take big cities later. 3. Make wiping out the enemy's effective strength our main objective, do not make holding or seizing a city or place our main objective. Holding or seizing a city or place is the outcome of wiping out the enemy's effective strength, and often a city or place can be held or seized for good only after it has changed hands a number of times. 4. In every battle, concentrate an absolutely superior force, 2, 3, 4, and sometimes even 5 or 6 times the enemy's strength, encircle the enemy forces completely, strive to wipe them out thoroughly and do not let any escape from the net. In special circumstances, use the method of dealing crushing blows to the enemy, that is, concentrate all our strength to make a frontal attack and also to attack one or both of his flanks, with the aim of wiping out one part and routing another so that our army can swiftly move its troops to smash other enemy forces. Strive to avoid battles of attrition in which we lose more than we gain or only break even. In this way, although we are inferior as a whole, in terms of numbers, we are absolutely superior in every part and every specific campaign, and this ensures victory in the campaign. As time goes on, we shall become superior as a whole and eventually wipe out all the enemy. 5. Fight no battle unprepared, fight no battle you are not sure of winning, make every effort to be well prepared for each battle, make every effort to ensure victory in the given set of conditions as between the enemy and ourselves. 6. Give full play to our style of fighting courage in battle, no fear of sacrifice, no fear of fatigue, and continuous fighting, that is, fighting successive battles in a short time without rest. 7. Strive to wipe out the enemy through mobile warfare. At the same time, pay attention to the tactics of positional attack and capture enemy fortified points and cities. 8. With regard to attacking cities, resolutely seize all enemy fortified points and cities which are weakly defended. Seize at opportune moments all enemy fortified points and cities defended with moderate strength, provided circumstances permit. As for strongly defended enemy fortified points and cities, wait till conditions are ripe and then take them. 9. Replenish our strength with all the arms and most of the personnel captured from the enemy. Our army's main sources of manpower and materiel are at the front. 10. Make good use of the intervals between campaigns to rest, train and consolidate our troops. Periods of rest, training, and consolidation should in general not be very long, and the enemy should so far as possible be permitted no breathing space. These are the main methods the People's Liberation Army has employed in defeating Chiang Kai-shek. They are the result of the tempering of the People's Liberation Army in long years of fighting against domestic and foreign enemies and are completely suited to our present situation. The Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang and the U.S. imperialist military personnel in China are very well acquainted with these military methods of ours. Seeking ways to counter them, Chiang Kai-shek has often assembled his generals and field officers for training and distributed for their study our military literature and the documents captured in the war. The U.S. military personnel have recommended to Chiang Kai-shek one kind of strategy and tactics after another for destroying the People's Liberation Army. They have trained Chiang Kai-shek's troops and supplied them with military equipment. But none of these efforts can save the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang from defeat. The reason is that our strategy and tactics are based on a people's war. No army opposed to the people can use our strategy and tactics. On the basis of a people's war and of the principles of unity between army and people, of unity between commanders and fighters and of disintegrating the enemy troops, the People's Liberation Army has developed its vigorous revolutionary political work, which is an important factor in winning victory over the enemy. When we abandoned many cities on our own initiative in order to evade fatal blows from superior enemy forces and shift our forces to destroy the enemy in mobile warfare, our enemies were jubilant. They took this to be their victory and our defeat. They became dizzy with this momentary victory. On the afternoon of the day he seized Chinchiaka, Chiang Kai-shek ordered the convening of his reactionary National Assembly, as though his reactionary regime had from that moment become as stable as Mount Taishan. The U.S. imperialists, too, danced with joy, as though their wild scheme for converting China into a U.S. colony could now be realized without obstruction. But with the lapse of time, Chiang Kai-shek and his U.S. masters began to change their tune. Now all our enemies, domestic and foreign, are gripped by pessimism. They heave great sighs, wail about a crisis and no longer show any sign of joy. In the past 18 months, most of Chiang Kai-shek's high-ranking field commanders have been replaced for losing battles. Among them are Lu Qi, Cheng Chao, Xue Hua, Su Chao, Wu Chi-wei, Northern Kiangsu, Tang Enpo, Southern Shantung, Wang Chonglin, Northern Honan, Tu Yuming and Xiang Shihui, Shenyang, and Sun Lincheng, Peeping. Chen Chang, too, was relieved of his post as Chiang Kai-shek's chief of staff in overall command of operations and demoted to command a single front in the northeast. However, it was in the very period when Chiang Kai-shek himself assumed overall command in Chen Chang's place that the situation changed and that his armies shifted from the offensive to the defensive, while the People's Liberation Army went over from the defensive to the offensive. By now the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek clique and its U.S. masters should have realized their mistake. They had regarded as signs of cowardice and weakness all the efforts for peace and against civil war which the Communist Party of China, representing the wishes of the Chinese people, had made over a long period after the surrender of Japan. They had overestimated their own strength, underestimated the strength of the revolution and rashly unleashed the war and so were caught in their own trap. Our enemy's strategic calculations failed completely. 4. The rear areas of the People's Liberation Army are much more consolidated now than 18 months ago. The reason is that our party, standing resolutely on the side of the peasants, has carried out the land reform. During the war of resistance against Japan, our party, on its own initiative and for the sake of forming an anti-Japanese united front with the Kuomintang and uniting with those who could still oppose Japanese imperialism, changed its pre-war policy of confiscating the land of the landlords and distributing it among the peasants to the policy of reducing rent and interest. This was entirely necessary. After the Japanese surrender, the peasants urgently demanded land, and we made a timely decision to change our land policy from reducing rent and interest to confiscating the land of the landlord class for distribution among the peasants. The directive issued by the Central Committee of our party on May 4, 1946 marked this change. In September 1947 our party called the National Land Conference and drew up the outline land law of China 4, which was promptly carried out in all areas. This measure not only reaffirmed the policy set forth in last year's May 4 directive but also explicitly corrected a certain lack of thoroughness in that directive. The outline land law provides for equal distribution of land per head 5 based on the principle of abolishing the land system of feudal and semi-feudal exploitation and putting into effect the system of land to the tillers. This is a method which most thoroughly abolishes the feudal system and fully meets the demands of the broad masses of China's peasants. To carry out the land reform resolutely and thoroughly, it is necessary to organize in the villages, as lawful bodies for carrying out the reform, not only peasant associations on the broadest mass basis, including farm laborers, poor peasants and middle peasants and their elected committees, but first of all poor peasant leagues composed of poor peasants and farm laborers and their elected committees, and these poor peasant leagues should be the backbone of leadership in all rural struggles. Our policy is to rely on the poor peasants and unite solidly with the middle peasants to abolish the feudal and semi-feudal system of exploitation by the landlord class and by the old-type rich peasants. Landlords or rich peasants must not be allotted more land and property than the peasant masses. But there should be no repetition of the wrong ultra-left policy, which was carried out in 1931-34, of allotting no land to the landlords and poor land to the rich peasants. Although the proportion of landlords and rich peasants in the rural population varies from place to place, it is generally only about 8% in terms of households, while their holdings usually amount to 70 to 80% of all the land. Therefore the targets of our land reform are very few, while the people in the villages who can and should take part in the United Front for Land Reform are many more than 90% in terms of households. Here two fundamental principles must be observed. First, the demands of the poor peasants and farm laborers must be satisfied. This is the most fundamental task in the land reform. Second, there must be firm unity with the middle peasants, and their interests must not be damaged. As long as we grasp these two basic principles, we can certainly carry out our tasks in the land reform successfully. The reason why, under the principle of equal distribution, the surplus land and part of the property of the old-type rich peasants should be handed over for distribution is that the rich peasants in China generally and to a great degree have the character of feudal and semi-feudal exploiters. Most of them also rent out land and practice usury, and they hire labor on semi-feudal terms. 6. Furthermore, as the rich peasants have more and better land. 7. The demands of the poor peasants and farm laborers cannot be satisfied unless this land is distributed. However, in accordance with the outline land law, rich peasants should generally be treated differently from landlords. In the land reform, the middle peasants show approval of equal distribution because it does no harm to their interests. Under equal distribution, the land of one section of the middle peasants remains unchanged and that of another is increased. Only the section of well-to-do middle peasants has a little surplus land, and they are willing to hand it over for equal distribution because their burden of land tax will then be lightened. Nevertheless, in carrying out equal distribution of land in different places, it is necessary to listen to the opinions of the middle peasants and make concessions to them if they object. During the confiscation and distribution of the land and property of the feudal class, the needs of certain middle peasants should receive attention. In determining class status, care must be taken to avoid the mistake of classifying middle peasants as rich peasants. The active middle peasants must be drawn into the work of the peasant association committees and the government. With respect to the burdens of the land tax and of supporting the war, the principle of being fair and reasonable must be observed. These are the specific policies our party must follow in carrying out its strategic task of uniting solidly with the middle peasants. The whole party must understand that thoroughgoing reform of the land system is a basic task of the Chinese Revolution in its present stage. If we can solve the land problem universally and completely, we shall have obtained the most fundamental condition for the defeat of all our enemies. V. To carry out the land reform resolutely and thoroughly and to consolidate the rear areas of the People's Liberation Army, it is necessary to educate and reorganize the ranks of our party. On the whole, the rectification movement inside the party during the War of Resistance against Japan was successful. Its main success was that our leading bodies and large numbers of cadres and party members obtained a firmer grasp of our basic orientation, which is to unite the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. In this respect our party has taken a big stride forward as compared with all the historical stages before the War of Resistance. However, in the party's local organizations, especially the organizations at the primary level in the countryside, the problem of impurities in the class composition of our ranks and in our style of work is still unsolved. During the 11 years 1937 to 47 the membership of our party has grown from several tens of thousands to 2,700,000, and this is a very big leap forward. This has made our party a more powerful party than any in Chinese history. It has enabled us to defeat Japanese imperialism, beat back Chiang Kai-shek's offensives, lead the liberated areas with a population of more than 100 million and lead a People's Liberation Army 2 million strong. But shortcomings have also cropped up. Many landlords, rich peasants, and riffraff have seized the opportunity to sneak into our party. In the rural areas they control a number of party, government, and people's organizations, tyrannically abuse their power, ride roughshod over the people, distort the party's policies and thus alienate these organizations from the masses and prevent the land reform from being thorough. This grave situation sets us the task of educating and reorganizing the ranks of our party. We cannot make headway in the countryside unless we perform this task. The party's National Land Conference discussed this problem thoroughly and laid down the proper measures and methods. These are now being resolutely applied everywhere, together with the decision on the equal distribution of land. First and foremost comes the unfolding of criticism and self-criticism within the party and the thorough exposure of mistaken ideas and serious situations in the local organizations, which are departures from the party line. All party members must realize that a decisive link in the solution of the land problem and for the support of the long drawn-out war is the removal of impurities from party organizations and the education and reorganization of the party's ranks, so that the party and the broadest masses of working people can all march in the same direction and the party can lead the masses forward. 6. Confiscate the land of the feudal class and turn it over to the peasants. Confiscate monopoly capital, headed by Chiang Kai-shek, TV Soong, H. Kung and Chen Lifu, and turn it over to the new democratic state. Protect the industry and commerce of the national bourgeoisie. These are the three major economic policies of the new democratic revolution. During their 20-year rule, the four big families, Chiang, Soong, Kung, and Chen, have piled up enormous fortunes valued at 10 to 20,000 million US dollars and monopolized the economic lifelines of the whole country. This monopoly capital, combined with state power, has become state monopoly capitalism. This monopoly capitalism, closely tied up with foreign imperialism, the domestic landlord class and the old-type rich peasants, has become comprador, feudal, state monopoly capitalism. Such is the economic base of Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary regime. This state monopoly capitalism oppresses not only the workers and peasants but also the urban petty bourgeoisie, and it injures the middle bourgeoisie. This state monopoly capitalism reached the peak of its development during the War of Resistance, and after the Japanese surrender, it has prepared ample material conditions for the new democratic revolution. This capital is popularly known in China as bureaucrat capital. This capitalist class, known as the bureaucrat capitalist class, is the big bourgeoisie of China. Besides doing away with the special privileges of imperialism in China, the task of the new democratic revolution at home is to abolish exploitation and oppression by the landlord class and by the bureaucrat capitalist class, the big bourgeoisie, change the comprador, feudal relations of production and unfetter the productive forces. The upper petty bourgeoisie and middle bourgeoisie, oppressed and injured by the landlords and big bourgeoisie and their state power, may take part in the new democratic revolution or stay neutral, though they are themselves bourgeois. They have no ties, or comparatively few, with imperialism and are the genuine national bourgeoisie. Wherever the state power of new democracy extends, it must firmly and unhesitatingly protect them. In Chiang Kai-shek's areas, there are a small number of people among the upper petty bourgeoisie and the middle bourgeoisie, the right wing of these classes, who have reactionary political tendencies, spread illusions about U.S. imperialism and the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek clique and oppose the People's Democratic Revolution. As long as their reactionary tendencies can affect the masses, we should unmask them before the people under their political influence, attack this influence and liberate the masses from it. But political attack and economic annihilation are two different matters, and we shall make mistakes if we confuse the two. The new democratic revolution aims at wiping out only feudalism and monopoly capitalism, only the landlord class and the bureaucrat capitalist class, the big bourgeoisie, and not at wiping out capitalism in general, the upper petty bourgeoisie or the middle bourgeoisie. In view of China's economic backwardness, even after the countrywide victory of the revolution, it will still be necessary to permit the existence for a long time of a capitalist sector of the economy represented by the extensive upper petty bourgeoisie and middle bourgeoisie. In accordance with the division of labor in the national economy, a certain development of all parts of this capitalist sector which are beneficial to the national economy will still be needed. This capitalist sector will still be an indispensable part of the whole national economy. The upper petty bourgeoisie referred to here are small industrialists and merchants employing workers or assistants. In addition, there are also great numbers of small independent craftsmen and traders who employ no workers or assistants and, needless to say, they should be firmly protected. After the victory of the revolution all over the country, the new democratic state will possess huge state enterprises taken over from the bureaucrat capitalist class and controlling the economic lifelines of the country, and there will be an agricultural economy liberated from feudalism which, though it will remain basically scattered and individual for a fairly long time, can later be led to develop, step by step, in the direction of cooperatives. In these circumstances the existence and development of these small and middle capitalist sectors will present no danger. The same is true of the new rich peasant economy which will inevitably emerge in the rural areas after the land reform. It is absolutely impermissible to repeat such wrong ultra-left policies towards the upper petty bourgeois and middle bourgeois sectors in the economy as our party adopted during 1931–34, unduly advanced labor conditions, excessive income tax rates, encroachment on the interests of industrialists and merchants during the land reform, and the adoption as a goal of the so-called workers' welfare, which was a short-sighted and one-sided concept, instead of the goal of developing production. Promoting economic prosperity, giving consideration to both public and private interests and benefiting both labor and capital. To repeat such mistakes would certainly damage the interests both of the working masses and of the new democratic state. One of the provisions in the outline land law of China reads, "The property and lawful business of industrialists and merchants shall be protected from encroachment." Industrialists and merchants refers to all small independent craftsmen and traders as well as all small and middle capitalist elements. To sum up, the economic structure of New China will consist of 1. The state-owned economy, which is the leading sector, 2. The agricultural economy, developing step by step from individual to collective, and 3. The economy of small independent craftsmen and traders and the economy of small and middle private capital. These constitute the whole of the new democratic national economy. The principles guiding the new democratic national economy must closely conform to the general objective of developing production, promoting economic prosperity, giving consideration to both public and private interests and benefiting both labor and capital. Any principle, policy, or measure that deviates from this general objective is wrong. 7. The People's Liberation Army issued a manifesto in October 1947 which stated in part, "Unite workers, peasants, soldiers, intellectuals, and businessmen, all oppressed classes, all people's organizations, democratic parties, minority nationalities, overseas Chinese and other patriots, form a national united front, overthrow the dictatorial Chiang Kai-shek government, and establish a democratic coalition government. That is the fundamental political program of the People's Liberation Army and of the Communist Party of China. On the surface, our Revolutionary National United Front appears to have narrowed in the present period as compared with the period of the War of Resistance. As a matter of fact, it has been precisely in the present period, after Chiang Kai-shek sold out the nation's interests to U.S. imperialism and launched the countrywide civil war against the people, and after the crimes of U.S. imperialism and the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek clique were completely exposed before the Chinese people, that our National United Front has really broadened. During the War of Resistance, Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang were not yet completely discredited among the Chinese people and were still able to deceive them in many ways. Now it is different. All their deceptions have been shown up by their own deeds. They no longer have any mass following, they are completely isolated. In contrast to the Kuomintang, the Communist Party of China not only has the confidence of the broadest masses of the people in the liberated areas but has also won the support of the broad masses in the areas and big cities under Kuomintang control. If in 1946 a section of the upper petty bourgeois and middle bourgeois intellectuals under Chiang Kai-shek's rule still cherished the idea of a so-called Third Road 9, this idea is now bankrupt. Because our party adopted a thoroughgoing land policy, it has won wholehearted support from much broader masses of peasants than during the War of Resistance. As a result of U.S. imperialist aggression, Chiang Kai-shek's oppression and our party's correct policy of firmly protecting the interests of the masses, our party has won the sympathy of the broad masses of the working class, the peasantry, and the urban petty and middle bourgeoisie in Chiang Kai-shek's areas. Driven by hunger, political oppression, and Chiang Kai-shek's civil war against the people, which has made life impossible, the masses have been waging incessant struggles against U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary government. Their basic slogans are against hunger, against persecution, against civil war, and against U.S. interference in China's internal affairs. Never before has their awakening reached such a level, neither before nor during the War of Resistance, nor in the period immediately after the Japanese surrender. That is why we say that our new Democratic Revolutionary United Front is now broader and more consolidated than ever. This development is not only linked with our land and urban policies but is also closely linked with the whole political situation, with the victories of the People's Liberation Army, with Chiang Kai-shek's turn from the offensive to the defensive, with the People's Liberation Army's turn from the defensive to the offensive, with the period of a new high tide in the Chinese Revolution. Realizing that Chiang Kai-shek's regime is inevitably doomed, people now place their hopes on the Communist Party of China and the People's Liberation Army, and this is quite natural. Without the broadest united front of the overwhelming majority of the population, it will be impossible to win victory in China's new democratic revolution. Moreover, this united front must be under the firm leadership of the Communist Party of China. Without the party's firm leadership, no revolutionary united front can win victory. When the Northern Expedition reached its climax in 1927, the capitulationists in our party's leading body voluntarily gave up the party's leadership of the peasant masses, urban petty bourgeoisie and middle bourgeoisie, and in particular gave up the party's leadership of the armed forces, thus causing the defeat of the revolution. During the War of Resistance, our party combated ideas similar to those of the capitulationists, that is, such ideas as making concessions to the Kuomintang's anti-popular policies, having more confidence in the Kuomintang than in the masses, not daring to arouse and give full rein to mass struggles, not daring to expand the liberated areas and the people's armies in the Japanese-occupied areas, and handing over the leadership in the War of Resistance to the Kuomintang. Our party waged a resolute struggle against such impotent and degenerate ideas, which run counter to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, resolutely carried out its political line of developing the progressive forces, winning over the middle forces and isolating the die-hard forces, and resolutely expanded the liberated areas and the People's Liberation Army. This ensured not only that our party was able to defeat Japanese imperialism in the period of its aggression, but also that, in the period after the Japanese surrender when Chiang Kai-shek launched his counter-revolutionary war, our party was able to switch smoothly and without loss to the course of opposing Chiang Kai-shek's counter-revolutionary war with the People's Revolutionary War and to win great victories in a short time. All party comrades must keep these lessons of history firmly in mind. 8. When the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek clique launched the countrywide civil war against the people in 1946, the reason they dared take this risk was that they relied not merely on their own superior military strength but mainly on the US imperialists with their atom bombs, whom they regarded as exceptionally powerful and matchless in the world. On the one hand, they thought US imperialism could meet their military and financial needs with a stream of supplies. On the other hand, they wildly speculated that war between the United States and the Soviet Union is inevitable and that the outbreak of a Third World War is inevitable. This dependence on US imperialism is the common feature of the reactionary forces in all countries since World War II. It reflects the severity of the blows world capitalism received in World War II, it reflects the weakness of the reactionary forces in all countries, their panic and loss of confidence, and it reflects the might of the world revolutionary forces, all of which make reactionaries in all countries feel that there is no way out except to rely on US imperialist support. But, in fact, is US imperialism after World War II as powerful as Chiang Kai-shek and the reactionaries of other countries imagine? Can it really pour out a stream of supplies for them? No, that is not so. The economic power of US imperialism, which grew during World War II, is confronted with unstable and daily shrinking domestic and foreign markets. The further shrinking of these markets will cause economic crises to break out. The war boom in the United States of America was only temporary. The strength of the United States of America is only superficial and transient. Irreconcilable domestic and international contradictions, like a volcano, menace US imperialism every day. US imperialism is sitting on this volcano. This situation has driven the US imperialists to draw up a plan for enslaving the world, to run amok like wild beasts in Europe, Asia, and other parts of the world, to muster the reactionary forces in all countries, the human dregs cast off by their peoples, to form an imperialist and anti-democratic camp against all the democratic forces headed by the Soviet Union, and to prepare for war in the hope that in the future, at a distant time, someday, they can start a Third World War to defeat the democratic forces. This is a preposterous plan. The democratic forces of the world must defeat this plan and certainly can defeat it. The strength of the world anti-imperialist camp has surpassed that of the imperialist camp. It is we, not the enemy, who are in the superior position. The anti-imperialist camp headed by the Soviet Union has already been formed. The Socialist Soviet Union is free from crises, on the ascendant and cherished by the world's broad masses. Its strength has already surpassed that of the imperialist United States, which is seriously menaced by crises, on the decline and opposed by the world's broad masses. The people's democracies in Europe are consolidating themselves internally and are uniting with each other. In the European capitalist countries, the people's anti-imperialist forces are developing, with those in France and Italy taking the lead. Within the United States, there are people's democratic forces which are getting stronger every day. The peoples of Latin America are not slaves obedient to US imperialism. In the whole of Asia, a great national liberation movement has arisen. All the forces of the anti-imperialist camp are uniting and forging ahead. The Communist and Workers' parties of 9 European countries have established their information bureau and issued a call to the people of the world to rise against the imperialist plan of enslavement. 10. This call to battle has inspired the oppressed people of the world, charted the course of their struggle and strengthened their confidence in victory. It has thrown world reaction into panic and confusion. All the anti-imperialist forces in the countries of the East, too, should unite together, oppose oppression by imperialism and by their domestic reactionaries, and make the goal of their struggle the emancipation of the more than 1,000 million oppressed people of the East. We certainly should grasp our own destiny in our own hands. We should rid our ranks of all impotent thinking. All views that overestimate the strength of the enemy and underestimate the strength of the people are wrong. If everyone makes strenuous efforts, we, together with all the democratic forces of the world, can surely defeat the imperialist plan of enslavement, prevent the outbreak of a third world war, overthrow all reactionary regimes and win lasting peace for mankind. We are soberly aware that on our way forward there will still be all kinds of obstacles and difficulties, and that we should be prepared to deal with the maximum resistance and desperate struggle by all our enemies, domestic and foreign. But so long as we can grasp the science of Marxism-Leninism, have confidence in the masses, stand closely together with the masses and lead them forward, we shall be fully able to surmount any obstacle and overcome any difficulty. Our strength will be invincible. This is the historic epoch in which world capitalism and imperialism are going down to their doom and world socialism and people's democracy are marching to victory. The dawn is ahead, we must exert ourselves. On setting up a system of reports. January 7, 1948. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The system of reports instituted in the directive was a development under new conditions in the long struggle of the Central Committee firmly to uphold democratic centralism and combat tendencies of indiscipline and anarchy. The problem was especially important at that time because there had been tremendous progress in the revolutionary situation. Many liberated areas had been linked together, many cities had been or were about to be liberated, the People's Liberation Army had become much more of a regular army, the People's War of Liberation had become much more of a regular war, and countrywide victory was in sight. This situation demanded that the party should speedily overcome any conditions of indiscipline or anarchy existing in the party and the army and should concentrate in the Central Committee all the powers that had to be and could be centralized. The setting up of a strict system of reports was an important step taken by the party for this purpose. On this question, see also the work of land reform and of party consolidation in 1948, Section 6, p. 258 and on the September meeting circular of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Point 4, pages 273-74, of this volume. In order to provide the Central Committee with timely information so that it can help all areas, either before or after the event, to avoid mistakes or commit fewer mistakes and win even greater victories in the Revolutionary War, the following system of reports is instituted, beginning with this year. 1 for each bureau or sub-bureau of the Central Committee. The Secretary is responsible for submitting to the Central Committee and its chairman a comprehensive bi-monthly report, written by himself, not by his assistants. The report should cover military, political, land reform, party consolidation, economic, propaganda and cultural activities, the problems and tendencies that have arisen in these activities and the methods of dealing with them. Each report should be limited to about 1,000 words and, except in special cases, should not exceed 2,000 words. When all questions cannot be covered in one report, write two. Or the first report may concentrate on certain questions and deal briefly with the rest, and the next report may concentrate on the latter and deal briefly with the former. The comprehensive report should be concise in content and succinct in wording and point out the problems or controversial issues. It should be written and telegraphed early in every odd month. This is to be the regular report and request for instructions which the secretary of each bureau or sub-bureau is personally responsible for submitting to the Central Committee and its chairman. When the secretary is at the front directing military operations, he should, in addition to submitting his own reports, authorize the acting secretary or deputy secretary to report on rear area activities. The above does not include occasional reports and requests for instructions which the bureaus or sub-bureaus should continue to submit to the Central Committee. We are instituting this system of regular comprehensive policy reports and requests for instructions because, after the 7th National Congress of our party, some, not all, comrades in the bureaus or sub-bureaus still do not realize the necessity and importance of submitting reports to the Central Committee and asking for instructions before or after the event, or they send reports and requests for instructions only on technical points, and, as a result, the Central Committee is not clear or is not sufficiently clear about their major activities and policies, not those of secondary importance or of a technical nature, and therefore certain things have occurred that cannot be remedied or are hard to remedy, or can be remedied but have already caused losses. Those bureaus and sub-bureaus that have asked for prior instructions and submitted reports afterwards have avoided or reduced such losses. Beginning with this year, the party's leading bodies at all levels must correct the bad habit of neither asking the higher level for prior instructions nor submitting reports afterwards. The bureaus and sub-bureaus, being organs appointed by the Central Committee to carry out on its behalf the tasks entrusted to them, must keep in the closest possible contact with the Central Committee. Also, the provincial or area party committees must keep in close contact with the bureaus and sub-bureaus of the Central Committee. At a time when the revolution has entered a period of new high tide, it is imperative to strengthen these contacts. Two leaders of field armies and military areas, apart from their obligation to submit reports and requests for instructions on matters of strategy when necessary and their obligation to submit, as previously required, monthly reports on combat gains, on losses and munitions consumed and on the actual strength of their forces, must also submit comprehensive policy reports and requests for instructions every 2 months, beginning this year. These should cover the discipline of the troops, their living conditions, the morale of commanders and fighters, any deviations that have arisen among commanders and fighters and the methods for overcoming them, the progress or retrogression in technique and tactics, the strong and weak points of the enemy forces and whether their morale is high or low, the political work of our army, its implementation of land policy, urban policy, and policy concerning captives and the methods of overcoming deviations from these policies, the relations between the army and the people and the trends among different strata of the people. The length, method of writing and time of dispatch of these reports should be the same as those laid down for reports by the bureaus and sub-bureaus of the Central Committee. If intense fighting is going on when a report is due, that is, early in every odd month, its submission may be advanced or postponed a few days, but the reasons must be given. The section dealing with political work should be drafted by the director of the Army's political department, examined and corrected by the commander and political commissar and then jointly signed by all three. These reports should be telegraphed to the chairman of the party's military commission. We require these comprehensive policy reports for the same reasons as we require such reports from the bureaus and sub-bureaus. On some important problems of the party's present policy. January 18, 1948. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. See the introductory note to the present situation and our tasks, pages 158 to 59 of this volume. The problem of combating erroneous tendencies within the party. Oppose overestimation of the enemy's strength. For example, fear of U.S. imperialism, fear of carrying the battle into the Kuomintang areas, fear of wiping out the comprador feudal system, of distributing the land of the landlords and of confiscating bureaucrat capital, fear of a long drawn-out war, and so on. All these are incorrect. Imperialism throughout the world and the rule of the reactionary Chiang Kai-shek clique in China are already rotten and have no future. We have reason to despise them and we are confident and certain that we shall defeat all the domestic and foreign enemies of the Chinese people. But with regard to each part, each specific struggle, military, political, economic, or ideological, we must never take the enemy lightly. On the contrary, we should take the enemy seriously and concentrate all our strength for battle in order to win victory. While we correctly point out that, strategically, with regard to the whole, we should take the enemy lightly, we must never take the enemy lightly in any part, in any specific struggle. If, with regard to the whole, we overestimate the strength of our enemy and hence do not dare to overthrow him and do not dare to win victory, we shall be committing a right opportunist error. If, with regard to each part, each specific problem, we are not prudent, do not carefully study and perfect the art of struggle, do not concentrate all our strength for battle and do not pay attention to winning over all the allies that should be won over, middle peasants, small independent craftsmen and traders, the middle bourgeoisie, students, teachers, professors and ordinary intellectuals, ordinary government employees, professionals and enlightened gentry, we shall be committing a left opportunist error. In combating left and right deviations within the party, we must decide on our policy according to specific circumstances. For example, the army must guard against left deviations in times of victory and guard against right deviations in times of defeat or when we are unable to win many battles. In land reform, right deviations must be combated where the masses have not yet been aroused in earnest and the struggle has not yet unfolded, and left deviations must be guarded against where the masses have been aroused in earnest and the struggle has already unfolded. 2. Some concrete problems of policy in the land reform and mass movements. 1. The interests of the poor peasants and farm laborers and the forward role of the poor peasant leagues must be our first concern. Our party must launch the land reform through the poor peasants and farm laborers and must enable them to play the forward role in the peasant associations and in the government organs of the rural districts. This forward role consists in forging unity with the middle peasants for common action and not in casting aside the middle peasants and monopolizing the work. The position of the middle peasants is especially important in the old liberated areas where the middle peasants are the majority and the poor peasants and farm laborers a minority. The slogan, "The poor peasants and farm laborers conquer the country and should rule the country," is wrong. In the villages, it is the farm laborers, poor peasants, middle peasants, and other working people, united together under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, who conquer the country and should rule the country, and it is not the poor peasants and farm laborers alone who conquer the country and should rule the country. In the country as a whole, it is the workers, peasants, including the new rich peasants, small independent craftsmen and traders, middle and small capitalists oppressed and injured by the reactionary forces, the students, teachers, professors and ordinary intellectuals, professionals, enlightened gentry, ordinary government employees, oppressed minority nationalities and overseas Chinese, all united together under the leadership of the working class, through the Communist Party, who conquer the country and should rule the country, and it is not merely some of the people who conquer the country and should rule the country. 2. We must avoid adopting any adventurist policies towards the middle peasants. In the cases of middle peasants and persons of other strata whose class status has been wrongly determined, correction should be made without fail, and any of their belongings that have been distributed should be returned, as far as that is possible. The tendency to exclude middle peasants from the ranks of the peasants' representatives and from the peasants' committees and the tendency to counterpose them to the poor peasants and farm laborers in the land reform struggle must be corrected. Peasants with an income from exploitation should be classified as middle peasants if such income is less than 25% of their total income, and classified as rich peasants if it is more. 1. The land of well-to-do middle peasants must not be distributed without the owner's consent. 3. We must avoid adopting any adventurist policies towards middle and small industrialists and merchants. The policy, adopted in the past in the liberated areas, of protecting and encouraging the development of all private industry and commerce beneficial to the national economy was correct and should be continued in the future. The policy of encouraging landlords and rich peasants to switch to industry and commerce, adopted during the period of rent and interest reduction, was also correct. It is wrong to regard such switching as a disguise and therefore to oppose it and confiscate and distribute the property so switched. The industrial and commercial holdings of landlords and rich peasants should in general be protected. The only industrial and commercial holdings that may be confiscated are those of bureaucrat capitalists and of real counter-revolutionary local tyrants. Among the industrial and commercial enterprises which should be confiscated, those beneficial to the national economy must continue to operate after they have been taken over by the state and the people and must not be allowed to break up or close down. The transactions tax on the industry and commerce which are beneficial to the national economy should be levied only to the extent that it does not hamper their development. In each public enterprise, the administration and the trade union must set up a joint management committee to strengthen the work of management in order to reduce costs, increase output and see that both public and individual interests are benefited. Private capitalist enterprises should also try out this method in order to reduce costs, increase output, and benefit both labor and capital. The workers' livelihood must be appropriately improved, but unduly high wages and benefits must be avoided. 4. We must avoid adopting any adventurous policies towards students, teachers, professors, scientific workers, art workers, and ordinary intellectuals. The experience of China's student movements and revolutionary struggles has proved that the overwhelming majority of these people can take part in the revolution or remain neutral. The die-hard counter-revolutionaries are a tiny minority. Our party should, therefore, adopt a careful attitude towards students, teachers, professors, scientific workers, art workers, and ordinary intellectuals. We should unite with them, educate them, and give them posts according to the merits of each case, and only a tiny number of die-hard counter-revolutionaries among them will have to be appropriately dealt with through the mass line. 5. On the question of the enlightened gentry. Our party's cooperation with the enlightened gentry in government bodies, consultative councils and governments, in the liberated areas during the War of Resistance against Japan was entirely necessary and also successful. Those enlightened gentry who went through hardships and tribulations together with our party and actually made some contribution should be given consideration according to the merits of each case, provided that this does not interfere with land reform. Those who are fairly good politically and are competent should remain in the higher government bodies and be given appropriate work. Those who are fairly good politically but are not competent should have their livelihood assured. As for those who are of landlord or rich peasant origin but who have not incurred the people's deep resentment, their feudal land holdings and feudal property should be distributed according to the land law, but it should be seen to that they do not become targets of mass struggles. Those who have sneaked into our government bodies, who have in reality always been evil, who can be of no use to the people and who have incurred the extreme hatred of the broad masses, are to be handed over to the people's courts to be tried and punished like local tyrants. 6. We must distinguish between the new rich peasants and the old rich peasants. 2. The encouragement given to new rich peasants and well-to-do middle peasants during the period of rent and interest reduction proved effective in reassuring the middle peasants and in developing agricultural production in the liberated areas. After the equal distribution of land, we must call on the peasants to develop production so that they will be well fed and well clothed, and advise them to set up organizations for mutual aid and cooperation in agriculture, such as labor exchange teams, mutual aid teams, and work exchange groups. 3. In the equal distribution of land, the new rich peasants in the old liberated areas should be treated like well-to-do middle peasants, and their land should not be distributed without the owner's consent. 7. Among those landlords and rich peasants in the old liberated areas who changed their mode of living during the period of rent and interest reduction, the landlords who have engaged in physical labor for 5 years or more and the rich peasants whose condition has been reduced to that of middle or poor peasants for 3 years or more may now have their class status changed in accordance with their present condition, provided their behavior has been good. Those who still possess a large amount of surplus property, not a small amount, should hand over the surplus in accordance with the peasants' demands. 8. The heart of land reform is the equal distribution of the land of the feudal classes and of their property in grain, animals, and farm implements. Rich peasants hand over only their surplus property. We should not overemphasize the struggle to unearth hidden wealth for and in particular should not spend too much time on this matter lest it should interfere with the main work. 9. In dealing with landlords and rich peasants we should distinguish between them in accordance with the outline land law. 10. Within the framework of the principle of equal distribution of land, we should also distinguish among the big, middle, and small landlords, as well as between those landlords and rich peasants who are local tyrants and those who are not. 11. After the people's courts have given the handful of arch-criminals who are really guilty of the most heinous crimes a serious trial and sentenced them and the sentences have been approved by appropriate government organizations, committees organized by local governments at county or sub-regional level, it is entirely necessary for the sake of revolutionary order to shoot them and announce their execution. That is one side of the matter. The other side is that we must insist on killing less and must strictly forbid killing without discrimination. To advocate killing more or killing without discrimination is entirely wrong. This would only cause our party to forfeit sympathy, become alienated from the masses and fall into isolation. Trial and sentence by the people's courts, a form of struggle provided in the outline land law, must be carried out in earnest. It is a powerful weapon of the peasant masses for striking at the worst elements among the landlords and rich peasants. It also avoids the mistake of beating and killing without discrimination. At the proper time, after the land struggle has reached its height, we should teach the masses to understand their own long-term interests, to regard those landlords and rich peasants who do not persist in wrecking the war effort or the land reform and who number tens of millions in the country as a whole, as many as 36 million out of a rural population of about 360 million, as a labor force for the country and to save and remold them. Our task is to abolish the feudal system, to wipe out the landlords as a class, not as individuals. In accordance with the land law, we must give them means of production and means of livelihood, but not more than to the peasants. 12. We must criticize and struggle with certain cadres and party members who have committed serious mistakes and certain bad elements among the masses of workers and peasants. In such criticism and struggle we should persuade the masses to adopt correct methods and forms and to refrain from rough actions. This is one side of the matter. The other side is that these cadres, party members, and bad elements should be made to pledge that they will not retaliate against the masses. It should be announced that the masses not only have the right to criticize them freely but also have the right to dismiss them from their posts when necessary, or to propose their dismissal, or to propose their expulsion from the party, and even to hand the worst elements over to the people's courts for trial and punishment. 3. On the problem of state power. 1. The new democratic state power is the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal state power of the masses of the people led by the working class. Here, the masses of the people include the working class, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie who are oppressed and injured by imperialism and by the reactionary Kuomintang regime, and the classes it represents, namely, the bureaucrat capitalist class, the big bourgeoisie, and the landlord class. The main body of the masses consists of the workers, peasants, soldiers being chiefly peasants in uniform, and other working people. The masses of the people form their own state, the People's Republic of China, and establish a government, the central government of the People's Republic of China, to represent the state. The working class through its vanguard, the Communist Party of China, exercises the leadership in the state belonging to the masses of the people and in its government. The enemies this People's Republic and its government oppose are foreign imperialism and the Kuomintang reactionaries at home, and the classes they represent the bureaucrat capitalist class and landlord class. 2. The organs of state power of the People's Republic of China are the People's Congresses at different levels and the governments at different levels which these Congresses elect. 3. In the rural areas in the present period, we can and should, in accordance with the demands of the peasants, convene village peasant meetings to elect the village governments, and convene district peasant congresses to elect the district governments. Since the governments at or above county or municipal level represent not only the peasants in the countryside but also the people of all strata and occupations in the towns, county seats, provincial capitals, and big industrial and commercial cities, we should convene people's congresses at county, municipal, provincial or border region levels to elect the governments at corresponding levels. In the future, after the revolution triumphs throughout the whole country, the central government and the local governments at all levels should be elected by the people's congresses at corresponding levels. 4. The problem of the relationship between those who lead and those who are led in the revolutionary united front. The leading class and the leading party must fulfill two conditions in order to exercise their leadership of the classes, strata, political parties, and people's organizations which are being led. A. Lead those who are led, allies, to wage resolute struggles against the common enemy and achieve victories. B. Bring material benefits to those who are led, or at least not damage their interests, and at the same time give them political education. Without both these conditions, or with only one, leadership cannot be realized. As an example, the Communist Party, in order to lead the middle peasants, must lead them to struggle resolutely together with us against the feudal classes and achieve victories, destroying the landlord's armed force and dividing up their land. If there is no resolute struggle, or if there is struggle but no victory, the middle peasants will vacillate. Furthermore, we must allot part of the land and other property of the landlords to those middle peasants who are relatively poor and must not damage the interests of the well-to-do middle peasants. In the peasant associations and the village and district governments we must draw the activists among the middle peasants into the work and must provide suitable quotas for them, for instance, 1/3 of the committee members. Do not make mistakes in determining the class status of middle peasants and be fair to them in regard to the land tax and civilian war service. At the same time, give the middle peasants political education. If we do not do all these things, we will lose the support of the middle peasants. In the cities, the same holds true for the working class and the Communist Party in exercising their leadership of the middle bourgeoisie, democratic parties, and people's organizations oppressed and injured by the reactionary forces. The democratic movement in the army. January 30, 1948. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The policy for political work in our army units is fully to arouse the masses of soldiers, the commanders, and all working personnel in order to achieve, through a democratic movement under centralized leadership, 3 major objectives, namely, a high degree of political unity, an improvement in living conditions and a higher level of military technique and tactics. The 3 check ups and 3 improvements 1 now being enthusiastically carried out in our army units are intended to attain the first 2 of these objectives through the methods of political and economic democracy. With regard to economic democracy, the representatives elected by the soldiers must be ensured the right to assist, but not to bypass, the company leadership in managing the company's supplies and mess. With regard to military democracy, in periods of training there must be mutual instruction as between officers and soldiers and among the soldiers themselves, and in periods of fighting the companies at the front must hold big and small meetings of various kinds. Under the direction of the company leadership, the masses of soldiers should be roused to discuss how to attack and capture enemy positions and how to fulfill other combat tasks. When the fighting lasts several days, several such meetings should be held. This kind of military democracy was practiced with great success in the Battle of Panlung II in northern Shenxi and in the Battle of Shijiaquang III in the Shanxi-Shahar-Hopi area. It has been proved that the practice can only do good and can do no harm whatsoever. The masses of soldiers should have the right to expose the errors and misdeeds of bad elements among the cadres. We should be confident that the soldiers will cherish all the good and comparatively good cadres. Moreover, the soldiers should have the right, when necessary, to nominate those whom they trust from their own ranks for lower-level cadre posts, subject to appointment by the higher level. When there is an acute shortage of lower-level cadres, this kind of nomination is very useful. It is not to be the rule, however, but is to be done only when necessary. Different tactics for carrying out the land law in different areas. February 3, 1948. In carrying out the land law, it is necessary to distinguish 3 kinds of areas and to adopt different tactics for each. 1. Old liberated areas established before the Japanese surrender. In general, land in these areas has long been distributed, and only a part of the distribution needs to be readjusted. Our work here should center on educating and consolidating the ranks of the party and solving the contradictions between the party and the masses by combining the efforts of party and non-party people according to the experience gained in Pingshan County. 1. In these old liberated areas what should be done is not to distribute the land a second time under the land law, or artificially and arbitrarily to organize poor peasant leagues to lead the peasant associations, but to organize poor peasant groups within the peasant associations. Activists in these groups can hold leading posts in the peasant associations and in the organs of political power in the rural areas, but it should not be made the rule that such posts go to the poor peasants to the exclusion of the middle peasants. In these areas the leading posts in the peasant associations and the organs of political power should be assumed by those activists among the poor and middle peasants who are correct in their thinking and fair and just in running affairs. The great majority of former poor peasants in these areas have developed into middle peasants, and the middle peasants now form the bulk of the rural population. Therefore we must draw in the activists among the middle peasants to participate in the leadership of these rural areas. Two areas liberated between the Japanese surrender and the time of the general counteroffensive, that is, in the 2 years between September 1945 and August 1947. These now form the largest part of the liberated areas and can be called the semi-old liberated areas. In these areas, through the struggle to settle accounts during the last 2 years and through the carrying out of the May 4th Directive, to the level of political consciousness and the degree of organization of the masses have been raised considerably, and there has been a preliminary solution of the land problem. But the political consciousness and the organization of the masses have not yet reached a high level, and the land problem is not yet thoroughly solved. In these areas the land law is entirely applicable. The distribution of land should be universal and thorough, and if it is not done well the first time, we should be prepared for a second distribution with 1 or 2 check ups afterwards. In these areas the middle peasants are a minority and are taking a wait-and-see attitude. The poor peasants are the majority and are eagerly demanding land. Poor peasant leagues must therefore be organized and their leading position established in the peasant associations and the organs of political power in the rural areas. 3 areas newly liberated since the general counteroffensive. In these areas the masses have not yet been aroused. The Kuomintang, the landlords and the rich peasants still have great influence, and all our work has not yet taken root. Therefore, we should not try to enforce the land law all at once but should do it in 2 stages. The first stage is to neutralize the rich peasants and strike blows exclusively at the landlords. This stage should be further subdivided into several steps, namely, propaganda, preliminary organization, distribution of the movable property 3 of the big landlords, distribution of the land of the big and middle landlords with some consideration being given to the small landlords, and finally the distribution of the land of the landlord class. During this stage, poor peasant leagues should be organized as the backbone of leadership, and peasant associations may also be organized with the poor peasants as the main body. The second stage is to distribute the land rented out by the rich peasants, their surplus land for and part of their other property, and to distribute that portion of the land of the landlords which was not thoroughly distributed in the first stage. The first stage should take about 2 years and the second a year. Haste will certainly do no good. Land reform and party consolidation in the old and semi-old liberated areas should also take 3 years, counting from this January. Here haste will do no good either. Correct the left errors in land reform propaganda. February 11, 1948. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. In the past few months our news agency and newspapers in many places have publicized without discrimination or analysis many unsound reports and articles containing left deviationist errors. Here are some examples. 1. They did not propagate the line of relying on the poor peasants and farm laborers and firmly uniting with the middle peasants in order to abolish the feudal system, but one-sidedly propagated a poor peasant farm laborer line. They did not propagate the view that the proletariat should unite with all working people and others who are oppressed, the national bourgeoisie, the intellectuals and other patriots, including the enlightened gentry who do not oppose land reform, in order to overthrow the rule of imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism and establish a People's Republic of China and a People's Democratic Government, but one-sidedly propagated the view that the poor peasants and farm laborers conquer the country and should rule the country, or that the democratic government should be a government of the peasants only, or that the democratic government should listen only to the workers, poor peasants and farm laborers, while no mention at all was made of the middle peasants, the independent craftsmen, the national bourgeoisie and the intellectuals. This is a serious error of principle. Yet reports of this kind have been circulated by our news agency, newspapers and radio stations. and the propaganda departments of the party committees in various places have failed to report these errors to the higher levels. In the past few months such propaganda, though not widespread, has been fairly frequent and has created an atmosphere in which people have been misled into believing that it might represent the correct leading ideas. Because the Northern Shenzi radio station broadcasts some incorrect items, people even mistakenly believed that these were views approved by the Central Committee. 2. On the question of party consolidation, there has not been sufficiently vigorous propaganda in some areas either against taking no account of class origin or against taking account of class origin alone, and there has even been erroneous propaganda which advocates taking account of class origin alone. 3. On the question of land reform, in some areas propaganda against both hesitation and rashness has been taken well in hand, but in many areas rashness has been encouraged and articles praising it have even been published. On the question of the relationship between the leadership and the masses, attention has been given in some areas to conducting propaganda against both commandism and tailism, but in many areas there has been an erroneous emphasis on doing everything as the masses want it done and an accommodation to wrong views existing among the masses. Even wrong views held not by the masses but only by a few individuals have been uncritically accepted. This negates the leading role of the party and encourages tailism. 4. With regard to policies concerning industry and commerce and the working class movement, serious left deviations existing in certain liberated areas have been either praised or ignored. To sum up, in the past few months our propaganda work has correctly reflected and guided the great struggles: the war, the land reform, party consolidation, production, and support for the front, and contributed to their great achievements. This is the major aspect of our propaganda work, and it must be affirmed first of all. But some errors and shortcomings must also be noted. They are of an ultra-left character. A few run completely counter to the principles and standpoint of Marxism-Leninism and depart completely from the line of the Central Committee. It is expected that the bureaus and sub-bureaus of the Central Committee, their propaganda departments, the central and regional head offices of the Xinhua News Agency and the comrades working on all the newspapers will check up on the propaganda work of the last few months on the basis of Marxist-Leninist principles and the line of the Central Committee, extend their achievements, correct their errors, and see to it that their work helps to ensure victory in these great struggles: the war, the land reform, party consolidation, the working class movement, and to ensure victory in the whole anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolution. The propaganda departments of the party committees in all areas and the central office of the Xinhua News Agency should assume the main responsibility for this checkup and should submit, in their own names, policy reports on its results to the propaganda department of the Central Committee. Essential points in land reform in the new liberated areas. February 15, 1948. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1. Do not be impetuous. The speed of land reform should be determined according to the circumstances, the level of political consciousness of the masses and the strength of leading cadres. Do not attempt to complete the land reform in a few months, but prepare to complete it in each area in 2 or 3 years. This also applies to the old or semi-old liberated areas. 2. Land reform in a new liberated area should be divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, strike blows at the landlords and neutralize the rich peasants. This stage is to be subdivided into several steps: strike blows at the big landlords first, and then at the other landlords. Treatment must be different for those who are local tyrants and those who are not, and different also for big, middle, and small landlords. The second stage is the equal distribution of land, including the land rented out by the rich peasants and their surplus land. However, the treatment of rich peasants should differ from that of landlords. The total scope of attack should generally not exceed 8% of the households or 10% of the population. In the semi-old liberated areas, the differences in treatment and the total scope of attack should be the same. These questions do not arise in the old liberated areas, where in general only minor adjustments in the distribution of lands are needed. 3. Organize poor peasant leagues first and then, after a few months, peasant associations. Strictly prohibit landlords and rich peasants from sneaking into the peasant associations and poor peasant leagues. Activists in the poor peasant leagues should become the backbone of leadership in peasant associations, but a section of the activists among the middle peasants must also be drawn into the committees of peasant associations. In the land reform struggle, the middle peasants must be drawn in to participate, and their interests should be given consideration. 4. Do not start the work in all places at the same time, but choose strong cadres to carry it out first in certain places to gain experience, then spread the experience step by step and expand the work in waves. This applies to a whole strategic area as well as to a single county. It also applies to the old and the semi-old liberated areas. 5. Distinguish between consolidated liberated areas and guerrilla zones. In the former, land reform can proceed step by step. In the latter, we should confine ourselves to propaganda, covert organizational work and the distribution of a certain amount of movable property. Mass organizations should not be openly set up and land reform should not be carried out, lest the enemy should persecute the masses. 6. The reactionary armed bands of the landlords and the reactionary secret police must be destroyed and must not be utilized. 7. Reactionaries must be suppressed, but killing without discrimination is strictly forbidden, the fewer killings, the better. Death sentences should be reviewed and approved by a committee formed at the county level. The power to try and to deal with the cases of political suspects is vested in committees at the district party committee level. This applies in the old as well as the semi-old liberated areas. 8. Local revolutionary intellectuals and semi-intellectuals who come from landlord or rich peasant families but support land reform should be utilized and drawn into the work of building the base areas. But we must intensify our educational work among them and prevent them from entrenching themselves in power and hindering land reform. In general, we should not let them work in their native districts or townships. Emphasis should be placed on employing intellectuals or semi-intellectuals from peasant families. 9. Pay strict attention to the protection of industry and commerce. Take a long-term view in the planning and management of economic and financial affairs. The armed forces and district and township governments should all guard against waste. February 27, 1948. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. One-party organizations in certain places have violated the policy of the Central Committee of the party concerning industry and commerce and seriously damaged both. These mistakes must be speedily corrected. In correcting them, the party committees in these places must make a careful check-up from the two aspects of guiding policies and methods of leadership. 2. Guiding policies. Precautions should be taken against the mistake of applying in the cities the measures used in rural areas for struggling against landlords and rich peasants and for destroying the feudal forces. A sharp distinction should be made between the feudal exploitation practiced by landlords and rich peasants, which must be abolished, and the industrial and commercial enterprises run by landlords and rich peasants, which must be protected. A sharp distinction should also be made between the correct policy of developing production, promoting economic prosperity, giving consideration to both public and private interests and benefiting both labor and capital, and the one-sided and narrow-minded policy of relief, which purports to uphold the workers' welfare but in fact damages industry and commerce and impairs the cause of the people's revolution. Education should be conducted among comrades in the trade unions and among the masses of workers to enable them to understand that they should not see merely the immediate and partial interests of the working class while forgetting its broad, long-range interests. Under the local government's leadership, workers and capitalists should be led to organize joint committees for the management of production and to do everything possible to reduce costs, increase output and stimulate sales so as to attain the objectives of giving consideration to both public and private interests, benefiting both labor and capital and supporting the war. The mistakes committed in many places are due to the failure to grasp all, most or some of the above policies. The bureaus and sub-bureaus of the Central Committee should raise this question clearly, analyze, check up, formulate correct policies and issue inter-party directives and government decrees. 3 Methods of leadership. After policies have been fixed and directives issued, a bureau or sub-bureau of the Central Committee should keep in close contact with its area and prefectural party committees, one or with its own working teams by telegraph or telephone, by couriers on vehicles or on horseback, or by personal interviews. It should use the newspaper as an important instrument of organization and leadership. It should constantly have a grip on the progress of the work, exchange experience, and correct mistakes. It should not wait several months, half a year or a year before holding summing up meetings for a general checkup and a general correction of mistakes. Waiting leads to great loss, while correcting mistakes as soon as they occur reduces loss. In ordinary circumstances, a bureau of the Central Committee should strive to keep in close contact with its subordinate organizations, always take care to draw a sharp line between what should and what should not be done, and constantly remind its subordinate organizations of this so that they may make as few mistakes as possible. All these are questions of methods of leadership. For all comrades in the party should understand that the enemy is now completely isolated. But his isolation is not tantamount to our victory. If we make mistakes in policy, we shall still be unable to win victory. To put it concretely, we shall fail if we make, and do not correct, mistakes of principle with regard to any of the 5 policies on the war, party consolidation, land reform, industry and commerce, and the suppression of counter-revolution. Policy is the starting point of all the practical actions of a revolutionary party and manifests itself in the process and the end result of that party's actions. A revolutionary party is carrying out a policy whenever it takes any action. If it is not carrying out a correct policy, it is carrying out a wrong policy. If it is not carrying out a given policy consciously, it is doing so blindly. What we call experience is the process and the end result of carrying out a policy. Only through the practice of the people, that is, through experience, can we verify whether a policy is correct or wrong and determine to what extent it is correct or wrong. But people's practice, especially the practice of a revolutionary party and the revolutionary masses, cannot but be related to one policy or another. Therefore, before any action is taken, we must explain the policy, which we have formulated in the light of the given circumstances, to party members and to the masses. Otherwise, party members and the masses will depart from the guidance of our policy, act blindly and carry out a wrong policy. On the question of the national bourgeoisie and the enlightened gentry. March 1, 1948. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Chinese Revolution at the present stage is in its character a revolution against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism waged by the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat. By the broad masses of the people is meant all those who are oppressed, injured, or fettered by imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism, namely, workers, peasants, soldiers, intellectuals, businessmen and other patriots, as clearly stated in the Manifesto of the Chinese People's Liberation Army of October 1947. 1. In the manifesto, intellectuals means all intellectuals who are persecuted and fettered. Businessmen means all the national bourgeois who are persecuted and fettered, that is, the middle and petty bourgeois. Other patriots refers primarily to the enlightened gentry. The Chinese Revolution at the present stage is a revolution in which all these people form a united front against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, and in which the working people are the main body. By working people are meant all those engaged in manual labor, such as workers, peasants, handicraftsmen, etc., as well as those engaged in mental labor who are close to those engaged in manual labor and are not exploiters but are exploited. The aim of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage is to overthrow the rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism and to establish a new democratic republic of the broad masses of the people with the working people as the main force. Its aim is not to abolish capitalism in general. We should not abandon the enlightened gentry who cooperated with us in the past and continue to cooperate with us at present, who approve of the struggle against the United States and Chiang Kai-shek and who approve of the land reform. Take, for instance, people like Liu Xiaopai of the Shanxi Suiwan border region and Li Tingming of the Shenzi Kansuningxia border region. 2. Since they gave us considerable help in the hard times during and after the War of Resistance against Japan and did not obstruct or oppose the land reform when we were carrying it out, we should continue the policy of uniting with them. But uniting with them does not mean treating them as a force that determines the character of the Chinese Revolution. The forces that determine the character of a revolution are the chief enemies on the one side and the chief revolutionaries on the other. At present our chief enemies are imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, while the main forces in our struggle against these enemies are the people engaged in manual and mental labor, who make up 90% of the country's population. And this determines that our revolution at the present stage is a new democratic, a people's democratic revolution in character and is different from a socialist revolution such as the October Revolution. The few right-wingers among the national bourgeoisie who attach themselves to imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism and oppose the people's democratic revolution are also enemies of the revolution, while the left-wingers among the national bourgeoisie who attach themselves to the working people and oppose the reactionaries are also revolutionaries, as are the few enlightened gentry who have broken away from the feudal class. But the former are not the main body of the enemy any more than the latter are the main body among the revolutionaries, neither is a force that determines the character of the revolution. The national bourgeoisie is a class which is politically very weak and vacillating. But the majority of its members may either join the People's Democratic Revolution or take a neutral stand, because they too are persecuted and fettered by imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. They are part of the broad masses of the people but not the main body, nor are they a force that determines the character of the revolution. However, because they are important economically and may either join in the struggle against the United States and Chiang Kai-shek or remain neutral in that struggle, it is possible and necessary for us to unite with them. Before the birth of the Communist Party of China, the Kuomintang headed by Sun Yat-sen represented the national bourgeoisie and acted as the leader of the Chinese Revolution of that time, a non-thorough democratic revolution of the old type. But after the Communist Party of China was born and demonstrated its ability, the Kuomintang could no longer be the leader of the Chinese Revolution, a new democratic revolution. The national bourgeoisie joined the 1924-27 revolutionary movement 3 and during the years 1927-31, before the September 18 incident of 1931, quite a few of them sided with the reaction under Chiang Kai-shek. But one must not on this account think that we should not have tried during that period to win over the national bourgeoisie politically or to protect it economically, or that our ultra-left policy towards the national bourgeoisie was not adventurist. On the contrary, in that period our policy should still have been to protect the national bourgeoisie and win it over so as to enable us to concentrate our efforts on fighting the chief enemies. In the period of the War of Resistance the national bourgeoisie was a participant in the war, wavering between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. At the present stage the majority of the national bourgeoisie has a growing hatred of the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. Its left-wingers attach themselves to the Communist Party and its right-wingers to the Kuomintang, while its middle elements take a hesitant, wait-and-see attitude between the two parties. These circumstances make it necessary and possible for us to win over the majority of the national bourgeoisie and isolate the minority. To achieve this aim, we should be prudent in dealing with the economic position of this class and in principle should adopt a blanket policy of protection. Otherwise we shall commit political errors. The enlightened gentry are individual landlords and rich peasants with democratic leanings. Such people have contradictions with bureaucrat capitalism and imperialism and to a certain extent also with the feudal landlords and rich peasants. We unite with them not because they are a political force to be reckoned with nor because they are of any economic importance. Their feudal land holdings should be handed over with their consent to the peasants for distribution, but because they gave us considerable help politically during the War of Resistance and during the struggle against the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. During the period of land reform, it will help the land reform throughout the country if some of the enlightened gentry favor it. In particular, it will help win over the intellectuals, most of whom come from landlord or rich peasant families, the national bourgeoisie, most of whom have ties with the land, and the enlightened gentry throughout the country, who number several 100,000, and help isolate the chief enemy of the Chinese Revolution, the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries. It is precisely because they have this role that the enlightened gentry also constitute an element in the revolutionary united front against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. Therefore, attention must also be paid to the question of uniting with them. During the period of the War of Resistance, what we required of the enlightened gentry was that they should favor resistance against Japan, favor democracy, not be anti-communist, and favor reduction of rent and interest. At the present stage, what we require of them is that they favor the struggle against the United States and Chiang Kai-shek, favor democracy, not be anti-communist, and favor the land reform. If they can meet these requirements, we should unite with them without exception, and while uniting with them educate them. On the great victory in the Northwest and on the new type of ideological education movement in the Liberation Army. March 7, 1948. This commentary was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the spokesman of the General Headquarters of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. At that time the enemy offensive in the Northwest theater of war had been smashed, and our army had gone over to its own offensive. This commentary analyzed the situation in the Northwest theater and also outlined conditions in the other theaters of war. More important, it stressed the great significance of the new type of ideological education movement in the army, carried out by the methods of pouring out grievances and of the three-check UPS. This new type of movement was an important development of the political work and the democratic movement in the People's Liberation Army. It was the reflection in the army of the movements for land reform and party consolidation then vigorously proceeding in all the liberated areas. This movement greatly enhanced the political consciousness, discipline, and combat effectiveness of all officers and soldiers. At the same time it most effectively speeded the process of reforming large numbers of captured Kuomintang soldiers into Liberation Army fighters. Thus it played an important role in consolidating and expanding the People's Liberation Army and in ensuring victories in the field. For the significance of this movement, see also the Democratic Movement in the Army, pages 191-92, Speech at a Conference of Cadres in the Shanxi Suiwen Liberated Area, pages 227-39, and on the September meeting circular of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, pages 269-77, of this volume. Commenting on the recent great victory of the Northwest People's Liberation Army, a spokesman for the General Headquarters of the People's Liberation Army said, "This victory has changed the situation in the Northwest and will affect the situation in the Central Plains. It has proved that through the new type of ideological education movement in the army by the methods of pouring out grievances and of the three-check UPS, the People's Liberation Army will make itself invincible." The spokesman said, on this occasion, the Northwest People's Liberation Army suddenly encircled an enemy brigade at Yushuan, and Hu Tsungnan ordered Lu Can, commander of his 29th Corps, to rush 4 brigades of 2 reorganized divisions from the Laquan-Yushan line to the relief of Yushuan. They were the 31st and 47th Brigades of the reorganized 27th Division and the 53rd and 61st Brigades of the reorganized 90th Division, totaling more than 24,000 men. They reached the area southwest of Yushuan on February 28. The Northwest People's Liberation Army started a battle of annihilation and in 30 hours of fighting on February 29 and March 1 completely wiped out these reinforcements, letting none escape from the net. More than 18,000 men were captured, and more than 5,000 were killed and wounded. Lu Can himself, Yan Ming, commander of the 90th Division, and other officers were killed. Then on March 3 we captured Yushuan and here again wiped out over 5,000 men of the 24th Brigade of the enemy's reorganized 76th Division, which was defending the city. In this campaign we wiped out, all told, 1 Corps headquarters, 2 Division headquarters and 5 brigades of the enemy, a total of 30,000 men. This is our first great victory in the Northwest Theater. Analyzing the situation in the Northwest Theater, the spokesman said, of the 28 brigades of the so-called Central Army directly commanded by Hu Tsungnan, 8 belonged to his 3 crack divisions, the reorganized 1st, 36th and 90th Divisions. Of these divisions, the 1st Brigade of the reorganized 1st Division had been wiped out by us once before at Fushun, Southern Shanxi, in September 1946, and the main force of the same division's 167th Brigade had been wiped out once at Panlong Town, Northern Shanxi, in May last year. The 123rd and 165th Brigades of the reorganized 36th Division had been wiped out once at Shachiashan in Mika County, Northern Shanxi, in August last year, and this time the reorganized 90th Division was also completely wiped out. Of the remainder of Hu Tsung-Nan's main force, only the 78th Brigade of the reorganized 1st Division and the 28th Brigade of the reorganized 36th Division have not yet been wiped out. Hu Tsung-Nan's whole army can therefore be said to have practically no more crack units. As a result of the Yushuan Battle of Annihilation, of the 28 regular brigades formerly under Hu Tsung-Nan's direct command, only 23 are left. These 23 brigades are distributed in the following areas: 1 brigade at Linfen in southern Shanxi is immobilized and doomed, 9 brigades are on the Shanxi-Honan border and along the Luoyang-Tungquan line to cope with our field army under Chen Keng and Hsi Fuqi, and another brigade in southern Shanxi is guarding the Hancheng area. The remaining 12 brigades are distributed along the T-shaped communication lines from Tungquan to Boqi and from Xianyang to Yan'an. Of these, 3 are reserve brigades composed entirely of recruits, 2 have been completely wiped out by our army and replenished recently, another 2 have received crushing blows from us, and 5 have received relatively few blows. It can be seen that not only are these forces very weak but also they are mostly on garrison duty. In addition to Hu Tsung-Nan's army, there are 2 brigades under Teng Paoshan defending Yulin, while 9 brigades under Ma Hongkai of Ningxia province and Ma Pu Fang of Qinghai province are distributed in the Sanbian and Lungtung areas. To all the regular troops under Hu Tsung-Nan, Teng Paoshan and the 2 MAs now total 34 brigades, including the units replenished after having been wiped out once or twice. That is how things stand with the enemy in the northwest. To return to the T-shaped communication lines, of those 5 brigades which have received relatively few blows, 2 are hemmed in at Yan'an and 3 are in the greater Quancheng area. 3 As for the other brigades there, most of them have been recently replenished, and a few have received crushing blows. In other words, the enemy's forces in the whole greater Quancheng area and especially in Kansu province are very sparse and weak and cannot possibly stop the offensive of the People's Liberation Army. This situation is bound to affect some of the dispositions of Chiang Kai-shek's forces on the southern front and, first of all, his dispositions vis-a-vis our field army under Chen Keng and Hsi Fuqi on the Honan-Zhenzi border. In its present southward drive, the Northwest People's Liberation Army has won victory as soon as its banner was displayed, gained resounding fame and changed the relation of forces between the enemy and ourselves in the Northwest. From now on it will be able to fight even more effectively in coordination with the forces of the People's Liberation Army on the southern fronts. The spokesman said, since last summer and autumn our 3 field armies, commanded respectively by Lu Pocheng and Teng Xiaoping, Chen Yi and Su Yu, and Chen Keng and Hsi Fuqi, have advanced south across the Yellow River, swept through the length and breadth of the territory enclosed by the Yangtze, Huai, Yellow, and Han rivers, wiped out large numbers of enemy troops, manipulated and drawn towards themselves some 90 out of the 160-odd brigades which Chiang Kai-shek has on the southern front, forced his armies into a passive position, played a decisive strategic role and won the acclaim of the people all over the country. For in its winter offensive our Northeast Field Army braved bitter cold of 30 degrees below zero, annihilated most of the enemy troops, captured one well-known city after another and won resounding fame throughout the country. 5 After wiping out large numbers of enemy troops in heroic battles last year, 6 Our field armies in the Shanxi-Shahar-Hopi area, Shantung, northern Jiangsu, and the Shanxi-Hopi-Shantung Honan area completed their training and consolidation last winter, and they will soon unfold their spring offensive. 7 A review of the whole situation proves one truth. Provided we firmly oppose conservatism, fear of the enemy and fear of difficulties, and provided we follow the general strategy of the Central Committee of the party and its directive on the 10 major principles of Operation 8, we can unfold our offensives, wipe out vast numbers of enemy troops and strike such blows at the forces of the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang that they can only parry them for a time without being able to hit back, or that they cannot even parry our blows and will be completely wiped out, one after another. The spokesman emphatically pointed out, the combat effectiveness of our Northwest Field Army is far higher than at any time last year. In last year's fighting, the Northwest Field Army could destroy at most 2 enemy brigades at a time. Now in the Yushuan campaign it has been able to wipe out 5 enemy brigades at one time. The reasons for this outstanding victory were many, among which we should point out the firm yet flexible command of the leading comrades at the front, the energetic support given by the leading comrades and the broad masses in the rear, the relative isolation of the enemy troops and a terrain favorable to us. What is most noteworthy, however, is the new type of ideological education movement in the army, which was carried out for more than 2 months last winter by the methods of pouring out grievances and the 3-check UPS. The correct unfolding of the movement for pouring out grievances, the wrongs done to the laboring people by the old society and by the reactionaries, and the 3-check UPS, on class origin, performance of duty and will to fight, greatly heightened the political consciousness of commanders and fighters throughout the army in the fight for the emancipation of the exploited working masses, for nationwide land reform and for the destruction of the common enemy of the people, the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang. It also greatly strengthened the firm unity of all commanders and fighters under the leadership of the Communist Party. On this basis, the army achieved greater purity in its ranks, strengthened discipline, unfolded a mass movement for training and further developed its political, economic, and military democracy in a completely well-led and orderly way. Thus the army has become united as one man, with everybody contributing his ideas and his strength, fearless of sacrifice and capable of overcoming material difficulties, an army which displays mass heroism and daring in destroying the enemy. Such an army will be invincible. The spokesman said, it is not only in the Northwest that this new type of ideological education movement in the army has been carried out, it has been, or is being, carried on in the People's Liberation Army throughout the country. Conducted between battles, the movement does not interfere with fighting. Taking in conjunction with the movement for party consolidation and the land reform movement now being correctly carried out by our party, taking in coordination with our party's correct policy of narrowing the scope of attack by opposing only imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, by strictly forbidding beating and killing without discrimination, the fewer killings, the better, and by firmly uniting the masses of the people who make up over 90% of the country's population. And taking in coordination with the application of our party's correct urban policy and its policy of firmly protecting and developing the industry and commerce of the national bourgeoisie, this ideological education movement is bound to make the People's Liberation Army invincible. However desperate the exertions of the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang and its master, U.S. imperialism, against the great struggle of the Chinese People's Democratic Revolution, victory will certainly be ours. A circular on the situation. March 20, 1948. This inter-party circular was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Subsequently, the Central Committee moved from the Shenxi-Kansuningxia border region to the Shenxi-Sahar-Hopi liberated area by way of the Shenxi-Suiwen liberated area and in May 1948 reached Sipapo village, Pingshan County, in western Hopi province. In recent months the Central Committee has concentrated on solving, in the new conditions, problems concerning specific policies and tactics for land reform, industry and commerce, the United Front, party consolidation, and the work in the new liberated areas. It has also combated right and left deviations within the party, mainly left deviations. The history of our party shows that right deviations are likely to occur in periods when our party has formed a united front with the Kuomintang and that left deviations are likely to occur in periods when our party has broken with the Kuomintang. At present the left deviations consist chiefly in encroaching on the interests of the middle peasants and the national bourgeoisie, laying one-sided stress in the labor movement on the immediate interests of the workers, making no distinctions in the treatment of landlords and rich peasants, making no distinctions in the treatment of big, middle, and small landlords, or of landlords who are local tyrants and those who are not leaving the landlords the necessary means of livelihood as required by the principle of equal distribution, overstepping certain demarcation lines of policy in the struggle to suppress counter-revolution, not wanting political parties which represent the national bourgeoisie, not wanting the enlightened gentry, neglecting the tactical importance of narrowing the scope of attack in the new liberated areas, that is, neglecting to neutralize the rich peasants and small landlords, and lacking the patience to work step by step. During the past 2 years or so, these left deviations have occurred to a greater or lesser extent in all the liberated areas and in some cases have developed into serious adventurous tendencies. Fortunately, they are not very difficult to correct. In the main they have been corrected in the past few months, or are being corrected now. But leaders at all levels must make strenuous efforts before deviations of this kind can be thoroughly corrected. The right deviations consist chiefly in overestimating the strength of the enemy, being afraid of large-scale US aid to Chiang Kai-shek, being somewhat weary of the long war, having certain doubts about the strength of the world democratic forces, not daring to arouse the masses fully in order to abolish feudalism, and being indifferent to impurities in the party's class composition and style of work. Such right deviations, however, are not the main ones at present. They too are not difficult to correct. In recent months our party has made achievements in the war, in land reform, in party consolidation, in ideological education in the army, in building new liberated areas and in winning over the democratic parties, and it has emphatically corrected, or is correcting, deviations that occurred in these fields of work. This will enable the entire revolutionary movement in China to advance along the path of sound development. Only when all the policies and tactics of the party are on the correct path will it be possible for the Chinese Revolution to win victory. Policy and tactics are the life of the party. Leading comrades at all levels must give them full attention and must never on any account be negligent. Two certain democratic personages, who had believed that a so-called Third Road One was still possible and had placed themselves midway between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party because of certain illusions about the United States and Chiang Kai-shek and because of their skepticism as to whether our party and the people had the strength to defeat all enemies at home and abroad, found themselves in a passive position in the face of the sudden Kuomintang offensive. Eventually, in January 1948, they accepted our party's slogans and declared themselves against Chiang Kai-shek and the United States and for unity with the Communist Party and the Soviet Union. 2. We should pursue a policy of uniting with these persons, while suitably criticizing their erroneous views. In the future, when the Central People's Government is formed, it will be necessary and beneficial to invite some of them to take part in the work of the government. It is characteristic of these persons that they have always been unwilling to have contact with the working people, are accustomed to life in the big cities and hesitate to come to the liberated areas. Even so, the social base they represent, the national bourgeoisie, has its importance and should not be ignored. Therefore it is necessary to win them over. Our estimate is that, after we achieve bigger victories and capture a number of cities like Shenyang, Peiping, and Tientsin, and after it becomes perfectly obvious that the Communist Party will win and that the Kuomintang will lose, these persons may be willing to come to the liberated areas to work with us if they are invited to take part in the Central People's Government. 3. We do not contemplate setting up the Central People's Government this year, because the time is not yet ripe. After the bogus National Assembly elects Chiang Kai-shek President 3 later in the year and he is even more thoroughly discredited, after we score bigger victories and expand our territories, preferably after the capture of 1 or 2 of the country's largest cities, and after northeastern China, northern China, Shantung, northern Jiangsu, Honan, Hebei, and Anhui are all linked together in one contiguous area, it will be entirely necessary to establish the Central People's Government. The time will probably be in 1949. At present, we are merging the Shanxi-Shahar-Hopi area, the Shanxi Hopi Shantung Honan area and the Pohei area in Shantung under the direction of a single party committee, the Northern China Bureau, a single government and a single military command. The inclusion of the Pohei area may be delayed for a while. These three areas comprise the broad expanse north of the Lunghai Railway, west of the Shenzhen-Puchao Railway and the Pohei Gulf, east of the Tadung-Puchao Railway and south of the Piping-Suinan Railway. They are already linked together in one contiguous area with a total population of 50 million, and their merger will probably be completed soon. This will enable us to give strong support to the war on the southern front and transfer large numbers of cadres to the new liberated areas. The leading center of the merged area will be at Shijiakwang. 5. The Central Committee is also preparing to move to northern China, and its working committee will merge with it. 4. Our troops on the southern front have all had rest and consolidation from December to February. These troops comprise the 9 brigades of the Shantung Army, 7 brigades of the Northern Jiangsu Army, 21 brigades of the Army in the area between the Yellow and Huai Rivers, 10 brigades of the Army in the Honan-Huapo-Shenzi area, 19 brigades of the Army in the area between the Yangtze, Huai, and Han Rivers, 12 brigades of the Army in northwestern China and 12 brigades of the Army in southern Shanxi and northern Honan. The only exception was the main force of the Army under Lu Pocheng and Teng Xiaoping in the area between the Yangtze, Huai, and Han Rivers, which had had no rest and consolidation because Pai Chengxi concentrated his troops to attack the Taipi Mountains. 6. It was not until the end of February that this force was able to send some of its units north of the Huai River for rest and consolidation. That was our first period of rest and consolidation on a large scale in the past 20 months of fighting. During that period the methods we adopted were, pouring out grievances by the masses, the wrongs done to the laboring people by the old society and by the reactionaries, the 3 check UPS, on class origin, performance of duty and will to fight, and mass training, officers teaching soldiers, soldiers teaching officers and soldiers teaching each other. By these methods we developed high revolutionary enthusiasm among the commanders and fighters of the whole army, reformed or weeded out the landlords, rich peasants, and bad elements found in some army units, heightened discipline, clearly explained various policies in the land reform and the policies concerning industry and commerce and the intellectuals, developed the democratic style of work in the army, and raised the level of our military technique and tactics. As a result, our army has greatly enhanced its combat effectiveness. Except for that part of the army under Lu Pocheng and Teng Xiaoping, which is still having rest and consolidation, all our armies in succession have started new military operations since late February or early March and in 2 weeks have wiped out 9 enemy brigades. Of our troops on the northern front, comprising the 46 brigades of the army in the northeast, 18 brigades of the army in the Shanxi Shahar Hopi area and 2 brigades of the army in the Shanxi Suiwan area, the greater part fought through the winter, while a part was having rest and consolidation. Taking advantage of the freezing of the Liaho River, our army in the northeast fought for 3 months, wiped out 8 brigades and won over 1 brigade, occupied Changyue, Faku, Sinlatun, Liaoyang, Anshan, Yinkao, and Zapingkai, and recaptured Kirin. This army has now begun its rest and consolidation. Afterwards, it is to attack either Changchun or the enemy along the Piping-Lianing Railway. The army in the Shanxi Shahar Hopi area has had more than a month of rest and consolidation and is moving towards the Piping-Suiwan Railway. The army in the Shanxi Suiwan area is comparatively small, and its main task is to tie down Yan Shishan's troops. To sum up, we now have 2 fronts, the northern and the southern, with 10 armies, large and small, comprising 50 columns of regular troops, each equivalent to a Kuomintang reorganized division, or 156 brigades, each equivalent to a Kuomintang reorganized brigade, each brigade, 3 regiments, averaging about 8,000 men, making a total of more than 1,322,000 men. In addition, there are more than 1,168,000 irregulars, of whom 800,000 are combat troops, including regional formations, regional troops, guerrilla detachments, rear area military organizations and military academies. Our entire army thus totals more than 2,491,000 men. But before July 1946 we had only 28 columns of regular troops, or 118 brigades, each brigade, 3 regiments, averaging less than 5,000 men, a total of 612,000 with the addition of more than 665,000 irregulars. The grand total was 1,278,000. It can be seen that our army has grown. The number of brigades has not increased much, but the number of men in each brigade has increased very much. After 20 months of war, our combat effectiveness has also increased greatly. From July 1946 to the summer of 1947, the regular army of the Kuomintang was composed of 93 divisions with 248 brigades. Now it has designations for 104 divisions with 279 brigades. Its dispositions are as follows. On the northern front there are 29 divisions with 93 brigades, totaling about 550,000 men, 13 divisions with 45 brigades under Wei Li Huang in Shenyang, 11 divisions with 33 brigades under Fu Tsoyi in Piping, 5 divisions with 15 brigades under Yan Shishan in Taiyuan. On the southern front there are 66 divisions with 158 brigades, totaling about 1,060,000 men, 38 divisions with 86 brigades under Ku Chudong in Changchao, 14 divisions with 33 brigades under Pai Chengshi in Kaohsiung, and 14 divisions with 39 brigades under Hu Tsungnan in Xi'an. On the second line there are 9 divisions with 28 brigades, totaling about 196,000 men, 4 divisions with 8 brigades in the northwestern area, i.e., the region west of Lanzhou, 4 divisions with 10 brigades in the southwestern area, i.e., Sichuan, Xikang, Yunnan, and Guizhou provinces, 8 brigades in the southeastern area, i.e., the provinces south of the Yangtze River, and 1 division with 2 brigades in Taiwan. The reason the number of unit designations of the Kuomintang Regular Army has increased is that after large numbers of its troops had been wiped out by our army and after they had turned from the strategic offensive to the strategic defensive, the Kuomintang felt its shortage of troops acutely and therefore upgraded or reorganized many local armed units and puppet troops into its regular army. Thus, on the northern front, 3 divisions with 14 brigades were added to Wei Li Huang's command and 2 divisions with 6 brigades to Fu Tsoyi's command. On the southern front, 6 divisions with 9 brigades were added to Ku Chudong's command and 2 brigades to Hu Tsungnan's. The total increase was 11 divisions, or 31 brigades. As a result, the Kuomintang Army now has 104 divisions instead of 93 and 279 brigades instead of 248. But, in the first place, the 6 divisions with 29 brigades which we wiped out in recent months, up to March 20th, now exist only in name. There has been no time to rebuild or replenish them, and probably some can never be rebuilt or replenished. So, in fact, the Kuomintang Army now has only 98 divisions with 250 brigades, an increase of only 5 divisional designations and 2 actual brigades since last summer. In the second place, of the 250 brigades which actually exist, only 118 have not received crushing blows from our army. All the remaining 132 brigades have been wiped out by our army once, twice, or even thrice and then been replenished, or they have received 1, 2, or even 3 crushing blows from our army. In the case of a brigade, to wipe it out means to destroy it completely or destroy the greater part, while to deal it a crushing blow means to destroy one or more of its regiments but not its main strength, and their morale and combat effectiveness are very low. Of the 118 brigades which have not yet received crushing blows, some are composed of recruits being trained at the second line and some are local armed units and puppet troops which have been upgraded or reorganized. Their combat effectiveness is very low. In the third place, the Kuomintang armed forces have declined in numbers also. Before July 1946 they had 2 million regulars, 738,000 irregulars, 367,000 men in the special arms, 190,000 men in the Navy and Air Force and 1,010,000 men in rear service establishments and military academies, a total of 4,305,000. In February 1948 they had 1,810,000 regulars, 560,000 irregulars, 280,000 men in the Special Arms, 190,000 men in the Navy and Air Force and 810,000 men in rear service establishments and military academies, a total of 3,650,000. That means a decrease of 655,000 men. In the 19 months from July 1946 to January 1948, our army wiped out altogether 1,977,000 Kuomintang troops. The statistics for February and the first half of March have not been compiled, but the number is roughly 180,000. In other words, the Kuomintang has lost not only the more than 1 million men it recruited in the course of the war but also a large number of its original troops. Under these circumstances, the Kuomintang has adopted a policy opposite to ours, a policy not of bringing its brigades to full strength but of cutting down the number of men in each brigade and increasing the number of brigade designations. While in 1946 the average strength of a Kuomintang brigade was approximately 8,000 men, at present it is only about 6,500. From now on, the area taken by our army will daily expand, and the Kuomintang's sources of troops and food supplies will daily contract. We estimate that by next spring, after another full year's fighting, our army and the Kuomintang army will be roughly equal in numbers. Our policy is to go ahead steadily and strike sure blows, not to seek quick results. All we are trying to do is to wipe out, on the average, about 8 brigades of the Kuomintang regular army each month, or about 100 brigades a year. Actually, since last autumn this number has been exceeded, and from now on it can be still further exceeded. It should be possible to wipe out the entire Kuomintang army in about 5 years, counting from July 1946. 7. 6. At present, there are 2 sectors on the southern and northern fronts where the enemy still has a fairly large striking force and can wage offensive campaigns, temporarily placing our troops there in a difficult position. The first sector is in the Tepi Mountains, where the enemy has approximately 14 brigades which can be used as a striking force. The second is north of the Huai River, where the enemy has about 12 such brigades. In these 2 sectors the Kuomintang troops still hold the initiative. They hold the initiative in the sector north of the Huai River because we have moved 9 of our crack brigades to the north of the Yellow River for rest and consolidation, in preparation for use on other sectors. The enemy troops in all other theaters of war are in a passive position and are taking a beating. The theaters of war where the situation is particularly favorable to us are the northeast, Shantung, the northwest, northern Kiangsu, the Shanxi Shahar Hopi area, the Shanxi Hopi Shantung Honan area and the vast area west of the Chinchou Hankow Railway, north of the Yangtze and south of the Yellow River. Speech at a conference of Cadres in the Shanxi Suiwen Liberated Area. April 1, 1948. Comrades. Today I wish to speak chiefly on some problems relating to our work in the Shanxi Suiwen Liberated Area and also on some problems relating to our work in the country as a whole. In my opinion, the work of land reform and of party consolidation carried out during the past year in the area led by the Shanxi Suiwen Sub-Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China has been successful. This can be viewed from 2 aspects. On the one hand, the Shanxi Suiwen Party organization has combated right deviations, initiated mass struggles and has completed, or is completing, the land reform and the party consolidation among 2 million several 100,000 people out of the area's total population of over 3 million. On the other hand, it has also corrected several left deviations which occurred in these campaigns and has thereby put its entire work on the path of sound development. It is from these 2 aspects that I consider the work of land reform and of party consolidation in the Shanxi Suiwen Liberated Area to have been successful. From now on, the people of the Shanxi Suiwen Liberated Area are saying, no one will ever again dare to be feudalist, to bully others or indulge in corruption. That is their conclusion about our work of land reform and party consolidation. When they say, no one will ever again dare to be feudalist, they mean that we have led them in initiating struggles through which the system of feudal exploitation in the new liberated areas and its remnants in the old and semi-old liberated areas have been or are being destroyed. When they say, no one will ever again dare to bully others or indulge in corruption, they refer to the serious phenomenon of a certain degree of impurity in the class composition and style of work in our party and government organizations that existed in the past. A number of bad elements had sneaked into the party and government organizations, a number of individuals had developed a bureaucratic style of work, abused their power and bullied the people, employed methods of coercion and commandism to get things done, thereby arousing discontent among the masses, or had indulged in corruption or encroached upon the interests of the masses. However, after a year's work of land reform and party consolidation, these conditions have been fundamentally changed. One of the comrades present told me, we have rid ourselves of what would have proved fatal to us. We have acquired things we never had before. By fatal he meant the serious phenomenon of impurity in the class composition and style of work in party and government organizations and the resultant discontent among the masses. This phenomenon has now been fundamentally eliminated. By things we never had before but have now acquired he meant the poor peasant leagues, the new peasant associations, the district and village people's representative conferences and the new atmosphere that prevails in the countryside as a result of the work of land reform and party consolidation. These comments, I think, give a true picture of how matters stand. Such is the great success of the work of land reform and party consolidation in the Shanxi Suiwen liberated area. This is the first aspect of the success. It was on this basis that during the past year the Shanxi Suiwen Party organization was able to perform war services on an immense scale in support of the great People's War of Liberation. Without our successful work in land reform and party consolidation, it would have been difficult to fulfill such immense military tasks. On the other hand, the Shanxi Suiwen Party organization has corrected several left deviations which occurred in the course of its work. There were three main deviations of this kind. First, in a number of places, in the process of identifying class status a number of working people were wrongly classified as landlords or rich peasants, although they engaged in no feudal exploitation or in only a little exploitation. The scope of attack was thus mistakenly broadened, and a most important strategic principle was forgotten, namely, that in the land reform we can and must unite about 92% of the households or again about 90% of the population in the villages, in other words, unite all the rural working people to establish a united front against the feudal system. Now this deviation has been corrected. Consequently, people are very much reassured and the revolutionary united front has been consolidated. Secondly, in the land reform work, the industrial and commercial enterprises of landlords and rich peasants were encroached upon. In the struggle to uncover counter-revolution in the economic field, the prescribed scope of investigation was overstepped, and in tax policy, industry and commerce were harmed. These were the left deviations in dealing with industry and commerce. Now they, too, have been corrected, and so industry and commerce can recover and develop. Thirdly, in the fierce struggles in the land reform of the past year, the Shanxi Suiwen Party organization failed to adhere unequivocally to the party's policy of strictly forbidding beating and killing without discrimination. As a result, in certain places some landlords and rich peasants were needlessly put to death, and the bad elements in the rural areas were able to exploit the situation to take revenge and foully murdered a number of working people. We consider it absolutely necessary and proper to sentence to death, through the people's courts and the democratic governments, those major criminals who have actively and desperately opposed the people's democratic revolution and sabotaged the land reform, that is, the most heinous counter-revolutionaries and local tyrants. If this were not done, democratic order could not be established. We must, however, forbid the killing without discrimination of ordinary personnel on the Kuomintang side, the common run of landlords and rich peasants and lesser offenders. Moreover, in trying criminals, a people's court or democratic government must not use physical violence. Deviations of this kind which occurred in the past year in the Shanxi Suiwen area have likewise been corrected. Now that all these deviations have been corrected in earnest, we can say on good evidence that the entire work under the leadership of the Shanxi Suiwen Sub-Bureau of the Central Committee is on the path of sound development. The most fundamental method of work which all communists must firmly bear in mind is to determine our working policies according to actual conditions. When we study the causes of the mistakes we have made, we find that they all arose because we departed from the actual situation at a given time and place and were subjective in our working policies. This should be a lesson for all comrades. As for the consolidation of party organizations at the primary level, you have drawn upon the experience of Pingshan County in the Shanxi Shahar Hopi liberated area in accordance with the Central Committee's directive on the work of land reform and party consolidation in the old and semi-old liberated areas. One that is, you have invited activists from the non-party masses to participate in party branch meetings, unfolded criticism and self-criticism in order to remove the impurities in the class composition and style of work in party organizations and enabled the party to forge closer ties with the masses. This will enable you to accomplish the whole job of consolidating party organizations in a sound way. Those party members and cadres who have made mistakes but can still be educated and are different from the incorrigibles should all be educated and not abandoned, whatever their class origin. It is likewise correct that you have carried out, or are carrying out, this policy. In the struggle against the feudal system, the experience of setting up people's representative conferences at district and village, or township, levels on the basis of the poor peasant leagues and peasant associations is extremely valuable. The only true people's representative conference is one based on the will of really broad masses of the people. It is now possible for such people's representative conferences to emerge in all the liberated areas. Such a conference, once set up, should become the local organ of people's power, and all due authority must be vested in it and in the government council it elects. The Poor Peasant League and the Peasant Association will then become its helping hands. At one time we thought of setting up people's representative conferences in the rural districts only after the land reform had been completed in the main. Now that your own experience and that of other liberated areas have proved that it is possible and necessary to set up these people's representative conferences and their elected government councils at the district and village levels in the midst of the struggle for the land reform, that is the way you should continue to do it. All the liberated areas should do likewise. After the conferences have been generally set up at district and village levels, they can be established at the county level. When people's representative conferences are established up to the county level, it will be easy to set them up at higher levels. In people's representative conferences at various levels we must, wherever possible, include representatives of all democratic strata workers, peasants, independent craftsmen, professionals, intellectuals, national bourgeois industrialists and merchants and enlightened gentry. Of course, it should not be done mechanically. We should distinguish between rural areas with towns and rural areas without towns, among towns of different sizes and between cities and rural areas, so as to fulfill naturally, and not mechanically, the task of uniting all democratic strata. The great mass struggles for land reform and party consolidation have taught and brought to the fore tens of thousands of activists and cadres. They are linked with the masses and will be a most precious asset of the People's Republic of China. Henceforth, we should strengthen their education so that they will make constant progress in their work. Meanwhile they should be warned not to let success and commendation make them conceited and self-satisfied. In view of all this, in view of the successes in these various respects, we can say that the Shanxi Suiwen liberated area is now more consolidated than ever before. Other liberated areas which have worked along the same lines have likewise become consolidated. 2. As far as leadership is concerned, the successes of the Shanxi Suiwen liberated area are due mainly to the following causes. 1. Helped by the work done by Comrade Kong Sheng in the administrative village of Hokiapo in Linxin County last spring and summer, the Shanxi Suiwen Sub-Bureau held a conference of secretaries of prefectural party committees last June. The conference criticized right deviations which had existed in past work, thoroughly exposed the serious phenomenon of various departures from the party line and decided on the policy of starting the land reform and party consolidation in earnest. In the main, the conference was a success. Without it, land reform and party consolidation on such a scale could not have been successful. The shortcomings of the conference were that it failed to decide on working policies varying with the different conditions in the old, semi-old, and new liberated areas, that on the question of identifying class status it adopted an ultra-left policy, that on the question of how to destroy the feudal system it laid too much stress on unearthing the landlord's hidden property, and that on the question of dealing with the demands of the masses it failed to make a sober analysis and raised the sweeping slogan, "Do everything as the masses want it done." With respect to the latter point, which is a question of the party's relationship with the masses, the party must lead the masses to carry out all their correct ideas in the light of the circumstances and educate them to correct any wrong ideas they may entertain. The conference only emphasized that the party should carry out the ideas of the masses but neglected to point out that the party should also educate and lead the masses, and thus eventually exerted a wrong influence on the comrades in some districts and aggravated their mistakes of tailism. 2. In January this year the Shanxi Suiwen Sub-Bureau took proper measures to correct the left deviations. These measures were carried out after the comrades of the Sub-Bureau returned from the December meeting of the Central Committee. 2. For this purpose the Sub-Bureau issued a 5-point directive. 3. These corrective measures were so well adapted to the wishes of the masses and were carried out with such speed and thoroughness that almost all the left deviations were rectified within a short time. 3. The line of leadership of the Shanxi Suiwen Party organization during the War of Resistance against Japan was basically correct. This was shown in the reduction of rent and interest, in the substantial restoration and development of agricultural production, home spinning and weaving, war industries and some light industries, in the laying of the foundation of party organizations, and in the establishment of a democratic government and of people's armed forces numbering nearly 100,000 men. All this work formed the basis on which we victoriously fought the war of resistance and repelled the attacks of Yan Xishan and other reactionaries. Of course, the party and the government during that period had their shortcomings, as is now entirely clear to us all. These consisted in a certain degree of impurity in class composition and style of work, which had undesirable effects on our work. But, taken as a whole, the work during the War of Resistance was fruitful. We were thus provided with favorable conditions for defeating Chiang Kai-shek's counter-revolutionary attacks after the Japanese surrender. The shortcomings or mistakes of the leadership of the Shanxi Suiwen Party organization during the War of Resistance consisted mainly in the failure to rely on the broadest masses to overcome a certain degree of impurity in class composition and style of work in party and government organizations and the undesirable effect it had on the work. That task is left for you to fulfill now. One reason for that situation was that certain leading comrades in Shanxi and Suiwen then lacked understanding of a number of the actual conditions concerning the party and the masses. This should also be a lesson to the comrades. 4. The task before the Shanxi Suiwen Party organization is to make the greatest effort to complete the land reform and party consolidation, to continue and support the people's war of liberation, to refrain from any further increase in the people's burden but appropriately to lighten it, and to restore and develop production. You are now holding a conference on production. For the next few years the aim of restoring and developing production will be to improve the people's livelihood on the one hand and to support the people's war of liberation on the other. You have a widespread agriculture and handicraft industry as well as some light and heavy industries using machinery. I hope you will do a good job in leading these productive enterprises, otherwise you cannot be called good Marxists. In agriculture, those labor exchange teams and cooperatives, for which were in the grip of bureaucrats and which harmed the people instead of benefiting them, have all collapsed. This is entirely understandable and should occasion no regret. Your task is carefully to preserve and develop those labor exchange teams, cooperatives, and other necessary economic organizations that have won mass support and to spread them everywhere. V. The national situation is a matter of concern for our comrades. Following the party's National Land Conference last year, which resolved to adopt a new policy and unfold land reform and party consolidation, large conferences of cadres were held in practically all the liberated areas on party consolidation and land reform. At these conferences, rightist ideas existing in the party were criticized, and the serious phenomenon of a certain degree of impurity in the party's class composition and style of work was exposed. Afterwards, appropriate measures were taken in many areas, and the left deviations have been or are being corrected. Thus, confronted with the new political situation and new political tasks, our party has been able to set its work in the whole country on the path of sound development. In the last few months, almost all the People's Liberation Army has made use of the intervals between battles for large-scale training and consolidation. This has been carried out in a fully guided, orderly and democratic way. It has therefore aroused the revolutionary fervor of the great masses of commanders and fighters, enabled them clearly to comprehend the aim of the war, eliminated certain incorrect ideological tendencies and undesirable manifestations in the army, educated the cadres and fighters and greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the army. From now on, we must continue to carry on this new type of ideological education movement in the army, a movement which has a democratic and mass character. You can see clearly that neither the party consolidation, nor the ideological education in the army, nor the land reform, all of which we have accomplished and all of which have great historic significance, could be undertaken by our enemy, the Kuomintang. On our part, we have been very earnest in correcting our own shortcomings. We have united the party and army virtually as one man and forged close ties between them and the masses of the people. We are effectively carrying out all the policies and tactics formulated by the Central Committee of our party and are successfully waging the People's War of Liberation. With our enemy, everything is just the opposite. They are so corrupt, so torn by ever-increasing and irreconcilable internal quarrels, so spurned by the people and utterly isolated and so frequently defeated in battle that their doom is inevitable. This is the whole situation of revolution versus counter-revolution in China. In this situation, all comrades must firmly grasp the general line of the party, that is, the line of the New Democratic Revolution. The New Democratic Revolution is not any other revolution, but can only be and must be a revolution against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism waged by the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat. This means that leadership in this revolution can and must be assumed by no class and party other than the proletariat and the Communist Party of China. This means that the united front of those joining this revolution is very broad, embracing the workers, peasants, independent craftsmen, professionals, intellectuals, the national bourgeoisie and the section of the enlightened gentry which has broken away from the landlord class. All these are what we refer to as the broad masses of the people. The state and the government to be founded by the broad masses of the people will be the People's Republic of China and the democratic coalition government of the alliance of all democratic classes under the leadership of the proletariat. The enemies to be overthrown in this revolution can only be and must be imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. The concentrated expression of all these enemies is the reactionary regime of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang. Feudalism is the ally of imperialism and bureaucrat capitalism and the foundation of their rule. Therefore, the reform of the land system is the main content of China's new democratic revolution. The general line in the land reform is to rely on the poor peasants, unite with the middle peasants, abolish the system of feudal exploitation step by step and in a discriminating way, and develop agricultural production. The basic force to be relied upon in the land reform can only be and must be the poor peasants. Together with the farm laborers, they make up about 70% of China's rural population. The main and immediate task of the land reform is to satisfy the demands of the masses of poor peasants and farm laborers. In the land reform it is necessary to unite with the middle peasants. The poor peasants and the farm laborers must form a solid united front with the middle peasants, who account for about 20% of the rural population. Otherwise, the poor peasants and farm laborers will find themselves isolated and the land reform will fail. One of the tasks in the land reform is to satisfy the demands of certain middle peasants. A section of the middle peasants must be allowed to keep some land over and above the average obtained by the poor peasants. We support the peasants' demand for equal distribution of land in order to help arouse the broad masses of peasants speedily to abolish the system of land ownership by the feudal landlord class, but we do not advocate absolute equalitarian. Whoever advocates absolute equalitarian is wrong. There is a kind of thinking now current in the countryside which undermines industry and commerce and advocates absolute equalitarian in land distribution. Such thinking is reactionary, backward and retrogressive in nature. We must criticize it. The target of the land reform is only and must be the system of feudal exploitation by the landlord class and by the old-type rich peasants, and there should be no encroachment either upon the national bourgeoisie or upon the industrial and commercial enterprises run by the landlords and rich peasants. In particular, care must be taken not to encroach upon the interests of the middle peasants, independent craftsmen, professionals, and new rich peasants, all of whom engage in little or no exploitation. The aim of the land reform is to abolish the system of feudal exploitation, that is, to eliminate the feudal landlords as a class, not as individuals. Therefore a landlord must receive the same allotment of land and property as does a peasant and must be made to learn productive labor and join the ranks of the nation's economic life. Except for the most heinous counter-revolutionaries and local tyrants, who have incurred the bitter hatred of the broad masses, who have been proved guilty and who therefore may and ought to be punished, a policy of leniency must be applied to all, and any beating or killing without discrimination must be forbidden. The system of feudal exploitation should be abolished step by step, that is, in a tactical way. In launching the struggle we must determine our tactics according to the circumstances and the degree to which the peasant masses are awakened and organized. We must not attempt to wipe out overnight the whole system of feudal exploitation. In accordance with the actual conditions of the system of feudal exploitation in China's villages, the total scope of attack in the land reform should generally not exceed about 8% of the rural households or again about 10% of the rural population. In the old and semi-old liberated areas the percentage should be even smaller. It is dangerous to depart from actual conditions and mistakenly enlarge the scope of attack. In the new liberated areas, moreover, it is necessary to distinguish between different places and different stages. By distinguishing between places we mean that in those places which we can hold securely we should concentrate our efforts on carrying out appropriate land reform work that accords with the wishes of the local masses, while in those places which for the time being are difficult to hold securely, until there is a change in the situation we should not be in a hurry to start the land reform but should confine ourselves to activities which are feasible and beneficial to the masses in the present circumstances. By distinguishing between stages we mean that in places recently occupied by the People's Liberation Army we should put forward and carry out the tactics of neutralizing the rich peasants, of neutralizing the middle and small landlords, and thus narrow the scope of the attack so as to destroy only the reactionary Kuomintang armed forces and deal blows at the bad gentry and local tyrants. We should concentrate all our efforts on accomplishing this task as the first stage of work in the new liberated areas. We should then advance step by step to the stage of total abolition of the feudal system, in accordance with the rising level of political consciousness and organization of the masses. In the new liberated areas we should distribute movable property and land only when conditions are relatively secure and the overwhelming majority of the masses have been fully roused to action. To act otherwise would be adventurous and undependable and would do harm rather than good. In the new liberated areas the experience gained during the War of Resistance must be fully utilized. By abolishing feudalism in a discriminating way we mean that we should distinguish between landlords and rich peasants, among big, middle and small landlords and between those landlords and rich peasants who are local tyrants and those who are not, and that, subject to the major premise of the equal distribution of land and the abolition of the feudal system, we should not decide on and give the same treatment to them all, but should differentiate and vary the treatment according to varying conditions. When we do this, people will see that our work is completely reasonable. The development of agricultural production is the immediate aim of the land reform. Only by abolishing the feudal system can the conditions for such development be created. In every area, as soon as feudalism is wiped out and the land reform is completed, the party and the democratic government must put forward the task of restoring and developing agricultural production, transfer all available forces in the countryside to this task, organize cooperation and mutual aid, improve agricultural technique, promote seed selection and build irrigation works, all to ensure increased production. Party organizations in the rural areas must devote the greatest energy to restoring and developing agricultural production and also industrial production in small towns. In order to speed up this restoration and development, we must do our utmost, in the course of our struggle for the abolition of the feudal system, to preserve all useful means of production and of livelihood, take resolute measures against anyone's destroying or wasting them, oppose extravagant eating and drinking, and pay attention to thrift and economy. In order to develop agricultural production, we must advise the peasants to organize, voluntarily and step by step, the various types of producers and consumers cooperatives based on private ownership, which are permissible under present economic conditions. The abolition of the feudal system and the development of agricultural production will lay the foundation for the development of industrial production and the transformation of an agricultural country into an industrial one. This is the ultimate goal of the new democratic revolution. You comrades know that our party has laid down the general line and general policy of the Chinese Revolution, as well as various specific lines for work and specific policies. However, while many comrades remember our party's specific lines for work and specific policies, they often forget its general line and general policy. If we actually forget the party's general line and general policy, then we shall be blind, half-baked, muddle-headed revolutionaries, and when we carry out a specific line for work and a specific policy, we shall lose our bearings and vacillate now to the left and now to the right, and the work will suffer. Let me repeat. The revolution against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism waged by the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat, this is China's new democratic revolution, and this is the general line and general policy of the Communist Party of China at the present stage of history. To rely on the poor peasants, unite with the middle peasants, abolish the system of feudal exploitation step by step and in a discriminating way, and develop agricultural production. This is the general line and general policy of the Communist Party of China in the work of land reform during the period of the new democratic revolution. A talk to the editorial staff of the Shanxi Suiwen Daily. April 2, 1948. Our policy must be made known not only to the leaders and to the cadres but also to the broad masses. Questions concerning policy should as a rule be given publicity in the party papers or periodicals. We are now carrying out the reform of the land system. The policies on land reform should be published in the papers and broadcast on the radio so that the broad masses all know them. Once the masses know the truth and have a common aim, they will work together with one heart. This is like fighting a battle. To win a battle, the fighters as well as the officers must be of one heart. After the troops in northern Shanxi went through training and consolidation and poured out their grievances against the old social order, the fighters heightened their political consciousness and became clear on why they were fighting and how they should fight. Every one of them rolled up his sleeves for battle. Their morale was very high, and as soon as they went into action they won a victory. When the masses are of one heart, everything becomes easy. A basic principle of Marxism-Leninism is to enable the masses to know their own interests and unite to fight for their own interests. The role and power of the newspapers consists in their ability to bring the party program, the party line, the party's general and specific policies, its tasks and methods of work before the masses in the quickest and most extensive way. There are people in our leading organs in some places who think that it is enough for the leaders alone to know the party's policies and that there is no need to let the masses know them. This is one of the basic reasons why some of our work cannot be done well. For over 20 years our party has carried on mass work every day, and for the past dozen years it has talked about the mass line every day. We have always maintained that the revolution must rely on the masses of the people, on everybody's taking a hand, and have opposed relying merely on a few persons issuing orders. The mass line, however, is still not being thoroughly carried out in the work of some comrades. They still rely solely on a handful of people working coolly and quietly by themselves. One reason is that, whatever they do, they are always reluctant to explain it to the people they lead, and that they do not understand why or how to give play to the initiative and creative energy of those they lead. Subjectively, they too want everyone to take a hand in the work, but they do not let other people know what is to be done or how to do it. That being the case, how can everyone be expected to get moving, and how can anything be done well? To solve this problem, the basic thing is, of course, to carry out ideological education on the mass line, but at the same time we must teach these comrades many concrete methods of work. One such method is to make full use of the newspapers. To run a newspaper well, to make it interesting and absorbing, to give correct publicity in the newspapers to the party's general and specific policies, and to strengthen the party's ties with the masses through the newspapers. This is an important question of principle in our party's work, which is not to be taken lightly. You comrades are newspapermen. Your job is to educate the masses, to enable the masses to know their own interests, their own tasks, and the party's general and specific policies. Running a newspaper is like all other work. It must be done conscientiously if it is to be done well, if it is to be lively. With our newspapers, too, we must rely on everybody, on the masses of the people, on the whole party to run them, not merely on a few persons working behind closed doors. Our papers talk about the mass line every day, yet frequently the mass line is not carried out in the work of the newspaper office itself. For instance, misprints often crop up in the papers simply because their elimination has not been tackled as a serious job. If we apply the method of the mass line, then when misprints appear, we should assemble the entire staff of the paper to discuss nothing but this matter, tell them clearly what the mistakes are, explain why they occur and how they can be got rid of, and ask everyone to give the matter serious attention. After this has been done 3 times, or 5 times, such mistakes can certainly be overcome. This is true of small matters, and of big matters, too. To be good at translating the party's policy into action of the masses, to be good at getting not only the leading cadres but also the broad masses to understand and master every movement and every struggle we launch, this is an art of Marxist-Leninist leadership. It is also the dividing line that determines whether or not we make mistakes in our work. If we tried to go on the offensive when the masses are not yet awakened, that would be adventurism. If we insisted on leading the masses to do anything against their will, we would certainly fail. If we did not advance when the masses demand advance, that would be right opportunism. Chen Tuxiu's opportunist error consisted precisely in lagging behind the awakening of the masses, being unable to lead the masses forward and even opposing their forward march. There are many comrades who still don't understand these questions. Our papers should propagate these ideas well so that everyone can understand them. To teach the masses, newspaper workers should first of all learn from the masses. You comrades are all intellectuals. Intellectuals are often ignorant and often have little or no experience in practical matters. You can't quite understand the pamphlet How to Analyze the Classes in the Rural Areas, one issued in 1933, on this point, the peasants are more than a match for you, for they understand it fully as soon as they are told about it. Over 180 peasants in 2 districts of Huaxian County met for 5 days and settled many problems concerning the distribution of land. If your editorial department were to discuss those problems, I am afraid you would discuss them for 2 weeks without settling them. The reason is quite simple: you do not understand those problems. To change from lack of understanding to understanding, one must do things and see things, that is learning. Comrades working on the newspapers should go out by turns to take part in mass work, in land reform work for a time, that is very necessary. When not going out to participate in mass work, you should hear a great deal and read a great deal about the mass movements and devote time and effort to the study of such material. Our slogan in training troops is, officers teach soldiers, soldiers teach officers, and soldiers teach each other. The fighters have a lot of practical combat experience. The officers should learn from the fighters, and when they have made other people's experience their own, they will become more capable. Comrades working on the newspapers, too, should constantly study the material coming from below, gradually enrich their practical knowledge and become experienced. Only thus will you be able to do your work well, will you be able to shoulder your task of educating the masses. The Shanxi Suiwen Daily made very great progress following the conference of secretaries of prefectural party committees last June. Then the paper was rich in content, sharp, pungent and vigorous, it reflected the great mass struggles, it spoke for the masses. I liked reading it very much. But since January this year, when we began to correct left deviations, your paper seems to have lost some of its spirit, it is not clear-cut enough, not pungent enough, has become less informative and does not have much appeal for the reader. Now you are examining your work and summing up your experience, this is very good. When you have summed up your experience in combating right and left deviations and become more clear-headed, your work will improve. The struggle against right deviations waged by the Shanxi Suiwen Daily from last June on was completely correct. In that struggle you did a very conscientious job and fully reflected the actual situation in the mass movement. You made comments, in the form of editorial notes, on the viewpoints and materials which you regarded as wrong. There were shortcomings too in some of your later comments, but the conscientious spirit was good. Your shortcomings lay chiefly in drawing the bowstring much too tight. If a bowstring is too taut, it will snap. The ancients said, the principle of Kings Wen and Wu was to alternate tension with relaxation. 2. Now relax a bit and the comrades will become more clear-headed. You achieved successes in your work, but there were also shortcomings, mainly left deviations. Now you are making an overall summing up and, after correcting the left deviations, you will achieve greater successes. When we are correcting deviations, some people look on the work of the past as utterly fruitless and all wrong. That is not right. These people fail to see that the party has led a huge number of peasants to obtain land, overthrown feudalism, consolidated the party organizations and improved the cadre's style of work, and that now it has also corrected the left deviations and educated the cadres and masses. Are all these not great achievements? We should be analytical with regard to our work and the undertakings of the masses, and should not negate everything. In the past left deviations arose because people had no experience. Without experience it is hard to avoid mistakes. From inexperience to experience, one must go through a process. Through the struggles against the right and left deviations in the short period since June last year, people have come to understand what struggle against right deviations means and what struggle against left deviations means. Without this process, people would not understand. After you have examined your work and summed up your experience, I am sure that your paper will be run even better. You must retain the former merits of your paper. It should be sharp, pungent, and clear-cut, and it should be run conscientiously. We must firmly uphold the truth, and truth requires a clear-cut stand. We communists have always disdained to conceal our views. Newspapers run by our party and all the propaganda work of our party should be vivid, clear-cut, and sharp and should never mutter and mumble. That is the militant style proper to us, the revolutionary proletariat. Since we want to teach the people to know the truth and arouse them to fight for their own emancipation, we need this militant style. A blunt knife draws no blood. Telegram to the headquarters of the Luoyang Front after the recapture of the city. April 8, 1948. This telegram was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Since its contents were applicable not only to Luoyang but, in the main, to all newly liberated cities, it was sent concurrently to the leading comrades on other fronts and in other areas. Luoyang is now recaptured one and can probably be securely held. In our urban policy, pay attention to the following points. 1. Be very prudent in the liquidation of the organs of Kuomintang rule, arrest only the chief reactionaries and do not involve too many persons. 2. Set a clear line of demarcation in defining bureaucrat capital. Do not designate as bureaucrat capital and do not confiscate all the industrial and commercial enterprises run by Kuomintang members. The principle should be laid down that the democratic government should take over and operate all industrial and commercial enterprises which are definitely verified as having been run by the Kuomintang's central, provincial, county or municipal governments, that is, enterprises operated wholly by official bodies. But if, for the time being, the democratic government is not yet ready to take them over or is unable to do so, the individuals previously in charge should be temporarily entrusted with the responsibility of management so that these enterprises can function as usual until the democratic government appoints people to take over. The workers and technicians in these industrial and commercial enterprises should be organized to participate in management, and their competence should be trusted. If the Kuomintang personnel have fled and the enterprise has suspended operations, a management committee of representatives elected by the workers and technicians should be set up, pending the appointment by the democratic government of managers and directors who will manage it together with the workers. Enterprises run by notorious big bureaucrats of the Kuomintang should be dealt with in conformity with the principles and measures stated above. Industrial and commercial enterprises run by small bureaucrats or by landlords, however, are not subject to confiscation. Encroachment on any enterprise run by the national bourgeoisie is strictly prohibited. 3. Forbid peasant organizations to enter the city to seize landlords and settle scores with them. Landlords whose land is in the villages but who live in the city should be dealt with by the democratic municipal government according to law. Upon the request of the village peasant organizations, those who have committed the most heinous crimes may be sent back to the villages to be dealt with. 4. On entering the city, do not lightly advance slogans of raising wages and reducing working hours. In wartime it is good enough if production can continue and existing working hours and original wage levels can be maintained. Whether or not suitable reductions in working hours and increases in wages are to be made later will depend on economic conditions, that is, on whether the enterprises thrive. 5. Do not be in a hurry to organize the people of the city to struggle for democratic reforms and improvements in livelihood. These matters can be properly handled in the light of local conditions only when the municipal administration is in good working order, public feeling has become calm, careful surveys have been made, a clear idea of the situation has been gained and appropriate measures have been worked out. 6. In the big cities, food and fuel are now the central problems. They must be handled in a planned way. Once a city comes under our administration, the problem of the livelihood of the city poor must be solved step by step and in a planned way. Do not raise the slogan, "Open the granaries to relieve the poor." Do not foster among them the psychology of depending on the government for relief. 7. Members of the Kuomintang and its Three People's Principles Youth League must be properly screened and registered. 8. Plan everything on a long-term basis. It is strictly forbidden to destroy any means of production, whether publicly or privately owned, and to waste consumer goods. Extravagant eating and drinking are forbidden, and attention should be paid to thrift and economy. 9. Appoint as secretaries of the party's municipal committee and as mayor and deputy mayors only persons who have a grasp of policy and are capable. They should train all their personnel and explain urban policies and tactics to them. Now that the city belongs to the people, everything should proceed in the spirit that the people themselves are responsible for managing the city. It would be entirely wrong to apply our policies and tactics for cities under Kuomintang administration to a city under the people's own administration. Tactical problems of rural work in the new liberated areas. May 24, 1948. It is necessary to give over all consideration to the tactical problems of rural work in the new liberated areas. In these areas we must make full use of the experience gained in the period of the War of Resistance against Japan. For a considerable period after their liberation we should apply the social policy of reducing rent and interest and properly adjusting the supplies of seed and food grains and the financial policy of reasonable distribution of burdens. We should aim our main blows only at the important counter-revolutionaries who side politically with the Kuomintang and stubbornly oppose our party and our army, just as we only arrested the traitors and confiscated their property during the period of the War of Resistance, and we should not immediately apply the social reform policy of distributing movable property and land. The reason is that only a few bolder elements would welcome the premature distribution of movable property and that the basic masses would not get anything and would therefore be dissatisfied. Moreover, hasty dispersal of social wealth is to the disadvantage of the army. Premature distribution of land would prematurely place the entire burden of military requirements on the peasants instead of on the landlords and rich peasants. In the sphere of social reform, it is better not to distribute movable property and land but instead to reduce rent and interest universally so that the peasants will receive tangible benefits, and in financial policy we should effect a reasonable distribution of burdens so that the landlords and rich peasants will pay more. In this way, social wealth will not be dispersed and public order will be comparatively stable, and this will help us concentrate all our forces on destroying the Kuomintang reactionaries. After 1, 2, or even 3 years, when the Kuomintang reactionaries have been wiped out in extensive base areas, when conditions have become stable, when the masses have awakened and organized themselves and when the war has moved far away, we can enter the stage of land reform, the distribution of movable property and land as in northern China. The stage of rent and interest reduction cannot be skipped in any new liberated area, and we shall make mistakes if we skip it. The above tactics must also be carried out in those parts of the large liberated areas in northern, northeastern, and northwestern China which border on enemy territory. The work of land reform and of party consolidation in 1948. May 25, 1948. This inter-party directive was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. It is necessary to pay attention to the seasons. In areas designated by the bureaus or sub-bureaus of the Central Committee, the whole of next autumn and winter, that is, the 7 months from this September to next March, must be devoted to carrying out the following tasks in the proper order. 1. Make an investigation of rural conditions. 2. Carry out the initial work for party consolidation in accordance with correct policy. A working corps or working team sent by a higher organ to a rural district must first of all unite with all the activists and better members in the local party branch and together with them lead the work of land reform. 3. Organize or reorganize or strengthen the poor peasant leagues and the peasant associations and launch the land reform struggle. 4. Identify class status according to correct criteria. 5. Distribute feudal land and property in accordance with correct policy. The final result of the distribution must be such that it is considered fair and reasonable by all the main strata and that the landlords too feel that there is a way for them to make a living and that this is assured. 6. Form people's representative conferences and elect government councils at the township, or village, district, and county levels. 7. Issue land certificates taxing the ownership of land. 8. Adjust or revise the rates of the agricultural tax, i.e., public grain. These rates must conform to the principle of giving consideration to both public and private interests, in other words, they must on the one hand help support the war and on the other get the peasants interested in restoring and developing production, which will help improve their livelihood. 9. Complete the work of the organizational consolidation of the party branches in accordance with correct policy. 10. Shift our work from land reform to rallying all the rural working people and to organizing the labor power of the landlords and rich peasants in a general struggle to restore and develop agricultural production. Start organizing small-scale work exchange groups and other cooperative units according to the principles of voluntary participation and exchange of equal values. Prepare seed, fertilizer, and fuel, work out production plans, issue agricultural credits, chiefly loans for means of production, to be definitely repaid and to be strictly distinguished from relief grants, when necessary and possible, draw up plans, where possible, for building water conservancy works. This is the whole process of work from land reform to production, a process which all comrades directly engaged in land reform must be brought to understand so that they can avoid one-sidedness in their work and, without missing the seasons, accomplish all the above tasks in the coming autumn and winter. 2. To achieve these aims, it is necessary to get the following work done in the next 3 months from June through August. 1. Designate the areas for land reform. Each such area must meet the following 3 conditions. A. All the enemy armed forces must have been wiped out and conditions must have become stable, it must not be an unstable guerrilla zone. B. The overwhelming majority of the basic masses, the farm laborers, poor peasants, and middle peasants, not just a minority, must already be demanding the distribution of land. C. Party cadres must be adequate both in numbers and in quality to grasp the work of land reform and must not leave it to the spontaneous activity of the masses. An area where any one of these 3 conditions is lacking should not be designated for land reform in 1948. For instance, since they do not meet the first condition, we should not include in this year's plan for land reform those parts of the liberated areas in northern and eastern China, the northeast and the northwest, which border on enemy territory, nor most of the area enclosed by the Yangtze, Huai, Yellow, and Han rivers, which is under the jurisdiction of the Central Plains Bureau of the Central Committee. Whether they are to be included in next year's plan will depend on circumstances. In these areas we should make full use of the experience acquired during the period of the War of Resistance against Japan and put into effect the social policy of reducing rent and interest and of properly adjusting supplies of seed and food grains, as well as the financial policy of reasonable distribution of burdens, so as to unite with or neutralize all social forces that can be united with or can be neutralized, help the People's Liberation Army to wipe out all the Kuomintang armed forces, and strike blows at the local tyrants who are politically the most reactionary. Neither land nor movable property should be distributed in these areas, because they are newly liberated and border on enemy territory, and distribution there would not be of advantage to uniting with or neutralizing all social forces that can be united with or neutralized for the accomplishment of the basic task of wiping out the Kuomintang forces of reaction. To make cadres conferences a success. At cadres conferences concerned with the work of land reform and party consolidation, all the correct policies relating to these 2 tasks must be fully explained and a clear line must be drawn between what is and what is not permitted. All cadres working on land reform and party consolidation are required to study seriously and understand fully the important documents issued by the Central Committee. Cadres must be enjoined to adhere to them all and must not make any unauthorized change. In case parts of the documents do not suit local conditions, cadres may and should propose amendments, but they must secure the approval of the Central Committee before actually making any change. The higher leading organs of the various areas must make adequate and proper preparations beforehand for the cadres conferences which are to be held at different levels this year. That is to say, before a conference is convened, there should be discussions among a few persons, with one of them taking the main responsibility, in the course of which questions are raised and analyzed and an outline is written. This outline must be carefully worked out in content and wording, be sure to make it clear and concise and avoid long-windedness. Then a report should be made at the conference, discussion should be unfolded, the outline should be supplemented, revised and finalized in the light of the views expressed in the discussion, and the final document should be circulated in the whole party and published, as far as possible, in the newspapers. It is necessary to oppose holding meetings in an empiricist way, that is, with no advance preparations, no problems raised or analyzed and no report, carefully prepared and well weighed in content and wording, submitted to the cadres conference, but with the participants allowed to indulge in pointless, random talk so that the sessions drag on without reaching any clear, well-considered conclusion. Pay attention to eliminating this harmful empiricist way if it is found in the leadership work of any bureau or sub-bureau of the Central Committee, or in any area, provincial or prefectural party committee. Conferences to discuss policy should not be attended by too many people and can be shortened if there is enough preparation. Generally it is proper for a dozen or so people, or 20 to 30, or 40 to 50, the number varying according to circumstances, to meet for about a week. Meetings for transmitting policy may have a larger attendance but must not last too long either. The only conferences which may have a larger attendance and may last longer are those for party consolidation among senior and middle rank cadres. 3. By the first half or at the latest the second half of September, all cotters who are to take a direct part in the land reform must arrive in the villages and start work. Otherwise, it will be impossible to utilize the whole of the coming autumn and winter to complete the land reform, the party consolidation and the formation of organs of political power and to prepare for spring plowing. 3. At cotters' conferences as well as in their work, cotters must be taught how to analyze concrete situations and how, proceeding from the concrete situations in different areas with different historical conditions, to decide on their tasks and methods of work in a given place and time. Distinctions must be drawn between the cities and the rural areas and among the old liberated areas, semi-old liberated areas, areas bordering on enemy territory and new liberated areas, otherwise mistakes will be made. 4. The land problem should be considered solved and the question of land reform should not be raised again in areas where the feudal system has been fundamentally abolished, where the poor peasants and farm laborers have all acquired roughly the average amount of land and where there is still a difference, which is permissible, between their holdings and those of the middle peasants, but where the difference is not great. In these areas the central tasks are to restore and develop production, to complete the party consolidation and the formation of organs of political power and to support the front. If, in certain villages in these areas, some land is still to be distributed or readjusted, the class status of some individuals still needs to be revised and some land certificates still have to be issued, these tasks should of course be completed in accordance with the actual circumstances. V. In all the liberated areas, whether or not the land reform has been completed, we must direct the peasants to cultivate the wheat fields and to plow part of the land this autumn. In the winter, the peasants should be called upon to collect fertilizer. All this is vitally important to agricultural production and the 1949 harvests in the liberated areas and must be accomplished through administrative measures coordinated with mass work. 6. It is necessary resolutely to overcome certain manifestations of indiscipline or anarchy existing in many places. There are people who, without authorization, modify the policies and tactics adopted by the Central Committee or other higher party committees and apply extremely harmful policies and tactics, which go against the united will and discipline but which they opinionatedly believe to be correct. There are also people who, on the pretext of pressure of work, adopt the wrong attitude of neither asking for instructions before an action is taken nor submitting a report afterwards and who regard the area they administer as an independent realm. All this is extremely harmful to the interests of the revolution. Party committees at every level must discuss this matter again and work earnestly to overcome such indiscipline and anarchy so that all the powers that can and must be centralized will be concentrated in the hands of the Central Committee and its agencies. 1. 7. The Central Committee, its bureaus or sub-bureaus, the area, or provincial, party committees and the prefectural, county and district party committees down to the level of party branches must establish close contact with each other in order to have a good grasp of trends in the various movements, constantly exchange information and experience, and promptly correct mistakes and spread successes. For these purposes, they should make full use of such means of communication as the radio, telegraph, telephone, posts, and couriers, of such methods of consultation as small meetings, of 4 or 5 persons, joint local conferences, of a few counties, and personal talks, of such inspection tours as may be made by small groups, of 3 to 5 persons, or by individual committee members with prestige, and of the news agency and newspapers. There should be no waiting for several months, half a year or even longer before a lower organization submits its summary report to the one above, or before a higher organization issues general directives to those below. For such reports and directives often become out of date, losing all or part of their usefulness. And mistakes are made and cannot be corrected in time, causing serious damage. What the whole party urgently needs is reports and directives that are timely, lively and concrete. 8. In exercising their leadership, the bureaus and sub-bureaus of the Central Committee and the area, provincial, prefectural and municipal party committees must give proper attention to both urban and rural work, to the tasks of both industrial and agricultural production. That is to say, they should not, on account of directing the land reform and agricultural production, neglect to give leadership to urban work and industrial production or slacken their efforts in this regard. Since we now have many big, medium, and small cities and a vast network of industries, mines and communications, we shall make mistakes if any of the leading organizations concerned becomes negligent or slackens its efforts in this respect. The concept of operations for the Liuxi Shenyang Campaign 1. September and October 1948. These telegrams addressed to Lin Piao, Lo Yonghuan and other comrades were drawn up by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The concept of operations he set forth here for the Liuxi Shenyang campaign was fully carried out later. The results of the campaign were as follows. 1. The destruction of 470,000 enemy troops, plus the victories in other theaters during that period, made the qualitatively superior People's Liberation Army superior to the Kuomintang Army in numbers as well. 2. The entire territory of northeastern China was liberated, and the conditions were created for the liberation of Peiping, Tientsin and all northern China. 3. Our army gained experience in fighting large-scale campaigns of annihilation. 4. As a result of the liberation of northeastern China, a strategically secure rear area with a fair industrial base was won for the War of Liberation, and the party and the people obtained favorable conditions for gradually turning to economic rehabilitation. The Liuxi Shenyang campaign was the first of the three greatest campaigns of decisive significance in the Chinese People's War of Liberation. The other two were the Huaihai and the Peiping Shinsin campaigns. In these three great campaigns, which lasted 4 months and 19 days, 144 divisions, brigades, of the enemy's regular troops and 29 divisions of its irregular troops, or more than 1,540,000 men in all, were wiped out. During this period the People's Liberation Army also launched offensives on other fronts, destroying large numbers of the enemy. In the first 2 years of the war, the People's Liberation Army had wiped out an average of about 8 enemy brigades per month. Now the number of enemy troops destroyed by the People's Liberation Army no longer averaged 8 brigades per month but 38 brigades. These three major campaigns virtually annihilated the crack troops on which the Kuomintang relied for waging the counter-revolutionary civil war and greatly speeded victory in the War of Liberation all over the country. For the Huaihai and Peiping Shinsin campaigns, see the concept of operations for the Huaihai campaign, pages 279-82 and the concept of operations for the Peiping Shinsin campaign, pages 289-93, of this volume. The telegram of September 7. We are prepared to bring about the fundamental overthrow of the Kuomintang in about 5 years, counting from July 1946. 2. This is possible. Our objective can be attained provided we destroy about 100 brigades of Kuomintang regular troops every year, or some 500 brigades over the 5 years. In the past 2 years our army has annihilated a total of 191 brigades of enemy regulars, an average of 95 brigades a year, or nearly 8 brigades a month. In the next 3 years it is required that our army should wipe out 300 or more brigades of enemy regulars. Between July this year and June next year we expect to destroy some 115 brigades of enemy regulars. This total is apportioned among our various field armies and armies. 3. The Eastern China Field Army is required to wipe out about 40 brigades, including the 7 already wiped out in July, and capture Xinan and a number of large, medium, and small cities in northern Jiangsu, eastern Honan and northern Anhui. The Central Plains Field Army is required to wipe out about 14 brigades, including the 1.5 brigades wiped out in July, and capture a number of cities in the provinces of Hebei, Honan, and Anhui. The Northwest Field Army is required to wipe out about 12 brigades, including the 1 brigades wiped out in August. The army in northern China commanded by HSU Shangqian and Zhou Shiti is required to wipe out about 14 brigades under Yan Xishan, including the 8 brigades annihilated in July, and capture Taiyuan. You are required, in coordination with the two armies commanded by Lo Juiqing and Yang Chengwu, to wipe out about 35 brigades of the two army groups under Wei Lihuang and Fu Tsoyi, including one brigade wiped out by Yang Chengwu in July, and capture all the cities along the Piping-Liaoning, Piping-Suiwen, Piping-Qingtai and Piping-Baoding railways, except Piping, Tientsin and Shenyang. The decisive factors for the achievement of this objective are the proper disposition and command of troops in campaigns and a proper balance between fighting and rest. If in the 2 months of September and October, or a little longer, you can wipe out the enemy along the line from Qinchao to Tangshan and take Qinchao, Shanhaikun, and Tangshan, you will have achieved the task of wiping out some 18 enemy brigades. In order to wipe them out, you must now prepare to employ your main force on this line, leaving the enemy forces at Changchun and Shenyang alone. When you are attacking Qinchao, be prepared also to wipe out the enemy forces that may come to its rescue from Changchun and Shenyang. Because the enemy forces in and near Qinchao, Shanhaikun, and Tangshan are isolated from each other, success in attacking and wiping them out is pretty certain, and there is also a fair hope of success in capturing Qinchao and in attacking enemy reinforcements. If, however, you were to dispose your main force at Sinmin and its northern environs in preparation for attacking the enemy forces which might come out from Changchun and Shenyang, then the enemy might not dare come out at all because you would be too great a menace. On the one hand, the enemy at Changchun and Shenyang might not come out. And, on the other hand, because the forces you dispatch towards Qinchao, Shanhaikun, and Tangshan would be too small, the enemy in and near these three cities, comprising 18 brigades, would probably fall back on Qinchao and Tangshan, and you would find it rather difficult and yet necessary to attack them, wasting time and energy and thus perhaps landing yourselves in a passive position. For these reasons, it will be better to leave the enemy at Changchun and Shenyang alone and focus your attention on the enemy at Qinchao, Shanhaikun, and Tangshan. Another point, you must prepare to fight 3 big campaigns in the 10 months from September to next June and to spend about 2 months on each campaign, making a total of about 6 months and leaving 4 months for rest. During the Qinghai-Shanhaiknan-Tangshan campaign, the first big campaign, if the enemy at Changchun and Shenyang sallies forth in full strength to rescue Qinchao, because your main force will be disposed not at Sinmin but around Qinchao, Wei Lihuang will be emboldened to come to the rescue. Then, without leaving the Qinghai-Shanhaikun-Tangshan line, you can follow up immediately with large-scale annihilating attacks on the enemy reinforcements and strive to wipe out all Wei Lihuang's troops on the spot. This would be the ideal situation. Hence, you should pay attention to the following. 1. Be firmly determined to attack and capture Qinchao, Shanhaikun, and Tangshan and to take control of the entire line. 2. Be firmly determined to fight a battle of annihilation on a scale larger than you have ever fought before, that is, dare to fight all Wei Lihuang's army when it comes to the rescue. 3. In keeping with these 2 resolves, reconsider your plan of operations, make arrangements to meet the military requirements of your whole force, food, ammunition, recruits, and so on, and to handle captives. Please consider the above and telegraph your reply. To the telegram of October 10th. 1. From the day you start attacking Qinchao, there will be a period when the tactical situation will be very tense. We hope that you will inform us by radio every 2 or 3 days of the enemy's situation, the strength of the resistance by his forces defending Qinchao, the progress of his reinforcements from Huludao and Qinci and from Shenyang and the probable course of action of his troops in Changchun, and of our own situation, the progress of our attack on the city and the casualties sustained in attacking the city and holding off enemy reinforcements. 2. It is highly possible that, as you have said, the tactical situation during this period will develop most favorably, that is, that you will be able to wipe out not only the enemy's forces defending Qinchao but also a part of his reinforcements from Huludao and Qinci and some or most of his forces fleeing from Changchun. If the enemy's reinforcements from Shenyang advance to the area north of the Tailing River just after you have taken Qinchao and when you are thus able to shift your forces to encircle them, then it will be possible to wipe out these reinforcements as well. The key to all this lies in striving to capture Qinchao in about a week. 3. Decide on the disposition of your troops for checking the enemy reinforcements according to your progress in attacking Qinchao and their progress in advancing both from the east and from the west. In case the enemy reinforcements from Shenyang advance rather slowly, as may happen if, during your attack on Qinchao, the enemy besieged in Changchun breaks out but is caught and crushed by our 12th column and other forces, in which case the enemy reinforcements from Shenyang may be so bewildered as to advance rather slowly or halt or turn back to rescue the Changchun forces, while the enemy reinforcements from Huludao and Chinsi advance rather quickly, you should be ready to throw in your general reserves to help the 4th and 11th columns wipe out part of the latter reinforcements and, first of all, to check their advance. If the enemy reinforcements from Huludao and Chinsi are being tied down and checked by our 4th and 11th columns and other forces and therefore advance rather slowly or halt, if the enemy forces in Changchun do not break out, if the enemy reinforcements from Shenyang advance rather quickly, and if most of the Qinchao enemy forces have been wiped out and the capture of the city is imminent, then you should let the enemy forces from Shenyang advance deep into the area north of the Tailing River, so that you can make a timely shift of your forces to encircle them and wipe them out at your convenience. 4. You must center your attention on the operations in Qinchao and strive to capture the city as quickly as possible. Even if none of the other objectives is attained and Qinchao alone is captured, you will have won the initiative, which in itself will be a great victory. It is hoped that you will give due attention to all the above points. Especially during the first few days of the battle for Qinchao, the enemy reinforcements from both the east and the west will not make any major moves, and you should concentrate all your energies on the operations on the Qinchao front. On strengthening the party committee system. September 20, 1948. This decision was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. In his report on the amendments to the party constitution delivered at the party's 8th National Congress on September 6, 1956, Comrade Teng Xiaoping described the significance of this document as follows. For a long time the tradition in our party has been that decisions of important questions are made by a collective of the party, and not by any individual. Although violations of the principle of collective leadership occurred in our party from time to time, yet once discovered they were criticized and corrected by the Central Committee of the party. The decision by the Central Committee in September 1948 on strengthening the party committee system played an especially great role in strengthening collective leadership the party. This decision was put into practice throughout the party and is still in force. The significance of this decision is that it summed up the party's successful experience in the conscientious practice of collective leadership, urged those organizations which had made collective leadership merely nominal to correct their mistake and extended the scope of the application of collective leadership. The party committee system is an important party institution for ensuring collective leadership and preventing any individual from monopolizing the conduct of affairs. It has recently been found that in some, of course not all, leading bodies it is the habitual practice for one individual to monopolize the conduct of affairs and decide important problems. Solutions to important problems are decided not by party committee meetings but by one individual, and membership in the party committee has become nominal. Differences of opinion among committee members cannot be resolved and are left unresolved for a long time. Members of the party committee maintain only formal, not real, unity among themselves. This situation must be changed. From now on, a sound system of party committee meetings must be instituted in all leading bodies, from the bureaus of the Central Committee to the prefectural party committees, from the party committees of the fronts to the party committees of brigades and military areas, subcommissions of the Revolutionary Military Commission or leading groups, and the leading party members groups in government bodies, people's organizations, the news agency and the newspaper offices. All important problems, of course, not the unimportant, trivial problems, or problems whose solutions have already been decided after discussion at meetings and need only be carried out, must be submitted to the committee for discussion, and the committee members present should express their views fully and reach definite decisions which should then be carried out by the members concerned. The same procedure should be followed by party committees below the prefectural and brigade levels. In the higher leading bodies there should also be meetings of the leading cadres in the departments, for example, the propaganda department and the organizational department, commissions, for example, the labor, women's and youth commissions, schools, for example, party schools, and offices, for example, the research offices. Of course, we must see to it that the meetings are not too long or too frequent, and they must not get bogged down in discussion of petty matters lest the work be hindered. On important problems which are complicated and on which opinions differ, there must, in addition, be personal consultations before the meeting to enable the members to think things over lest decisions by the meeting become a mere formality or no decision can be reached. Party committee meetings must be divided into two categories, standing committee meetings and plenary sessions, and the two should not be confused. Furthermore, we must take care that neither collective leadership nor personal responsibility is overemphasized to the neglect of the other. In the army, the person in command has the right to make emergency decisions during battle and when circumstances require. On the September meeting circular of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. October 10, 1948. This inter-party circular was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The September 1948 meeting was held in Sipapo Village, Pingshan County, Hopei Province. This meeting convened by the Central Committee had the largest attendance of any since the Japanese surrender. Previously it had not been possible to hold such large meetings, because the great majority of Central Committee members were in various liberated areas directing the tense war of liberation, and communications were extremely difficult. In September 1948 the Central Committee convened a meeting of the Political Bureau, attended by 7 members of the Political Bureau, 14 members and alternate members of the Central Committee, and 10 important functionaries, including principal leading comrades in the party and army in northern China, eastern China, the Central Plains and northwestern China. This meeting convened by the Central Committee had the largest attendance of any since the Japanese surrender. The meeting examined the work of the past period and set the tasks for the period ahead. Since the party's 7th National Congress in April 1945, the Central Committee and the leading cadres of the whole party have displayed even greater unity than during the War of Resistance against Japan. This unity has enabled our party to cope with many important events at home and abroad in the 3 years since the Japanese surrender, and in the course of these events our party has pushed the Chinese Revolution a big step forward, shattered the political influence of U.S. imperialism among the broad masses of the Chinese people, combated the new betrayal by the Kuomintang, repulsed its military attacks, and enabled the People's Liberation Army to shift from the defensive to the offensive. In the last 2 years of fighting, from July 1946 to June 1948, the People's Liberation Army has wiped out 2,640,000 enemy troops, including 1,630,000 captured. The main war booty of the 2 years amounts to nearly 900,000 rifles, over 64,000 heavy and light machine guns, 8,000 pieces of light artillery, 5,000 pieces of infantry artillery, and 1,100 heavy mountain and field guns. In these 2 years the People's Liberation Army has grown from 1,200,000 men to 2,800,000. Our regular troops have increased from 118 brigades to 176, that is, from 610,000 men to 1,490,000. The liberated areas now cover 2,350,000 square kilometers, or 24.5% of China's total area of 9,597,000 square kilometers. Their population is 168 million, or 35.3% of China's total of 475 million, and they have 586 large, medium, and small cities, from county towns up, or 29% of China's total of 2009 such cities. Because our party has firmly led the peasants in carrying out the reform of the land system, the land problem has been thoroughly solved in areas having about 100 million people, and the land of the landlord class and of the old-type rich peasants has been more or less equally distributed among the rural population and, first of all, among the poor peasants and farm laborers. Our party membership has increased from 1,210,000 in May 1945 to 3 million at present. In 1927, before the Kuomintang betrayal of the revolution, it was 50,000, after the Kuomintang betrayal of that year, it dropped to about 10,000, in 1934, as a result of the successful development of the agrarian revolution, it rose to 300,000, in 1937, owing to the defeat of the revolution in the south, too it dropped again to about 40,000, in 1945, because of the successful development of the War of Resistance against Japan, it rose to 1,210,000, and now, because of the successful development of the anti-Chiang Kai-shek War and the Agrarian Revolution, it has reached 3,000,000. On the one hand, the party has in the past year basically overcome, and is continuing to overcome, some unhealthy phenomena which existed to a certain degree in its ranks. These were impurities in class composition, landlord and rich peasant elements, impurities in ideology, landlord and rich peasant ideology, and impurities in style of work, bureaucracy and commandism. On the other hand, the party has in the past year overcome, and is continuing to overcome, some left mistakes which accompanied the large-scale mobilization of the peasant masses in the struggles to solve the land problem. These were the partial but fairly numerous encroachments on the interests of the middle peasants, the damage done to some private industrial and commercial enterprises and the overstepping in some places of certain lines of demarcation in the policy for suppressing counter-revolutionaries. Through the great, fierce revolutionary struggles of the past 3 years, and especially of the past year, and the conscientious correction of our own mistakes, the whole party has made a big step forward in political maturity. The party's work in the Kuomintang areas has been crowned with tremendous success. This can be seen from the fact that in the big cities we have won over to the side of our party the broad masses of workers, students, teachers, professors, cultural workers, ordinary residents, and national capitalists as well as all the democratic parties and people's organizations, and have thus resisted Kuomintang oppression and completely isolated the Kuomintang. In several large areas in the south, the Fujian Guangtung-Kiangsi, the Hunan Guangtung-Kiangsi, the Guangtung-Guangxi, and the Guangxi-Yunnan border areas, southern Yunnan, the Anhui-Zhejiang-Kiangsi border area and eastern and southern Zhejiang, bases for guerrilla warfare have been established, and their guerrilla forces have grown to more than 30,000. During the past 2 years and especially last year, we have carried out an orderly, well-led democratic movement in the People's Liberation Army, with all fighters and commanders taking part. In this movement we have unfolded self-criticism, have overcome and are continuing to overcome bureaucracy in the army and have restored the party committee system at various levels of the army and the soldiers' committee system in the companies, both of which produced good results from 1927 to 1932 but were later abolished. All this has greatly heightened the political enthusiasm and consciousness of commanders and fighters, strengthened their combat effectiveness and discipline and helped us to absorb some 800,000 captured Kuomintang soldiers and change them into liberated fighters who have turned their guns against the Kuomintang. During the past 2 years, in the liberated areas, we have mobilized some 1,600,000 of the peasants who obtained land to join the People's Liberation Army. We already have quite a number of railways, mines, and industries, and our party is learning on a large scale how to manage industry and carry on trade. In the past 2 years our war industries have grown considerably. But they are not yet adequate to meet the needs of the war. We lack some important raw materials and machines and, generally speaking, still cannot make steel. In areas in northern China with a population of 44 million we have set up a unified people's government in which our party cooperates with non-party Democrats. In order to facilitate support to the front, we have decided to entrust this government with the task of unifying the work of leading and administering the economy, finance, trade, banking, communications, and war industries in 3 regions: northern China, eastern China, with a population of 43 million, and the Northwest, with a population of 7 million, and we are prepared in the near future to extend the unification of this work to 2 additional regions, the Northeast and the Central Plains. 3. In the light of our successes in the past 2 years fighting and of the general situation as between the enemy and ourselves, the meeting convened by the Central Committee considered it fully possible to build a People's Liberation Army of 5 million in a period of about 5 years, beginning from July 1946, to wipe out a total of some 500 brigades, divisions, of the enemy's regular forces, an average of about 100 brigades a year, to wipe out a total of some 7,500,000 men of his regular and irregular forces and of the special arms, an average of about 1,500,000 men a year, and to overthrow the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang completely. The military strength of the Kuomintang was 4,300,000 men in July 1946. In the past 2 years, 3,090,000 of its men have either been wiped out or have deserted, and 2,440,000 have been recruited. Its present strength is 3,650,000 men. It is estimated that in the coming 3 years the Kuomintang may still be able to recruit 3 million men and that some 4,500,000 will probably be wiped out or deserted. Thus, as a result of 5 years fighting, the remaining military strength of the Kuomintang will probably be only some 2 million. Our army now has 2,800,000 men. In the coming 3 years we plan to admit into our forces 1,700,000 captured soldiers, estimated at 60% of the total we shall capture, and to mobilize 2 million peasants to join the army. Allowing for depletion, our army, as a result of 5 years fighting, will probably approach 5 million men. If 5 years fighting brings these results, then it may be said that we have overthrown the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang completely. To fulfill this task, we must wipe out each year about 100 brigades, divisions, of the enemy's regular forces, making a total of about 500 brigades, divisions, in 5 years. This is the key to the solution of all problems. In view of the fact that the enemy's regular forces we wiped out amounted to 97 brigades, divisions, in the first year and to 94 brigades, divisions, in the second year, our targets can be fulfilled and even overfulfilled. Of the Kuomintang's existing military strength totaling 3,650,000 men, 70% are at the fronts, north of the line of the Yangtze River and the Pashan Mountains, east of the line of Lanzhou and the Holland Mountains and south of the Qingtai-Changchun line. Only about 30% are in the rear, including those south of the line of the Yangtze River and the Pashan Mountains and those west of the line of Lanzhou and the Holland Mountains. Of all the existing Kuomintang regular forces, which consist of 285 brigades or 1,980,000 men, 249 brigades or 1,742,000 men are at the fronts, 99 brigades or 694,000 men on the northern front, and 150 brigades or 1,048,000 men on the southern front. Only 36 brigades or 238,000 men are in the rear, and most of them are newly formed troops of low combat effectiveness. Therefore, the Central Committee has decided that during the third year the whole of the People's Liberation Army will continue to operate north of the Yangtze River and in northern China and the northeast. To accomplish the task of wiping out the enemy, it is necessary to utilize large numbers of captured soldiers in addition to mobilizing people in the liberated areas, in a planned and prudent way, to join the army. For because our party and our army were long in a position in which we were cut apart by the enemy, were waging guerrilla warfare and were in the rural areas, we allowed very considerable autonomy to the leading organs of the party and army in the different areas. This enabled the party organizations and armed forces to bring their initiative and enthusiasm into play and to come through long periods of grave difficulties, but at the same time it gave rise to certain phenomena of indiscipline and anarchy, localism and guerrillaism, which were harmful to the cause of the revolution. The present situation demands that our party should do its utmost to overcome these phenomena of indiscipline and anarchy, localism and guerrillism, and centralize all the powers that can and must be concentrated in the hands of the Central Committee and its agencies, so as to bring about the transition in the form of the war from guerrilla to regular warfare. In the past 2 years both the army and its operations have become more regular in character, but this is not enough, and in the third year another big step forward must be made. For this purpose, we must do everything possible to repair and operate modern means of communications, such as railways, highway transport, and steamships, to strengthen the administration of cities and industry, and to shift the center of gravity of our party work step by step from the rural areas to the cities. 5. The task of seizing political power throughout the country demands that our party should quickly and systematically train large numbers of cadres to administer military, political, economic, party, cultural and educational affairs. In the third year of the war, we must prepare 30 to 40,000 cadres of lower, middle, and higher ranks, so that in the fourth year when the army advances they can march with it and bring orderly administration to newly liberated areas with a population of some 50 to 100 million. China's territory is very large, her population is very numerous, and the Revolutionary War is developing very rapidly, but our supply of cadres is very inadequate. This is a very great difficulty. In preparing cadres during the third year, while we should rely on the old liberated areas to supply the greater part, we must also pay attention to enrolling cadres from the big cities controlled by the Kuomintang. In the big cities in Kuomintang areas there are many workers and intellectuals who can take part in our work and who have, generally speaking, a higher cultural level than the workers and peasants in the old liberated areas. We should make use of large numbers of working personnel from the Kuomintang's economic, financial, cultural, and educational institutions, excluding the reactionary elements. School education in the liberated areas must be restored and developed. 6. The slogan of convening a political consultative conference for has rallied around our party all democratic parties and people's organizations and all Democrats without party affiliation in the Kuomintang areas. We are arranging for representatives of these parties and organizations to come to the liberated areas and are preparing to convene a conference in 1949 of the representatives of all China's democratic parties, people's organizations, and Democrats without party affiliation, in order to establish the Provisional Central Government of the People's Republic of China. 7. The restoration and development of industrial and agricultural production in the liberated areas is an important link in supporting the war and in defeating the Kuomintang reactionaries. The meeting convened by the Central Committee held that, on the one hand, the People's Liberation Army must develop its victorious offensive into the Kuomintang areas and obtain from the Kuomintang forces and areas the large supply of manpower and material resources needed for the war, and that, on the other hand, in the old liberated areas every effort must be made to restore and develop industrial and agricultural production so as to raise their level to some extent. Only if these two tasks are fulfilled will it be possible to ensure the overthrow of the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang, otherwise, that will not be possible. We will have many difficulties in carrying out these two tasks. When our armies enter the Kuomintang areas in force to make war with no rear area or with no adequate rear area, they will have to get all or most of their military supplies themselves on the spot. The restoration and development of industrial and agricultural production requires good organizational work, good leadership of markets in the liberated areas, control of trade with outside areas, the overcoming of shortages of certain machinery and raw materials, and, first of all, the solution of the problems of communications, transport, and the repair of railways, highways and waterways. At present there are great difficulties in the economic and financial situation in the liberated areas. Although our difficulties are much smaller than those of the Kuomintang, they do exist. The main ones are that our material resources and manpower are inadequate for the needs of the war and that inflation has developed to a considerable degree. And one cause of these difficulties is the inadequacy of our organizational work, especially in the financial and economic sphere. We believe these difficulties can be overcome and must be overcome. In the struggle to do so, we must fight waste and practice economy. At the front we must see to it that everything captured is handed in, must cherish our effective strength, take good care of weapons, use ammunition sparingly and protect captured soldiers. In the rear we must reduce government expenses, reduce the mobilization of manpower and draft animals not urgently needed, reduce time taken by meetings, observe agricultural seasons so that farm work is done on time, reduce costs in industrial production, raise labor productivity, mobilize the whole party to learn to manage industrial and agricultural production and carry on trade, make the greatest possible efforts to organize the economies of the liberated areas properly, overcome disorder in the markets and wage the necessary struggles against all speculators and manipulators. By getting down to all these jobs, we can certainly overcome the difficulties facing us. 8. Raising the cadre's theoretical level and broadening inter-party democracy are important links in the fulfillment of the above tasks. The meeting convened by the Central Committee adopted a special decision on broadening inter-party democracy. 5. It also discussed the problem of raising the cadre's theoretical level and drew the attention of all comrades present to the problem. 9. The 6th National Labor Congress has been successfully held and the All China Federation of Trade Unions 6 has been founded. In the first half of next year a National Women's Congress will be convened to form the All China Federation of Democratic Women 7. A National Youth Congress will be convened to form the All China Youth Federation 8 and the new Democratic Youth League will be established. 9. The concept of operations for the Huaihai campaign. October 11, 1948. This telegram, addressed to the Eastern China and Central Plains Field Armies and the bureaus of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in those two areas, was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Revolutionary Military Commission of the party's Central Committee. The Huaihai campaign was one of the three greatest campaigns of decisive significance in the Chinese People's War of Liberation. The campaign was fought jointly by the Eastern China and Central Plains Field Armies and the regional troops of the Eastern China and Central Plains areas. In this campaign over 555,000 Kuomintang troops were wiped out. The concept of operations set forth by Comrade Mao Zedong in this telegram led to complete success. In fact, the campaign proceeded more smoothly than expected, and the victory was therefore quicker and greater. After this campaign, Nanking, the capital of the reactionary Kuomintang government, became subject to direct threat by the People's Liberation Army. The Huaihai campaign was concluded on January 10, 1949, and on January 21 Chiang Kai-shek announced his retirement. After that, the reactionary Kuomintang ruling clique in Nanking fell apart. Here are a few points for your consideration concerning the dispositions for the Huaihai campaign. 1. In the first stage of this campaign, the central task is to concentrate forces to wipe out Huang Potao's army, effect a breakthrough in the center and capture Sananchan, the Grand Canal Railway Station, Chseapaka, Yizian, Chseochuang, Linkhung, Hanchuang, Xiang, Pizian, Tanchinj, Taechuang, and Linyi. To achieve these objectives, you should use 2 columns to wipe out each enemy division, that is to say, use 6 or 7 columns to cut up and wipe out the enemy's 25th, 63rd, and 64th divisions. Use 5 or 6 columns to hold off and attack enemy reinforcements. Use 1 or 2 columns to annihilate the 1 brigade under Li Mi at Linkhung and Hanchuang and strive to capture those 2 towns in order to menace Suqiao from the north so that the 2 armies under Chu Qing Chuan and Li Mi will not dare move east in full strength as reinforcements. Use 1 column plus regional formation in southwestern Shantung to make a flank attack on the Suqiao-Shangqiu section of the railway in order to tie down a portion of Chu Qing Chuan's army. As 3 enemy divisions under Sun Yuan Liang are about to move east, it is hoped that Lu Pochang, Chen Yi and Teng Xiaoping will dispose their troops at once to attack the Qinchao-Suqiao line and so tie down Sun Yuan Liang's army. Use 1 or 2 columns to operate in the Suqian-Suning Lingpi area to hold down Li Mi's army. These dispositions mean that before the objective of annihilating the 3 divisions of Huang Potao's army can be achieved, more than half our total force has to be employed against the 2 armies under Chu Qing Chuan and Li Mi to tie down, check and destroy part of them. The dispositions should, by and large, be similar to those of last September for capturing Xinan and attacking the enemy's reinforcements too, otherwise it will be impossible to achieve the objective of annihilating the 3 divisions of Huang Potao's army. You must strive to conclude the first stage 2 to 3 weeks after the start of the campaign. 2. In the second stage, use about 5 columns to attack and wipe out the enemy in Haikou, Xinpu, Linaiunkang, and Quanyuan and capture these towns. It is calculated that by then the enemy's 54th and 32nd divisions will very likely have been transported by sea from Xingtao to the Haikou Xinpu Linaiunkang area. 3. Altogether 3 enemy divisions will be in that area, including the 1 division already there, therefore we must use 5 columns to attack them and employ the remaining forces, our main strength, to tie down the 2 armies under Chu Qingchuan and Li Mi, again on the principle underlying the dispositions made in September for capturing Xinan and attacking the enemy's reinforcements. You must strive to conclude the stage also in 2 to 3 weeks. 3. In the third stage, it may be assumed that the battle will be fought around Huaiyan and Huayan. By that time the enemy will have increased his strength by about 1 division, the reorganized 8th Division in Yantai is being shipped south, therefore we must be prepared again to use about Eve columns as the attacking force, while using the rest of our main force to strike at and hold down the enemy's reinforcements. This stage will also take about 2 to 3 weeks. These 3 stages will take about a month and a half to 2 months. 4. You are to complete the Huaihai campaign in 2 months, November and December. Rest and consolidate your forces next January. From March to July you will be fighting in coordination with Lu Pocheng and Teng Xiaoping to drive the enemy to points along the Yangtze River, where he will dig in. By autumn your main force will probably be fighting to cross the Yangtze. Revolutionary forces of the world unite, fight against imperialist aggression. November 1948. This article was written by Comrade Mao Zedong in commemoration of the 31st anniversary of the October Revolution for the organ of the Information Bureau of the Communist and Workers' Parties of Europe, for a lasting peace, for a people's democracy. It appeared in the 21st issue of the publication in 1948. At this time, when the awakened working class and all genuine revolutionaries of the world are jubilantly celebrating the 31st anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution of the Soviet Union, I recall a well-known article by Stalin, written in 1918 on the first anniversary of that revolution. In that article Stalin said, "The great worldwide significance of the October Revolution chiefly consists in the fact that 1. It has widened the scope of the national question and converted it from the particular question of combating national oppression in Europe into the general question of emancipating the oppressed peoples, colonies, and semi-colonies from imperialism. 2. It has opened up wide possibilities for their emancipation and the right paths towards it, has thereby greatly facilitated the cause of the emancipation of the oppressed peoples of the West and the East, and has drawn them into the common current of the victorious struggle against imperialism. 3. It has thereby erected a bridge between the socialist West and the enslaved East, having created a new front of revolutions against world imperialism, extending from the proletarians of the West, through the Russian Revolution, to the oppressed peoples of the East. 1. History has developed in the direction pointed out by Stalin. The October Revolution has opened up wide possibilities for the emancipation of the peoples of the world and opened up the realistic paths towards it. It has created a new front of revolutions against world imperialism, extending from the proletarians of the West, through the Russian Revolution, to the oppressed peoples of the East. This front of revolutions has been created and developed under the brilliant guidance of Lenin and, after Lenin's death, of Stalin. If there is to be revolution, there must be a revolutionary party. Without a revolutionary party, without a party built on the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary theory and in the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary style, it is impossible to lead the working class and the broad masses of the people to defeat imperialism and its running dogs. In the more than 100 years since the birth of Marxism, it was only through the example of the Russian Bolsheviks in leading the October Revolution, in leading socialist construction and in defeating fascist aggression that revolutionary parties of a new type were formed and developed in the world. With the birth of revolutionary parties of this type, the face of the world revolution has changed. The change has been so great that transformations utterly inconceivable to people of the older generation have come into being amid fire and thunder. The Communist Party of China is a party built and developed on the model of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. With the birth of the Communist Party of China, the face of the Chinese Revolution took on an altogether new aspect. Is this fact not clear enough? The World Revolutionary United Front, with the Soviet Union at its head, defeated fascist Germany, Italy, and Japan. This was a result of the October Revolution. If there had been no October Revolution, if there had been no Communist Party of the Soviet Union, no Soviet Union and no anti-imperialist revolutionary united front in the West and in the East led by the Soviet Union, could one conceive of victory over fascist Germany, Italy, Japan, and their running dogs? If the October Revolution opened up wide possibilities for the emancipation of the working class and the oppressed peoples of the world and opened up realistic paths towards it, then the victory of the anti-fascist Second World War has opened up still wider possibilities for the emancipation of the working class and the oppressed peoples of the world and has opened up still more realistic paths towards it. It will be a very great mistake to underestimate the significance of the victory of World War II. Since the victory of World War II, U.S. imperialism and its running dogs in various countries have taken the place of fascist Germany, Italy, and Japan and are frantically preparing a new world war and menacing the whole world. This reflects the utter decay of the capitalist world and its fear of imminent doom. This enemy still has strength, therefore, all the revolutionary forces of each country must unite, and the revolutionary forces of all countries must likewise unite, must form an anti-imperialist united front headed by the Soviet Union and follow correct policies, otherwise, victory will be impossible. This enemy has a weak and fragile foundation, he is disintegrating internally, he is alienated from the people, he is confronted with inextricable economic crises, therefore, he can be defeated. It will be a very great mistake to overestimate the enemy's strength and underestimate the strength of the revolutionary forces. Under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, tremendous victories have now been won in the great Chinese People's Democratic Revolution directed against the frenzied aggression of U.S. imperialism in China and against the traitorous, dictatorial, and reactionary Kuomintang government that has been slaughtering the Chinese people by civil war. During the 2 years from July 1946 to June 1948, the People's Liberation Army led by the Communist Party of China beat back the attacks of 4,300,000 troops of the reactionary Kuomintang government and went over from the defensive to the offensive. During those 2 years of fighting, not including developments since July 1948, the People's Liberation Army captured and wiped out 2,640,000 Kuomintang troops. China's liberated areas now cover 2,350,000 square kilometers, or 24.5% of the country's 9,597,000 square kilometers. They have a population of 168 million, or 35.3% of the country's 475 million, and they contain 586 cities and towns, or 29% of the 2009 in the whole country. Because our party has resolutely led the peasants to carry out the reform of the land system, the land problem has been thoroughly solved in areas with a population of about 100 million, and the land of the landlords and old-type rich peasants has been more or less equally distributed among the peasants, primarily among the poor peasants and farm laborers. The membership of the Communist Party of China has grown from 1,210,000 in 1945 to 3 million today. The task of the Communist Party of China is to unite the revolutionary forces of the whole country to drive out the aggressive forces of U.S. imperialism, overthrow the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang and establish a united, democratic People's Republic. We know that there are still many difficulties ahead. But we are not afraid of them. We believe that difficulties must be and can be overcome. The radiance of the October Revolution shines upon us. The long-suffering Chinese people must win their liberation, and they firmly believe they can. Always isolated in the past, China's revolutionary struggle no longer feels isolated since the victory of the October Revolution. we enjoy the support of the communist parties and the working class of the world. This point was understood by Dr. Sun Yat-sen, forerunner of the Chinese Revolution, who established the policy of alliance with the Soviet Union against imperialism. On his deathbed he wrote a letter to the Soviet Union as part of his testament. It is the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang of the Kuomintang that is betraying Sun Yat-sen's policy, standing on the side of the imperialist counter-revolutionary front and opposing the people of their own country. But before long, people will witness the complete destruction of the whole reactionary regime of the Kuomintang by the Chinese people. The Chinese people are brave, so is the Communist Party of China, and they are determined to liberate all China. The momentous change in China's military situation. November 14, 1948. This commentary was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Xinhua News Agency. Here Comrade Mao Zedong, basing himself on the new situation, that is, the change in the relation of forces between the enemy and ourselves after the Lasasi Shenyang campaign, made a new estimate of the time needed to win victory in the People's War of Liberation and pointed out that the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang could be overthrown in no more than a year from November 1948. Subsequent developments in China's military situation fully confirmed his prediction. The military situation in China has reached a new turning point and the balance of forces between the two sides in the war has undergone a fundamental change. The People's Liberation Army, long superior in quality, has now become superior in numbers as well. This is a sign that the victory of the Chinese Revolution and the realization of peace in China are at hand. At the end of the second year of the war, that is, at the end of June this year, the Kuomintang army still had a total of some 3,650,000 men. This was 650,000 less than the 4,300,000 men the Kuomintang had in July 1946 when it started the countrywide civil war. The Kuomintang recruited about 2,440,000 men during the 2 years of war, which is the reason why the decrease was only 650,000, although in that period approximately 3,090,000 were wiped out or captured, or deserted, 2,640,000 were wiped out or captured. Recently a sudden change took place. In the first 4 months of the third year of the war, from July 1 to November 2 when Shenyang was liberated, the Kuomintang army lost 1 million men. Its replacements during these 4 months have not yet been ascertained. Supposing it was able to recruit 300,000 men, then the net decrease would be 700,000. Thus the whole of the Kuomintang's armed forces, army, navy, and air force, regulars and irregulars, combat troops, and men in the rear service establishments are now only some 2,900,000. On the other hand, the People's Liberation Army, which had 1,200,000 men in June 1946, grew to 2,800,000 in June 1948 and has now increased to more than 3 million. Thus, the numerical superiority long enjoyed by the Kuomintang army has rapidly turned into inferiority. This is the result of heroic fighting by the People's Liberation Army during the past 4 months in all the war theaters of the country. It is especially the result of the Suiqi and Xinan campaigns won on the southern front and of the Qinchao, Changchun, Liusi, and Shenyang campaigns too on the northern front. Up to the end of June this year, the Kuomintang still had designations for 285 divisions because it had frantically incorporated its irregulars into its regular forces. In these 4 months, the battalions and larger units wiped out by the People's Liberation Army totaled 8 divisions, including 63 whole divisions. Accordingly, the war will be much shorter than we originally estimated. The original estimate was that the reactionary Kuomintang government could be completely overthrown in about 5 years, beginning from July 1946. As we now see it, only another year or so may be needed to overthrow it completely. A longer time will be needed, however, to eliminate the reactionary forces in all parts of the country and complete the liberation of the people. The enemy is collapsing rapidly, but the communists, the People's Liberation Army and people of all walks of life throughout the country must continue to unite as one man and redouble their efforts, only thus can we finally and completely wipe out the reactionary forces and build a united, democratic People's Republic in the whole country. The concept of operations for the Peeping Shenzhen Campaign 1. December 11, 1948. This was a telegram drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and addressed to Lin Piao, Lo Yonghuan and other comrades. The Peeping Shenzhen campaign was the last of the three greatest campaigns of decisive significance in the Chinese People's War of Liberation. In this campaign, we wiped out or reorganized over 520,000 Kuomintang troops, liberated the important cities of Peeping, Tientsin and Chinchiaka and concluded, in the main, the fighting for the liberation of northern China. The concept of operations for the campaign, set forth here by Comrade Mao Zedong, was fully realized in practice. 1. The enemy forces in Chinchiaka, Xinbaoan, and Huila and in the entire area of Peeping, Tientsin, Tangkou and Tangshan except a few units, such as certain divisions of the 35th, 62nd and 84th Corps, which still have a fairly high combat effectiveness for the defense of fortified positions, have little offensive spirit, they are like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. This is especially the case since you advanced south of the Great Wall. You should on no account overrate the enemy's combat effectiveness. Some of our comrades have suffered through overrating the enemy's combat effectiveness, but they have arrived at a correct understanding after being criticized. The enemy at both Chinchiaka and Xinbaoan is definitely encircled and will in all probability find it extremely difficult to break through and escape. About half the 16th Corps has been speedily wiped out. The enemy's 104th Corps at Huila has hurriedly fled south and will probably be wiped out today or tomorrow. After that is done, you will be ready to dispatch the 4th column from the southwest to the northeast to cut the link between Nankou and Peeping. We think this may not be easy to accomplish, for, either the remnants of the 84th and 16th Corps will quickly withdraw to Peeping, or the 94th, 16th, and 92nd Corps will concentrate in the Nankou-Changping-Shahokan region for joint defense. But this move by our 4th column will directly menace the northwestern and northern suburbs of Peeping and tie down those enemy forces so that they dare not move. If they should dare to move further west to reinforce the 35th Corps, we could either directly cut off their retreat or launch a direct attack on Peeping, therefore they will probably not dare to move further west. The army in northern China commanded by Yang Taichi, Lo Zhuiqing, and Keng Piao is employing 9 divisions to encircle 3 divisions of the enemy's 35th Corps. This is absolute superiority. They have proposed to wipe out these enemy divisions at an early date, but we intend to ask them not to attack for the time being so as to lure the enemy at Peeping and Tientsin and make it difficult for him to come to a decision to flee by sea. They have employed 2 columns to encircle the 35th Corps and 1 column to check the 104th Corps and have beaten back both these enemy forces. 2. We now agree to your sending the 5th column immediately to the vicinity of Nankou to menace the enemy at Peeping, Nankou and Huijiao from the northeast. This column will remain there so that later, in about 10 or 15 days, that is, when the army in northern China commanded by Yang Taichi, Lo Zhuiqing, and Keng Piao has annihilated the 35th Corps, your 4th column can be released for service in the east. Therefore, please order the 5th column to continue its march west today. 3. The 3rd column should on no account go to Nankou but, in accordance with our telegram of the 9th, should move to the region east of Peeping and south of Tangshan to threaten Peeping from the east and, together with the 4th, 11th, and 5th columns, form an encirclement around Peeping. 4. But our real aim is not to encircle Peeping first but rather to encircle Tientsin, Tangkou, Lutai, and Tangshan first. 5. We estimate that your 10th, 9th, 6th, and 8th columns, your artillery column and your 7th column will have assembled in the region around Yushan by about December 15th. We propose that, in the few days between December 20th and 25, you move with lightning speed and employ the 6 columns the 3rd, which is to march east from the eastern suburbs of Peeping, the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th to encircle the enemy at Tientsin, Tangkou, Lutai and Tangshan, provided that the enemy's situation at those points remains roughly the same as now. The method is to place 2 columns around Wuching at Langfang, Hosewu, and Yangtsin, and to use 5 columns as wedges to be driven between enemy positions at Tientsin, Tangku, Lutai, Tangshan and Kuya, and so cut off contacts between the enemy forces. All these columns should build 2-way blocking positions to ensure that the enemy cannot escape. Then they should rest and consolidate their troops and, after recovering from fatigue, attack and wipe out some small enemy groups. In the meantime, the 4th column should move from northwest to east of Peeping. Before the 4th column starts to move, the army in northern China commanded by Yang Taichi, Lo Juiqing, and Keng Piao should wipe out the enemy in Xinbaoan. In the east, according to circumstances, every effort should be made to wipe out the enemy in Tangku first and control that seaport. If these 2 points, Tangku, the most important, and Xinbaoan, are captured, you will have the initiative on the whole chessboard. The above dispositions constitute, in reality, the wholesale encirclement of the enemy in Chinchiaka, Xinbaoan, Nankao, Peeping, Huijiao, Shenyi, Tungshan, Wanping, Kosian and Liangshan have been captured. Fengtai, Tientsin, Tangku, Lutai, Tangshan and Kaiping. 6. This method is generally the same as that you used in the fighting along the line through Izian, Qinchao, Qinsi, Xingchang, Suqian, Shanhaiquan, and Luanshan. 3. 7. In the 2 weeks beginning from today, December 11th to 25th, the basic principle is to encircle without attacking, in the case of Chinchiaka and Xinbaoan, and, in some cases, to cut off without encircling, in the case of Peeping, Tientsin and Tungchao, to make only a strategic encirclement and cut the links between the enemy forces, but not to make a tactical encirclement, in order to wait for the completion of our dispositions and then wipe out the enemy forces one by one. In particular, you must not wipe out all the enemy forces at Chinchiaka, Xinbaoan, and Nankao, because that would compel the enemy east of Nankao to make a quick decision to bolt. Please make sure you understand this point. 8. In order not to prompt Chiang Kai-shek quickly to decide to ship his troops in the Peeping Shinsin area south by sea, we are going to order Lu Po-chang, Teng Xiaoping, Chen Yi and Su Yu, after they have wiped out Huang Wei's army, to spare the remainder of Tu Yuming's armies under Chu Qing Chuan, Li Mi, and Sun Yuan Liang, about half of which have already been destroyed, and for 2 weeks to make no dispositions for their final annihilation. 9. To prevent the enemy from fleeing towards Tsingtao, we are going to order our troops in Shantung to mass certain forces to control a section of the Yellow River near Tsinan and to make preparations along the Tsingtao-Tsinan railway. 10. There is little or no possibility that the enemy will flee towards Sichao, Changchao, Xi'an, or Suiwan. 11. The main or the only concern is that the enemy might flee by sea. Therefore, in the coming 2 weeks the general method should be to encircle without attacking or to cut off without encircling. 12. This plan is beyond the enemy's range of expectation, and it will be very difficult for him to discern it before you complete your final dispositions. At present, the enemy is probably calculating that you will attack Peeping. 13. The enemy always underrates the energy of our army and overrates his own strength, though at the same time he is like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. The enemy at Peeping and Tientsin will never expect you to be able to complete the above dispositions by December 25th. 14. In order to complete these dispositions by December 25th, you should inspire your troops in the next 2 weeks to ignore fatigue, to have no fear of depletion of numbers and have no fear of cold and hunger. After these dispositions have been made, they can rest and consolidate and take their time in attacking. 15. The sequence of attacks will be roughly the following: 1st, the Tangkulutai sector; 2nd, Xinbaoan; 3rd, the Tangshan sector; 4th, the Tientsin and Chinchiaka sectors; and, lastly, the Peeping sector. 16. What are your views on this plan? What are its shortcomings? Are there any difficulties in its execution? Please consider all this and reply by telegraph. Message urging Tu Yuming and others to surrender. December 17, 1948. This broadcast message was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the headquarters of the Central Plains and the Eastern China People's Liberation Armies. General Tu Yuming, General Chu Ching Chuan, General Li Mi and all corps, division, and regiment commanders of the two armies under Generals Chu Ching Chuan and Li Mi. You are now at the end of your rope. Huang Wei's army was completely wiped out on the night of the 15th, Li Yanyan's army has taken to its heels and fled south, and it is hopeless for you to think of joining them. Are you hoping to break through? How can you break through when the People's Liberation Army is all around? During the last few days you have tried to break through, but what came of it? Your planes and tanks, too, are useless. We have more planes and tanks than you, that is, artillery and explosives which people call our homemade planes and tanks. Aren't they 10 times more formidable than your foreign-made planes and tanks? Your army under Sun Yuanliang is finished, and more than half the men in your two remaining armies have been wounded or captured. You have brought many miscellaneous and idle personnel of various organizations and many young students from Sichuan and forced them into your army, but how can these people fight? For more than 10 days, you have been surrounded ring upon ring and received blow upon blow, and your position has shrunk greatly. You have such a tiny place, only a little more than 10 li square, and so many people are crowded together that a single shell from us can kill a lot of you. Your wounded soldiers and the families who have followed the army are complaining to high heaven. Your soldiers and many of your officers have no stomach for any more fighting. You, as Deputy Commander-in-Chief, as commanders of armies, corps, divisions, and regiments, should understand and sympathize with the feelings of your subordinates and families, hold their lives dear, find a way out for them as early as possible and stop sending them to a senseless death. Now that Huang Wei's army has been completely wiped out and Li Yanyan's army has fled towards Pengpu, we are able to concentrate an attacking force several times your strength. This time we have fought for only 40 days, and you have already lost 10 divisions under Huang Potao, 11 under Huang Wei, 4 under Sun Yuanliang, 4 under Feng Qian, 2 under Sun Liangcheng, 1 under Lu Juming, 1 division in Suxian and another in Lingpi. Altogether you have lost 34 whole divisions. Of these, 27 divisions were completely wiped out by our army, the only exceptions were the 3 divisions led by Ho Chi-feng and Chiang Kai-shek and 1 division led by Liao Yunzhou, which revolted and came over to our side, and 1 division led by Sun Liangcheng and the 2 half divisions led by Chao Paikuang and Huang Tsehua, which surrendered. 1. You have seen with your own eyes the fate of the 3 armies under Huang Potao, Huang Wei and Sun Yuanliang. You should learn from the example of General Cheng Tungkuo in Changchun Tu and from the current example of Corps Commander Sun Liangcheng and Division Commanders Chao Paikuang and Huang Tsehua, and immediately order all your troops to lay down their arms and cease resistance. Our army will guarantee life and safety to you, high-ranking officers, and to all officers and men. This is your only way out. Think it over. If you feel this is right, then do it. If you still want to fight another round, you can have it, but you will be finished off anyway. 3. Headquarters of the Central Plains. People's Liberation Army. Headquarters of the Eastern China People's Liberation Army. Carry the revolution through to the end. December 30, 1948. This New Year message for 1949 was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Xinhua News Agency. The Chinese people will win final victory in the Great War of Liberation. Even our enemy no longer doubts the outcome. The war has followed a tortuous course. When the reactionary Kuomintang government started the counter-revolutionary war, it had approximately 3.5 times as many troops as the People's Liberation Army. The equipment, manpower, and material resources of its army were far superior to those of the People's Liberation Army. It had modern industries and modern means of communication, which the People's Liberation Army lacked. It had received large-scale military and economic aid from U.S. imperialism and had made long preparations. Therefore, during the first year of the war, July 1946–June 1947, the Kuomintang was on the offensive and the People's Liberation Army on the defensive. In 1946 in the northeast, the Kuomintang occupied Shenyang, Zipingkai, Changchun, Kirin, Antung and other cities and most of Liaoning, Liupei and Antung provinces. One south of the Yellow River, it occupied the cities of Huaiyan and Hotse and most of the Hupei Honanan-Hui, Kiangsu-Anhui, Honanan-Hui Kiangsu and southwestern Shantung liberated areas, and north of the Great Wall, it occupied the cities of Qingtai, Chining and Chinchiaka and most of Jahal, Suiwan and Chahar provinces. The Kuomintang blustered and swaggered like a conquering hero. The People's Liberation Army adopted the correct strategy, which had as its main objective to wipe out the Kuomintang's effective strength rather than to hold territory, and in each month destroyed an average of some 8 brigades of the Kuomintang regular troops, the equivalent of 8 present-day divisions. As a result, the Kuomintang was finally compelled to abandon its plan for the overall offensive, and by the first half of 1947 it had to limit the major targets of its attack to the 2 wings of the southern front, i.e., Shantung and northern Shenzi. In the second year, July 1947–June 1948, a fundamental change took place in the war. Having wiped out large numbers of Kuomintang regulars, the People's Liberation Army went over from the defensive to the offensive on the southern and northern fronts, while the Kuomintang had to turn from the offensive to the defensive. The People's Liberation Army not only recovered most of the territories lost in northeastern China, Shantung, and northern Shenzi, but also extended the battle front into the Kuomintang areas north of the Yangtze and Weishui rivers. Moreover, in the course of attacking and capturing Shijiaquan, Yunchinj, Zipingkai, Luoyang, Yushuan, Boqi, Wishan, Linfen, and Kaifeng, our army mastered the tactics of storming heavily fortified points. 2. The People's Liberation Army formed its own artillery and engineer corps. Don't forget that the People's Liberation Army had neither aircraft nor tanks, but once it had formed an artillery and an engineer corps superior to those of the Kuomintang Army, the defensive system of the Kuomintang, with all its aircraft and tanks, appeared negligible by contrast. The People's Liberation Army was already able to conduct not only mobile warfare but positional warfare as well. In the first half of the third year of the war, July–December 1948, another fundamental change has occurred. The People's Liberation Army, so long outnumbered, has gained numerical superiority. It has been able not only to capture the Kuomintang's heavily fortified cities but also to surround and destroy strong formations of Kuomintang crack troops, 100,000 or several 100,000 at a time. The rate at which the People's Liberation Army is wiping out Kuomintang troops has become much faster. Look at the statistics on the number of Kuomintang regular units of battalion level and above which we have destroyed, including enemy troops who have revolted and come over to our side. In the first year, 97 brigades, including 46 brigades entirely wiped out. In the second year, 94 brigades, including 50 brigades entirely wiped out, and in the first half of the third year, according to incomplete figures, 147 divisions, including 111 divisions entirely wiped out. 3. In these 6 months, the number of enemy divisions entirely wiped out was 15 more than the grand total for the previous 2 years. The enemy front as a whole has completely crumbled. The enemy troops in the northeast have been entirely wiped out, those in northern China will soon be entirely wiped out, and in eastern China and the Central Plains only a few enemy forces are left. The annihilation of the Kuomintang's main forces north of the Yangtze River greatly facilitates the forthcoming crossing of the Yangtze by the People's Liberation Army and its southward drive to liberate all China. Simultaneously with victory on the military front, the Chinese people have scored tremendous victories on the political and economic fronts. For this reason, public opinion the world over, including the entire imperialist press, no longer disputes the certainty of the countrywide victory of the Chinese People's War of Liberation. The enemy will not perish of himself. Neither the Chinese reactionaries nor the aggressive forces of U.S. imperialism in China will step down from the stage of history of their own accord. Precisely because they realize that the countrywide victory of the Chinese People's War of Liberation can no longer be prevented by purely military struggle, they are placing more and more importance each day on political struggle. On the one hand, the Chinese reactionaries and the US aggressors are using the existing Kuomintang government for their peace plot. On the other hand, they are scheming to use certain persons who have connections both with them and with the revolutionary camp, inciting and instigating these persons to work artfully, strive to infiltrate the revolutionary camp and form a so-called opposition faction within it. The purpose is to preserve the reactionary forces and undermine the revolutionary forces. According to reliable information, the US government has decided on this scheme and begun to carry it out in China. The US government has changed its policy of simply backing the Kuomintang's counter-revolutionary war to a policy embracing two forms of struggle. One, organizing the remnants of the Kuomintang's armed forces and the so-called local forces to continue to resist the People's Liberation Army south of the Yangtze River and in the remote border provinces, and 2. Organizing an opposition faction within the revolutionary camp to strive with might and main to halt the revolution where it is or, if it must advance, to moderate it and prevent it from encroaching too far on the interests of the imperialists and their running dogs. The British and French imperialists support this US policy. Many people do not yet see the situation clearly, but it probably will not be long before they do. The question now facing the Chinese people, all democratic parties and all people's organizations is whether to carry the revolution through to the end or to abandon it halfway. If the revolution is to be carried through to the end, we must use the revolutionary method to wipe out all the forces of reaction resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely. We must unswervingly persist in overthrowing imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, and we must overthrow the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang on a country-wide scale and set up a republic that is a people's democratic dictatorship under the leadership of the proletariat and with the worker-peasant alliance as its main body. In this way, the Chinese nation will completely throw off the oppressor, the country will be transformed from a semi-colony into a genuinely independent state, the Chinese people will be fully emancipated, overthrowing once and for all both feudal oppression and oppression by bureaucrat capital, Chinese monopoly capital, and will thus achieve unity, democracy, and peace, create the prerequisites for transforming China from an agricultural into an industrial country and make it possible for her to develop from a society with exploitation of man by man into a socialist society. If the revolution is abandoned halfway, it will mean going against the will of the people, bowing to the will of the foreign aggressors and Chinese reactionaries and giving the Kuomintang a chance to heal its wounds, so that one day it may pounce suddenly to strangle the revolution and again plunge the whole country into darkness. That is how clearly and sharply the question is now posed. Which of these two roads to choose? Every democratic party, every people's organization in China must consider this question, must choose its road and clarify its stand. Whether China's democratic parties and people's organizations can sincerely cooperate without parting company halfway depends on whether they are agreed on this question and take unanimous action to overthrow the common enemy of the Chinese people. What is needed here is unanimity and cooperation, not the setting up of any opposition faction or the pursuit of any middle road. 4. In the long period of more than 20 years from the counter-revolutionary coup d'état of April 12, 1927 to this day, have the Chinese reactionaries headed by Chiang Kai-shek and his ilk not given proof enough that they are a gang of blood-stained executioners, who slaughter people without blinking? Have they not given proof enough that they are a band of professional traitors and the running dogs of imperialism? Think it over, everybody. How magnanimous the Chinese people have been towards this gang of bandits in the hope of achieving internal peace with them, since the Xi'an incident of December 1936, since the Chungking negotiations of October 1945 and since the Political Consultative Conference of January 1946. But has all this goodwill changed their class nature by one jot or little? In their history not a single one of these bandits can be separated from US imperialism. Relying on US imperialism, they have plunged 475 million of our compatriots into a huge civil war of unprecedented brutality and slaughtered millions upon millions of men and women, young and old, with bombers, fighter planes, guns, tanks, rocket launchers, automatic rifles, gasoline bombs, gas projectiles and other weapons, all supplied by US imperialism. And relying on these criminals, US imperialism on its part has seized China's sovereign rights over her own territory, waters, and airspace, seized inland navigation rights and special commercial privileges, seized special privileges in China's domestic and foreign affairs, and even seized the privilege of killing people, beating them up, driving cars over them and raping women, all with impunity. Can it be said that the Chinese people, who have been compelled to fight such a long and bloody war, should still show affection and tenderness towards these most vicious enemies and should not completely destroy or expel them? Only by completely destroying the Chinese reactionaries and expelling the aggressive forces of US imperialism can China gain independence, democracy, and peace. Isn't this truth clear enough by now? What deserves attention is that all of a sudden the enemies of the Chinese people are doing their best to assume a harmless and even a pitiable look. Readers, please remember that in the future they will try to look pitiable again. Didn't Sun Fo, who has now become president of the Kuomintang's Executive Yuan, state in June last year that a settlement will finally come, provided militarily we fight to the end? But this time, the moment he took office, he talked glibly about an honorable peace and said that the government has been striving for peace and only resorted to fighting because peace could not be realized, but the ultimate objective of fighting is still to restore peace. Immediately afterwards, on December 21, a United Press dispatch from Shanghai predicted that Sun Fo's statement would meet with widespread approval in U.S. official quarters and among the Kuomintang liberals. At present, U.S. officials have not only become deeply interested in peace in China but also repeatedly assert that ever since the Moscow Conference of Foreign Ministers of the Soviet Union, the United States and Britain in December 1945, the United States has adhered to a policy of non-interference in China's internal affairs. How are we to deal with these worthies from the land of gentlemen? Here, it is fitting to quote an ancient Greek fable. One winter's day, a farmhand found a snake frozen by the cold. Moved by compassion, he picked it up and put it in his bosom. The snake was revived by the warmth, its natural instincts returned, and it gave its benefactor a fatal bite. The dying farmhand said, "I've got what I deserve for taking pity on an evil creature." 6. Venomous snakes, foreign and Chinese, hope that the Chinese people will die like the farmhand, that like him the Chinese Communist Party and all Chinese revolutionary Democrats will be kind-hearted to them. But the Chinese people, the Chinese Communist Party and the genuine revolutionary Democrats of China have heard the laborers' dying words and will well remember them. Moreover, the serpents infesting most of China, big or small, black or white, bearing their poisonous fangs or assuming the guise of beautiful girls, are not yet frozen by the cold, although they already sense the threat of winter. The Chinese people will never take pity on snake-like scoundrels, and they honestly believe that no one is their true friend who guilefully says that pity should be shown these scoundrels and says that anything else would be out of keeping with China's traditions, fall short of greatness, etc. Why should one take pity on snake-like scoundrels? What worker, what peasant, what soldier, says that such scoundrels should be pitied? True, there are Kuomintang liberals or non-Kuomintang liberals who advise the Chinese people to accept the peace offered by the United States and the Kuomintang, that is, to enshrine and worship the remnants of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism so that these treasures shall not become extinct on earth. But they are decidedly not workers, peasants, or soldiers, nor are they the friends of workers, peasants, and soldiers. We hold that the Chinese people's revolutionary camp must be expanded and must embrace all who are willing to join the revolutionary cause at the present stage. The Chinese people's revolution needs a main force and also needs allies, for an army without allies cannot defeat the enemy. The Chinese people, now at the high tide of revolution, need friends, and they should remember their friends and not forget them. In China there are undoubtedly many friends faithful to the people's revolutionary cause, who try to protect the people's interests and are opposed to protecting the enemy's interests, and undoubtedly none of these friends should be forgotten or cold-shouldered. Also, we hold that we must consolidate the Chinese people's revolutionary camp and not allow bad elements to sneak in or wrong views to prevail. Besides keeping their friends in mind, the Chinese people, now at the high tide of revolution, should also keep their enemies and the friends of their enemies firmly in mind. As we said above, since the enemy is cunningly using the method of peace and the method of sneaking into the revolutionary camp to preserve and strengthen his position, whereas the fundamental interests of the people demand that all reactionary forces be destroyed thoroughly and that the aggressive forces of U.S. imperialism be driven out of China, those who advise the people to take pity on the enemy and preserve the forces of reaction are not friends of the people, but friends of the enemy. The raging tide of China's revolution is forcing all social strata to decide their attitude. A new change is taking place in the balance of class forces in China. Multitudes of people are breaking away from Kuomintang influence and control and coming over to the revolutionary camp, and the Chinese reactionaries have fallen into hopeless straits, isolated and abandoned. As the People's War of Liberation draws closer and closer to final victory, all the revolutionary people and all friends of the people will unite more solidly and, led by the Communist Party of China, resolutely demand the complete destruction of the reactionary forces and the thoroughgoing development of the revolutionary forces until a People's Democratic Republic on a countrywide scale is founded and a peace based on unity and democracy is achieved. The U.S. imperialists, the Chinese reactionaries and their friends, on the contrary, are incapable of uniting solidly and will indulge in endless squabbles, mutual abuse, recrimination, and betrayal. On one point, however, they will cooperate in striving by every means to undermine the revolutionary forces and preserve the reactionary forces. They will use every means, open and secret, direct and indirect. But it can definitely be stated that their political intrigues will meet with the same defeats as their military attacks. Having had plenty of experience, the Chinese people and their general staff, the Communist Party of China, are certain to smash the enemy's political intrigues, just as they have shattered his military attacks, and to carry the great People's War of Liberation through to the end. In 1949, the Chinese People's Liberation Army will advance south of the Yangtze River and will win even greater victories than in 1948. In 1949, on the economic front we shall achieve even greater successes than in 1948. Our agricultural and industrial production will rise to a higher level than before, and rail and highway traffic will be completely restored. In their operations the main formations of the People's Liberation Army will discard certain survivals of guerrilla habits and reach a higher level of regularization. In 1949, the Political Consultative Conference, with no reactionaries participating and having as its aim the fulfillment of the tasks of the People's Revolution, will be convened, the People's Republic of China will be proclaimed, and the central government of the Republic will be established. This government will be a democratic coalition government under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, with the participation of appropriate persons representing the democratic parties and people's organizations. These are the main concrete tasks which the Chinese people, the Communist Party of China and all the democratic parties and people's organizations in China should strive to fulfill in 1949. We shall brave all difficulties and unite as one to fulfill these tasks. In our struggle we shall overthrow once and for all the feudal oppression of thousands of years and the imperialist oppression of 100 years. The year 1949 will be a year of tremendous importance. We should redouble our efforts. On the war criminals suing for peace. January 5, 1949. This commentary was the first of a series written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Xinhua news agency to expose the Kuomintang's use of peace negotiations in order to preserve the counter-revolutionary forces. Other commentaries in the series included Why do the badly split reactionaries still idly clamor for total peace? The Kuomintang reactionaries turn from an appeal for peace to an appeal for war, on the Kuomintang's different answers to the question of responsibility for the war and whether the Nanking government. In order to preserve the forces of Chinese reaction and U.S. aggression in China, Chiang Kai-shek, China's #1 war criminal and chieftain of the Kuomintang bandit gang, issued a statement on New Year's Day suing for peace. The war criminal Chiang Kai-shek says, I have no desire of my own other than that the peace negotiations should not impair the country's independence and integrity but instead should help the rehabilitation of the people, that the sacred constitution should not be violated by my action and that democratic constitutionalism should not be thereby undermined, that the form of government of the Republic of China should be guaranteed and the legally constituted authority of the Republic of China should not be interrupted, that the armed forces should be definitely preserved and that the people should be allowed to continue their free way of life and maintain their present minimum standard of living. If only peace can be realized, I certainly do not care whether I remain in office or retire, but will abide by the common will of the people. People should not think that there is something ridiculous about a war criminal suing for peace, nor should they think that such a bid for peace is really disgusting. It should be understood that for the number one war criminal and chieftain of the Kuomintang bandit gang to sue personally for peace and issue such a statement is obviously of some benefit to the Chinese people, because it enables them to see through the plots of the Kuomintang bandit gang and the US imperialists. For the Chinese people can tell from this that the peace about which there has lately been so much clamor is exactly what this Chiang Kai-shek gang of murderers and their US master urgently need. Chiang Kai-shek has confessed the gang's whole plot. The main points of this plot are as follows. The peace negotiations should not impair the country's independence and integrity. This is first in importance. Peace is all right, but peace is a million times wrong if it impairs the independence and integrity of the state of the four big families and the comprador and landlord classes. Peace is absolutely all wrong if it impairs such treaties as the Sino-US Treaty of Friendship, Commerce, and Navigation, the Sino-US Air Transport Agreement 1 and the Sino-US Bilateral Agreement 2, or if it impairs such prerogatives enjoyed by the United States in China as the stationing of ground, naval, and air forces, the building of military bases, the exploitation of mines and the monopoly of trade, or if it interferes with China's becoming a U.S. colony. In short, if it impairs any such measures as protect the independence and integrity of Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary state. Help the rehabilitation of the people, that is, peace must help the rehabilitation of the Chinese reactionaries, who have been defeated but not yet wiped out, so that, once rehabilitated, they can stage a comeback and extinguish the revolution. This is exactly what peace is for. The war has been going on for 2.5 years, the running dog can no longer run and the Americans are angry. A rest cure, however brief, is better than none. The sacred constitution should not be violated by my action and democratic constitutionalism should not be thereby undermined. The form of government of the Republic of China should be guaranteed and the legally constituted authority of the Republic of China should not be interrupted. All this means guaranteeing the ruling position of China's reactionary classes and reactionary government and guaranteeing that the legally constituted authority of these classes and their government will not be interrupted. This legally constituted authority certainly must not be interrupted, for to interrupt it would be very dangerous. It would mean the finish of the whole of the comprador and landlord classes, the end of the Kuomintang gang of bandits and the arrest and punishment of all the war criminals, big, medium and small. The armed forces should be definitely preserved. They are the lifeline of the comprador and landlord classes, and although several millions have been wiped out by the detested People's Liberation Army, there still remain 1 million several 100,000 troops which must be preserved, and definitely so. If they were preserved, but not definitely, the comprador and landlord classes would lose their capital, their legally constituted authority would still be interrupted, the Kuomintang bandit gang would still be finished, all the war criminals, big, medium and small, would still be arrested and punished. Just as the life of Chia Paoyu of the Grandview Garden depended upon a piece of jade in his necklace 3, the life of the Kuomintang depends upon its army, so how can one say that its army should not be preserved, or should only be preserved but not definitely so? The people should be allowed to continue their free way of life and maintain their present minimum standard of living. This means the Chinese comprador and landlord classes must preserve their freedom to oppress and exploit the people of the whole country and their freedom to maintain their present standard of lordly, luxurious, loose, and idle living, while the Chinese working people must preserve their freedom to be oppressed and exploited and maintain their present standard of living, a life of cold and hunger. That is the ultimate aim of the war criminals in suing for peace. What is the use of peace, if the war criminals and the classes to which they belong cannot preserve their freedom to oppress and exploit and cannot maintain their standard of lordly, luxurious, loose, and idle living? To preserve all this, it is of course necessary for the workers, peasants, intellectuals, government employees, and teachers to maintain their present free way of life and minimum standard of living, a life of cold and hunger. Once our beloved President Chiang puts forward this condition, the tens of millions of workers, handicraftsmen, and professionals, the hundreds of millions of peasants, and the millions of intellectuals, government employees, and teachers can only clap their hands in unison, prostrate themselves and shout, "Long live the President!" If the Communist Party still refuses peace, so that this wonderful way of life and standard of living cannot be maintained, then it will be guilty of a crime for which it deserves to die 10,000 deaths, and the Communist Party will be held responsible for all the consequences. In saying all this, however, we have not exhausted the whole treasury of wonderful ideas in the war criminals' statement of January 1 suing for peace. Here is another gem: what Chiang Kai-shek in his New Year message calls a decisive battle in the Nanking-Shanghai sector. Where is the strength for such a decisive battle? Chiang Kai-shek says, "It must be understood that today the strength of the government in the military, political, economic, or any other field is several times or even tens of times greater than that of the Communist Party." Oh! Ho! How can people not be scared to death by such immense strength? Leaving political and economic strength aside and taking only military strength, one sees that the People's Liberation Army now has over 3 million men, that 2 times greater than this number is over 6 million, and that 10 times greater is over 30 million. And how many will tens of times be? All right, let's take 20 times, which gives over 60 million men. No wonder President Chiang says he has full confidence in winning the decisive battle. Why then should he beg for peace? Certainly not because he can no longer fight. For if he were to bring the pressure of over 60 million troops to bear, could there be any chance of survival for the Communist Party or any other party in the world? All of course would be crushed to powder. It is clear then that when he begs for peace, it is certainly for no other reason than to plead for the life of the people. But is everything going well, without any hitch? There is a hitch, it is said. What is the hitch? President Chiang says, "It is regrettable that there are people in our government who have come under the influence of malicious communist propaganda and are consequently in a wavering state of mind, having almost lost their self-confidence. Spiritually menaced by the communists, they see only the enemy's strength but not our own huge strength, which is tens of times greater than the enemy's. Well, every year brings its crop of news, but this year's is something very special. Isn't it an extra special piece of news that members of the Kuomintang, with their 60 million odd officers and men, see only the People's Liberation Army of 3 million odd men but not their own army of over 60 million? One may ask, is there a market for such news? And is it worth even a glance? According to information received from inside the city of Peeping, on New Year's Day prices dropped slightly in the morning but recovered in the afternoon. And a foreign news agency reports, Shanghai's response to Chiang Kai-shek's New Year message is cold. This answers the question as to whether the war criminal Chiang Kai-shek has any market. As we said long ago, Chiang Kai-shek has lost his soul, is merely a corpse, and no one believes him anymore. Statement on the present situation by Mao Zedong, Chairman of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. January 14, 1949. 2.5 years have gone by since July 1946, when the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government, with the aid of the U.S. imperialists, violated the will of the people, tore up the truce agreement and the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference and launched the countrywide counter-revolutionary civil war. In these 2.5 years of war, the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government has, in violation of the will of the people, convened a bogus National Assembly, promulgated a bogus constitution, elected a bogus president and issued a bogus decree on the so-called mobilization for putting down the rebellion, sold out the national interest wholesale to the US government and received loans amounting to thousands of millions of US dollars, invited the US Navy and Air Force to occupy China's territory and territorial sea and air, signed a large batch of treasonable treaties with the US government and accepted the US Military Advisory Group's participation in China's civil war, and obtained from the US government huge quantities of aircraft, tanks, light and heavy artillery, machine guns, rifles, shells, bullets, and other war materiel for slaughtering the Chinese people. And it was on the basis of these reactionary and traitorous basic policies, domestic and foreign, that the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government ordered millions of troops to launch ruthless attacks on the Chinese People's Liberated Areas and the Chinese People's Liberation Army. All the People's Liberated Areas in eastern China, the Central Plains, northern China, the northwest, and the northeast were, without exception, trampled upon by the Kuomintang troops. The leading cities in the liberated areas, such as Yan'an, Chinchiaka, Huaiyan, Hotse, Taming, Lanyi, Yantai, Qingtai, Zipingkai, Changchun, Kirin and Antung, were all occupied by these bandit troops at one time or another. Wherever they went, they massacred and raped, burned and looted, and stopped at nothing. In the areas under its rule, the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government sucks the lifeblood of the broad masses of the people, the workers, peasants, soldiers, intellectuals, and businessmen by exacting grain levies, taxes and forced labor for putting down the rebellion and suppressing the bandits. The reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government deprives the people of all their freedoms and rights. It oppresses all the democratic parties and the people's organizations, denying them their legal status. It suppresses the righteous movement of the students against civil war, hunger, and persecution and against U.S. interference in China's internal affairs and U.S. fostering of the forces of aggression in Japan. It floods the country with the bogus national currency and the bogus gold UN notes, thus ruining the economic life of the people and reducing the broad masses to bankruptcy. And by various means of expropriation it concentrates the greatest part of the nation's wealth in the hands of the bureaucrat capitalists headed by the four big families of Chang, Sung, Kung, and Chen. In short, the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government has plunged the whole nation into dire suffering by waging a civil war based on its reactionary and traitorous basic policies, domestic and foreign. It absolutely cannot escape full responsibility. In contrast to the Kuomintang, the Communist Party of China did all it could after Japan's surrender to press the Kuomintang government to prevent and stop the civil war and realize domestic peace. Basing itself on this policy, the Communist Party of China struggled steadfastly and, with the support of the people of the whole country, first secured the signing of the summary of conversations between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party in October 1945. In January 1946 the party again signed a truce agreement with the Kuomintang and, in cooperation with the democratic parties, forced the Kuomintang to accept the joint resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference. From then on the Communist Party of China, together with the democratic parties and people's organizations, strove to uphold the agreement and the resolutions. But it is regrettable that the reactionary Kuomintang government showed no respect for any of the actions we took in defense of internal peace and the democratic rights of the people. On the contrary, they were taken as signs of weakness and as beneath notice. The reactionary Kuomintang government thought that the people could be bullied, that the truce agreement and the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference could be torn up at will, that the People's Liberation Army could not withstand even a single blow while its own troops several million strong could overrun the country, and that aid from the US government was inexhaustible. Therefore, the reactionary Kuomintang government had the audacity to violate the will of the people of the whole country and unleash the counter-revolutionary war. In these circumstances, the Communist Party of China had no choice but to rise resolutely against the Kuomintang government's reactionary policies and fight to safeguard the country's independence and the people's democratic rights. Since July 1946, the Communist Party of China has led the heroic People's Liberation Army to repulse the attacks of 4,300,000 troops of the reactionary Kuomintang government and then to go over to the counter-offensive, Recover all the lost territories of the liberated areas and liberate many large cities, such as Shijiaquan, Luoyang, Xinan, Changchao, Kaifeng, Shenyang, Suqiao, and Tangshan. The People's Liberation Army has overcome unparalleled difficulties, grown in strength and equipped itself with huge quantities of arms given to the Kuomintang government by the U.S. government. In 2.5 years, it has wiped out the main military forces of the reactionary Kuomintang government and all its crack divisions. Today the People's Liberation Army is superior to the remnant military forces of the reactionary Kuomintang government in numbers, morale, and equipment. It is only now that the Chinese people can begin to breathe freely. The present situation is quite clear: the whole structure of the reactionary Kuomintang regime will crumble and perish if the People's Liberation Army launches a few more powerful attacks against its remnant forces. Having pursued a policy of civil war, the reactionary Kuomintang government is now reaping what it has sown. The masses are in rebellion, its close followers are deserting, and it can no longer maintain itself. In these circumstances, in order to preserve the remnant forces of the Kuomintang government and in order to gain a breathing space before making new onslaughts to destroy the revolutionary forces, Chiang Kai-shek, China's No.I war criminal, chieftain of the Kuomintang bandit gang and bogus president of the Nanking government, advanced the proposal on January 1 of this year that he was willing to hold peace negotiations with the Communist Party of China. The Communist Party of China considers this proposal hypocritical. The reason is that Chiang Kai-shek has proposed as the basis for the peace negotiations such terms as preserving the bogus constitution, preserving the bogus constituted authority and preserving the armed forces of reaction, terms which the people throughout the country cannot accept. These are terms for continuing the war, not for peace. In the last 10 days the people throughout the country have made their will clear. They eagerly hope for an early peace, but they do not approve the so-called peace of the war criminals, do not approve their reactionary terms. Basing itself on the will of the people, the Communist Party of China declares that although the People's Liberation Army has ample strength and abundant reason to wipe out completely the remnant armed forces of the reactionary Kuomintang government in not too long a period and has full confidence that it can do so, nevertheless, in order to hasten the end of the war, bring about genuine peace and alleviate the people's sufferings, the Communist Party of China is willing to hold peace negotiations with the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government or with any local governments or military groups of the Kuomintang on the basis of the following terms. 1. Punish the war criminals. 2. Abolish the bogus constitution. 3. Abolish the bogus constituted authority. 4. Reorganize all reactionary troops on democratic principles. 5. Confiscate bureaucrat capital. 6. Reform the land system. 7. Abrogate treasonable treaties. 8. Convene a political consultative conference without the participation of reactionary elements, and form a democratic coalition government to take over all the powers of the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government and of its subordinate governments at all levels. 1. The Communist Party of China holds that the above terms express the common will of the people throughout the country and that only a peace based on these terms can be called a genuine democratic peace. If the persons in the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government wish to achieve a genuine democratic peace, and not a false reactionary peace, they should give up their reactionary terms and accept the 8 terms put forth by the Communist Party of China as the basis for peace negotiations. Otherwise their so-called peace will prove to be nothing but a fraud. We hope that the people throughout the country and all democratic parties and people's organizations will rise to fight for a genuine democratic peace and against a false reactionary peace. The patriots in the Nanking Kuomintang governmental system should also support this peace proposal. Comrade commanders and fighters of the People's Liberation Army, attention! You should not slacken your fighting efforts in the slightest until the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government has accepted a genuine democratic peace and carried it out. Any reactionaries who dare to resist must be resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely annihilated. Comment by the spokesman for the Communist Party of China on the resolution of the Nanking Executive UN. January 21, 1949. The Central News Agency, the official news agency of the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government, said in a dispatch of January 19 that the Executive Yuan, at a meeting at 9 a.m. on the same day, had extensively discussed the current situation and passed the following resolution. In deference to the desire of the people of the whole country to realize an early peace, the government hereby expresses its considered wish, first, together with the Communist Party of China, to effect an immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities, and then, to appoint delegates to enter into peace negotiations. The spokesman for the Communist Party of China states, this resolution of the Nanking Executive Yuan makes no mention of the statement proposing peace negotiations issued on January 1 by Chiang Kai-shek, the bogus Nanking president, or of the statement proposing peace negotiations issued on January 14 by Chairman Mao Zedong of the Communist Party of China, nor does it indicate which of the two statements it supports and which it opposes, but instead puts forward a proposal of its own, as if neither the Kuomintang nor the Communist Party had made any proposals on January 1 and January 14. All this is utterly incomprehensible. As a matter of fact, the Nanking Executive Yuan has not only completely ignored the Chinese Communist Party's proposal of January 14 but has also flatly repudiated the proposal made on January 1 by the bogus President Chiang Kai-shek. He said in his January 1 proposal, as soon as the Communist Party has a sincere desire for peace and can give definite indications of this, the government will certainly meet it in all sincerity and be willing to discuss concrete measures for ending hostilities and restoring peace. Now, 19 days later, an organ of the self-same government, that is, the Executive Yuan of the Nanking government, repudiates the statement made by the president of that government and, instead of saying that the government will certainly meet the Communist Party in all sincerity and be willing to discuss concrete measures for ending hostilities and restoring peace, it says, first, effect an immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities, and then, appoint delegates to enter into peace negotiations. We should like to ask the gentlemen of the Executive Yuan at Nanking, after all, which proposal stands, yours or that of your president? Your president regarded ending hostilities and restoring peace as one and the same thing and professed sincerity and willingness to discuss concrete measures for doing so with the Communist Party of China, whereas you divorce war from peace as two separate things and are reluctant to appoint delegates to discuss with us concrete measures for ending hostilities and, instead, indulge in the wildest fantasy, proposing first, to effect an immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities, and then to appoint delegates to enter into peace negotiations. Which proposal is right, yours or that of your president? We hold that the bogus Executive Yuan at Nanking has acted beyond its authority. It has no right to cast aside the proposal of its bogus president and arbitrarily make a new proposal of its own. We regard this new proposal as unreasonable. Having fought such a large-scale, protracted and cruel war, both sides should as a matter of course appoint delegates to discuss basic peace terms and work out a mutually acceptable truce agreement. Only thus can the war be stopped. Not only do the people desire this, even on the Kuomintang side many persons have expressed this desire. If the absolutely groundless resolution of the Nanking Executive Yuan is followed and the Kuomintang is unwilling to carry on peace negotiations unless there is first a cessation of hostilities, then where is its sincere desire for peace? The resolution of the Nanking Executive Yuan has been adopted. There can be no peace negotiations unless there is first a cessation of hostilities, and from now on the door to peace is shut tight. If there are to be negotiations, the only thing to do is to annul this absolutely groundless resolution. It must be one or the other. If the Nanking Executive Yuan is unwilling to annul its own resolution, this will only show that the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government has no sincere desire to hold peace negotiations with the opposing side. People will ask, if Nanking is sincere, why is it unwilling to discuss concrete peace terms? Hasn't the conclusion been confirmed that Nanking's peace proposal is hypocritical? The spokesman for the Communist Party says, Nanking has now fallen into a state of anarchy. the bogus president has one proposal and the bogus executive UN has another. With whom is one to deal? On ordering the reactionary Kuomintang government to rearrest Yasuji Okamura, former commander-in-chief of the Japanese Forces of Aggression in China, and to arrest the Kuomintang civil war criminals. Statement by the spokesman for the Communist Party of China. January 28, 1949. The Central News Agency of the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government reported in a dispatch dated January 26. A government spokesman made the following statement. In the past month the government has taken various measures and steps for an early conclusion of the war in order to alleviate the sufferings of the people. Furthermore, on the 22nd of this month, the government formally appointed a delegation 1 to the peace negotiations. During the last few days, the government has only been waiting for the Communist Party of China to appoint its delegation and agree on a meeting place so that the negotiations may proceed. But in the statement broadcast from northern Zhenzi by the Xinhua news agency on the 25th, to a spokesman for the Communist Party of China, while indicating willingness to negotiate a peaceful settlement with the government, resorted to unbridled insults and vilification and used absurd and offensive language. He also said that the place for the negotiations could not be fixed until Peeping was completely liberated. We should like to ask, if the Communist Party of China, on the pretext of awaiting the so-called complete liberation of Peeping, does not immediately appoint its delegation and agree on a meeting place and furthermore does not stop military operations, is it not stalling for time and prolonging the disaster of war? One should know that the hope of the people of the whole country to put an end to the disaster of war brooks no delay. To demonstrate its profound sincerity, the government once again expresses the wish that the Communist Party of China will clearly realize that the salvation of the people should be the primary consideration today and that it will therefore appoint a delegation to the negotiations as soon as possible, so that peace can be realized at an early date. In another dispatch dated January 26, Nanking Central News Agency reported from Shanghai. Following a review of his case on the 26th by the National Defense Ministry's Military Court for the Trial of War Criminals, the Japanese war criminal General Yasuji Okamura, former commander-in-chief of the Japanese Expeditionary Forces in China, was declared not guilty at 4 o'clock this afternoon by Shi Meiyu, the president of the court. The atmosphere in the courtroom was tense. Okamura, standing at attention, smiled a little on hearing the verdict. In view of the above, the spokesman for the Communist Party of China makes the following statement. 1. The Communist Party of China and the General Headquarters of the Chinese People's Liberation Army declare that it is impermissible for the military court for the trial of war criminals set up by the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government to return a verdict of not guilty on the Japanese war criminal General Yasuji Okamura, former commander-in-chief of the Japanese Expeditionary Forces in China and the arch-criminal among all war criminals in the Japanese Expeditionary Forces of Aggression against China. 3. The Chinese people, after untold human and material sacrifices during the 8 years of the War of Resistance against Japan, finally won victory and captured this war criminal, and they will never allow the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government arbitrarily to declare him not guilty. The people of the whole country, all the democratic parties and people's organizations and also the patriots in the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang governmental system must rise at once to oppose the criminal act of that government in betraying the national interests and collaborating with the Japanese fascist militarists. We hereby give a serious warning to the gentlemen of the reactionary Nanking government. You must rearrest Yasuji Okamura immediately and return him to prison without fail. This matter is closely related to your request for negotiations with us. We hold that all your present actions are an attempt to use fake peace negotiations to cover up your new preparations for war, which include your conspiracy to induce Japanese reactionaries to come to China and join you in massacring the Chinese people. It is exactly for this purpose that you have set Yasuji Okamura free. Therefore, we absolutely will not permit you to do it. We have the right to order you to rearrest Yasuji Okamura and be responsible for turning him over to the People's Liberation Army at a time and place to be specified by us. As to the other Japanese war criminals, they are to be in your temporary custody, pending further instructions, and you must not take it upon yourselves to release any of them or let any escape. Those of you who disobey will be severely punished. 2. We have learned from the January 26 statement of the spokesman for the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government that you gentlemen of Nanking are also very tense, eager, solicitous, and anxious about peace negotiations, all, it is said, for the sake of shortening the duration of the war, alleviating the sufferings of the people and treating the salvation of the people as the primary consideration. We have also learned that you feel that the Communist Party of China is so very untense, uneager, unsolicitous, and unanxious in its response to your wish, and furthermore does not stop military operations and is in reality stalling for time and prolonging the disaster of war. We tell you gentlemen of Nanking frankly, you are war criminals, you will be brought to trial. We have no faith in your mouthings about peace or the will of the people. You relied on the power of the United States, violated the will of the people, tore up the truce agreement and the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference, and launched this most ruthless, anti-popular, anti-democratic, counter-revolutionary civil war. You were then so tense, eager, solicitous, and anxious that you would not listen to advice from anybody. And when you convened a bogus National Assembly, drew up a bogus constitution, elected a bogus president and promulgated a bogus decree of mobilization for putting down the rebellion, you were again so tense, eager, solicitous, and anxious about it all that again you would not listen to advice from anybody. At that time in Shanghai, Nanking and other major cities, the so-called consultative councils, chambers of commerce, trade unions, peasant associations, women's organizations, and cultural organizations, all of which are either run by your government or serve as your tools, kicked up such a fuss about supporting the mobilization for putting down the rebellion and annihilating the communist bandits, and once again were so tense, eager, solicitous, and anxious about it all that they would not listen to advice from anybody. 2.5 years have now passed, and during this period the number of people slaughtered by you has run into many millions, and the villages burned down, the women raped and the wealth plundered by you, as well as the lives and property destroyed by your air force, are beyond count. You have committed heinous crimes, and we must settle accounts with you. We hear that you are quite opposed to the struggle for settling accounts. But this time there is good cause for the struggle to settle accounts. There must be an accounting, there must be a settlement, there must be a fight, there must be a struggle. You are defeated. You have enraged the people. And the people have all risen against you in a life and death struggle. The people do not like you, the people condemn you, the people have risen, and you are isolated. That is why you have been defeated. You proposed 5 terms for peace negotiations and we proposed 8, 5. The people at once gave their support to our 8 terms, not to your 5. You don't dare to rebut our 8 terms or insist upon your 5. You declare that you are willing to take our 8 terms as the basis for the negotiations. Isn't that fine? Then why not hurry up and negotiate? So it seems that you are very tense, eager, solicitous, and anxious, and that you are very much for unconditional cessation of hostilities, for shortening the duration of the war, for alleviating the sufferings of the people, and for treating the salvation of the people as the primary consideration. And we, obviously, are not tense, not eager, not solicitous, nor anxious, and we are stalling for time and prolonging the disaster of war. But wait a moment, gentlemen of Nanking. We are going to be tense, eager, solicitous, and anxious. The duration of the war will surely be shortened, and the sufferings of the people will surely be alleviated. Since you have already agreed to our 8 terms as the basis for the negotiations, you and we are both going to be busy. The carrying out of these 8 terms will keep you, us, all the democratic parties, people's organizations, and people in all walks of life throughout the country busy for several months, half a year, a whole year, or several years. Perhaps even then we shall not have finished the job. Listen, gentlemen of Nanking. The 8 terms are not abstract items, they must have concrete content. During the present short period it is important for everybody to do some thinking, and the people will forgive us a little delay. To speak frankly, the opinion of the people is that we should prepare well for these negotiations. There will certainly be negotiations, and it absolutely will not be permitted that anyone break them off in the middle and refuse to negotiate. Therefore your delegates must get ready to come. But we still need some time to complete our preparations, and we will not allow war criminals to set the date of the negotiations for us. We and the people of Peeping are now doing an important job. We are working out a peaceful settlement of the Peeping question on the basis of the 8 terms. Your men in Peeping, such as General Fu Tso-yi, are also participating in this work, which you admitted to be proper in the communiqué of your news agency. 6. This will not only provide a place for the peace negotiations, but will set an example of peaceful settlement for Nanking, Shanghai, Wuhan, Xi'an, Taiyuan, Kaisui, Lanzhou, Tihua, Qingqiu, Kunming, Changsha, Nanchang, Hangzhou, Fuzhou, Canton, Taiwan, Hainan Island, etc. This work is therefore praiseworthy, and you gentlemen of Nanking should not adopt a casual attitude towards it. We are now discussing with the democratic parties, people's organizations, and the Democrats without party affiliation in both our areas and yours the problem of drawing up a list of war criminals and working out the concrete details of the first of our 8 terms. It will probably not be long before this list is officially issued. Gentlemen of Nanking, as you know, we have not yet had time to discuss such a list with the democratic parties and people's organizations and officially publish it. For this we beg your pardon. The reason for the delay is that your request for peace negotiations came a little late. Had it come earlier, our preparations might have been completed by now. But this does not mean you have nothing to do. Besides arresting the Japanese war criminal Yasuji Okamura, you must at once set about arresting a batch of civil war criminals and, first of all, those in Nanking, Shanghai, Fenghua and Taiwan who were among the 43 war criminals listed in the statement by an authoritative person in the Communist Party of China on December 25, 1948. The most important among them are Chiang Kai-shek, TV Soong, Chen Cheng, Ho Ying-chin, Ku Chudong, Chen Lifu, Chen Kuofu, Chu Chiahua, Wang Shiqi, Wu Kuo-chen, Tai Chuan-jian, Tang Enpo, Zhou Qiju, Wang Shuming and Ki Yongqing. 7. Of particular importance is Chiang Kai-shek, who has now fled to Fenghua 8 and will very likely flee abroad and seek the protection of US or British imperialism. Therefore, you must quickly arrest this criminal and not let him escape. You shall assume full responsibility for this matter. Should there be any escapes, you shall be punished for the crime of setting bandits free, and no leniency whatsoever shall be shown. Let no one say he has not been warned. We hold that only by arresting these war criminals will one do a serious job in shortening the duration of the war and alleviating the people's sufferings. As long as the war criminals are at large, the duration of the war will be lengthened and the sufferings of the people will be aggravated. 3. We demand that the reactionary Nanking government reply to the above 2 points. 4. Nanking will be notified at another time concerning the preparations both sides should make in connection with the remainder of the 8 terms. Peace terms must include the punishment of Japanese war criminals and Kuomintang war criminals. Statement by the spokesman for the Communist Party of China. February 5, 1949. The statement on the question of peace negotiations made on January 28 by the spokesman for the Communist Party of China was answered on January 31 by a spokesman of the reactionary traitorous Kuomintang government. In his reply, the spokesman of the reactionary traitorous Kuomintang government quibbled about the points raised by the spokesman for the Communist Party of China. Concerning the demand of the Communist Party of China that the reactionary traitorous Kuomintang government should be responsible for rearresting Yasuji Okamura, the chief criminal in Japan's invasion of China, turning him over to the People's Liberation Army, keeping the other Japanese war criminals in custody and preventing their escape, the Kuomintang spokesman said, "This is a judicial question. It has nothing whatsoever to do with peace negotiations, much less can it be made a precondition for peace negotiations. concerning the demand of the Communist Party of China that the reactionary traitorous Kuomintang government should be responsible for arresting Chiang Kai-shek and other war criminals, the Kuomintang spokesman said, for genuine peace, no preconditions should be imposed. The statement of the spokesman for the Communist Party of China, he added, does not seem to be serious enough in its attitude and, moreover, causes complications. On this, the spokesman for the Communist Party of China states, as recently as January 28, our attitude was indeed not serious enough insofar as we still spoke of the reactionary traitorous Kuomintang government as a government. Does this so-called government still really exist? Does it exist in Nanking? There is no longer any administrative organ in Nanking. Does it exist in Canton? There is no administrative head in Canton. Does it exist in Shanghai? There is neither an administrative organ nor an administrative head in Shanghai. Does it exist in Fenghua? In Fenghua there is only a bogus president, who has already announced his retirement. There is nothing else. Therefore, speaking seriously, we should not have regarded it as a government. It is, at most, a hypothetical or token government. But let us go on supposing that there is such a token government and that there is a spokesman who can speak for that government. Then its spokesman should realize that this hypothetical, token, reactionary, traitorous Kuomintang government has not only contributed nothing towards peace negotiations, but has in fact caused endless complications. Didn't you cause complication, for instance, by suddenly declaring Yasuji Okamura not guilty at a time when you were so anxious for negotiations? Didn't you cause further complication by sending him to Japan, along with 260 other Japanese war criminals, after the Communist Party of China had demanded his rearrest? Who rules Japan today? Can it be said that the Japanese people rule Japan, and not the imperialists? Japan is a place you love so much that you believe the Japanese war criminals will enjoy greater security and comfort and receive more appropriate treatment there than in the areas you rule. Is that a judicial question? And why has this judicial question arisen? Can it be that you have forgotten that the Japanese aggressors fought against us for 8 whole years? Does this question have nothing whatsoever to do with peace negotiations? When the Communist Party of China put forward the 8 terms for peace negotiations on January 14, the release of Yasuji Okamura had not yet occurred. That occurred on January 26, and so it should be raised. It is certainly relevant to the peace negotiations. On January 31 you obeyed MacArthur's orders and sent 260 Japanese war criminals to Japan, together with Yasuji Okamura. The matter thus became even more relevant to the peace negotiations. Why do you sue for peace? Because you have been defeated in war. And why have you been defeated? Because you launched a civil war against the people. And when did you launch this civil war? After the Japanese surrender. And against whom did you launch this war? Against the People's Liberation Army and the People's Liberated Areas, which had rendered extraordinary service in the war of resistance against Japan. And by what means have you waged the civil war? In addition to US aid, by means of the men you have snatched and the wealth you have plundered from the people in the areas under your rule. No sooner had the Chinese people's great decisive fight with the Japanese aggressors ended, no sooner had the external war ended, than you launched this civil war. You were defeated and you asked for negotiations, but suddenly you declared the chief Japanese war criminal Yasuji Okamura not guilty. And no sooner had we lodged a protest, demanding that you put him back in prison and be ready to hand him over to the People's Liberation Army, than you hurriedly sent him to Japan with 260 other Japanese war criminals. Gentlemen of the reactionary traitorous Kuomintang government, this action of yours is too unreasonable and is too gross a violation of the people's will. We have now deliberately added the word traitorous to your title, and you ought to accept it. Your government has long been traitorous, and it was only for the sake of brevity that we sometimes omitted the word. Now we can omit it no longer. In addition to all the crimes of treason you committed in the past, you have now committed another, and a very serious one, which must be discussed at the meeting for peace negotiations. Whether or not you call it causing complication, the matter must be discussed, and since it happened after January 14 and was not included in the 8 terms we originally presented, we therefore deem it necessary to add to the first term a new item, the punishment of Japanese war criminals. So the first term now contains 2 items, A, the punishment of Japanese war criminals, and B, the punishment of civil war criminals. We are justified in adding this new item. It reflects the will of the people of the whole country. The people of the whole country demand that the Japanese war criminals be punished. Even within the Kuomintang, many think that the punishment of Yasuji Okamura and other Japanese war criminals and the punishment of Chiang Kai-shek and other civil war criminals are both natural and right. Whether you say we are sincere about peace or not, the question of these 2 types of war criminal must be negotiated, and both types must be punished. We instructed you to arrest them for fear that they would escape. At this time, when we have not yet completed preparations for the negotiations, you are pathetically anxious to negotiate and you are restless because you have too much leisure, therefore we have assigned you a reasonable job. These war criminals have to be arrested, even if they flee to the remotest corners of the globe, they must be arrested. Since you are all infinitely compassionate and merciful saviors of afflicted mankind, since you desire to shorten the duration of the war, alleviate the sufferings of the people and treat the salvation of the people as the primary consideration, and since you are great-hearted people, you should not cherish those who are responsible for the slaughter of millions of our fellow countrymen. Judging by your willingness to accept the punishment of war criminals as part of the basis for negotiations, it seems you do not cherish these creatures very much. But, since you state that you find it rather difficult to arrest them immediately, all right, then, prevent them from escaping. Under no circumstances must you let these creatures run away. Just imagine, gentlemen, after you have taken all the trouble to send a delegation to discuss with us the question of punishing these war criminals, what would we talk about if it should turn out that they have escaped? What a loss of face for the gentlemen of your delegation! How then would you show your great sincerity for peace? How then could you gentlemen prove that you really wish to shorten the duration of the war, alleviate the sufferings of the people and treat the salvation of the people as the primary consideration, and that you are not at all hypocritical? The Kuomintang spokesman also talked a great deal of other nonsense. Such nonsense can fool nobody, and we consider it unnecessary to reply. Gentlemen of the hypothetical, token, reactionary, traitorous Kuomintang government, mind you, the word government is in inverted commas, at Nanking or Canton or Fenghua or Shanghai. If you think that our attitude in this statement is again not serious enough, please excuse us, for it is the only attitude we can take towards you. Turn the army into a working force. February 8, 1949. This telegram was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in reply to one from the 2nd and 3rd Field Armies. It was sent also to the other field armies concerned and to the bureaus of the Central Committee concerned. Considering that the period of severe fighting had ended after the 3 great campaigns of Liusi Shenyang, Huaihai and Piping-Shenzhen, Comrade Mao Zedong in this telegram pointed out in good time that the People's Liberation Army was not only a fighting force but at the same time had to be a working force, and that under certain conditions it should function mainly as a working force. This policy played a very important role in solving the Khader problem of that period in the new liberated areas and in ensuring the smooth development of the people's revolutionary cause. On the nature of the People's Liberation Army as both a fighting and a working force, see also Report to the Second Plenary Session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Section 2, pages 362-63 of this volume. Your telegram of the 4th has been received. It is very good that you are speeding training and consolidation and preparing to start moving 1 month ahead of schedule. Please proceed along these lines and do not slacken. Actually, however, training and consolidation must continue in March, the study of policy must be stressed and preparations must be made to take over and administer the large cities. From now on, the formula followed in the past 20 years, first the rural areas, then the cities, will be reversed and changed to the formula, first the cities, then the rural areas. The army is not only a fighting force, it is mainly a working force. All army cadres should learn how to take over and administer cities. In urban work they should learn how to be good at dealing with the imperialists and Kuomintang reactionaries, good at dealing with the bourgeoisie, good at leading the workers and organizing trade unions, good at mobilizing and organizing the youth, good at uniting with and training cadres in the new liberated areas, good at managing industry and commerce, good at running schools, newspapers, news agencies, and broadcasting stations, good at handling foreign affairs, good at handling problems relating to the democratic parties and people's organizations, good at adjusting the relations between the cities and the rural areas and solving the problems of food, coal, and other daily necessities, and good at handling monetary and financial problems. In short, all urban problems, with which in the past our army cadres and fighters were unfamiliar, should from now on be shouldered by them. You are to advance and occupy 4 or 5 provinces, and in addition to the cities you will have to attend to vast rural areas. Since in the south all the rural areas will be newly liberated, the work will be fundamentally different from that in the old liberated areas of the north. In the first year, the policy of reducing rent and interest cannot be applied, and rent and interest will have to be paid in roughly the same way as before. Our rural work will have to proceed under these conditions. Therefore, rural work must also be learned afresh. However, as compared with urban work, rural work is easy to learn. Urban work is more difficult and is the main subject you are studying. If our cadres cannot quickly master the administration of cities, we shall encounter extreme difficulties. Consequently, you must settle all other problems in February and use the whole month of March to learn how to work in the cities and in the new liberated areas. The Kuomintang has only 1,000,000 several hundred thousand troops, scattered over a huge territory. Of course, there are still many battles to fight, but there is little possibility of such large-scale fighting as in the Huaihai campaign, and it may even be said that there is no such possibility and that the period of severe fighting is over. The army is still a fighting force, and in this respect there must be absolutely no relaxing. To relax would be a mistake. Nevertheless, the time has come for us to set ourselves the task of turning the army into a working force. If we do not now set ourselves this task and resolve to perform it, we shall be making an extremely big mistake. We are preparing to send 53,000 cadres south with the army, but this is a very small number. The occupation of 8 or 9 provinces and scores of big cities will require a huge number of working cadres, and to solve this problem the army must rely chiefly on itself. The army is a school. Our field armies of 2,100,000 are equivalent to several thousand universities and secondary schools. We have to rely chiefly on the army to supply our working cadres. You must understand this point clearly. Since severe fighting is basically over, replenishment of the army's manpower and equipment should be kept within suitable limits, and too much must not be demanded as regards quantity, quality, and completeness, lest this should cause financial crisis. That is another point you should seriously consider. The above policies apply fully to the 4th Field Army, and comrades Lin Piao and Lo Yonghuan are likewise asked to pay attention to them. We have talked at length with Comrade Kong Sheng and asked him to hurry to your place by the 12th to confer with you. After conferring, please inform us promptly by telegram of your views and what you propose to do. The Eastern China Bureau and the Eastern China Military Area Headquarters should move at once to Suchao to work jointly with the General Front Committee 2 and with the Front Committee of the 3rd Field Army in a concentrated effort to plan the march to the south. Turn all your rear area work over to the Shantung Sub-Bureau. Why do the badly split reactionaries still idly clamor for total peace? February 15, 1949. The reactionary Kuomintang rule is collapsing more rapidly than was expected. It is only a little over 4 months since the People's Liberation Army captured Tsinan and only a little over 3 months since it captured Shenyang, but all the remnant forces of the Kuomintang in the military, political, economic, cultural, and propaganda fields are already hopelessly split and disintegrated. The general collapse of Kuomintang rule began with the Liuxi Shenyang and Piping Shensin campaigns on the northern front and the Huaihai campaign on the southern front. In less than 4 months, from early October last year to the end of January this year, these 3 campaigns cost the Kuomintang a total of more than 1,540,000 men, including 144 entire divisions of its regular army. The general collapse of Kuomintang rule is the inevitable outcome of the great victories of the Chinese People's War of Liberation and of the revolutionary movement of the Chinese people, but the clamor for peace by the Kuomintang and its U.S. masters has played a considerable part in hastening this collapse. On January 1st of this year, the Kuomintang reactionaries began to lift a rock called the Peace Offensive. They intended to hurl it at the Chinese people, but now it has dropped on their own feet. To be more exact, the rock has smashed the Kuomintang to pieces. Besides General Fu Tsoyi, who has helped the People's Liberation Army to achieve a peaceful settlement of the Piping question, there are plenty of people everywhere who hope for a peaceful settlement. The Americans are looking on in impotent fury because their brats have failed them. In fact, this magic weapon, the peace offensive, was made in U.S. factories and was delivered to the Kuomintang more than half a year ago. It was Leighton Stewart himself who let out the secret. After Chiang Kai-shek issued his so-called New Year's Day message, Stewart told a correspondent of the Central News Agency that this was what I myself have consistently worked for. According to U.S. news agencies, that correspondent lost his rice bowl for publishing this off-the-record remark. The reason the Chiang Kai-shek clique did not dare to obey this American order for quite a long time was clearly explained in a directive issued by the Propaganda Department of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee on December 27, 1948. If we cannot fight, we cannot make peace. If we can fight, then to talk about peace will only demoralize the troops and the people. Hence, whether we can fight or not, we have everything to lose and nothing to gain by talking about peace. The Kuomintang issued this directive at that time because some Kuomintang factions other than Jiang's were already advocating peace talks. Last December 25, Pai Chung-shi and the Hebei Provincial Council under his direction raised the question of a peaceful settlement one with Chiang Kai-shek, who was compelled to issue a statement on January 1 about holding peace negotiations on the basis of his 5 terms. He hoped to snatch the patent for inventing the peace offensive from Pai Chung-shi and to continue his old rule under a new trademark. On January 8 he sent Chang Chun to Hankow to enlist the support of Pai Chung-shi, and on the same day he asked the governments of the United States, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union to intervene in China's civil war. But all these moves failed completely. The statement by Chairman Mao Zedong of the Communist Party of China on January 14 dealt a fatal blow to Chiang Kai-shek's plot for a sham peace and compelled him to retire backstage a week later. Although Chiang Kai-shek and Li Tsung-jen and the Americans had made all kinds of arrangements for this plot and hoped to put on a fairly good puppet show, the result was contrary to their expectations. Not only did the audience dwindle, but even the actors themselves vanished from the stage one after another. In Fenghua, Chiang Kai-shek continues to direct his remnant forces in his status of retirement, but he has lost his legal status and those people who believe in him are getting fewer and fewer. On its own initiative, Sun Fo's Executive Yuan has proclaimed the moving of the government to Canton. It has broken away not only from the president and acting president of the government but also from the legislative Yuan and control Yuan. Sun Fo's Executive Yuan calls for war. But the Ministry of National Defense, which is charged with conducting the war, is neither in Canton nor in Nanking, and the only thing that is known of it is that its spokesman is in Shanghai. Thus, all that is left for Li Tsung-jen to see from the ramparts of the Stone City is the sky brooding low over the land of Wu and Chu, with nothing between to meet the eye. 4. None of the orders issued by Li Tsung-jen since he assumed office on January 21 has been carried out. Although the Kuomintang no longer has any total government and although activities for local peace are going on in many places, The Kuomintang diehards oppose local peace and demand a so-called total peace, and they actually aim at rejecting peace in the vain hope of carrying on the war. They are terribly afraid that these local peace activities will spread and get out of hand. The farce of the badly split and disintegrating Kuomintang's demand for a total peace reached its climax in the statement issued on February 9 in Shanghai by the war criminal Teng Wenyi, head of the Bureau for Political Work of the bogus Ministry of National Defense. Like Sun Fo, Teng Wenyi repudiated Li Tsung-jen's January 22 statement, which accepted the 8 terms of the Communist Party of China as the basis for peace negotiations. Instead he demanded a so-called peace on an equal footing, a total peace, failing which, he said, we will stop at no sacrifices in order to fight the communists to the bitter end. But Teng Wenyi failed to mention with whom we, his opponents, should now negotiate for a peace on an equal footing, a total peace. It seems that to approach Teng Wenyi will get us nowhere, and that not to approach Teng Wenyi or anyone else will also get us nowhere. How very trying this is. According to a central news agency dispatch from Shanghai on February 9, Teng Wenyi was asked by a reporter, has acting president Li approved the 4 points in your public statement? 5. Teng Wenyi answered, I am speaking from the stand of the Ministry of National Defense, and the 4 points made today were not submitted beforehand to acting president Li. Here, Teng Wenyi is not only inventing a partial stand of the bogus Ministry of National Defense, as distinct from the total stand of the bogus Kuomintang government, but is in fact inventing a smaller partial stand of the Bureau for Political Work of the bogus Ministry of National Defense, as distinct from the larger partial stand of the bogus Ministry of National Defense. For Teng Wenyi openly opposes and maligns the peaceful settlement in Peeping, while the bogus Ministry of National Defense hailed it on January 27 as an act to shorten the war, secure peace, and thereby preserve the foundations of the ancient capital, Peeping, and its cultural objects and historic monuments, and declared that cessation of hostilities will be effected in the same way in places like Tadung and Suiwan. 6. From this it can be seen that those reactionaries who are the most energetic in their clamor for total peace are the very reactionaries with the least total stand. A Bureau for Political Work of the Ministry of National Defense can contradict the Ministry of National Defense as well as the acting president. These reactionaries are the greatest obstacle to the realization of peace in China today. They dream of agitating for a total war under the slogan of a total peace. In their own words, if there is to be war, let it be a total war, if there is to be peace, let it be a total peace. But as a matter of fact they have neither the power to bring about a total peace nor the power to wage a total war. Total power is in the hands of the Chinese people, the Chinese People's Liberation Army, the Communist Party of China and the other democratic parties, not in the hands of the badly split and disintegrating Kuomintang. One side wields total power, while the other is hopelessly split and disintegrated, and this is the result of the prolonged struggle of the Chinese people and the prolonged evil-doing of the Kuomintang. No serious person can ignore this basic fact of the political situation in China today. The Kuomintang reactionaries turn from an appeal for peace to an appeal for war. February 16, 1949. From the time the bandit Chiang Kai-shek launched his peace offensive on January 1, the heroes of the reactionary Kuomintang clique kept on repeating at great length their willingness to shorten the duration of the war, alleviate the sufferings of the people and treat the salvation of the people as the primary consideration. But early in February they suddenly began to play down their peace tune and strike up the old tune of fighting the communists to the bitter end. This has been especially so in the last few days. On February 13 the propaganda department of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee issued a special directive for propaganda to all party headquarters and party papers which stated, Ye Qianying has been spreading propaganda over our rear areas about the Chinese Communist Party's good faith in seeking peace, while condemning the government's military moves as showing a lack of good faith in seeking peace. All our papers must emphatically refute this, directly and indirectly, in accordance with the following points. The special directive gives quite a number of reasons why this refutation should be made. Rather than surrender unconditionally, the government should fight to the bitter end. The 8 terms Mao Zedong put forward in his January 14 statement would ruin the nation, and the government should not have accepted them. The Communist Party of China should bear the responsibility for wrecking peace. Instead, it has now drawn up a list of so-called war criminals which includes all the government leaders and has even demanded that the government first arrest them. This clearly shows how truculent and unreasonable the Communist Party is. Unless the Communist Party of China changes this behavior, it will indeed be difficult to find a way to peace negotiations. There is no more of the pathetic anxiety for peace negotiations of 2 weeks ago. There is no further mention of those famous phrases, shorten the duration of the war, alleviate the sufferings of the people and treat the salvation of the people as the primary consideration, phrases which gladden the heart and spread everywhere. If the Communist Party of China is unwilling to change its behavior and insists on the punishment of the war criminals, then peace talks will be impossible. Which, then, is the primary consideration, the salvation of the people or the salvation of the war criminals? According to the special directive for propaganda issued by these heroes of the Kuomintang, they prefer the latter. The Communist Party of China is still consulting the democratic parties and people's organizations about the list of war criminals, and opinions have now been received from several quarters. Judging by the opinions so far received, they all disapprove of the list put forward on December 25 last year by an authoritative person in the Communist Party of China. They consider that a list containing the names of only 43 war criminals is too short. They consider that those to be held responsible for launching the counter-revolutionary war and butchering several million people should certainly not be limited to 43, but should be well over 100. For the time being, let us suppose that the number of war criminals will be set at well over 100. Then we should like to ask the heroes of the Kuomintang, why do you oppose the punishment of war criminals? Aren't you willing to shorten the duration of the war and alleviate the sufferings of the people? If the war continues because of this opposition of yours, won't that be stalling for time and prolonging the disaster of war? Stalling for time and prolonging the disaster of war was the very accusation you made against the Communist Party of China in the statement issued in the name of the Nanking government spokesman on January 26, 1949. Can it be that now you want to take it back, write it on a placard and hang it on yourselves as a badge of honor? You are men of infinite compassion and mercy, who profess to treat the salvation of the people as the primary consideration. Then why do you suddenly change and treat the salvation of the war criminals as the primary consideration? According to the statistics of your government's Ministry of the Interior, the number of the Chinese people is not 450 million, but 475 million, compare that with 100-odd war criminals. Which number is bigger? You heroes have studied arithmetic, please do a careful sum in accordance with your arithmetic textbook and then draw your conclusion. If, without doing this sum, you hastily change your original formula of treating the salvation of the people as the primary consideration, a good formula with which we agree and the people of the whole country agree, into the formula of treating the salvation of more than 100 war criminals as the primary consideration, then be careful, for you certainly will not be able to maintain your ground. After having appealed for peace over several weeks, those individuals who have repeatedly mouthed the phrase, treat the salvation of the people as the primary consideration, are no longer appealing for peace but are appealing for war. The reason the Kuomintang diehards are in trouble is this: they have stubbornly opposed the people, ridden roughshod over them and thus have isolated themselves on the pinnacle of a pagoda. Moreover, they will not repent, even unto death. All you broad masses of the people of the Yangtze Valley and the South, workers, peasants, intellectuals, urban petty bourgeoisie, national bourgeoisie, enlightened gentry, and Kuomintang members with a conscience, your attention, please. The days of the Kuomintang diehards who have been riding roughshod over you are numbered. You and we are on the same side. The handful of diehards will soon topple from their pinnacle, and a people's China will soon emerge. On the Kuomintang's different answers to the question of responsibility for the war. February 18, 1949. After the conclusion of the War of Resistance, the government, following a policy of peace and national reconstruction, endeavored to solve peacefully the problem of the Communist Party of China. For a period of a year and a half the Communist Party of China broke every agreement and therefore it should bear the responsibility for wrecking peace. Instead, it has now drawn up a list of so-called war criminals which includes all the government leaders and has even demanded that the government first arrest them. This clearly shows how truculent and unreasonable the Communist Party is. Unless the Communist Party of China changes this behavior, it will indeed be difficult to find a way to peace negotiations. The above is the entire argument on the question of the responsibility for the war which the Propaganda Department of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang advanced in a special directive for propaganda, issued on February 13, 1949. It is the argument of none other than war criminal number 1, Chiang Kai-shek. In his New Year's Day statement he said, "As a devoted adherent of the Three People's Principles and the teachings of the Father of the Republic, I was reluctant to follow the conclusion of the war against Japan with the armed suppression of the bandits and thereby to aggravate the sufferings of the people. Therefore, as soon as the war of resistance came to an end, our government proclaimed its policy of peace and national reconstruction and moreover sought to solve the communist problem by means of political consultation and military mediation. But contrary to our expectations, the Communist Party for a period of a year and a half willfully obstructed all agreements and proposals and made it impossible to carry them out by the measures which were originally intended. Finally, it even started an all-out armed rebellion which threatened the very existence of the state. This government was thus driven to the painful necessity of mobilization to put down the rebellion. On December 25, 1948, 7 days before Chiang Kai-shek made the statement, an authoritative person in the Communist Party of China put forward a list of 43 war criminals and illustrious at the head of the list was none other than this same Chiang Kai-shek. The war criminals, who want both to sue for peace and to shirk their responsibility, have no alternative but to shift the blame onto the Communist Party. But the two are irreconcilable. Since the Communist Party should bear the responsibility for launching the war, then the Communist Party should be punished. Since the Communists are bandits, then the bandits should be suppressed. Since they started an all-out armed rebellion, then the rebellion should be put down. Bandit suppression and the putting down of rebellion are 100% right, so why should they be abandoned? Why has the term Communist bandits been changed into Communist Party in all Kuomintang public documents issued since January 1, 1949? Sun Fo, feeling that something was amiss, put forward a different argument about the responsibility for the war in a speech broadcast on the evening of the same day Chiang Kai-shek issued his New Year's Day statement. Sun Fo said, "We remember that in the early period following the victory of the War of Resistance, 3 years ago, because the people needed rehabilitation, the country needed active reconstruction and there was still common understanding of these needs among the various parties, we called together representatives from various quarters and public personages for a political consultative conference. After 3 weeks' effort and thanks especially to the kind mediation of Mr. Marshall, President Truman's special envoy, we agreed upon a program for peace and national reconstruction and upon specific measures for settling various disputes. If we had then carried out all these measures in good time, just think how prosperous China would be today, and how happy her people would be. Unfortunately, at the time none of the various parties concerned would entirely forego its selfish interests, the people throughout the country did not exert themselves to the utmost to promote the success of the peace movement, and so the disaster of war again occurred, plunging the people into misery and suffering. Sun Fo is a little bit more fair than Chiang Kai-shek. You see, unlike Chiang Kai-shek, he does not shift the responsibility for the war entirely onto the Communist Party, but divides the blame equally among the various parties concerned by the method of equalization of land ownership. Those involved are the Kuomintang, also the Communist Party, also the Democratic League and also the public personages. That isn't all, the people throughout the country are also involved. Not one of our 475 million fellow countrymen can escape responsibility. While Chiang Kai-shek caned the Communist Party alone, Sun Fo canes all the parties, all the people without party affiliation, every one of his fellow countrymen, even Chiang Kai-shek, and perhaps even Sun Fo himself, will get a caning. Here you see two Kuomintangites at loggerheads, Sun Fo and Chiang Kai-shek. A third Kuomintangite has come forward, saying, no, in my opinion, the responsibility should be borne entirely by the Kuomintang. His name is Li Tsung-jen. On January 22, 1949, Li Tsung-jen issued a statement in his capacity as acting president. Regarding the responsibility for the war, he said, the 3-year civil war that followed the 8 years' war of resistance has not only completely destroyed the country's last hope of recovery after the victory in the war of resistance but has also spread ruin everywhere north and south of the Yellow River, devastating innumerable farmsteads and houses, killing and wounding thousands upon thousands of innocent people, breaking up countless families and causing people everywhere to lament in hunger and cold. Such a terrible Holocaust is really without parallel in the history of civil wars in our country. Here Li Tsung-jen makes a statement but names no names. He fixes the responsibility neither on the Kuomintang, nor on the Communist Party, nor on any other quarter, yet he has stated one fact, that this terrible Holocaust has occurred in no other place than north and south of the Yellow River. Wherefore, let us examine who caused this terrible Holocaust in the area from the Yellow River south to the Yangtze River and north to the Sungari River. Could it have been caused by the people and the People's Army there, fighting among themselves? Since Li Tsung-jen was once chief of Chiang Kai-shek's Peeping headquarters and since the troops of his Guangxi clique together with Jiang's troops once fought into the Yimeng mountain area in Shantung province too, he has reliable information about where and how this Holocaust took place. If there is nothing else good about Li Tsung-jen, at least it is good that he has made this one honest statement. What is more, instead of speaking about putting down the rebellion or suppressing the bandits, he calls the war a civil war, and this, for the Kuomintang, may be said to be quite novel. Following his own logic, Li Tsung-jen declared in the same statement that the government is willing to start negotiations immediately on the basis of the 8 terms proposed by the Communist Party of China. Li Tsung-jen knows that the first of the 8 terms is the punishment of war criminals and that his own honorable name is among them. That the war criminals should be punished is a logical conclusion from the Holocaust. For this reason the Kuomintang diehards are even now muttering complaints against Li Tsung-jen, saying that the 8 terms Mao Zedong put forward in his January 14 statement would ruin the nation, and the government should not have accepted them. There are reasons why the diehards can only mutter and dare not speak out openly. Before Chiang Kai-shek retired, the diehards had thought of rejecting our 8 terms, but then Chiang Kai-shek on second thoughts decided not to do so, probably because he considered that to reject them would leave no way out. This was the state of affairs on January 19. On that morning, Chiang Chun-mai III upon his return to Shanghai from Nanking said that the government may issue another statement soon in reply to the 8 terms put forward by the Communist Party of China, whereupon the Central News Agency sent a service message the same evening, saying, add the following note to the Shanghai Dispatch on Chiang Chun-mai's statement that has just come through. As regards his assertion that the government will soon issue another statement, a Central News Agency correspondent has just learned from the quarters concerned that the government has no intention of making another statement. In the January 21 statement on his retirement, Chiang Kai-shek said not a single word in criticism of the 8 terms and even revoked his own 5 terms, changing them into attaining peace on the principle that the integrity of territory and sovereignty is maintained, that the historic culture and social order are not destroyed and that the people's livelihood and right to freedom are safeguarded. He no longer dared raise such matters as the Constitution, the legally constituted authority or the army. That is why on January 22 Li Tsung-jen dared to accept the 8 terms of the Communist Party of China as the basis for negotiations and why the Kuomintang diehards dared not openly reject them, but could only mutter that the government should not have accepted them. Did Sun Fo consistently maintain his policy of equalization of land ownership? No. After he moved the government to Canton on February 5, 1949, he made a speech on February 7 about the question of war responsibility, saying, "In the last 6 months the spread of the disaster of war has brought about serious changes in the situation and inflicted untold suffering on the people. All this has its origin in past mistakes, failures, and unreasonableness, and today's grave situation is the consequence. We are all convinced that China needs the Three People's Principles. So long as the Three People's Principles are not put into effect, China's problems can never be solved." It may be recalled that 20 years ago the Tsungli of our party personally entrusted the Three People's Principles to our party as his legacy in the hope that they would be put into effect step by step. If they had been put into effect, the situation would never have developed into such a hopeless mess. People will please note that here the President of the Executive Yuan of the Kuomintang government is not apportioning responsibility for the war equally among the various parties and all his fellow countrymen, but is putting it on the Kuomintang itself. It makes people feel exceedingly good to see Sun Fo applying the cane to the backside of the Kuomintang alone. What about the Communist Party? President Sun says, "We can see that the Communist Party of China has been able to lure and dupe the people merely by appealing for the equalization of land ownership, which is one part of the Three People's Principles, the principle of the people's livelihood. We ought to feel deeply ashamed, sharpen our vigilance and examine afresh our past mistakes." Thank you, dear President. Although the Communist Party is still charged with the crime of luring and duping the people, at least it is innocent of other horrible crimes and hence escapes a caning and is let off with its head and its backside unscathed. Nor is President Sun lovable for this reason alone. In the same speech, he says, "The spread of communist influence today is a result of our failure to put into effect the principles we believe in. Our party's greatest mistake in the past was that certain members worshipped force too much and scrambled for power among themselves, thus giving the enemy opportunities to sow dissension in our ranks. The conclusion of the 8 years' war of resistance should have been the occasion for realizing the country's peaceful unification, an opportunity of 1,000 years, and originally the government had a plan of settling domestic disputes by political means, but unfortunately it was not carried out. After years of war and chaos the people urgently needed rehabilitation. The renewal of armed conflict made life impossible for the people, and the suffering was great. It also lowered the morale of the troops and caused repeated military setbacks. In deference to the feelings of the people and because he realized that military means had failed to solve the problem, President Chiang issued a New Year's Day message calling for peace. Good. Here this war criminal Sun Fo has made a voluntary confession, and a frank and truthful one too, although he has not been arrested or caned. Who was it who worshipped force, launched the war and sued for peace only after military means had failed to solve the problem? None other than the Kuomintang, none other than Chiang Kai-shek himself. President Sun is very precise in his choice of words when he says that certain members of his party worshipped force too much. This conforms with the demand of the Communist Party of China that only a certain number of Kuomintang members be punished and branded as war criminals, but no more than this number, and of course not its entire membership. So we have no dispute with Sun Fo over the number. We differ with him as to the conclusion to be drawn. We hold that certain members of the Kuomintang must be punished as war criminals because they worshipped force and caused the renewal of armed conflict, which made life impossible for the people. But Sun Fo does not agree. He says, in delaying the appointment of its delegation and constantly stalling for time, the Communist Party has shown that it also worships force, believes it has now become full-fledged and can conquer the whole country by force. It therefore refuses to cease hostilities as a first step. Its motive is all too clear. I hereby propose in all seriousness that in order to obtain lasting peace negotiations should be conducted by the two parties on an equal footing and that the terms should be fair and reasonable and acceptable to the people of the whole country. From this you can see that President Sun is not quite so lovable. He seems to think that the punishment of war criminals is not a fair and reasonable term. On the question of war criminals, his words reveal an attitude similar to that of the Special Directive for Propaganda issued by the Kuomintang Propaganda Department on February 13, and similarly he only mutters and dares not openly object. He differs sharply from Li Tsung-jen, who dares to accept the punishment of war criminals as one of the basic terms for negotiations. But there is still something lovable about President Sun, for he says that although the Communist Party also worships force, as shown by 2 points, delaying the appointment of its delegation and refusing to cease hostilities as a first step, yet it is not like the Kuomintang, which worshipped force as early as 1946 and unleashed a most cruel war. Well, the Communist Party has delayed the appointment of its delegation because making a list of war criminals is an important matter. It must be acceptable to the people of the whole country, and a list that is too long or too short would be unrealistic and unacceptable to the people of the whole country, whose ranks do not include the war criminals and their accomplices. This requires consultation with the democratic parties and people's organizations. It has therefore caused some stalling, and we were not able to appoint our delegates quickly, thus arousing the displeasure of Sun Fo and his like. But from this, one cannot jump to the conclusion that the Communist Party also worships force. It is probable that before long the list of war criminals will be published, our delegates named and the negotiations started, and then President Sun will not be able to say that we worship force. As for refusing to cease hostilities as a first step, this is a correct attitude adopted in obedience to President Jiang's New Year's Day message. In that message President Chiang said, "As soon as the Communist Party has a sincere desire for peace and can give definite indications of this, the government will certainly meet it in all sincerity and be willing to discuss concrete measures for ending hostilities and restoring peace." On January 19, Sunday, Fo's Executive Yuan passed a resolution in violation of Chiang Kai-shek's message, saying first, effect an immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities, and then, appoint delegates to enter into peace negotiations. On January 21, a Chinese Communist Party spokesman sternly criticized this absurd resolution. For curiously enough, the president of the Executive Yuan turned a deaf ear to the criticism and on February 7 again nonsensically said that the Communist Party's refusal to cease hostilities as a first step was proof that it also worships force. Even such a war criminal as Chiang Kai-shek knows that without negotiations it is impossible to cease hostilities and restore peace. On this point Sun Fo is far behind Chiang Kai-shek. As is generally known, Sun Fo is listed as a war criminal because he has all along supported Chiang Kai-shek in launching and continuing the war. As late as June 22, 1947, he was still saying that a settlement will finally come, provided militarily we fight to the end, and that at present peace negotiations are out of the question, and the government must crush the Communist Party of China or be overthrown by it. 5. Sun Fo himself is one of those certain members of the Kuomintang who worship force. But now he is making irresponsible and carping comments from the sidelines, as if he himself had never worshipped force and bore no responsibility for the failure to carry out the Three People's Principles. This is dishonest. Whether tried according to the law of the state or judged according to the party discipline of the Kuomintang, Sun Fo cannot escape the caning he deserves. Methods of work of party committees. March 13, 1949. This was part of Comrade Mao Zedong's concluding speech at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1. The secretary of a party committee must be good at being a squad leader. A party committee has 10 to 20 members, it is like a squad in the army, and the secretary is like the squad leader. It is indeed not easy to lead this squad well. Each bureau or sub-bureau of the Central Committee now leads a vast area and shoulders very heavy responsibilities. To lead means not only to decide general and specific policies but also to devise correct methods of work. Even with correct general and specific policies, troubles may still arise if methods of work are neglected. To fulfill its task of exercising leadership, a party committee must rely on its squad members and enable them to play their parts to the full. To be a good squad leader, the secretary should study hard and investigate thoroughly. A secretary or deputy secretary will find it difficult to direct his squad well if he does not take care to do propaganda and organizational work among his own squad members, is not good at handling his relations with committee members, or does not study how to run meetings successfully. If the squad members do not march in step, they can never expect to lead tens of millions of people in fighting and construction. Of course, the relation between the secretary and the committee members is one in which the minority must obey the majority, so it is different from the relation between a squad leader and his men. Here we speak only by way of analogy. To place problems on the table. This should be done not only by the squad leader but by the committee members too. Do not talk behind people's backs. Whenever problems arise, call a meeting, place the problems on the table for discussion, take some decisions and the problems will be solved. If problems exist and are not placed on the table, they will remain unsolved for a long time and even drag on for years. The squad leader and the committee members should show understanding in their relations with each other. Nothing is more important than mutual understanding, support, and friendship between the secretary and the committee members, between the Central Committee and its bureaus and between the bureaus and the area party committees. In the past this point received little attention, but since the 7th Party Congress much progress has been made in this respect and the ties of friendship and unity have been greatly strengthened. We should continue to pay constant attention to this point in the future. 3. Exchange information. This means that members of a party committee should keep each other informed and exchange views on matters that have come to their attention. This is of great importance in achieving a common language. Some fail to do so and, like the people described by Lao Tzu, do not visit each other all their lives, though the crowing of their cocks and the barking of their dogs are within hearing of each other. The result is that they lack a common language. In the past some of our high-ranking cadres did not have a common language even on basic theoretical problems of Marxism-Leninism, because they had not studied enough. There is more of a common language in the party today, but the problem has not yet been fully solved. For instance, in the land reform there is still some difference in the understanding of what is meant by middle peasants and rich peasants. 4. Ask your subordinates about matters you don't understand or don't know, and do not lightly express your approval or disapproval. Some documents, after having been drafted, are withheld from circulation for a time because certain questions in them need to be clarified and it is necessary to consult the lower levels first. We should never pretend to know what we don't know, we should not feel ashamed to ask and learn from people below too, and we should listen carefully to the views of the cadres at the lower levels. Be a pupil before you become a teacher. Learn from the cadres at the lower levels before you issue orders. In handling problems, this should be the practice of all bureaus of the Central Committee and party committees of the fronts, except in military emergencies or when the facts of the matter are already clear. To do this will not lower one's prestige, but can only raise it. Since our decisions incorporate the correct views of the cadres at the lower levels, the latter will naturally support them. What the cadres at the lower levels say may or may not be correct, we must analyze it. We must heed the correct views and act upon them. The reason why the leadership of the Central Committee is correct is chiefly that it synthesizes the material, reports, and correct views coming from different localities. It would be difficult for the Central Committee to issue correct orders if the localities did not provide material and put forward opinions. Listen also to the mistaken views from below. It is wrong not to listen to them at all. Such views, however, are not to be acted upon but to be criticized. 5. Learn to play the piano. In playing the piano all 10 fingers are in motion, it won't do to move some fingers only and not others. But if all 10 fingers press down at once, there is no melody. To produce good music, the 10 fingers should move rhythmically and in coordination. A party committee should keep a firm grasp on its central task and at the same time, around the central task, it should unfold the work in other fields. At present, we have to take care of many fields, we must look after the work in all the areas, armed units, and departments, and not give all our attention to a few problems, to the exclusion of others. Wherever there is a problem, we must put our finger on it, and this is a method we must master. Some play the piano well and some badly, and there is a great difference in the melodies they produce. Members of party committees must learn to play the piano well. 6. Grasp firmly. That is to say, the party committee must not merely grasp, but must grasp firmly, its main tasks. One can get a grip on something only when it is grasped firmly, without the slightest slackening. Not to grasp firmly is not to grasp at all. Naturally, one cannot get a grip on something with an open hand. When the hand is clenched as if grasping something but is not clenched tightly, there is still no grip. Some of our comrades do grasp the main tasks, but their grasp is not firm and so they cannot make a success of their work. It will not do to have no grasp at all, nor will it do if the grasp is not firm. 7. Have a head for figures. That is to say, we must attend to the quantitative aspect of a situation or problem and make a basic quantitative analysis. Every quality manifests itself in a certain quantity, and without quantity there can be no quality. To this day many of our comrades still do not understand that they must attend to the quantitative aspect of things, the basic statistics, the main percentages and the quantitative limits that determine the qualities of things. They have no figures in their heads and as a result cannot help making mistakes. For instance, in carrying out the land reform it is essential to have such figures as the percentages of landlords, rich peasants, middle peasants, and poor peasants among the population and the amount of land owned by each group, because only on this basis can we formulate correct policies. Whom to call a rich peasant, whom a well-to-do middle peasant, and how much income derived from exploitation makes a person a rich peasant as distinct from a well-to-do middle peasant. In all these cases too, the quantitative limits must be ascertained. In all mass movements we must make a basic investigation and analysis of the number of active supporters, opponents, and neutrals and must not decide problems subjectively and without basis. 8. Notice to reassure the public. Notice of meetings should be given beforehand. This is like issuing a notice to reassure the public, so that everybody will know what is going to be discussed and what problems are to be solved and can make timely preparations. In some places, meetings of cadres are called without first preparing reports and draft resolutions, and only when people have arrived for the meeting are makeshifts improvised. This is just like the saying, troops and horses have arrived, but food and fodder are not ready, and that is no good. Don't call a meeting in a hurry if the preparations are not completed. 9. Fewer and better troops and simpler administration. Talks, speeches, articles, and resolutions should all be concise and to the point. Meetings also should not go on too long. 10. Pay attention to uniting and working with comrades who differ with you. This should be borne in mind both in the localities and in the army. It also applies to relations with people outside the party. We have come together from every corner of the country and should be good at uniting in our work not only with comrades who hold the same views as we but also with those who hold different views. There are some among us who have made very serious mistakes. We should not be prejudiced against them but should be ready to work with them. 11. Guard against arrogance. For anyone in a leading position, this is a matter of principle and an important condition for maintaining unity. Even those who have made no serious mistakes and have achieved very great success in their work should not be arrogant. Celebration of the birthdays of party leaders is forbidden. Naming places, streets, and enterprises after party leaders is likewise forbidden. We must keep to our style of plain living and hard work and put a stop to flattery and exaggerated praise. 12. Draw two lines of distinction. First, between revolution and counter-revolution, between Yan'an and Xi'an. 3. Some do not understand that they must draw this line of distinction. For example, when they combat bureaucracy, they speak of Yan'an as though nothing is right there and fail to make a comparison and distinguish between the bureaucracy in Yan'an and the bureaucracy in Xi'an. This is fundamentally wrong. Secondly, within the revolutionary ranks, it is necessary to make a clear distinction between right and wrong, between achievements and shortcomings and to make clear which of the two is primary and which secondary. For instance, do the achievements amount to 30% or to 70% of the whole? It will not do either to understate or to overstate. We must have a fundamental evaluation of a person's work and establish whether his achievements amount to 30% and his mistakes to 70% or vice versa. If his achievements amount to 70% of the whole, then his work should in the main be approved. It would be entirely wrong to describe work in which the achievements are primary as work in which the mistakes are primary. In our approach to problems we must not forget to draw these two lines of distinction, between revolution and counter-revolution and between achievements and shortcomings. We shall be able to handle things well if we bear these two distinctions in mind, otherwise we shall confuse the nature of the problems. To draw these distinctions well, careful study and analysis are of course necessary. Our attitude towards every person and every matter should be one of analysis and study. The members of the Political Bureau and I personally feel that only by using the above methods can party committees do their work well. In addition to conducting party congresses well, it is most important for the party committees at all levels to perform their work of leadership well. We must make efforts to study and perfect the methods of work so as to raise further the party committee's level of leadership. Whither the Nanking Government. April 4, 1949. Two roads are open to the Nanking Kuomintang government and its military and administrative personnel. Either they cling to the Chiang Kai-shek clique of war criminals and its master, U.S. imperialism, that is, continue to be the enemy of the people and so perish together with the Chiang Kai-shek clique of war criminals in the People's War of Liberation. Or they come over to the people, that is, break with the Chiang Kai-shek clique of war criminals and U.S. imperialism, perform meritorious service in the People's War of Liberation to atone for their crimes and so obtain clemency and understanding from the people. There is no third road. There are three different groups of people in the government of Li Tsung-jen and Ho Ying-chin at Nanking. One group stubbornly persist in following the first road. No matter how plausible they are in words, in deeds they are continuing to prepare for war, to betray the nation and to oppress and massacre the people who are demanding genuine peace. They are Chiang Kai-shek's followers even unto death. Another group want to follow the second road but have not yet been able to take any decisive action. The third group are hesitating at the crossroads, and it is uncertain which way they will go. They do not want to offend Chiang Kai-shek and the U.S. government, yet they hope that they will be understood and admitted by the camp of People's Democracy. But this is an illusion and is impossible. The Nanking government of Li Tsung-jen and Ho Ying-chin is mainly a mixture of people from the first and third groups, with only a handful from the second. To this day, this government remains a tool of Chiang Kai-shek and the U.S. government. The massacre which occurred in Nanking on April 1-2 was no accident. It was the inevitable result of the actions taken by the government of Li Tsung-jen and Ho Ying-chin to protect Chiang Kai-shek, his sworn followers and the forces of U.S. aggression. It was the result of the absurd trumpeting about honorable peace on an equal footing by the government of Li Tsung-jen and Ho Ying-chin and by the sworn followers of Chiang Kai-shek, which had the purpose of countering the Chinese Communist Party's 8 terms for peace, and particularly the punishment of war criminals. Now that the government of Li Tsung-jen and Ho Ying-chin has sent its delegation to Peking to negotiate peace with the Communist Party of China and has indicated its willingness to accept the Communist Party's 8 terms as the basis for negotiations, it should, if it has the slightest good faith, start by dealing with the Nanking massacre, arrest and severely punish the chief criminals, Chiang Kai-shek, Tang En-po and Chiang Yao-ming, arrest and severely punish the thugs of the secret police in Nanking and Shanghai and arrest and severely punish the chief counter-revolutionaries, who are obstinately opposing peace, actively disrupting the peace negotiations and actively preparing to resist the advance of the People's Liberation Army to the south of the Yangtze River. Until Qingfu is done away with, the crisis in the state of Lu will not be over. 3. Until the war criminals are eliminated, there will be no peace in the country. Isn't this truth clear enough by now? We should like to speak plainly to the Nanking government. If you are unequal to this job, you should at least help the People's Liberation Army do it, as our army will soon cross the Yangtze River and advance south. At this late hour, you should not indulge in idle talk and had better do some real work to atone for your crimes. In that case you will not have to flee for your lives, you will not have to submit to the bullying of Chiang Kai-shek's sworn followers, and you will not be spurned forever by the people. This is your last chance. Don't lose it. The People's Liberation Army will soon advance south of the Yangtze River. We are not bluffing. The People's Liberation Army will advance, whether or not you sign the agreement accepting the 8 terms. An agreement signed before our army advances, will be advantageous to many, to the people, to the People's Liberation Army, to all those in the Kuomintang government who wish to atone for their crimes by performing meritorious service, and to the broad ranks of officers and men in the Kuomintang army. It will be disadvantageous only to Chiang Kai-shek, his sworn followers and the imperialists. If the agreement is not signed, the situation will be about the same. Solutions can be achieved by local negotiations. There may yet be some fighting, but not much. Over the vast area and long front extending from Xinjiang to Taiwan, the Kuomintang has only about 1,100,000 combat troops left, and so there will not be much fighting. Whether a general agreement is signed, or whether no such agreement is signed but instead many local agreements are signed, it will be all the same for Chiang Kai-shek, for his sworn followers and for U.S. imperialism, in a word, for all those reactionaries who will not change even unto death. They are irrevocably doomed. Perhaps it will be slightly more advantageous to Nanking, as well as to ourselves, to sign rather than not to sign a general agreement, and that is why we are still striving to conclude it. But if a general agreement is to be signed, we must be prepared as a consequence to deal with many messy matters. It would be very much neater for us not to sign a general agreement but instead to sign many local agreements. Nevertheless, we are still ready to sign a general agreement. If the Nanking government and its delegation are also willing to do so, they must make up their minds in the next few days. All illusions and all empty talk should be discarded. We are not forcing you to make up your minds. The Nanking government and its delegation are free to make up their minds or not to. That is to say, you may either listen to Chiang Kai-shek and Leighton Stewart and side with them irrevocably, or listen to us and side with us. You are free to choose. But there is not much time for you to make your choice. The People's Liberation Army will soon start its march, and there is no opportunity left for hesitation. Order to the Army for the countrywide advance. April 21, 1949. This order was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong. After the reactionary Kuomintang government refused to sign the agreement on internal peace, the People's Liberation Army acted on this order issued by Chairman Mao Zedong and Commander-in-Chief Chu Tai and embarked upon a general advance, unprecedented in scale, into the vast areas which had not yet been liberated. On the morning of April 21, 1949, the 2nd Field Army led by Lu Pochang, Teng Xiaoping and other comrades and the 3rd Field Army led by Chen Yi, Su Yu, Tan Chenlin and other comrades, forced the Yangtze River on a front extending more than 500 kilometers from Huakao, northeast of Kaohsiung, in the west to Qianjian in the east and completely destroyed the defense line along the Yangtze which the enemy had painstakingly built in 3.5 months. On April 23 these forces liberated Nanking, which had been the center of the counter-revolutionary rule of the Kuomintang for 22 years, and proclaimed the downfall of the reactionary Kuomintang regime. Then they thrust south along separate routes, liberated Hangzhou on May 3 and Nanchang on May 22 and captured Shanghai, China's biggest city, on May 27. In June they began their march into Fujian province. They liberated Fuzhou on August 17 and Amoy on October 17. On May 14 the 4th Field Army led by Lin Piao, Lo Yonghuan and other comrades forced the Yangtze on a front of more than 100 kilometers in the Tuanfan-Wushuai sector east of Wuhan. On May 16 and 17 it liberated Wuchang, Hanyang, and Hankou, cities of strategic importance in central China. Then it marched south into Hunan. Cheng Qian, Kuomintang governor of Hunan province, and Chen Mingzhen, commander of the First Army renounced their allegiance to the Kuomintang on August 4, and Hunan province was peacefully liberated. The 4th Field Army fought the Henjiangboking campaign in September and October, wiped out the main force of the Kuomintang troops under Pai Chengshi and then pushed on to Guangdong and Guangxi provinces. It liberated Canton on October 14, Quilin on November 22 and Nanning on December 4. While the Second and Third Field Armies were forcing the Yangtze River, the armies in northern China led by Nie Yongchen, HSU Shangqian and other comrades captured Taiyuan on April 24, 1949. The First Field Army led by Peng Taihui, Ho Lung, and other comrades, after liberating Xi'an on May 20, continued its march into the Kuomintang areas in the northwest together with two armies from northern China. They captured Lanzhou on August 26, liberated Xining on September 5 and Yinchuan on September 23 and completely annihilated the Kuomintang troops under Ma Piyufang and Ma Hongkai. Late in September, Tao Chiyue, Kuomintang garrison commander-in-chief of Xinjiang province, and Burhan, the governor, renounced their allegiance to the Kuomintang, and Xinjiang was peacefully liberated. At the beginning of November, the Second Field Army led by Lu Pochang, Teng Xiaoping, and other comrades, together with the 18th Army of the Northern China Field Army and part of the First Field Army led by Ho Lung, Li Qingchuan and other comrades, began their march into southwestern China. They liberated Guiyang on November 15 and Chongqing on November 30. On December 9, Lu Han, Kuomintang governor of Yunnan province, Lu Wenhui, Kuomintang governor of Xikang province, and Teng Shiho and Pan Wenhua, deputy directors of the Kuomintang Bureau of Military and Administrative Affairs in the southwest, renounced their allegiance to the Kuomintang, and the two provinces of Yunnan and Xikang were peacefully liberated. In late December, the People's Liberation Army, which had entered the southwest, fought the Jingshu campaign, completely wiped out the Kuomintang troops under Hu Tsungnan and liberated Jingshu on December 27. By the end of December 1949, the People's Liberation Army had wiped out all the Kuomintang troops on China's mainland and liberated the entire mainland except Tibet. Comrade commanders and fighters of all field armies, comrades of the People's Liberation Army in the guerrilla areas of the south. The Agreement on Internal Peace, drafted after long negotiations between the delegation of the Communist Party of China and the delegation of the Nanking Kuomintang government, has been rejected by that government. 1. The responsible members of the Nanking Kuomintang government have rejected the agreement because they are still obeying the orders of U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek, the chieftain of the Kuomintang bandit gang, and because they are trying to block the progress of the cause of the Chinese people's liberation and prevent the internal problem from being solved by peaceful means. The Agreement on Internal Peace, comprising 8 sections with 24 articles formulated by the two delegations in the negotiations, is lenient on the problem of war criminals, is lenient towards the Kuomintang officers, soldiers, and government personnel, and provides appropriate solutions for other problems, all proceeding from the interests of the nation and the people. The rejection of this agreement shows that the Kuomintang reactionaries are determined to fight to the finish the counter-revolutionary war which they started. The rejection of this agreement shows that in proposing peace negotiations on January 1 of this year, the Kuomintang reactionaries were only trying to check the advance of the People's Liberation Army and thus gain a breathing space for a later comeback to crush the revolutionary forces. The rejection of this agreement shows that the Li Tsung-jen government at Nanking was utterly hypocritical in professing to accept the Chinese Communist Party's 8 terms for peace as the basis for negotiations. Inasmuch as the Li Tsung-jen government had already accepted such fundamental terms as the punishment of war criminals, the reorganization of all the reactionary Kuomintang troops on democratic principles, and the handing over of all power and authority by the Nanking government and its subordinate governments at all levels, it had no reason to reject the specific measures which were drawn up on the basis of these fundamental terms and which are most lenient. In these circumstances, we order you as follows. 1. Advance bravely and annihilate resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely all the Kuomintang reactionaries within China's borders who dare to resist. Liberate the people of the whole country. Safeguard China's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. 2. Advance bravely and arrest all the incorrigible war criminals. No matter where they may flee, they must be brought to justice and punished according to law. Pay special attention to arresting the bandit chieftain Chiang Kai-shek. 3. Proclaim to all Kuomintang local governments and local military groups the final amended version of the Agreement on Internal Peace. In accordance with its general ideas, you may conclude local agreements with those who are willing to cease hostilities and to settle matters by peaceful means. 4. After the People's Liberation Army has encircled Nanking, we are willing to give the Li Tsung-jen government at Nanking another opportunity to sign the agreement on internal peace, if that government has not yet fled and dispersed and desires to sign it. Mao Zedong, Chairman of the Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission. Chu Tai, Commander-in-Chief of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. Notes. 1. On April 1, 1949, the Kuomintang government delegation headed by Chiang Chi-chung arrived in Peeping to negotiate peace with the delegation of the Communist Party of China. An agreement on internal peace was drafted after a half-month of negotiations. The agreement, final amended version, was handed to the Nanking government delegation by the delegation of the Communist Party of China on April 15 and was rejected by the Nanking government on April 20. The full text of the agreement, final amended version, is as follows. In the 35th year of the Republic of China, the national government at Nanking, with the aid of the government of the United States of America, defied the will of the people, wrecked the truce agreement and the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference and, on the pretext of opposing the Communist Party of China, launched a countrywide civil war against the Chinese people and the Chinese People's Liberation Army. This war has lasted 2 years and 9.5 months. It has brought untold disaster to the people throughout the country. The country has suffered tremendous losses of financial and material resources, and its sovereignty has been further infringed. The people of the whole country have always expressed dissatisfaction with the national government at Nanking for its violation of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary Three Peoples Principles and of his correct policies of alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party and assistance to the peasants and workers, and for its violation of his revolutionary testament. In particular, the whole people have voiced their opposition to the launching of the present unprecedented large-scale civil war by the national government at Nanking and to the erroneous political, military, financial, economic, cultural, and foreign policies and measures which that government has adopted in its pursuit of the civil war. The national government at Nanking has completely forfeited the confidence of the entire people. In the present civil war its troops have already been defeated by the People's Liberation Army led by the Communist Party of China and commanded by the Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission. Finding itself in this situation, the national government at Nanking proposed to the Communist Party of China on January 1 of the 38th year of the Republic of China that negotiations should be held for the cessation of the civil war and the restoration of peace. On January 14 of the same year, the Communist Party of China issued a statement agreeing to this proposal of the Kuomintang government at Nanking and putting forward 8 terms as the basis for the peace negotiations between the two sides. These terms are as follows: punish the war criminals, abolish the bogus constitution, abolish the bogus constituted authority, reorganize all reactionary troops on democratic principles, confiscate bureaucrat capital, reform the land system, abrogate treasonable treaties, convene a new political consultative conference without the participation of reactionary elements and form a democratic coalition government to take over all the power and authority of the reactionary Nanking Kuomintang government and of its subordinate governments at all levels. These 8 basic terms were agreed to by the national government at Nanking. Thereupon, the Communist Party of China and the national government at Nanking appointed their respective delegations, fully empowered to conduct negotiations and to sign an agreement. The delegates of both parties met in Peeping, have affirmed first of all that the national government at Nanking should bear the full responsibility for the present civil war and for all its erroneous policies and have agreed to conclude this agreement. Section 1. Article 1. In order to distinguish between right and wrong and to establish responsibility, the delegation of the Communist Party of China and the delegation of the national government at Nanking, hereinafter referred to as both sides, affirm that, as a matter of principle, punishment shall be meted out to the war criminals of the national government at Nanking who are held responsible for launching and prosecuting the present civil war, but that they will be dealt with on the merits of each case in accordance with the following conditions. Item 1. All war criminals, no matter who they are, may be cleared of the charge of being war criminals and treated with leniency, provided they show by actual deeds that they are really sincere in distinguishing right from wrong and are determined to make a clean break with their past, thus facilitating the progress of the cause of the Chinese people's liberation and the peaceful settlement of the internal problem. Item 2. All incorrigible war criminals, no matter who they are, shall be severely punished if they obstruct the progress of the cause of the people's liberation, hinder the peaceful settlement of the internal problem, or go so far as to instigate rebellion. The Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission will be responsible for suppressing the ringleaders of rebellion. Article 2. Both sides affirm that the national government at Nanking was wrong in pronouncing General Yasuji Okamura, war criminal in the Japanese aggression against China, not guilty and releasing him on January 26 of the 38th year of the Republic of China and in granting permission on January 31 of the same year for the repatriation to Japan of 260 other Japanese war criminals. The cases of all these Japanese war criminals shall be reopened as soon as the Democratic Coalition Government of China, the new central government representing the people throughout China, is formed. Section 2. Article 3. Both sides affirm that the Constitution of the Republic of China, adopted by the National Assembly convened by the national government at Nanking in November of the 35th year of the Republic of China, shall be abolished. Article 4. After the abolition of the Constitution of the Republic of China, the fundamental law to be observed by the state and the people shall be determined in accordance with the resolutions of the new Political Consultative Conference and the Democratic Coalition Government. Section 3. Article 5. Both sides affirm that the entire legally constituted authority of the national government at Nanking shall be abolished. Article 6. After the Democratic Coalition Government is formed, the People's Democratic Constituted Authority shall be established, and all reactionary laws and decrees shall be annulled in all places entered and taken over by the People's Liberation Army. Section 4. Article 7. Both sides affirm that all armed forces under the Nanking National Government, all the ground, naval, and air forces, gendarmerie, communications police corps, local troops, all military institutions, academies, factories, rear service establishments, etc., shall be reorganized into the People's Liberation Army on democratic principles. After the signing of the Agreement on Internal Peace, a National Reorganization Committee shall be established at once to take charge of this work of reorganization. The Reorganization Committee is to consist of 7 to 9 members, 4 to 5 of whom shall be appointed by the People's Revolutionary Military Commission, and 3 to 4 by the national government at Nanking, with one of the members appointed by the People's Revolutionary Military Commission serving as chairman and one of the members appointed by the national government at Nanking serving as vice chairman. In places entered and taken over by the People's Liberation Army, regional subcommittees of the Reorganization Committee may be established as required. The proportion of the members of both sides in the subcommittees and the allocation of the posts of chairman and vice chairman shall be the same as in the National Reorganization Committee. A Reorganization Committee shall be established for the Navy and another for the Air Force. All matters relating to the People's Liberation Army's entry into, and taking over of, the areas at present administered by the national government at Nanking shall be decided by orders issued by the Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission. The armed forces of the national government at Nanking must not resist the entry of the People's Liberation Army. Article 8. Both sides agree that the reorganization plan in each region shall be carried out in 2 stages. Item 1. The first stage assembling and regrouping. Point 1. All the armed forces under the Nanking National Government, ground, naval, and air forces, gendarmerie, communications police corps, local troops, etc., shall be assembled and regrouped. The principle of regrouping shall be as follows: the Reorganization Committee shall, on the basis of the actual local conditions, order such armed forces in the areas entered and taken over by the People's Liberation Army to move, area by area and stage by stage, to the designated places for assembling and regrouping, according to their original designations, formations, and numerical strength. Point 2. Before the People's Liberation Army enters and takes over, all the armed forces under the Nanking National Government shall be held responsible for maintaining local order and preventing any acts of sabotage where they are stationed, in all large and small cities, along important lines of communication and rivers, at seaports, and in the villages. Point 3. In the above-mentioned places, when the People's Liberation Army enters and takes over, the armed forces under the Nanking National Government shall, in accordance with the orders of the Reorganization Committee and its subcommittees, hand over peacefully and move to the designated places. While moving to the designated places and after arriving there, the armed forces under the Nanking National Government shall observe strict discipline and shall not disturb local order. Point 4. When, in compliance with the orders of the Reorganization Committee and its subcommittees, the armed forces under the Nanking National Government leave their original stations, the local police or peace preservation corps stationed in those places shall not withdraw, but shall be responsible for maintaining local peace and order and shall obey the directions and orders of the People's Liberation Army. Point 5. The Reorganization Committee, its subcommittees, and the local governments shall be responsible for providing all the armed forces of the Nanking National Government which are being moved or assembled with necessary supplies, such as grain, fodder, bedding, and clothing. Point 6. The Reorganization Committee and its subcommittees shall, according to the actual conditions in various areas, order the authorities of the Nanking National Government to hand over, area by area and stage by stage, all its military establishments, institutions, schools, factories, storehouses, and the like, belonging to all its organizations ranging from the Ministry of National Defense to the Combined Rear Service Headquarters, all its military installations, naval ports, forts, air bases and the like, and all its military supplies to the People's Liberation Army and the latter's military control commissions in various places. Item 2. The second stage reorganization area by area. Point 1. After the ground forces under the Nanking National Government, infantry, cavalry, special arms, gendarmerie, communications police corps and local troops, have moved to the designated places and have been assembled and regrouped, area by area and stage by stage, the Reorganization Committee shall, according to the actual conditions in different areas, draw up plans for their reorganization area by area and carry out these plans at specified times. The principle of reorganization shall be that all the above-mentioned ground forces, after being assembled and regrouped, shall be reorganized into regular units of the People's Liberation Army in conformity with its democratic system and regular structure. The Reorganization Committee and its subcommittees shall be responsible for handling the cases of those soldiers who have been found eligible for retirement because of age or disability and who wish to retire, as well as the cases of those officers and non-commissioned officers who wish to retire or take up other occupations. The committees shall provide them with facilities to return home and with means of livelihood, so that everyone will be properly placed and no one will commit misdeeds because he lacks means of support. Point 2. After the naval and air forces under the Nanking National Government have moved to the designated places and been assembled and regrouped, area by area and stage by stage, they shall be reorganized according to their original designations, formations, and numerical strength by the Navy and Air Force Reorganization Committees, in conformity with the democratic system of the People's Liberation Army. Point 3. All the armed forces under the Nanking National Government, after being reorganized into the People's Liberation Army, must strictly observe the 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention of the People's Liberation Army and loyally abide by the military and political systems of the People's Liberation Army, without any violation. Point 4. The officers and men who have retired after reorganization must respect the local people's governments and obey the laws and decrees of the people's government. The people's governments and the people of various localities shall be considerate of these retired officers and men and shall not discriminate against them. Article 9. After the signing of the Agreement on Internal Peace, all the armed forces under the Nanking national government must cease conscripting or recruiting soldiers or other personnel. They must be responsible for protecting all their arms and ammunition, equipment, military institutions and installations and military materiel, and must not destroy, conceal, transfer, or sell any of them. Article 10. After the signing of the Agreement on Internal Peace, the national government at Nanking must, in case any of its armed forces refuses to carry out the reorganization plan, assist the People's Liberation Army to enforce the reorganization plan and ensure its thorough execution. Section 5. Article 11. Both sides agree that all bureaucrat capitalist enterprises and property, including banks, factories, mines, vessels, companies, and shops, acquired or seized during the rule of the national government at Nanking through the use of political prerogatives and the influence of wealth and position shall be confiscated and become the property of the state. Article 12. In areas not yet entered and taken over by the People's Liberation Army, the national government at Nanking shall be held responsible for supervising the bureaucrat capitalist enterprises and property mentioned in Article 11 so that no theft or concealment, damage, transfer or secret sale shall occur. Assets which have already been moved shall be frozen wherever found, and their being subsequently removed, transported abroad or damaged shall not be permitted. Bureaucrat capitalist enterprises and property located abroad shall be declared the property of the state. Article 13. In areas already entered and taken over by the People's Liberation Army, the bureaucrat capitalist enterprises and property mentioned in Article 11 shall be confiscated by the local military control commissions or institutions authorized by the Democratic Coalition government. Private shares in them, if any, shall be investigated, after they have been verified as being in fact private and not secretly transferred bureaucrat capital, they shall be recognized, and their owners shall be permitted to remain shareholders or to withdraw their shares. Article 14. Bureaucrat capitalist enterprises dating from the period prior to the rule of the national government at Nanking, as well as those dating from the period of the rule of the national government at Nanking, which are neither large nor harmful to the national economy and the people's livelihood, shall not be confiscated. But among these, the enterprises and property of certain persons who have committed criminal offenses, such as reactionaries guilty of heinous crimes which have been reported by the people and confirmed, shall be confiscated. Article 15. In cities not yet entered and taken over by the People's Liberation Army, the provincial, municipal and county governments under the national government at Nanking shall be responsible for protecting the people's democratic forces and their activities in the locality and must not suppress or injure them. Section 6. Article 16. Both sides affirm that the feudal system of land ownership in the rural areas of China shall be reformed step by step. After the entry of the People's Liberation Army, reduction of rent and interest shall generally be carried out first and distribution of land later. Article 17. In areas not yet entered and taken over by the People's Liberation Army, the local governments under the national government at Nanking shall be responsible for protecting the organizations of the peasant masses and their activities and must not suppress or damage them. Section 7. Article 18. Both sides agree that all treaties and agreements concluded with foreign states during the rule of the national government at Nanking and other diplomatic documents and archives, open or secret, shall be handed over by the national government at Nanking to the Democratic Coalition government and examined by the Democratic Coalition government. All treaties or agreements which are detrimental to the Chinese people and their state, especially those which are in the nature of selling out the rights of the state, shall be either abrogated or revised, or new treaties and agreements shall be concluded instead, as the case may be. Section 8. Article 19. Both sides agree that after the signing of the Agreement on Internal Peace and before the formation of the Democratic Coalition government, the national government at Nanking and its UN, ministries, commissions and other organs shall temporarily continue to function but must consult the Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission in the conduct of affairs and assist the People's Liberation Army in matters relating to the taking over and handing over of the various areas. After the formation of the democratic coalition government, the national government at Nanking shall immediately hand over to the democratic coalition government and proclaim its own termination. Article 20. Upon the handing over of the national government at Nanking and its local governments at various levels and all their subordinate organs, the People's Liberation Army, the local people's governments and the democratic coalition government of China shall take care to enlist all the patriotic and useful persons among the former's personnel, give them democratic education and assign them to suitable posts so that they will not become destitute and homeless. Article 21. Before the People's Liberation Army enters and takes over, the national government at Nanking and its subordinate local governments in the provinces, cities, and counties shall be responsible for maintaining peace and order in their respective areas, looking after and protecting all government organizations and state-owned enterprises, including banks, factories, mines, railways, postal and telegraph offices, aircraft, vessels, companies, warehouses and all communications facilities, and other movable and immovable properties belonging to the state, and no destruction, loss, removal, concealment, or sale is permitted. Books, archives, antiques, valuables, bullion, foreign currencies and all properties and assets which have been removed or concealed shall be frozen at once wherever they are found, pending their takeover. As for those properties which have been sent abroad or were originally abroad, the national government at Nanking shall be responsible for their recovery and safekeeping and be prepared to hand them over. Article 22. All the powers as well as the properties and assets of the state in areas already entered and taken over by the People's Liberation Army shall be taken over by the local military control commissions, the local people's governments or institutions authorized by the coalition government. Article 23. After the agreement on internal peace has been signed by the delegation of the national government at Nanking and carried out by that government, the delegation of the Communist Party of China will take the responsibility of proposing to the preparatory committee of the new political consultative conference that the national government at Nanking should be permitted to send a number of patriotic persons as representatives to the conference, after securing the approval of its preparatory committee. The representatives of the national government at Nanking may attend the new political consultative conference. Article 24. After the national government at Nanking has sent its representatives to the new political consultative conference, the Communist Party of China will take the responsibility of proposing to the conference that in the interests of cooperation there should be included in the democratic coalition government a number of patriotic persons from the national government at Nanking. The delegations of both sides declare, "We hereby assume the responsibility of signing this agreement for the sake of the liberation of the Chinese people and the independence and freedom of the Chinese nation and for the sake of an early conclusion of the war and the restoration of peace so that the commencement of the great task of production and construction on a nationwide scale will be facilitated and so that our country and people will steadily attain prosperity, strength, and well-being. It is hoped that the people of the entire country will unite as one to struggle for the complete fulfillment of this agreement. This agreement shall enter into force immediately upon signature." Proclamation of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. April 25, 1949. The Kuomintang reactionaries have rejected the terms for peace and persist in their stand of waging a criminal war against the nation and the people. The people all over the country hope that the People's Liberation Army will speedily wipe out the Kuomintang reactionaries. We have ordered the People's Liberation Army to advance courageously, wipe out all reactionary Kuomintang troops who dare to resist, arrest all the incorrigible war criminals, liberate the people of the whole country, safeguard China's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence, and bring about the genuine unification of the country, which the whole people long for. We earnestly hope that people in all walks of life will assist the People's Liberation Army wherever it goes. We hereby proclaim the following 8-point covenant by which we, together with the whole people, shall abide. 1. Protect the lives and property of all the people. People in all walks of life, irrespective of class, belief, or occupation, are expected to maintain order and adopt a cooperative attitude towards the People's Liberation Army. The People's Liberation Army on its part will adopt a cooperative attitude towards people in all walks of life. Counter-revolutionaries or other saboteurs who seize the opportunity to create disturbances, loot or sabotage shall be severely dealt with. To protect the industrial, commercial, agricultural, and livestock enterprises of the national bourgeoisie. All privately owned factories, shops, banks, warehouses, vessels, wharves, farms, livestock farms, and other enterprises will without exception be protected against any encroachment. It is hoped that workers and employees in all occupations will maintain production as usual and that all shops will remain open as usual. 3. Confiscate bureaucrat capital. All factories, shops, banks, and warehouses, all vessels, wharves and railways, all postal, telegraph, electric light, telephone, and water supply services, and all farms, livestock farms, and other enterprises operated by the reactionary Kuomintang government and the big bureaucrats shall be taken over by the people's government. In such enterprises the private shares held by national capitalists engaged in industry, commerce, agriculture, or livestock raising shall be recognized, after their ownership is verified. All personnel working in bureaucrat capitalist enterprises must remain at their posts pending the takeover by the people's government and must assume responsibility for the safekeeping of all assets, machinery, charts, account books, records, etc., in preparation for the checkup and takeover. Those who render useful service in this connection will be rewarded, those who obstruct or sabotage will be punished. Those desiring to go on working after the takeover by the people's government will be given employment commensurate with their abilities so that they will not become destitute and homeless. 4. Protect all public and private schools, hospitals, cultural and educational institutions, athletic fields, and other public welfare establishments. It is hoped that all personnel in these institutions will remain at their posts, the People's Liberation Army will protect them from molestation. 5. Except for the incorrigible war criminals and counter-revolutionaries who have committed the most heinous crimes, the People's Liberation Army and the People's Government will not hold captive, arrest or subject to indignity any officials, whether high or low, in the Kuomintang central, provincial, municipal and county governments, deputies to the National Assembly, members of the Legislative and Control Yuans, members of the political consultative councils, police officers, and district, township, village, and Pauchia 1 officials, so long as they do not offer armed resistance or plot sabotage. All these persons are enjoined, pending the takeover, to stay at their posts, abide by the orders and decrees of the People's Liberation Army and the People's Government and assume responsibility for the safekeeping of all the assets and records of their offices. The People's Government will permit the employment of those among them who can make themselves useful in some kind of work and have not committed any grave reactionary act or other flagrant misdeed. Punishment shall be meted out to those who seize the opportunity to engage in sabotage, theft, or embezzlement, or abscond with public funds, assets, or records, or refuse to give an accounting. 6. In order to ensure peace and security in both cities and rural areas and to maintain public order, all stragglers and disbanded soldiers are required to report and surrender to the People's Liberation Army or the People's Government in their localities. No action will be taken against those who voluntarily do so and hand over their arms. Those who refuse to report or who conceal their arms shall be arrested and investigated. Persons who shelter stragglers and disbanded soldiers and do not report them to the authorities shall be duly punished. 7. The feudal system of land ownership in the rural areas is irrational and should be abolished. To abolish it, however, preparations must be made and the necessary steps taken. Generally speaking, the reduction of rent and interest should come first and land distribution later. Only after the People's Liberation Army has arrived at a place and worked there for a considerable time will it be possible to speak of solving the land problem in earnest. The peasant masses should organize themselves and help the People's Liberation Army to carry out the various initial reforms. They should also work hard at their farming so as to prevent the present level of agricultural production from falling and should then raise it step by step to improve their own livelihood and supply the people of the cities with commodity grain. Urban land and buildings cannot be dealt with in the same way as the problem of rural land. 8. Protect the lives and property of foreign nationals. It is hoped that all foreign nationals will follow their usual pursuits and observe order. All foreign nationals must abide by the orders and decrees of the People's Liberation Army and the People's Government and must not engage in espionage, act against the cause of China's national independence and the People's Liberation, or harbor Chinese war criminals, counter-revolutionaries or other lawbreakers. Otherwise, they shall be dealt with according to law by the People's Liberation Army and the People's Government. The People's Liberation Army is highly disciplined, it is fair in buying and selling and is not allowed to take even a needle or a piece of thread from the people. It is hoped that the people throughout the country will live and work in peace and will not give credence to rumors or raise false alarms. This proclamation is hereby issued in all sincerity and earnestness. Mao Zedong, Chairman of the Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission. Chu Tai, Commander-in-Chief of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. On the outrages by British warships. One statement by the spokesman of the General Headquarters of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. April 30, 1949. This statement was drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the spokesman of the General Headquarters of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. It expressed the solemn stand of the Chinese people who fear no threats and resolutely oppose imperialist aggression. It also set forth the foreign policy of the new China which was soon to be established. We denounce the preposterous statement of the warmonger Churchill. 2. In the British House of Commons on April 26, Churchill demanded that the British government should send 2 aircraft carriers to the Far East for effective power of retaliation. What are you retaliating for, Mr. Churchill? British warships together with Kuomintang warships intruded into the defense area of the Chinese People's Liberation Army and fired on the People's Liberation Army, causing no less than 252 casualties among our loyal and gallant fighters. Since the British have trespassed on Chinese territory and committed so great a crime, the People's Liberation Army has good reason to demand that the British government admit its wrongdoing, apologize and make compensation. Isn't this what you should do, instead of dispatching forces to China to retaliate against the Chinese People's Liberation Army? Prime Minister Attlee's statement is also wrong. 3. Britain, he said, has the right to send her warships into China's Yangtze River. The Yangtze is an inland waterway of China. What right have you British to send in your warships? You have no such right. The Chinese people will defend their territory and sovereignty and absolutely will not permit encroachment by foreign governments. Attlee said that the People's Liberation Army would be prepared to allow the ship the Amethyst to proceed to Nanking but only on condition that she should assist the People's Liberation Army to cross the Yangtze. Attlee lied. The People's Liberation Army gave no permission to the Amethyst to proceed to Nanking. The People's Liberation Army does not want the armed forces of any foreign country to help it cross the Yangtze or to do anything else. On the contrary, the People's Liberation Army demands that Britain, the United States and France quickly withdraw their armed forces, their warships, military aircraft, and marines stationed in the Yangtze and Huangpu rivers and other parts of China from China's territorial inland waters, seas, land and air, and that they refrain from helping the enemy of the Chinese people to wage civil war. The Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission and the People's Government have so far not established diplomatic relations with any foreign government. The Chinese People's Revolutionary Military Commission and the People's Government will protect those foreign nationals in China who are engaged in legitimate pursuits. They are willing to consider the establishment of diplomatic relations with foreign countries. Such relations must be based on equality, mutual benefit, mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity and, first of all, on no help being given to the Kuomintang reactionaries. They will tolerate no act of intimidation by any foreign government. A foreign government which wishes to consider establishing diplomatic relations with us must sever relations with the remnant Kuomintang forces and withdraw its armed forces from China. Attlee complained that the Communist Party of China, having no diplomatic relations with foreign countries, was unwilling to have contacts with the old diplomatic personnel of foreign governments, consuls recognized by the Kuomintang. Such complaints are groundless. In the past few years, the governments of the United States, Britain, Canada, etc. have helped the Kuomintang to oppose us. Can Mr. Italy have forgotten this? Can it also be that Mr. Italy does not know which country gave the Kuomintang the Chungking for the heavy cruiser which was recently sunk? Address to the preparatory meeting of the new Political Consultative Conference. June 15, 1949. Fellow delegates. Today we are holding the inaugural session of the preparatory meeting of the new Political Consultative Conference. 1. The task of this meeting is to complete all necessary preparations and speedily convene the new Political Consultative Conference, which will form a democratic coalition government in order to lead the people of the whole country in eliminating the remnant forces of Kuomintang reaction and unifying all China as swiftly as possible, and in carrying out, systematically and step by step, country-wide construction in the political, economic, and cultural fields and in national defense. This is what the people of the whole country expect us to do, and we must do it. The convening of the new Political Consultative Conference was proposed to the people of the whole country by the Communist Party of China on May 1, 1948. 2. The proposal obtained a quick response from the democratic parties, people's organizations, democratic personages in all walks of life throughout China, the country's minority nationalities and the overseas Chinese. The Communist Party of China, the democratic parties, people's organizations, democratic personages in all walks of life, minority nationalities, and overseas Chinese all hold that we must overthrow the rule of imperialism, feudalism, bureaucrat capitalism and the Kuomintang reactionaries, convene a political consultative conference of representatives of all the democratic parties, people's organizations, democratic personages in all walks of life, minority nationalities, and overseas Chinese. Proclaim the founding of the People's Republic of China and elect a democratic coalition government to represent it. Only thus can our great motherland free herself from a semi-colonial and semi-feudal fate and take the road of independence, freedom, peace, unity, strength, and prosperity. This is a common political basis. It is the common political basis for the united struggle of the Communist Party of China, the democratic parties, people's organizations, democratic personages in all walks of life, minority nationalities, and overseas Chinese. It is also the common political basis for the united struggle of the whole people. So firm is this political basis that no serious-minded democratic party, people's organization, or democratic personage has expressed any differences of opinion, and all hold that this is the only road which leads in the right direction for solving all China's problems. The people of the whole country supporting their own People's Liberation Army have won the war. This great People's War of Liberation, begun in July 1946, has now lasted 3 years. The war was launched by the Kuomintang reactionaries with the help they received from foreign imperialism. In unleashing this civil war against the people, the Kuomintang reactionaries perfidiously and unscrupulously tore up the truce agreement and the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference of January 1946. But in 3 short years they have been defeated by the heroic People's Liberation Army. Not long ago, after the Kuomintang reactionaries' peace plot was exposed, the People's Liberation Army bravely advanced and crossed the Yangtze River. Nanking, the capital of the Kuomintang reactionaries, is now in our hands. Shanghai, Hangzhou, Nanchang, Wuhan, and Xi'an have been liberated. At this very moment, the field armies of the People's Liberation Army are conducting a great march unprecedented in Chinese history into the southern and northwestern provinces. In 3 years the People's Liberation Army has wiped out a total of 5,590,000 of the reactionary Kuomintang troops. Now the remnants of the Kuomintang forces number only about 1,500,000, including regulars, irregulars and those in the military establishments and academies in the rear. It will still take some time to mop up these enemy remnants, but not long. This is a victory for the people of all China, and also a victory for the peoples of the whole world. The whole world, except the imperialists and the reactionaries in various countries, is elated and inspired by this great victory of the Chinese people. The struggle of the Chinese people against their own enemies and the struggles of the peoples of the world against their own enemies have the same meaning. The people of China and the peoples of the world have all witnessed the fact that the imperialists have directed the Chinese reactionaries ruthlessly to oppose the Chinese people by means of a counter-revolutionary war, and that the Chinese people have triumphantly overthrown the reactionaries by means of a revolutionary war. Here, I think it is necessary to call people's attention to the fact that the imperialists and their running dogs, the Chinese reactionaries, will not resign themselves to defeat in this land of China. They will continue to gang up against the Chinese people in every possible way. For example, they will smuggle their agents into China to sow dissension and make trouble. That is certain, they will never neglect these activities. To take another example, they will incite the Chinese reactionaries, and even throw in their own forces, to blockade China's ports. They will do this as long as it is possible. Furthermore, if they still hanker after adventures, they will send some of their troops to invade and harass China's frontiers. This, too, is not impossible. All this we must take fully into account. Just because we have won victory, we must never relax our vigilance against the frenzied plots for revenge by the imperialists and their running dogs. Whoever relaxes vigilance will disarm himself politically and land himself in a passive position. In view of these circumstances, the people all over the country must unite to smash resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely every plot against the Chinese people by the imperialists and their running dogs, the Chinese reactionaries. China must be independent, China must be liberated, China's affairs must be decided and run by the Chinese people themselves, and no further interference, not even the slightest, will be tolerated from any imperialist country. The Chinese Revolution is a revolution of the broad masses of the whole nation. Everybody is our friend, except the imperialists, the feudalists, and the bureaucrat capitalists, the Kuomintang reactionaries and their accomplices. We have a broad and solid revolutionary united front. This united front is so broad that it includes the working class, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. This united front is so solid that it possesses the resolute will and the inexhaustible capacity to defeat every enemy and overcome every difficulty. The epoch we are living in is an epoch in which the imperialist system is heading for total collapse. The imperialists have fallen inextricably into crisis, and, no matter how they continue to oppose the Chinese people will always have a way to win final victory. EP. At the same time, we proclaim to the whole world that what we oppose is exclusively the imperialist system and its plots against the Chinese people. We are willing to discuss with any foreign government the establishment of diplomatic relations on the basis of the principles of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, provided it is willing to sever relations with the Chinese reactionaries, stops conspiring with them or helping them, and adopts an attitude of genuine, and not hypocritical, friendship towards People's China. The Chinese people wish to have friendly cooperation with the people of all countries and to resume and expand international trade in order to develop production and promote economic prosperity. Fellow delegates, all the conditions are ripe for us to convene the new political consultative conference and to form a democratic coalition government. The people throughout the country are most eagerly expecting us to convene the conference and form the government. I believe the work we have now begun will fulfill this hope, and do so before long. Upon the formation of China's democratic coalition government, its central tasks will be, 1. To mop up the remnants of the reactionaries and suppress their trouble-making, and, 2. To do everything possible and make the utmost effort to restore and develop the people's economy and, at the same time, to restore and develop the people's culture and education. The Chinese people will see that, once China's destiny is in the hands of the people, China, like the sun rising in the east, will illuminate every corner of the land with a brilliant flame, swiftly clean up the mire left by the reactionary government, heal the wounds of war and build a new, powerful, and prosperous People's Republic worthy of the name. Long live the People's Republic of China! Long live the Democratic Coalition Government! Long live the great unity of the people of the whole country. On the people's democratic dictatorship. In commemoration of the 28th anniversary of the Communist Party of China. June 30, 1949. The 1st of July 1949 marks the fact that the Communist Party of China has already lived through 28 years. Like a man, a political party has its childhood, youth, manhood and old age. The Communist Party of China is no longer a child or a lad in his teens but has become an adult. When a man reaches old age, he will die. The same is true of a party. When classes disappear, all instruments of class struggle parties and the state machinery will lose their function, cease to be necessary, therefore gradually wither away and end their historical mission, and human society will move to a higher stage. We are the opposite of the political parties of the bourgeoisie. They are afraid to speak of the extinction of classes, state power, and parties. We, on the contrary, declare openly that we are striving hard to create the very conditions which will bring about their extinction. The leadership of the Communist Party and the state power of the people's dictatorship are such conditions. Anyone who does not recognize this truth is no communist. Young comrades who have not studied Marxism-Leninism and have only recently joined the party may not yet understand this truth. They must understand it, only then can they have a correct world outlook. They must understand that the road to the abolition of classes, to the abolition of state power and to the abolition of parties is the road all mankind must take. It is only a question of time and conditions. Communists the world over are wiser than the bourgeoisie. They understand the laws governing the existence and development of things, they understand dialectics and they can see farther. The bourgeoisie does not welcome this truth because it does not want to be overthrown. To be overthrown is painful and is unbearable to contemplate for those overthrown, for example, for the Kuomintang reactionaries whom we are now overthrowing and for Japanese imperialism which we together with other peoples overthrew some time ago. But for the working class, the laboring people and the Communist Party the question is not one of being overthrown, but of working hard to create the conditions in which classes, state power and political parties will die out very naturally and mankind will enter the realm of great harmony. 1. We have mentioned in passing the long-range perspective of human progress in order to explain clearly the problems we are about to discuss. As everyone knows, our party passed through these 28 years not in peace but amid hardships, for we had to fight enemies, both foreign and domestic, both inside and outside the party. We thank Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin for giving us a weapon. This weapon is not a machine gun, but Marxism-Leninism. In his book Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder written in 1920, Lenin described the quest of the Russians for revolutionary theory. 2. Only after several decades of hardship and suffering did the Russians find Marxism. Many things in China were the same as, or similar to, those in Russia before the October Revolution. There was the same feudal oppression. There was similar economic and cultural backwardness. Both countries were backward, China even more so. In both countries alike, for the sake of national regeneration, progressives braved hard and bitter struggles in their quest for revolutionary truth. From the time of China's defeat in the Opium War of 1843, Chinese progressives went through untold hardships in their quest for truth from the Western countries. Hung Xiuquan 4, Kong Yue 5, Yanfu 6 and Sun Yat-sen were representative of those who had looked to the West for truth before the Communist Party of China was born. Chinese who then sought progress would read any book containing the new knowledge from the West. The number of students sent to Japan, Britain, the United States, France, and Germany was amazing. At home, the imperial examinations 7 were abolished and modern schools sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Every effort was made to learn from the West. In my youth, I too engaged in such studies. They represented the culture of Western bourgeois democracy, including the social theories and natural sciences of that period, and they were called the New Learning in contrast to Chinese feudal culture, which was called the Old Learning. For quite a long time, those who had acquired the New Learning felt confident that it would save China, and very few of them had any doubts on this score, as the adherents of the old learning had. Only modernization could save China, only learning from foreign countries could modernize China. Among the foreign countries, only the Western capitalist countries were then progressive, as they had successfully built modern bourgeois states. The Japanese had been successful in learning from the West, and the Chinese also wished to learn from the Japanese. The Chinese in those days regarded Russia as backward, and few wanted to learn from her. That was how the Chinese tried to learn from foreign countries in the period from the 1840s to the beginning of the 20th century. Imperialist aggression shattered the fond dreams of the Chinese about learning from the West. It was very odd, why were the teachers always committing aggression against their pupil? The Chinese learned a good deal from the West, but they could not make it work and were never able to realize their ideals. Their repeated struggles, including such a countrywide movement as the Revolution of 1911, all ended in failure. Day by day, conditions in the country got worse, and life was made impossible. Doubts arose, increased, and deepened. World War I shook the whole globe. The Russians made the October Revolution and created the world's first socialist state. Under the leadership of Lenin and Stalin, the revolutionary energy of the great proletariat and laboring people of Russia, hitherto latent and unseen by foreigners, suddenly erupted like a volcano, and the Chinese and all mankind began to see the Russians in a new light. Then, and only then, did the Chinese enter an entirely new era in their thinking and their life. They found Marxism-Leninism, the universally applicable truth, and the face of China began to change. It was through the Russians that the Chinese found Marxism. Before the October Revolution, the Chinese were not only ignorant of Lenin and Stalin, they did not even know of Marx and Engels. The salvos of the October Revolution brought us Marxism-Leninism. The October Revolution helped progressives in China, as throughout the world, to adopt the proletarian world outlook as the instrument for studying a nation's destiny and considering anew their own problems. Follow the path of the Russians, that was their conclusion. In 1919, the May 4th movement took place in China. In 1921, the Communist Party of China was founded. Sun Yat-sen, in the depths of despair, came across the October Revolution and the Communist Party of China. He welcomed the October Revolution, welcomed Russian help to the Chinese, and welcomed cooperation of the Communist Party of China. Then Sun Yat-sen died and Chiang Kai-shek rose to power. Over a long period of 22 years, Chiang Kai-shek dragged China into ever more hopeless straits. In this period, during the anti-fascist Second World War, in which the Soviet Union was the main force, 3 big imperialist powers were knocked out, while 2 others were weakened. In the whole world, only one big imperialist power, the United States of America, remained uninjured. But the United States faced a grave domestic crisis. It wanted to enslave the whole world. It supplied arms to help Chiang Kai-shek slaughter several million Chinese. Under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, the Chinese people, after driving out Japanese imperialism, waged the People's War of Liberation for 3 years and have basically won victory. Thus Western bourgeois civilization, bourgeois democracy, and the plan for a bourgeois republic have all gone bankrupt in the eyes of the Chinese people. Bourgeois democracy has given way to people's democracy under the leadership of the working class, and the bourgeois republic to the people's republic. This has made it possible to achieve socialism and communism through the People's Republic, to abolish classes and enter a world of great harmony. Kang Yu wrote Ta Tung Shu, or the Book of Great Harmony, but he did not and could not find the way to achieve great harmony. There are bourgeois republics in foreign lands, but China cannot have a bourgeois republic because she is a country suffering under imperialist oppression. The only way is through a people's republic led by the working class. All other ways have been tried and failed. Of the people who hankered after those ways, some have fallen, some have awakened, and some are changing their ideas. Events are developing so swiftly that many feel the abruptness of the change and the need to learn anew. This state of mind is understandable, and we welcome this worthy desire to learn anew. The vanguard of the Chinese proletariat learned Marxism-Leninism after the October Revolution and founded the Communist Party of China. It entered at once into political struggles and only now, after a tortuous course of 28 years, has it won basic victory. From our 28 years' experience we have drawn a conclusion similar to the one Sun Yat-sen drew in his testament from his experience of 40 years, that is, we are deeply convinced that to win victory, we must arouse the masses of the people and unite in a common struggle with those nations of the world which treat us as equals. Sun Yat-sen had a world outlook different from ours and started from a different class standpoint in studying and tackling problems, yet, in the 1920s he reached a conclusion basically the same as ours on the question of how to struggle against imperialism. 24 years have passed since Sun Yat-sen's death, and the Chinese Revolution, led by the Communist Party of China, has made tremendous advances both in theory and practice and has radically changed the face of China. Up to now the principal and fundamental experience the Chinese people have gained is twofold. 1. Internally, arouse the masses of the people. That is, unite the working class, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie, form a domestic united front under the leadership of the working class, and advance from this to the establishment of a state which is a people's democratic dictatorship under the leadership of the working class and based on the alliance of workers and peasants. 2. Externally, unite in a common struggle with those nations of the world which treat us as equals and unite with the peoples of all countries. That is, ally ourselves with the Soviet Union, with the people's democracies and with the proletariat and the broad masses of the people in all other countries, and form an international united front. You are leaning to one side. Exactly. The 40 years' experience of Sun Yat-sen and the 28 years' experience of the Communist Party have taught us to lean to one side, and we are firmly convinced that in order to win victory and consolidate it we must lean to one side. In the light of the experiences accumulated in these 40 years and these 28 years, all Chinese without exception must lean either to the side of imperialism or to the side of socialism. Sitting on the fence will not do, nor is there a third road. We oppose the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries who lean to the side of imperialism, and we also oppose the illusions about a third road. You are too irritating. We are talking about how to deal with domestic and foreign reactionaries, the imperialists and their running dogs, not about how to deal with anyone else. With regard to such reactionaries, the question of irritating them or not does not arise. Irritated or not irritated, they will remain the same because they are reactionaries. Only if we draw a clear line between reactionaries and revolutionaries, expose the intrigues and plots of the reactionaries, arouse the vigilance and attention of the revolutionary ranks, heighten our will to fight and crush the enemy's arrogance, can we isolate the reactionaries, vanquish them or supersede them. We must not show the slightest timidity before a wild beast. We must learn from Wusung Nine on the Qingyang Ridge. As Wusung saw it, the tiger on Qingyang Ridge was a man-eater, whether irritated or not. Either kill the tiger or be eaten by him, one or the other. We want to do business. Quite right, business will be done. We are against no one except the domestic and foreign reactionaries who hinder us from doing business. Everybody should know that it is none other than the imperialists and their running dogs, the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries, who hinder us from doing business and also from establishing diplomatic relations with foreign countries. When we have beaten the internal and external reactionaries by uniting all domestic and international forces, we shall be able to do business and establish diplomatic relations with all foreign countries on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty. Victory is possible even without international help. This is a mistaken idea. In the epoch in which imperialism exists, it is impossible for a genuine people's revolution to win victory in any country without various forms of help from the international revolutionary forces, and even if victory were won, it could not be consolidated. This was the case with the victory and consolidation of the Great October Revolution, as Lenin and Stalin told us long ago. This was also the case with the overthrow of the three imperialist powers in World War II and the establishment of the people's democracies. And this is also the case with the present and the future of People's China. Just imagine. If the Soviet Union had not existed, if there had been no victory in the anti-fascist Second World War, if Japanese imperialism had not been defeated, if the people's democracies had not come into being, if the oppressed nations of the East were not rising in struggle, and if there were no struggle of the masses of the people against their reactionary rulers in the United States, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and other capitalist countries, if not for all these in combination, the international reactionary forces bearing down upon us would certainly be many times greater than now. In such circumstances, could we have won victory? Obviously not. And even with victory, there could be no consolidation. The Chinese people have had more than enough experience of this kind. This experience was reflected long ago in Sun Yat-sen's deathbed statement on the necessity of uniting with the international revolutionary forces. We need help from the British and US governments. This, too, is a naive idea in these times. Would the present rulers of Britain and the United States, who are imperialists, help a people state? Why do these countries do business with us, and, supposing they might be willing to lend us money on terms of mutual benefit in the future, why would they do so? Because their capitalists want to make money and their bankers want to earn interest to extricate themselves from their own crisis. It is not a matter of helping the Chinese people. The communist parties and progressive groups in these countries are urging their governments to establish trade and even diplomatic relations with us. This is goodwill, this is help, this cannot be mentioned in the same breath with the conduct of the bourgeoisie in the same countries. Throughout his life, Sun Yat-sen appealed countless times to the capitalist countries for help and got nothing but heartless rebuffs. Only once in his whole life did Sun Yat-sen receive foreign help, and that was Soviet help. Let readers refer to Dr. Sun Yat-sen's testament. His earnest advice was not to look for help from the imperialist countries but to unite with those nations of the world which treat us as equals. Dr. Sun had experience, he had suffered, he had been deceived. We should remember his words and not allow ourselves to be deceived again. Internationally, we belong to the side of the anti-imperialist front headed by the Soviet Union, and so we can turn only to the side for genuine and friendly help, not to the side of the imperialist front. You are dictatorial. My dear sirs, you are right, that is just what we are. All the experience the Chinese people have accumulated through several decades teaches us to enforce the people's democratic dictatorship, that is, to deprive the reactionaries of the right to speak and let the people alone have that right. Who are the people? At the present stage in China, they are the working class, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. These classes, led by the working class and the Communist Party, unite to form their own state and elect their own government. They enforce their dictatorship over the running dogs of imperialism, the landlord class and bureaucrat bourgeoisie, as well as the representatives of those classes. The Kuomintang reactionaries and their accomplices suppress them, allow them only to behave themselves and not to be unruly in word or deed. If they speak or act in an unruly way, they will be promptly stopped and punished. Democracy is practiced within the ranks of the people, who enjoy the rights of freedom of speech, assembly, association, and so on. The right to vote belongs only to the people, not to the reactionaries. The combination of these two aspects, democracy for the people and dictatorship over the reactionaries, is the people's democratic dictatorship. Why must things be done this way? The reason is quite clear to everybody. If things were not done this way, the revolution would fail, the people would suffer, the country would be conquered. Don't you want to abolish state power? Yes, we do, but not right now, we cannot do it yet. Why? Because imperialism still exists, because domestic reaction still exists, because classes still exist in our country. Our present task is to strengthen the people's state apparatus, mainly the people's army, the people's police and the people's courts in order to consolidate national defense and protect the people's interests. Given this condition, China can develop steadily, under the leadership of the working class and the Communist Party, from an agricultural into an industrial country and from a new democratic into a socialist and communist society, can abolish classes and realize the great harmony. The state apparatus, including the army, the police, and the courts, is the instrument by which one class oppresses another. It is an instrument for the oppression of antagonistic classes, it is violence and not benevolence. You are not benevolent. Quite so. We definitely do not apply a policy of benevolence to the reactionaries and towards the reactionary activities of the reactionary classes. Our policy of benevolence is applied only within the ranks of the people, not beyond them to the reactionaries or to the reactionary activities of reactionary classes. The people's state protects the people. Only when the people have such a state can they educate and remold themselves by democratic methods on a country-wide scale, with everyone taking part, and shake off the influence of domestic and foreign reactionaries, which is still very strong, will survive for a long time and cannot be quickly destroyed, rid themselves of the bad habits and ideas acquired in the old society, not allow themselves to be led astray by the reactionaries, and continue to advance towards a socialist and communist society. Here, the method we employ is democratic, the method of persuasion, not of compulsion. When anyone among the people breaks the law, he too should be punished, imprisoned, or even sentenced to death, but this is a matter of a few individual cases, and it differs in principle from the dictatorship exercised over the reactionaries as a class. As for the members of the reactionary classes and individual reactionaries, so long as they do not rebel, sabotage, or create trouble after their political power has been overthrown, land and work will be given to them as well in order to allow them to live and remold themselves through labor into new people. If they are not willing to work, the people's state will compel them to work. Propaganda and educational work will be done among them too and will be done, moreover, with as much care and thoroughness as among the captured army officers in the past. This, too, may be called a policy of benevolence if you like, but it is imposed by us on the members of the enemy classes and cannot be mentioned in the same breath with the work of self-education which we carry on within the ranks of the revolutionary people. Such remolding of members of the reactionary classes can be accomplished only by a state of the people's democratic dictatorship under the leadership of the Communist Party. When it is well done, China's major exploiting classes, the landlord class and the bureaucrat bourgeoisie, the monopoly capitalist class, will be eliminated for good. There remain the national bourgeoisie. At the present stage, we can already do a good deal of suitable educational work with many of them. When the time comes to realize socialism, that is, to nationalize private enterprise, we shall carry the work of educating and remolding them a step further. The people have a powerful state apparatus in their hands. There is no need to fear rebellion by the national bourgeoisie. The serious problem is the education of the peasantry. The peasant economy is scattered, and the socialization of agriculture, judging by the Soviet Union's experience, will require a long time and painstaking work. Without socialization of agriculture, there can be no complete, consolidated socialism. The steps to socialize agriculture must be coordinated with the development of a powerful industry having state enterprise as its backbone. 10. The state of the people's democratic dictatorship must systematically solve the problems of industrialization. Since it is not proposed to discuss economic problems in detail in this article, I shall not go into them further. In 1924 a famous manifesto was adopted at the Kuomintang's First National Congress, which Sun Yat-sen himself led and in which communists participated. The manifesto stated, "The so-called democratic system in modern states is usually monopolized by the bourgeoisie and has become simply an instrument for oppressing the common people. On the other hand, the Kuomintang's principle of democracy means a democratic system shared by all the common people and not privately owned by the few. Apart from the question of who leads whom, the principle of democracy stated above corresponds as a general political program to what we call people's democracy or new democracy. A state system which is shared only by the common people and which the bourgeoisie is not allowed to own privately. Add to this the leadership of the working class, and we have the state system of the people's democratic dictatorship. Chiang Kai-shek betrayed Sun Yat-sen and used the dictatorship of the bureaucrat bourgeoisie and the landlord class as an instrument for oppressing the common people of China. This counter-revolutionary dictatorship was enforced for 22 years and has only now been overthrown by the common people of China under our leadership. The foreign reactionaries who accuse us of practicing dictatorship or totalitarianism are the very persons who practice it. They practice the dictatorship or totalitarianism of one class, the bourgeoisie, over the proletariat and the rest of the people. They are the very persons Sun Yat-sen spoke of as the bourgeoisie of modern states who oppress the common people. And it is from these reactionary scoundrels that Chiang Kai-shek learned his counter-revolutionary dictatorship. Chu Shi, a philosopher of the Sung dynasty, wrote many books and made many remarks which are now forgotten, but one remark is still remembered: deal with a man as he deals with you. 11. This is just what we do, we deal with the imperialists and their running dogs, the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries, as they deal with us. That is all there is to it. Revolutionary dictatorship and counter-revolutionary dictatorship are by nature opposites, but the former was learned from the latter. Such learning is very important. If the revolutionary people do not master this method of ruling over the counter-revolutionary classes, they will not be able to maintain their state power. Domestic and foreign reaction will overthrow that power and restore its own rule over China, and disaster will befall the revolutionary people. The people's democratic dictatorship is based on the alliance of the working class, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie, and mainly on the alliance of the workers and the peasants, because these two classes comprise 80 to 90% of China's population. These two classes are the main force in overthrowing imperialism and the Kuomintang reactionaries. The transition from new democracy to socialism also depends mainly upon their alliance. The people's democratic dictatorship needs the leadership of the working class. For it is only the working class that is most far-sighted, most selfless, and most thoroughly revolutionary. The entire history of revolution proves that without the leadership of the working class revolution fails, and that with the leadership of the working class revolution triumphs. In the epoch of imperialism, in no country can any other class lead any genuine revolution to victory. This is clearly proved by the fact that the many revolutions led by China's petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie all failed. The national bourgeoisie at the present stage is of great importance. Imperialism, a most ferocious enemy, is still standing alongside us. China's modern industry still forms a very small proportion of the national economy. No reliable statistics are available, but it is estimated, on the basis of certain data, that before the War of Resistance against Japan the value of output of modern industry constituted only about 10% of the total value of output of the national economy. To counter imperialist oppression and to raise her backward economy to a higher level, China must utilize all the factors of urban and rural capitalism that are beneficial and not harmful to the national economy and the people's livelihood, and we must unite with the national bourgeoisie in common struggle. Our present policy is to regulate capitalism, not to destroy it. But the national bourgeoisie cannot be the leader of the revolution, nor should it have the chief role in state power. The reason it cannot be the leader of the revolution and should not have the chief role in state power is that the social and economic position of the national bourgeoisie determines its weakness. It lacks foresight and sufficient courage, and many of its members are afraid of the masses. Sun Yat-sen advocated arousing the masses of the people or giving assistance to the peasants and workers. But who is to arouse them or give assistance to them? Sun Yat-sen had the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie in mind. As a matter of fact, they cannot do so. Why did 40 years of revolution under Sun Yat-sen end in failure? Because in the epoch of imperialism the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie cannot lead any genuine revolution to victory. Our 28 years have been quite different. We have had much valuable experience. A well-disciplined party armed with the theory of Marxism-Leninism, using the method of self-criticism and linked with the masses of the people, An army under the leadership of such a party, a united front of all revolutionary classes and all revolutionary groups under the leadership of such a party, these are the three main weapons with which we have defeated the enemy. They distinguish us from our predecessors. Relying on them, we have won basic victory. We have traveled a tortuous road. We have struggled against opportunist deviations in our party, both right and left. Whenever we made serious mistakes on these three matters, the revolution suffered setbacks. Taught by mistakes and setbacks, we have become wiser and handle our affairs better. It is hard for any political party or person to avoid mistakes, but we should make as few as possible. Once a mistake is made, we should correct it, and the more quickly and thoroughly the better. To sum up our experience and concentrate it into one point, it is the people's democratic dictatorship under the leadership of the working class, through the Communist Party, and based upon the alliance of workers and peasants. This dictatorship must unite as one with the international revolutionary forces. This is our formula, our principal experience, our main program. 28 years of our party are a long period, in which we have accomplished only one thing: we have won basic victory in the Revolutionary War. This calls for celebration, because it is the people's victory, because it is a victory in a country as large as China. But we still have much work to do. To use the analogy of a journey, our past work is only the first step in a long march of 10,000 li. Remnants of the enemy have yet to be wiped out. The serious task of economic construction lies before us. We shall soon put aside some of the things we know well and be compelled to do things we don't know well. This means difficulties. The imperialists reckon that we will not be able to manage our economy. They are standing by and looking on, awaiting our failure. We must overcome difficulties. We must learn what we do not know. We must learn to do economic work from all who know how, no matter who they are. We must esteem them as teachers, learning from them respectfully and conscientiously. We must not pretend to know when we do not know. We must not put on bureaucratic airs. If we dig into a subject for several months, for a year or two, for 3 or 5 years, we shall eventually master it. At first some of the Soviet communists also were not very good at handling economic matters, and the imperialists awaited their failure too. But the Communist Party of the Soviet Union emerged victorious and, under the leadership of Lenin and Stalin, it learned not only how to make the revolution but also how to carry on construction. It has built a great and splendid socialist state. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union is our best teacher, and we must learn from it. The situation both at home and abroad is in our favor. We can rely fully on the weapon of the people's democratic dictatorship, unite the people throughout the country, the reactionaries excepted, and advance steadily to our goal. Cast away illusions, prepare for struggle. August 14, 1949. This article and the 4 that follow. Farewell, Leighton Stewart. Why it is necessary to discuss the white paper, friendship or aggression, and the bankruptcy of the idealist conception of history were commentaries written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Xinhua News Agency on the U.S. State Department's white paper and Dean Acheson's letter of transmittal. They exposed the imperialist nature of United States policy towards China, criticized the illusions about U.S. imperialism harbored by some of the bourgeois intellectuals in China, and gave a theoretical explanation of the reasons for the rise of the Chinese Revolution and for its victory. It is no accident that the U.S. State Department's white paper on China-U.S. relations and Secretary of State Acheson's letter of transmittal to President Truman I have been released at this time. The publication of these documents reflects the victory of the Chinese people and the defeat of imperialism. It reflects the decline of the entire world system of imperialism. The imperialist system is riddled with insuperable internal contradictions, and therefore the imperialists are plunged into deep gloom. Imperialism has prepared the conditions for its own doom. These conditions are the awakening of the great masses of the people in the colonies and semi-colonies and in the imperialist countries themselves. Imperialism has pushed the great masses of the people throughout the world into the historical epoch of the great struggle to abolish imperialism. Imperialism has prepared the material as well as the moral conditions for the struggle of the great masses of the people. The material conditions are factories, railways, firearms, artillery, and the like. Most of the powerful equipment of the Chinese People's Liberation Army comes from US imperialism, some comes from Japanese imperialism and some is of our own manufacture. The British aggression against China in 1842 was followed by the wars of aggression against China by the Anglo-French Allied forces, 3 by France, 4 by Japan, 5 and by the Allied forces of the 8 powers, Britain, France, Japan, Tsarist Russia, Germany, the United States, Italy, and Austria, 6 by the war between Japan and Tsarist Russia on Chinese territory, 7 by Japan's war of aggression against China in China's northeast, which began in 1931, by Japan's war of aggression against all China, which began in 1937 and lasted 8 long years, and, finally, by the latest war of aggression against the Chinese people, which has gone on for 3 years, waged to all appearances by Chiang Kai-shek but in reality by the United States. As stated in Acheson's letter, the United States in this last war has given the Kuomintang government material aid to the value of more than 50% of the latter's monetary expenditures and furnished the Chinese armies, meaning the Kuomintang armies, with military supplies. It is a war in which the United States supplies the money and guns and Chiang Kai-shek supplies the men to fight for the United States and slaughter the Chinese people. All these wars of aggression, together with political, economic, and cultural aggression and oppression, have caused the Chinese to hate imperialism, made them stop and think, what is all this about? And compelled them to bring their revolutionary spirit into full play and become united through struggle. They fought, failed, fought again, failed again and fought again and accumulated long years of experience, accumulated the experience of hundreds of struggles, great and small, military and political, economic and cultural, with bloodshed and without bloodshed and only then won today's basic victory. These are the moral conditions without which the revolution could not be victorious. To serve the needs of its aggression, imperialism created the comprador system and bureaucrat capital in China. Imperialist aggression stimulated China's social economy, brought about changes in it and created the opposites of imperialism, the national industry and national bourgeoisie of China, and especially the Chinese proletariat working in enterprises run directly by the imperialists, those run by bureaucrat capital and those run by the national bourgeoisie. To serve the needs of its aggression, imperialism ruined the Chinese peasants by exploiting them through the exchange of unequal values and thereby created great masses of poor peasants, numbering hundreds of millions and comprising 70% of China's rural population. To serve the needs of its aggression, imperialism created for China millions of big and small intellectuals of a new type, differing from the old type of light radus or scholar bureaucrat. But imperialism and its running dogs, the reactionary governments of China, could control only a part of these intellectuals and finally only a handful, such as Hu Shi, Fu Xinyan, and Qian Mu. All the rest got out of control and turned against them. Students, teachers, professors, technicians, engineers, doctors, scientists, writers, artists, and government employees, all are revolting against or parting company with the Kuomintang. The Communist Party is the party of the poor and is described in the Kuomintang's widespread, all-pervasive propaganda as a band of people who commit murder and arson, who rape and loot, who reject history and culture, renounce the motherland, have no filial piety or respect for teachers and are impervious to all reason, who practice community of property and of women and employ the military tactics of the human sea. In short, a horde of fiendish monsters who perpetrate every conceivable crime and are unpardonably wicked. But strangely enough, it is this very horde that has won the support of several 100 million people, including the majority of the intellectuals, and especially the student youth. Part of the intellectuals still want to wait and see. They think, the Kuomintang is no good and the Communist Party is not necessarily good either, so we had better wait and see. Some support the Communist Party in words, but in their hearts they are waiting to see. They are the very people who have illusions about the United States. They are unwilling to draw a distinction between the US imperialists, who are in power, and the American people, who are not. They are easily duped by the honeyed words of the US imperialists, as though these imperialists would deal with People's China on the basis of equality and mutual benefit without a stern, long struggle. They still have many reactionary, that is to say, anti-popular, ideas in their heads, but they are not Kuomintang reactionaries. They are the middle-of-the-roaders or the right-wingers in People's China. They are the supporters of what Acheson calls democratic individualism. The deceptive maneuvers of the Achesons still have a flimsy social base in China. Acheson's white paper admits that the US imperialists are at a complete loss as to what to do about the present situation in China. The Kuomintang is so impotent that no amount of help can save it from inevitable doom. The US imperialists are losing grip over things and feel helpless. Acheson says in his letter of transmittal, "The unfortunate but inescapable fact is that the ominous result of the civil war in China was beyond the control of the government of the United States. Nothing that this country did or could have done within the reasonable limits of its capabilities could have changed that result. Nothing that was left undone by this country has contributed to it. It was the product of internal Chinese forces, forces which this country tried to influence but could not." According to logic, Acheson's conclusion should be, as some muddle-headed Chinese intellectuals think or say, to act like the butcher who lays down his knife and at once becomes a Buddha, or the robber who has a change of heart and becomes a virtuous man, that is, he should treat People's China on the basis of equality and mutual benefit and stop making trouble. But no, says Acheson, trouble-making will continue, and definitely so. Will there be any result? There will, says he. On what group of people will he rely? On the supporters of democratic individualism. Says Acheson. Ultimately the profound civilization and the democratic individualism of China will reassert themselves and she will throw off the foreign yoke. I consider that we should encourage all developments in China which now and in the future work toward this end. How different is the logic of the imperialists from that of the people? Make trouble, fail, make trouble again, fail again. Till their doom, that is the logic of the imperialists and all reactionaries the world over in dealing with the people's cause, and they will never go against this logic. This is a Marxist law. When we say imperialism is ferocious, we mean that its nature will never change, that the imperialists will never lay down their butcher knives, that they will never become Buddhas, till their doom. Fight, fail, fight again, fail again, fight again. Till their victory, that is the logic of the people, and they too will never go against this logic. This is another Marxist law. The Russian People's Revolution followed this law, and so has the Chinese People's Revolution. Classes struggle, some classes triumph, others are eliminated. Such is history, such is the history of civilization for thousands of years. To interpret history from this viewpoint is historical materialism. Standing in opposition to this viewpoint is historical idealism. The method of self-criticism can be applied only within the ranks of the people. It is impossible to persuade the imperialists and the Chinese reactionaries to show kindness of heart and turn from their evil ways. The only course is to organize forces and struggle against them, as in our people's war of liberation and the agrarian revolution, to expose the imperialists, irritate them, overthrow them, punish them for offenses against the law and allow them only to behave themselves and not to be unruly in word or deed. Only then will there be any hope of dealing with imperialist foreign countries on the basis of equality and mutual benefit. Only then will there be any hope that those landlords, bureaucrat capitalists, members of the reactionary Kuomintang clique and their accomplices, who have laid down their arms and surrendered, can be given education for transforming the bad into the good and be transformed, as far as possible, into good people. Many Chinese liberals, the old-type democratic elements, i.e., the supporters of democratic individualism, whom Truman, Marshall, Acheson, Leighton Stewart, and the like count on and have been trying to win over, often find themselves in a passive position and are often wrong in their judgments on the U.S. rulers, on the Kuomintang, on the Soviet Union and also on the Communist Party of China. The reason is precisely that they do not look at, or disapprove of looking at, problems from the standpoint of historical materialism. It is the duty of progressives, the communists, members of the democratic parties, politically conscious workers, the student youth and progressive intellectuals to unite with the intermediate strata, middle-of-the-roaders, and backward elements of various strata, with all those in People's China who are still wavering and hesitating. These people will waver for a long time to come and, even after they have once become steady, will waver again as soon as they meet difficulties. Give them sincere help, criticize their wavering character, educate them, win them over to the side of the masses, prevent the imperialists from pulling them over and tell them to cast away illusions and prepare for struggle. Let no one think that there is no more work to do now that victory is won. We still have to work, to do a great deal of patient work, before we can truly win these people over. When they are won over, imperialism will be entirely isolated, and Akison will no longer be able to play any of his tricks. The slogan, "Prepare for struggle," is addressed to those who still cherish certain illusions about the relations between China and the imperialist countries, especially between China and the United States. With regard to this question, they are still passive, their minds are still not made up, they are still not determined to wage a long struggle against U.S. and British imperialism because they still have illusions about the United States. There is still a very wide, or fairly wide, gap between these people and ourselves on this question. The publication of the U.S. White Paper and Atchison's letter of transmittal is worthy of celebration, because it is a bucket of cold water and a loss of face for those who have ideas of the old type of democracy or democratic individualism, who do not approve of, or do not quite approve of, or are dissatisfied with, or are somewhat dissatisfied with, or even resent, people's democracy, or democratic collectivism, or democratic centralism, or collective heroism, or patriotism based on internationalism, but who still have patriotic feelings and are not Kuomintang reactionaries. It is a bucket of cold water, particularly for those who believe that everything American is good and hope that China will model herself on the United States. Akison openly declares that the Chinese democratic individualists will be encouraged to throw off the so-called foreign yoke. That is to say, he calls for the overthrow of Marxism-Leninism and the People's Democratic Dictatorship led by the Communist Party of China. For this ism and this system, it is alleged, are foreign, with no roots in China, imposed on the Chinese by the German, Karl Marx, who died 66 years ago, and the Russians, Lenin, who died 25 years ago, and Stalin, who is still alive. This ism and this system, moreover, are downright bad, because they advocate the class struggle, the overthrow of imperialism, etc., hence they must be got rid of. In this connection, it is alleged, the democratic individualism of China will reassert itself with the encouragement of President Truman, the backstage commander-in-chief Marshal, Secretary of State Akison, the charming foreign mandarin responsible for the publication of the White Paper, and Ambassador Leighton Stewart, who has scampered off. Akison and his like think they are giving encouragement, but those Chinese democratic individualists who still have patriotic feelings, even though they believe in the United States, may quite possibly feel this is a bucket of cold water thrown on them and a loss of face, for instead of dealing with the authorities of the Chinese People's Democratic Dictatorship in the proper way, Akison and his like are doing this filthy work and, what is more, they have openly published it. What a loss of face! What a loss of face! To those who are patriotic, Atchison's statement is no encouragement but an insult. China is in the midst of a great revolution. All China is seething with enthusiasm. The conditions are favorable for winning over and uniting with all those who do not have a bitter and deep-seated hatred for the cause of the people's revolution, even though they have mistaken ideas. Progressives should use the White Paper to persuade all these persons. Farewell, Leighton Stewart. August 18, 1949. It is understandable that the date chosen for the publication of the U.S. White Paper was August 5, a time when Leighton Stewart I had departed from Nanking for Washington but had not yet arrived there, since Leighton Stewart is a symbol of the complete defeat of the U.S. policy of aggression. Leighton Stewart is an American born in China. He has fairly wide social connections and spent many years running missionary schools in China. He once sat in a Japanese jail during the War of Resistance. He used to pretend to love both the United States and China and was able to deceive quite a number of Chinese. Hence, he was picked out by George C. Marshall, was made U.S. ambassador to China and became a celebrity in the Marshall Group. In the eyes of the Marshall Group he had only one fault, namely, that the whole period when he was ambassador to China as an exponent of their policy was the very period in which that policy was utterly defeated by the Chinese people. That was no small responsibility. It is only natural that the white paper, which is designed to evade this responsibility, should have been published at a time when Leighton Stewart was on his way to Washington but had not yet arrived. The war to turn China into a U.S. colony, a war in which the United States of America supplies the money and guns and Chiang Kai-shek the men to fight for the United States and slaughter the Chinese people, has been an important component of the U.S. imperialist policy of worldwide aggression since World War II. The U.S. policy of aggression has several targets. The three main targets are Europe, Asia, and the Americas. China, the center of gravity in Asia, is a large country with a population of 475 million. By seizing China, the United States would possess all of Asia. With its Asian front consolidated, U.S. imperialism could concentrate its forces on attacking Europe. U.S. imperialism considers its front in the Americas relatively secure. These are the smug overall calculations of the U.S. aggressors. But in the first place, the American people and the peoples of the world do not want war. Secondly, the attention of the United States has largely been absorbed by the awakening of the peoples of Europe, by the rise of the people's democracies in Eastern Europe, and particularly by the towering presence of the Soviet Union, this unprecedentedly powerful bulwark of peace best riding Europe and Asia, and by its strong resistance to the U.S. policy of aggression. Thirdly, and this is most important, the Chinese people have awakened, and the armed forces and the organized strength of the people under the leadership of the Communist Party of China have become more powerful than ever before. Consequently, the ruling clique of U.S. imperialism has been prevented from adopting a policy of direct, large-scale armed attacks on China and instead has adopted a policy of helping Chiang Kai-shek fight the Civil War. U.S. naval, ground and air forces did participate in the war in China. There were U.S. naval bases in Tsingtao, Shanghai, and Taiwan. U.S. troops were stationed in Peiping, Tientsin, Tangshan, Qinhuangdao, Tsingtao, Shanghai and Nanking. The U.S. Air Force controlled all of China's airspace and took aerial photographs of all China's strategic areas for military maps. At the town of Enping near Peiping, at Kyotai near Changchun, at Tangshan, and in the eastern Shantung Peninsula, U.S. troops and other military personnel clashed with the People's Liberation Army and on several occasions were captured. Tu Chennault's air fleet took an extensive part in the Civil War. 3. Besides transporting troops for Chiang Kai-shek, the U.S. Air Force bombed and sank the cruiser Chungking, which had mutinied against the Kuomintang. 4. All these were acts of direct participation in the war, although they fell short of an open declaration of war and were not large in scale, and although the principal method of U.S. aggression was the large-scale supply of money, munitions, and advisors to help Chiang Kai-shek fight the Civil War. The use of this method by the United States was determined by the objective situation in China and the rest of the world, and not by any lack of desire on the part of the Truman-Marshall Group, the ruling clique of U.S. imperialism, to launch direct aggression against China. Moreover, at the outset of its help to Chiang Kai-shek in fighting the Civil War, a crude farce was staged in which the United States appeared as mediator in the conflict between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. This was an attempt to soften up the Communist Party of China, deceive the Chinese people and thus gain control of all China without fighting. The peace negotiations failed, the deception fell through and the curtain rose on the war. Liberals or democratic individualists who cherish illusions about the United States and have short memories Please look at Acheson's own words. When peace came, the United States was confronted with three possible alternatives in China. 1. It could have pulled out lock, stock and barrel. 2. It could have intervened militarily on a major scale to assist the nationalists to destroy the communists. 3. It could, while assisting the nationalists to assert their authority over as much of China as possible, endeavor to avoid a civil war by working for a compromise between the two sides. Why didn't the United States adopt the first of these policies? Acheson says, the first alternative would, and I believe American public opinion at the time so felt, have represented an abandonment of our international responsibilities and of our traditional policy of friendship for China before we had made a determined effort to be of assistance. So that's how things stand. The international responsibilities of the United States and its traditional policy of friendship for China are nothing but intervention against China. Intervention is called assuming international responsibilities and showing friendship for China. As to non-intervention, it simply won't do. Here Acheson defile U.S. public opinion. His is the public opinion of Wall Street, not the public opinion of the American people. Why didn't the United States adopt the second of these policies? Acheson says, the second alternative policy, while it may look attractive theoretically and in retrospect, was wholly impracticable. The nationalists had been unable to destroy the communists during the 10 years before the war. Now after the war the nationalists were, as indicated above, weakened, demoralized, and unpopular. They had quickly dissipated their popular support and prestige in the areas liberated from the Japanese by the conduct of their civil and military officials. The communists on the other hand were much stronger than they had ever been and were in control of most of North China. Because of the ineffectiveness of the nationalist forces, which was later to be tragically demonstrated, the communists probably could have been dislodged only by American arms. It is obvious that the American people would not have sanctioned such a colossal commitment of our armies in 1945 or later. We therefore came to the third alternative policy. What a splendid idea! The United States supplies the money and guns and Chiang Kai-shek the men to fight for the United States and slaughter the Chinese people, to destroy the communists and turn China into a U.S. colony, so that the United States may fulfill its international responsibilities and carry out its traditional policy of friendship for China. Although the Kuomintang was corrupt and incompetent, demoralized and unpopular, the United States nevertheless supplied it with money and guns and made it fight. Direct armed intervention was all right, theoretically. It also seems all right in retrospect to the rulers of the United States. For direct armed intervention would really have been interesting and it might look attractive. But it would not have worked in practice, for it is obvious that the American people would not have sanctioned it. Not that the imperialist group of Truman, Marshall, Acheson, and their like did not desire it, they very much desired it, but the situation in China, in the United States and in the world as a whole, a point Acheson does not mention, did not permit it. They had to give up their preference and take the third way. Let those Chinese who believe that victory is possible even without international help listen. Acheson is giving you a lesson. Acheson is a good teacher, giving lessons free of charge, and he is telling the whole truth with tireless zeal and great candor. The United States refrained from dispatching large forces to attack China, not because the US government didn't want to, but because it had worries. First worry, the Chinese people would oppose it, and the US government was afraid of getting hopelessly bogged down in a quagmire. Second worry, the American people would oppose it, and so the US government dared not order mobilization. Third worry, the people of the Soviet Union, of Europe, and of the rest of the world would oppose it, and the US government would face universal condemnation. Acheson's charming candor has its limits and he is unwilling to mention the third worry. The reason is he is afraid of losing face before the Soviet Union. He is afraid that the Marshall Plan in Europe, 5, which is already a failure despite pretenses to the contrary, may end dismally in total collapse. Let those Chinese who are short-sighted, muddle-headed liberals or democratic individualists listen. Acheson is giving you a lesson. He is a good teacher for you. He has made a clean sweep of your fancied US humanity, justice, and virtue. Isn't that so? Can you find a trace of humanity, justice, or virtue in the white paper or in Acheson's letter of transmittal? True, the United States has science and technology. But unfortunately they are in the grip of the capitalists, not in the hands of the people, and are used to exploit and oppress the people at home and to perpetrate aggression and to slaughter people abroad. There is also democracy in the United States. But unfortunately it is only another name for the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by itself. The United States has plenty of money. But unfortunately it is willing to give money only to the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries, who are rotten to the core. The United States, it is said, is and will be quite willing to give money to its fifth column in China, but is unwilling to give it to the ordinary run of liberals or democratic individualists, who are much too bookish and do not know how to appreciate favors, and naturally it is even more unwilling to give money to the communists. Money may be given, but only conditionally. What is the condition? Follow the United States. The Americans have sprinkled some relief flour in Peeping, Tientsin and Shanghai to see who will stoop to pick it up. Like Chiang Tai Kung fishing, 6 they have cast the line for the fish who want to be caught. But he who swallows food handed out in contempt 7 will get a bellyache. We Chinese have backbone. Many who were once liberals or democratic individualists have stood up to the US imperialists and their running dogs, the Kuomintang reactionaries. Wen Yi rose to his full height and smote the table, angrily faced the Kuomintang pistols and died rather than submit. 8 Chu Tse-ching, though seriously ill, starved to death rather than accept US relief food. 9 Han Yu of the Tang dynasty wrote a eulogy of Po Yi, 10 praising a man with quite a few democratic individualist ideas, who shirked his duty towards the people of his own country, deserted his post and opposed the People's War of Liberation of that time, led by King Wu. He lauded the wrong man. We should write eulogies of Wen Yitu and Chu Tse-ching who demonstrated the heroic spirit of our nation. What matter if we have to face some difficulties? Let them blockade us. Let them blockade us for 8 or 10 years. By that time all of China's problems will have been solved. Will the Chinese cower before difficulties when they are not afraid even of death? Lao Tzu said, "The people fear not death, why threaten them with it?" 11 US imperialism and its running dogs, the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries, have not only threatened us with death but actually put many of us to death. Besides people like Wen Yitu, they have killed millions of Chinese in the last 3 years with US carbines, machine guns, mortars, bazookas, howitzers, tanks, and bombs dropped from aeroplanes. This situation is now coming to an end. They have been defeated. It is we who are going in to attack them, not they who are coming out to attack us. They will soon be finished. True, the few problems left to us, such as blockade, unemployment, famine, inflation, and rising prices, are difficulties, but we have already begun to breathe more easily than in the past 3 years. We have come triumphantly through the ordeal of the last 3 years. Why can't we overcome these few difficulties of today? Why can't we live without the United States? When the People's Liberation Army crossed the Yangtze River, the US colonial government at Nanking fled helter-skelter. Yet His Excellency Ambassador Stewart sat tight, watching wide-eyed, hoping to set up shop under a new signboard and to reap some profit. But what did he see? Apart from the People's Liberation Army marching past, column after column, and the workers, peasants, and students rising in hosts, he saw something else: the Chinese liberals or democratic individualists turning out in force, shouting slogans and talking revolution together with the workers, peasants, soldiers and students. In short, he was left out in the cold, standing all alone, body and shadow comforting each other. 12 There was nothing more for him to do, and he had to take to the road, his briefcase under his arm. There are still some intellectuals and other people in China who have muddled ideas and illusions about the United States. Therefore we should explain things to them, win them over, educate them and unite with them, so they will come over to the side of the people and not fall into the snares set by imperialism. But the prestige of US imperialism among the Chinese people is completely bankrupt, and the white paper is a record of its bankruptcy. Progressives should make good use of the white paper to educate the Chinese people. Leighton Stewart has departed and the white paper has arrived. Very good. Very good. Both events are worth celebrating. Why it is necessary to discuss the white paper. August 28, 1949. We have criticized the U.S. White Paper and Acheson's letter of transmittal in 3 articles: A Confession of Helplessness, 1 Cast Away Illusions, Prepare for Struggle and Farewell, Leighton Stewart. Our criticism has aroused widespread attention and discussion in all democratic parties, people's organizations, the press, universities, and schools, and among democratic personages in all walks of life throughout the country. They have issued many correct and useful declarations, statements, and comments. Forums on the white paper are being held and the entire discussion is still developing. The discussion covers Sino-US relations, Sino-Soviet relations, China's foreign relations in the past 100 years, the mutual relation between the Chinese Revolution and the revolutionary forces of the world, the relation between the Kuomintang reactionaries and the Chinese people, the proper attitude to be adopted by the democratic parties, people's organizations, and democratic personages in all walks of life in the struggle against imperialism, the proper attitude to be adopted by liberals or so-called democratic individualists on the country's internal and external relations as a whole, the ways of dealing with new imperialist intrigues, and so on. All this is very good and is of great educational value. The whole world is now discussing the Chinese Revolution and the US White Paper. This is no accident, this shows the great significance of the Chinese Revolution in world history. As for us Chinese, though we have basically won victory in our revolution, we have had no opportunity for a long time to discuss thoroughly the interrelations of this revolution and various forces at home and abroad. Such a discussion is necessary, and now an opportunity has been found in the discussion of the US White Paper. We had no opportunity for this kind of discussion before because we had not won basic victory in the revolution, because Chinese and foreign reactionaries had cut off the big cities from the people's liberated areas, and because some aspects of the contradictions had not yet been fully revealed by the development of the revolution. Now the situation is different. The greater part of China has been liberated, all aspects of the internal and external contradictions have been fully revealed, and just at this moment the United States has published the white paper. Thus the opportunity for the discussion has been found. The white paper is a counter-revolutionary document which openly demonstrates U.S. imperialist intervention in China. In this respect, imperialism has departed from its normal practice. The great, victorious Chinese Revolution has compelled one section or faction of the U.S. imperialist clique to reply to attacks from another by publishing certain authentic data on its own actions against the Chinese people and drawing reactionary conclusions from the data, because otherwise it could not get by. The fact that public revelation has replaced concealment is a sign that imperialism has departed from its normal practice. Until a few weeks ago, before the publication of the white paper, the governments of the imperialist countries, though they engaged in counter-revolutionary activities every day, had never told the truth in their statements or official documents but had filled or at least flavored them with professions of humanity, justice, and virtue. This is still true of British imperialism, an old hand at trickery and deception, as well as of several other smaller imperialist countries. Opposed by the people on the one hand and by another faction in their own camp on the other, the newly arrived, upstart and neurotic U.S. imperialist group Truman, Marshall, Acheson, Leighton Stewart, and others have considered it necessary and practicable to reveal publicly some, but not all, of their counter-revolutionary doings in order to argue with opponents in their own camp as to which kind of counter-revolutionary tactics is the more clever. In this way they have tried to convince their opponents so that they can go on applying what they regard as the cleverer counter-revolutionary tactics. Two factions of counter-revolutionaries have been competing with each other. One said, "Ours is the best method." The other said, "Ours is the best." When the dispute was at its hottest, one faction suddenly laid its cards on the table and revealed many of its treasured tricks of the past, and there you have the white paper. And so the white paper has become material for the education of the Chinese people. For many years, a number of Chinese, at one time a great number, only half believed what we communists said on many questions, mainly on the nature of imperialism and of socialism, and thought, it may not be so. This situation has undergone a change since August 5, 1949. For Acheson gave them a lesson, and he spoke in his capacity as U.S. Secretary of State. In the case of certain data and conclusions, what he said coincides with what we communists and other progressives have been saying. Once this happened, people could not but believe us, and many had their eyes opened, so that's the way things really were. Acheson begins his letter of transmittal to Truman with the story of how he compiled the white paper. His white paper, he says, is different from all others. It is very objective and very frank. This is a frank record of an extremely complicated and most unhappy period in the life of a great country to which the United States has long been attached by ties of closest friendship. No available item has been omitted because it contains statements critical of our policy or might be the basis of future criticism. The inherent strength of our system is the responsiveness of the government to an informed and critical public opinion. It is precisely this informed and critical public opinion which totalitarian governments, whether rightist or communist, cannot endure and do not tolerate. Certain ties do exist between the Chinese people and the American people. Through their joint efforts, these ties may develop in the future to the point of the closest friendship. But the obstacles placed by the Chinese and U.S. reactionaries were and still are a great hindrance to these ties. Moreover, because the reactionaries of both countries have told many lies to their peoples and played many filthy tricks, that is, spread much bad propaganda and done many bad deeds, the ties between the two peoples are far from close. What Acheson calls ties of closest friendship are those between the reactionaries of the two countries, not between the peoples. Here Acheson is neither objective nor frank. He confuses the relations between the two peoples with those between the reactionaries. For the peoples of the two countries, the victory of the Chinese Revolution and the defeat of the Chinese and U.S. reactionaries are the most joyful events that have ever happened, and the present period is the happiest of their lives. Conversely, it is only for Truman, Marshall, Acheson, Leighton Stewart, and other U.S. reactionaries, and for Chiang Kai-shek, H. H. Kung, T. V. Soong, Chen Lifu, Li Tsung-jen, Pai Chung-shi and other Chinese reactionaries that it is truly an extremely complicated and most unhappy period in their lives. In considering public opinion, the Achesons have mixed up the public opinion of the reactionaries with that of the people. Towards the public opinion of the people, the Achesons have no responsiveness whatsoever and are blind and deaf. For years they have turned a deaf ear to the opposition voiced by the people of the United States, China, and the rest of the world to the reactionary foreign policy of the U.S. government. What does Acheson mean by informed and critical public opinion? Nothing but the numerous instruments of propaganda, such as the newspapers, news agencies, periodicals, and broadcasting stations which are controlled by the two reactionary parties in the United States, the Republicans and the Democrats, and which specialize in the manufacture of lies and in threats against the people. Of these things Acheson says rightly that the communists cannot endure and do not tolerate them, nor do the people. That is why we have closed down the imperialist offices of information, stopped the imperialist news agencies from distributing their dispatches to the Chinese press, and forbidden them the freedom to go on poisoning the souls of the Chinese people on Chinese soil. To say that a government led by the Communist Party is a totalitarian government is also half true. It is a government that exercises dictatorship over domestic and foreign reactionaries and does not give any of them any freedom to carry on their counter-revolutionary activities. Becoming angry, the reactionaries rail, "Totalitarian government." Indeed, this is absolutely true so far as the power of the people's government to suppress the reactionaries is concerned. This power is now written into our program. It will also be written into our Constitution. Like food and clothing, this power is something a victorious people cannot do without even for a moment. It is an excellent thing, a protective talisman, an heirloom, which should under no circumstances be discarded before the thorough and total abolition of imperialism abroad and of classes within the country. The more the reactionaries rail totalitarian government, the more obviously is it a treasure. But Acheson's remark is also half false. For the masses of the people, a government of the people's democratic dictatorship led by the Communist Party is not dictatorial or autocratic but democratic. It is the people's own government. The working personnel of this government must respectfully heed the voice of the people. At the same time, they are teachers of the people, teaching the people by the method of self-education or self-criticism. As to what Acheson calls a rightist totalitarian government, the U.S. government has ranked first in the world among such governments since the downfall of the fascist governments of Germany, Italy, and Japan. All bourgeois governments, including the governments of the German, Italian, and Japanese reactionaries which are being shielded by imperialism, are governments of this type. The Tito government of Yugoslavia has now become an accomplice of this gang. The US and British governments belong to the type in which the bourgeoisie, and this class alone, exercises dictatorship over the people. Contrary in all respects to the people's government, this type of government practices so-called democracy for the bourgeoisie but is dictatorial towards the people. The governments of Hitler, Mussolini, Tojo, Franco, and Chiang Kai-shek discarded the veil of democracy for the bourgeoisie or never used it because the class struggle in their countries was extremely intense and they found it advantageous to discard, or not to use, this veil lest the people too should make use of it. The US government still has a veil of democracy, but it has been cut down to a tiny patch by the US reactionaries and become very faded, and is not what it used to be in the days of Washington, Jefferson, and Lincoln. 2. The reason is that the class struggle has become more intense. When the class struggle becomes still more intense, the veil of US democracy will inevitably be flung to the four winds. As everybody can see, Acheson makes a great many mistakes the moment he opens his mouth. This is inevitable because he is a reactionary. As to how much of a frank record the white paper is, we think it is frank and not frank at the same time. The Achesons are frank where they imagine that frankness will benefit their party or faction. Otherwise, they are not. To feign frankness is a ruse of war, friendship or aggression. August 30, 1949. Seeking to justify aggression, Dean Acheson harps on friendship and throws in lots of principles. Acheson says, "The interest of the people and the government of the United States in China goes far back into our history. Despite the distance and broad differences in background which separate China and the United States, our friendship for that country has always been intensified by the religious, philanthropic, and cultural ties which have united the two peoples, and has been attested by many acts of goodwill over a period of many years, including the use of the Boxer indemnity for the education of Chinese students, the abolition of extraterritoriality during the Second World War, and our extensive aid to China during and since the close of the war. The record shows that the United States has consistently maintained and still maintains those fundamental principles of our foreign policy toward China which include the doctrine of the open door, respect for the administrative and territorial integrity of China, and opposition to any foreign domination of China." Acheson is telling a barefaced lie when he describes aggression as friendship. The history of the aggression against China by U.S. imperialism, from 1840 when it helped the British in the Opium War to the time it was thrown out of China by the Chinese people, should be written into a concise textbook for the education of Chinese youth. The United States was one of the first countries to force China to cede extraterritoriality. One witness the Treaty of Wanghia II of 1844, the first treaty ever signed between China and the United States, a treaty to which the White Paper refers. In this very treaty, the United States compelled China to accept American missionary activity, in addition to imposing such terms as the opening of 5 ports for trade. For a very long period, U.S. imperialism laid greater stress than other imperialist countries on activities in the sphere of spiritual aggression, extending from religious to philanthropic and cultural undertakings. According to certain statistics, the investments of U.S. missionary and philanthropic organizations in China totaled $41,900,000, and 14.7% of the assets of the missionary organizations were in medical service, 38.2% in education and 47.1% in religious activities. Many well-known educational institutions in China, such as Yenching University, Peking Union Medical College, the Hiwen Academies, St. John's University, the University of Nanking, Soochow University, Hangzhou Christian College, Shanjia Medical School, West China Union University and Lingnan University, were established by Americans. For it was in this field that Leighton Stewart made a name for himself. That was how he became U.S. ambassador to China. Acheson and his like know what they are talking about, and there is a background for his statement that our friendship for that country has always been intensified by the religious, philanthropic, and cultural ties which have united the two peoples. It was all for the sake of intensifying friendship, we are told, that the United States worked so hard and deliberately at running these undertakings for 105 years after the signing of the Treaty of 1844. Participation in the eight-power Allied expedition to defeat China in 1900, the extortion of the Boxer indemnity and the later use of this fund for the education of Chinese students for purposes of spiritual aggression, this too counts as an expression of friendship. Despite the abolition of extraterritoriality, the culprit in the raping of Shenzhen was declared not guilty and released by the U.S. Navy Department on his return to the United States. 5. This counts as another expression of friendship. Aid to China during and since the close of the war, totaling over $4,500 million according to the white paper, but over $5,914 million according to our computation, was given to help Chiang Kai-shek slaughter several million Chinese. This counts as yet another expression of friendship. All the friendship shown to China by U.S. imperialism over the past 109 years, since 1840 when the United States collaborated with Britain in the Opium War, and especially the great act of friendship in helping Chiang Kai-shek slaughter several million Chinese in the last few years, all this had one purpose, namely, it consistently maintained and still maintains those fundamental principles of our foreign policy toward China which include the doctrine of the open door, respect for the administrative and territorial integrity of China, and opposition to any foreign domination of China. Several million Chinese were killed for no other purpose than first, to maintain the open door, second, to respect the administrative and territorial integrity of China, and, third, to oppose any foreign domination of China. Today, the only doors still open to Acheson and his like are in small strips of land, such as Canton and Taiwan, and only in these places is the first of these sacred principles still maintained. In other places, in Shanghai for instance, the door was open after liberation, but now someone is using U.S. warships and their big guns to enforce the far from sacred principle of the blockaded door. Today, it is only in small strips of land, such as Canton and Taiwan, that thanks to Acheson's second sacred principle administrative and territorial integrity is still maintained. All other places are out of luck and administration and territory have fallen to pieces. Today, it is only in places such as Canton and Taiwan that thanks to Acheson's third sacred principle all foreign domination, including U.S. domination, has been successfully done away with through the opposition of Acheson and his like, therefore such places are still dominated by the Chinese. The rest of the land of China the mere mention makes one weep is all gone, all dominated by foreigners, and the Chinese there have one and all been turned into slaves. Up to this point in his writing, His Excellency Dean Acheson did not have time to indicate what country these foreigners came from, but it becomes clear as one reads on, so there is no need to ask whether non-interference in China's domestic affairs also counts as a principle. Acheson didn't say, probably it does not. Such is the logic of the U.S. mandarins. Anyone who reads Acheson's letter of transmittal to the end will attest to its superior logic. The bankruptcy of the idealist conception of history. September 16, 1949. The Chinese should thank Acheson, spokesman of the U.S. bourgeoisie, not merely because he has explicitly confessed to the fact that the United States supplied the money and guns and Chiang Kai-shek the men to fight for the United States and slaughter the Chinese people, and because he has thus given Chinese progressives evidence with which to convince the backward elements. You see, hasn't Acheson himself confessed that the great, sanguinary war of the last few years, which cost the lives of millions of Chinese, was planned and organized by U.S. imperialism? The Chinese should thank Acheson, again not merely because he has openly declared that the United States intends to recruit the so-called democratic individualists in China, organize a U.S. fifth column and overthrow the people's government led by the Communist Party of China, and has thus alerted the Chinese, especially those tinged with liberalism, who are promising each other not to be taken in by the Americans and are all on guard against the underhand intrigues of U.S. imperialism. The Chinese should thank Acheson also because he has fabricated wild tales about modern Chinese history, and his conception of history is precisely that shared by a section of the Chinese intellectuals, namely, the bourgeois idealist conception of history. Hence, a refutation of Acheson may benefit many Chinese by widening their horizon. The benefit may be even greater to those whose conception is the same, or in certain respects the same, as Acheson's. What are Acheson's wild fabrications about modern Chinese history? First of all, he tries to explain the occurrence of the Chinese Revolution in terms of economic and ideological conditions in China. Here he has recounted many myths. Acheson says, the population of China during the 18th and 19th centuries doubled, thereby creating an unbearable pressure upon the land. The first problem which every Chinese government has had to face is that of feeding this population. So far none has succeeded. The Kuomintang attempted to solve it by putting many land reform laws on the statute books. Some of these laws have failed, others have been ignored. In no small measure, the predicament in which the national government finds itself today is due to its failure to provide China with enough to eat. A large part of the Chinese Communists' propaganda consists of promises that they will solve the land problem. To those Chinese who do not reason clearly, the above sounds plausible. Too many mouths, too little food, hence revolution. The Kuomintang has failed to solve this problem, and it is unlikely that the Communist Party will be able to solve it either. So far none has succeeded. Do revolutions arise from overpopulation? There have been many revolutions, ancient and modern, in China and abroad. Were they all due to overpopulation? Were China's many revolutions in the past few thousand years also due to overpopulation? Was the American Revolution against Britain 174 years ago one also due to overpopulation? Acheson's knowledge of history is nil. He has not even read the American Declaration of Independence. Washington, Jefferson, and others made the revolution against Britain because of British oppression and exploitation of the Americans, and not because of any overpopulation in America. Each time the Chinese people overthrew a feudal dynasty, it was because of the oppression and exploitation of the people by that feudal dynasty, and not because of any overpopulation. The Russians made the February Revolution and the October Revolution because of oppression and exploitation by the Tsar and the Russian bourgeoisie, not because of any overpopulation, for to this day in Russia there is a great abundance of land as compared with people. In Mongolia, where the land is so vast and the population so sparse, a revolution would be inconceivable according to Acheson's line of reasoning, yet it took place some time ago. 2. According to Acheson, China has no way out at all. A population of 475 million constitutes an unbearable pressure, and, revolution or no revolution, the case is hopeless. Acheson pins great hope on this. Although he has not voiced this hope, it has often been revealed by a number of American journalists through the allegation that the Communist Party of China will not be able to solve its economic problems, that China will remain in perpetual chaos, and that her only way out is to live on U.S. flour, in other words, to become a U.S. colony. Why did the revolution of 1911 not succeed, and why did it not solve the problem of feeding the population? Because it overthrew only the Qing dynasty but did not overthrow imperialist and feudal oppression and exploitation. Why did the Northern Expedition of 1926-27 not succeed, and why did it not solve the problem of feeding the population? Because Chiang Kai-shek betrayed the revolution, surrendered to imperialism, and became the chieftain of the counter-revolution which oppressed and exploited the Chinese. Is it true that so far none has succeeded? In the old liberated areas in northwestern, northern, northeastern and eastern China, where the land problem has already been solved, does the problem of feeding this population, as Akison puts it, still exist? The United States has kept quite a number of spies or so-called observers in China. Why have they not ferreted out even this fact? In places like Shanghai, the problem of unemployment, or of feeding the population, arose solely because of cruel, heartless oppression and exploitation by imperialism, feudalism, bureaucrat capitalism and the reactionary Kuomintang government. Under the people's government, it will take only a few years for this problem of unemployment, or of feeding the population, to be solved as completely as in the northern, northeastern, and other parts of the country. It is a very good thing that China has a big population. Even if China's population multiplies many times, she is fully capable of finding a solution. The solution is production. The absurd argument of Western bourgeois economists like Malthus III that increases in food cannot keep pace with increases in population was not only thoroughly refuted in theory by Marxists long ago, but has also been completely exploded by the realities in the Soviet Union and the liberated areas of China after their revolutions. Basing itself on the truth that revolution plus production can solve the problem of feeding the population, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China has issued orders to party organizations and the People's Liberation Army throughout the country not to dismiss but to retain all former Kuomintang personnel, provided they can make themselves useful and are not confirmed reactionaries or notorious scoundrels. Where things are very difficult, food and housing will be shared. Those who have been dismissed and have no means of support will be reinstated and provided with a living. According to the same principle, we shall maintain all Kuomintang soldiers who have revolted and come over to us or been captured. All reactionaries, except the major culprits, will be given a chance to earn their living, provided they show repentance. Of all things in the world, people are the most precious. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, as long as there are people, every kind of miracle can be performed. We are refuters of Acheson's counter-revolutionary theory. We believe that revolution can change everything, and that before long there will arise a new China with a big population and a great wealth of products, where life will be abundant and culture will flourish. All pessimistic views are utterly groundless. The impact of the West is given by Acheson as the second reason why the Chinese Revolution occurred. Acheson says, for more than 3,000 years the Chinese developed their own high culture and civilization, largely untouched by outside influences. Even when subjected to military conquest, the Chinese always managed in the end to subdue and absorb the invader. It was natural therefore that they should come to look upon themselves as the center of the world and the highest expression of civilized mankind. Then in the middle of the 19th century the heretofore impervious wall of Chinese isolation was breached by the West. These outsiders brought with them aggressiveness, the unparalleled development of Western technology, and a high order of culture which had not accompanied previous foreign incursions into China. Partly because of these qualities and partly because of the decay of Manchu rule, the Westerners, instead of being absorbed by the Chinese, introduced new ideas which played an important part in stimulating ferment and unrest. To those Chinese who do not reason clearly, what Acheson says sounds plausible. The influx of new ideas from the West gave rise to the revolution. Against whom was the revolution directed? Because there was decay of Manchu rule and because it is the weak point that is attacked, it would seem that the revolution was directed against the Qing dynasty. But what Acheson says here is not quite right. The revolution of 1911 was directed against imperialism. The Chinese directed the revolution against the Qing regime because it was the running dog of imperialism. The war against Britain's opium aggression, the war against the aggression of the Anglo-French Allied forces, the war against the Qing regime, the running dog of imperialism, by the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom for the war against French aggression, the war against Japanese aggression and the war against the aggression of the Allied forces of the Eight Powers all ended in failure, hence the Revolution of 1911 broke out against the running dog of imperialism, the Qing dynasty. That is modern Chinese history up to 1911. What is the impact of the West, as Akison calls it? It is the effort of the Western bourgeoisie, as Marx and Engels said in the Manifesto of the Communist Party of 1848-5, to remold the world after its own image by means of terror. In the process of this impact or remolding, the Western bourgeoisie, which needed compradors and flunkies familiar with Western customs, had to let countries like China open schools and send students abroad, and thus new ideas were introduced into China. Concurrently, the national bourgeoisie and the proletariat were born in countries like China. At the same time, the peasantry was bankrupted, and a huge semi-proletariat was brought into existence. Thus the Western bourgeoisie created two categories of people in the East, a small minority, the flunkies of imperialism, and a majority which is opposed to imperialism and consists of the working class, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie, the national bourgeoisie and the intellectuals coming from these classes. Those in the majority group are all gravediggers of imperialism, who were created by imperialism itself, and the revolution originates from them. It was not that the so-called influx of ideas from the West stirred up ferment and unrest, but that imperialist aggression provoked resistance. For a long time in the course of this resistance movement, that is, for over 70 years from the Opium War of 1840 to the eve of the May 4 movement of 1919, the Chinese had no ideological weapon with which to defend themselves against imperialism. The ideological weapons of the old die-hard feudalism were defeated, had to give way and were declared bankrupt. Having no other choice, the Chinese were compelled to arm themselves with such ideological weapons and political formulas as the theory of evolution, the theory of natural rights and of the bourgeois republic, which were all borrowed from the arsenal of the revolutionary period of the bourgeoisie in the West, the native home of imperialism. The Chinese organized political parties and made revolutions, believing that they could thus resist foreign powers and build a republic. However, all these ideological weapons, like those of feudalism, proved very feeble and in their turn had to give way and were withdrawn and declared bankrupt. The Russian Revolution of 1917 awakened the Chinese, and they learned something new, Marxism-Leninism. In China, the Communist Party was born, an epoch-making event. Sun Yat-sen, too, advocated learning from Russia and alliance with Russia and the Communist Party. In a word, from that time China changed her orientation. Being the spokesman of an imperialist government, Akison naturally does not want to breathe even a word about imperialism. He describes imperialist aggression thus: these outsiders brought with them aggressiveness. Aggressiveness, what a beautiful name. Having learned this aggressiveness, the Chinese did not aggress into Britain or the United States but only created ferment and unrest inside China, i.e., carried out revolutions against imperialism and its running dogs. But unfortunately they never once succeeded. Each time, they were defeated by the imperialists, the inventors of aggressiveness. The Chinese therefore turned around to learn something else and, strangely enough, they immediately found that it worked. The Chinese Communist Party had been organized in the early 20s under the ideological impetus of the Russian Revolution. Here Akison is right. This ideology was none other than Marxism-Leninism. This ideology is immeasurably superior to that of the Western bourgeoisie, which Akison calls a high order of culture which had not accompanied previous foreign incursions into China. The clinching proof of the effectiveness of this ideology is that Western bourgeois culture, which the Akisons can boast of as a high order of culture compared with China's old feudal culture, was defeated the moment it encountered the new Marxist-Leninist culture, the scientific world outlook and the theory of social revolution, which the Chinese people had acquired. In its first battle, this scientific and revolutionary new culture acquired by the Chinese people defeated the northern warlords, the running dogs of imperialism. In the second, it defeated the attempts by another running dog of imperialism, Chiang Kai-shek, to intercept the Chinese Red Army during its 25,000 li long March 6. In the third, it defeated Japanese imperialism and its running dog, Wang Qingwei, and in the fourth, it finally put an end to the domination of China by the United States and all other imperialist powers, as well as to the rule of their running dogs, Chiang Kai-shek, and all the other reactionaries. The reason why Marxism-Leninism has played such a great role in China since its introduction is that China's social conditions call for it, that it has been linked with the actual practice of the Chinese people's revolution, and that the Chinese people have grasped it. Any ideology, even the very best, even Marxism-Leninism itself, is ineffective unless it is linked with objective realities, meets objectively existing needs, and has been grasped by the masses of the people. We are historical materialists, opposed to historical idealism. Oddly enough, Soviet doctrine and practice had a measurable effect upon the thinking and principles of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, particularly in terms of economics and party organization. What was the effect produced on Dr. Sun by the high order of culture of the West, of which Akisan and his like are so proud? Akisan doesn't say. Was it an accident that Dr. Sun, who devoted the greater part of his life to seeking from Western bourgeois culture the truth that would save the nation, was finally disappointed and turned to learning from Russia? Obviously not. Of course it was no accident that Dr. Sun and the long-suffering Chinese people he represented were all infuriated by the impact of the West and resolved to form an alliance with Russia and the Communist Party in order to wage a life-and-death struggle against imperialism and its running dogs. Akisan dare not say here that the Soviet people are imperialist aggressors and that Sun Yat-sen learned from aggressors. Well, then, if Sun Yat-sen could learn from the Soviet people and the Soviet people are not imperialist aggressors, why can't his successors, the Chinese who live after him, learn from the Soviet people? Why are the Chinese, Sun Yat-sen accepted, described as dominated by the Soviet Union and as the fifth column of the Comintern and lackeys of red imperialism for learning the scientific world outlook and the theory of social revolution through Marxism-Leninism, linking these with China's specific characteristics, starting the Chinese People's War of Liberation and the Great People's Revolution and founding a Republic of the People's Democratic Dictatorship? Can there be such superior logic anywhere in the world? Since they learned Marxism-Leninism, the Chinese people have ceased to be passive in spirit and gained the initiative. The period of modern world history in which the Chinese and Chinese culture were looked down upon should have ended from that moment. The great, victorious Chinese People's War of Liberation and the Great People's Revolution have rejuvenated and are rejuvenating the great culture of the Chinese people. In its spiritual aspect, this culture of the Chinese people already stands higher than any in the capitalist world. Take U.S. Secretary of State Akisan and his like, for instance. The level of their understanding of modern China and of the modern world is lower than that of an ordinary soldier of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. Up to this point, Akisan, like a bourgeois professor lecturing on a tedious text, has pretended to trace the causes and effects of events in China. Revolution occurred in China, first, because of overpopulation and, second, because of the stimulus of Western ideas. You see, he appears to be a champion of the theory of causation. But in what follows, even this bit of tedious and phony theory of causation disappears, and one finds only a mass of inexplicable events. Quite unaccountably, the Chinese fought among themselves for power and money, suspecting and hating each other. An inexplicable change took place in the relative moral strength of the two contending parties, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. The morale of one party dropped sharply to below zero, while that of the other rose sharply to white heat. What was the reason? Nobody knows. Such is the logic inherent in the high order of culture of the United States as represented by Dean Akisan.